get from A to B is through Israel. That's called the Fertile Crescent, by the way, the sort of C shape that's formed from Egypt through Israel and then down into Mesopotamia. And Israel really is at the crossroads. There's no other way by land to get between these three continents, so Blinton himself was not so far off. The roads developed this way from ancient times. Here's a map showing the roads from, on the bottom left, Egypt to the middle right, the Fertile Crescent, and they have to go through the land of Israel. There are two major routes. One is called the Derech Hayam, the Via Maris, or the Way of the Sea, which basically hugs the coast about halfway up the land of Israel and then cuts to the east. And then there was the Derech HaMelech, the King's Highway, later transplanted here to the holy city of Brooklyn, New York, where it skirted under the Dead Sea and then made its way up the eastern part of the Jordan River Valley. This is kind of like the turnpike version, where there are maybe more tolls, but it's a faster highway, right? Less scenic, of course, but nevertheless a faster highway. Everything goes through Israel. There's no roads really to the east. It's true, you can do a camel caravan, dangerous, expensive, all kinds of robbers and brigands on the way. The much easier way is to travel through Israel. So Israel really was at a crossroads geographically, economically, and that was the case for thousands of years. It's important to note, of course, that not only goods travel up and down this tiny strip of land, but also ideas, right? You have all kinds of thought traveling, notions from Mesopotamia, notions from Egypt, those notions from further afield as they make their way to this region. So more to say about that later. Now, how would people have seen it in the early Dark Ages? Let's have a look at this fascinating map called the Madaba map, which is located in Madaba, Jordan. It's also pronounced Midba in Hebrew, but in Arabic it is Madaba. Here is the map itself, which was made originally as a mosaic of a church in the 6th century of the Common Era. It's a Byzantine church, and it was covered over. The church itself was abandoned when there were some earthquakes in the 8th century, and it was eventually resettled, and they covered it over with tiles, which were discovered again during an 1884 renovation of the region. It's partially damaged and obscured by the pillars and things like that, but we get a much better look at this fragmentary map in this reconstruction here. It's absolutely gorgeous and amazing. It's obviously designed for Christian pilgrims coming to the Holy Land. They're coming from points east, and they stop in this church and they get oriented as to what's going on in the land of Israel. What should they look for? Now, like many ancient maps, it is oriented with east to the north, right? So you have to imagine, as we're looking at this map, the south of the map, or let's say the bottom of the map, you'd like standing with your feet in the Mediterranean Ocean, and you're looking towards the east. And that big sort of blob in the middle is the Dead Sea. To the left of it, the Jordan River flows into it, and all through the map there are various sites of Christian significance that are mentioned in Christian scriptures and things like that. So visitors will be able to, tour these sites and understand something about where they're located from this map. Here's a beautiful depiction of the holy city of Jerusalem. You can see that this mosaic, which by the way has literally millions of tiles over 140 square feet, and it says at the top there in Greek, Hagia Polis Jerusa, the last part is cut off, but the holy city of Jerusalem. It is, you can clearly see the original design of Jerusalem. Running through the center is the Roman road known as the Cardo. I actually have personal experience with the Cardo because when I was a young undergraduate at Hebrew University, I worked at Richie's Cardo Cafe, which is actually a pizza joint right on the Cardo there. To the left would be the Damascus Gate, and it's actually laid out with pretty specific proportions and very accurate to what archaeologists have been able to reconstruct about it. So here you get the idea of Israel still as a great center of focus of pilgrimage for Christians, of course, holy to Jews who are still living in the land of Israel. Of course, we're going to continue with that in another lecture. But this region eventually is conquered by the Muslims in the 7th century as Islam sleeps through the region. And of course, that will be the subject of much of our discussion as well. Just one last detail, though, before we leave this map and the Muslims. This is a fascinating picture. This is a close-up of the two fishermen on the Dead Sea. And as you can see, the boat is very clearly delineated. You can see the mast, and there's like a furled up sail there. But what's going on with the fishermen themselves? So it appears that the Muslims, when they encountered this Madama map, they were like hesitant to destroy it. Obviously, it's a tremendous work of art and extremely useful, but at the same time, it depicts the human form, which was considered anathema to the Muslims in the 7th century in particular. And so what they did was they as it were, vandalized the map. They removed the bodies and the faces of the fishermen, and they painstakingly recreated the mosaic with other tiles to disguise their original form. You can just see their hands and feet sticking out of those sort of potato-like shapes. So you see how the Muslims also left a huge impact on the region, which of course will be the subject of much of our discussion in the future. Okay, I hope you found this useful. Thank you very much for watching. Hello, fellow students of Jewish history. Let's continue our discussion of the early Dark Ages, and let's look at the land of Israel and Babylonia simultaneously. Let's start a little bit with a review of the important political history. So here in the background is a beautiful image of the Beit Alpha mosaic. We're going to return to this in a little while. But what were the major political events between the year 200 and the year 634, specifically in the land of Israel? We've spoken quite a bit about the middle of the 2nd century and the immediate aftermath of the Bar Kokhba revolt, and how Judea, the southern part, central southern part of the land of Israel especially, is attacked by Hadrian and his successors. Tremendous devastation wrought on Jerusalem in particular, and all kinds of terrible things. A lot of the Jewish population moves to the north, where there's a new center developing there. Then at the end of the century, there's a very brief moment of respite, largely as a result of this relationship between one of the Roman emperors, who was known in the Talmud as Antoninus, and Rabbi Yehuda Nasi himself. This mysterious Antoninus is difficult to identify because Antonin was the name of an entire dynasty, and there's several emperors that had the name Antonin in their names, usually the second or third name, and so it's hard to determine which one it is, but most likely the one that's called Caracalla. Because they had similar names, they often had nicknames. So during this period, when, according to the Talmud, actually the reason for their very close relationship was because at one point their mothers actually switched, and Antoninus was actually nursed by Rabbi Yehuda Nasi's mother, and that experience changed him dramatically, although it is important to note that his father was also positively disposed towards Jews. At any rate, what this means for us is there's that moment in time when Rabbi Yehuda Nasi decides that he's going to take advantage of it, and he specifically organized the codification of the Mishnah. The Roman Empire, of course, is going to be divided. You're going to have the western part ruled by Rome, the eastern part ruled by a place called Byzantium that would later be renamed after Emperor Constantine as Constantinople. Eventually, when the Muslims would conquer it, they would rename it Istanbul. This represents an eastern and a western Roman empires, and they're going to be quite different in so many ways. And in general, the Jews begin to experience a steady decline in their status after that brief moment of respite under Antoninus. There is a couple of punctuated moments where it seems to look a little bit better, like Julian the Apostate, a very short-lived leader of the Roman Empire in the middle of the 4th century, proposes to the Jews, quite possibly because he wants to get an alliance with the Jews of Babylonia. It didn't really work out, but he proposed even rebuilding the temple, which generated a certain amount of enthusiasm, but not enough to keep him from being killed on the battlefield, and that idea simply disappeared. By the way, the term apostate is something that's applied from a later Christian perspective, obviously, because he was bucking the trend towards Christianity that would be strongly promoted by his predecessor, Constantine. The Persians will end up invading, the Persians will get the upper hand over the Roman Empire, and they will end up invading the land of Israel in the year 614. And then the Eastern Roman Empire, now called the Byzantine Empire, will invade back again just a couple decades later, and then the Muslims will come in just 5 years later in the year 634 and kind of bookend this period that we're talking about. So we're looking at about 400 years now in just a couple of short lectures, but I hope this orients you to the overall picture of what's happening in the land of Israel. Perhaps one of the most important things for the long-term survival of Jewish people is, of course, the development of the academies, the yeshivot. And we have two major centers. In the land of Israel, they're centered primarily in the north. This particular map is a little bit, distorted in the sense that all the dots are the same size, and you get the sense that there's yeshivas all over Israel, but really the most important ones, the concentration of the most significant figures, were to the north. There were definitely significant figures in the south, in Lydda, for example, and the Talmud speaks about the Chachmei Darom, the sages of the south, but most of the activity is happening in the north. The two most significant figures after Rabbi Yehuda Nasi passed away were none other than the great Rabbi Yochanan and Reish Lakish, phenomenal thinkers of the late 3rd century, who were perhaps the most important in bringing together the texts for what would ultimately become the Jerusalem Talmud. They and their successors were involved in this, especially after yet another revolt, this one much more localized, against a local governor named Gallus in the year 351-52. After briefly gaining some momentum against the Romans now having gone through two major wars against the Jews, not to mention a minor war in 115, they put it down almost immediately and in a terrifying manner, completely destroying the Jewish population of Sepphoris, for example. But it was against this backdrop, and perhaps because the Jews saw that moment that they had enjoyed under Rabbi Yehuda Nasi was perhaps going to close forever, that they decided to codify their lengthy discussions of the Mishnah into the first Talmud. Now, it's called the Jerusalem Talmud. This is something of a misnomer. Almost all of the activity was happening to the north. In fact, Jews were barely allowed in Jerusalem at all during this time. The other term that's frequently used is the Palestinian Talmud, which is certainly more accurate if you want to refer to the land of Israel as Palestine, but it also carries a somewhat strange distortion as well. So the Jerusalem Talmud is the Yerushalmi is the term that's most frequently cited in Hebrew, at any rate. They don't use the term Palestinian Talmud in Hebrew. In English, you will see both of those terms. But the Talmud is basically a lengthy, almost like an edited transcript of the discussion of hundreds of rabbis of the Mishnah as it was recorded by Rabbi Yehuda Nasi at the turn of the 3rd century. Now, over in Babylonia, this is a period when you get the expansion of the great yeshivas there, which would ultimately eclipse the yeshivas in Israel. Pumbedita and Sura are perhaps the most significant of this period, and they end up writing the Babylonian Talmud. It is, of course, distinct from the Jerusalem. It's written afterwards. It encapsulates what they said in the Jerusalem Talmud, but they expand in other areas. Of course, they're able to look back and discuss it. And one of the most significant elements in creating this Talmud is the activity of the so-called nechute. The term nechute is Aramaic. It means those who go down. It's the same term used in Hebrew today as yordim for those who leave the land of Israel. Today it carries a slight tinge of derogatory tone sometimes, that's not necessarily used in the context of the Talmud, because there was actually a lot of commerce between the land of Israel and Mesopotamia. Jews were going back and forth all the time. Quite often, the Babylonian will start with a phrase like "Ki asa Rav Dimi," when Rabbi Dimi came, i.e., from the land of Israel, and he said, "Hey, this is what they're saying in Israel." That really cross-fertilized ideas and was extremely important in creating this much larger Talmud. The Babylonian, which is essentially the one studied today. This is a period also when there is a major invasion of someone named Odenathus Septimus. He was the king of nearby Palmyra, known in the Talmud as Tadmor. This is a region that was allied with Rome, and was actually kind of like a minor principality of sorts. And rather than showing Rome's strength, it actually showed Rome's weakness, that Rome could not really mount an effective attack on the Persian Empire, and so they had to rely on this proxy. But why it's important for us is that he ravaged much of the region where the Jews lived, completely destroyed the yeshiva of Nehardah in the year 259, which was right when it was at its peak under Shmuel. And a lot of things changed as a result of that particular event. It really resulted in the expansion of Komzisa and so on, but that's maybe a little more detailed than we need. But by the time we get to somewhere around the year 450, maybe a little bit later, the dates are not entirely clear, Rav Ashi and several others, Ravina, were involved in the closing of the Talmud, just as it happened in the land of Israel. So it happened also in Babylonia, where they brought together all of the texts that they had been discussing. They edited them. It was primarily an oral document, but then it was committed to writing, and that's ultimately what became the Babylonian Talmud. Now, I should mention that Rav Ashi cannot be the last person who signed off on the Talmud, because the Talmud has passages that refer to events after his death and question some of the things that he said, for example, after his passing. So it's more likely that Rav Ashi perhaps formed the essence of it, and then later editors added a few things. But that's a whole other discussion, very active in the world of academic Talmud study. This Babylonian Talmud had tremendous implications for the rest of Jewish history. Perhaps its most significant modern development is the institution of something called Daf Yomi, which means literally a page a day or a folio a day. A daf is both sides of one page. And this is essentially the world's largest book club. It's been running since the 1920s, where Jews all over the world will follow a single calendar and will learn the same folio of Talmud on the same day worldwide. So you can study the Talmud, here in Brooklyn, get on a flight out of JFK and go to, Tokyo, and you can pick up the next daf in Tokyo the next day. And you can travel the world like this. It's a tremendous unifying feature. Tens, maybe hundreds of thousands of Jews are engaged in it daily. And I'm very proud, I'm putting a little plug here for participating in something called Al Daf, which I'm putting on the screen here. Al Daf is taking the whole Daf Yomi experience and putting it onto the internet. This is an app that allows you to choose from dozens of different Magidei Shir, people who teach the page of Talmud, in many languages, English, Hebrew, Yiddish, you name it. And then there's a whole bunch of other supplementary materials. The part that I do that I'm really happy about is I give a 2 to 5 minute lesson on some historical datum that occurs on that particular page of the Talmud. I'm really proud of it. Check it out. It's called Jewish History in Daf Yomi. At the same time as all this is happening, we also have a tremendous culture of Babylonian Jews that's not really well known. I think one of the greatest illustrations of this is the discovery a while ago of about 1,500 of these things. They're called incantation bowls or curse bowls, and no one's exactly sure precisely how they were used, but they are clearly produced by Jews, perhaps for a general market, not just other Jews, but also for local Babylonians. They typically involve all kinds of spells, prayers, use different kinds of words to describe the tone of these things, sometimes featuring drawings like this one, sometimes demons. And they're often, they were discovered by archaeologists in place, and apparently they would be like turned upside down as if to, I don't know, capture evil spirits and keep them in the house contained, or perhaps to affect the spells that were written in Aramaic around the outside of the bowl. Sometimes they were broken, sometimes they were whole. Were they intentionally broken? Wow, so many questions. But this is just an example of the popular culture that we just don't know a lot about, and hopefully that we'll get more answers as the research continues. Okay, let's stop here. Thank you very much for watching. If you want to make sure your car gets stolen, buy a 6 people. The young generation that's stealing cars can't drive safe. So you're saying we can literally leave it unlocked. Like my Hummer, I just posted on Diesel World magazine. It's like it's cool. It's a certain way to start it. Hello, fellow students of Jewish history. Let's pick up our discussion now of the history of the Jews in the land of Israel and in Babylonia in the early Middle Ages, the early Dark Ages, if you will. And I'd like to emphasize one thing that is among the many contributions that Jewish civilization has rendered to humanity as a whole. I've explored this in much greater detail in text. If God willing, you have a chance to look at the book, or you can look at the draft version of it in my course on biblical Jewish history. One of the, we've talked about several of these contributions that Jews made, Jewish civilization made to humanity. The Sabbath is a massive thing, right? The idea of having one day off in 7, a day of rest, a day that's dedicated to religious growth, like family connections, something that's way more important today than it ever has been, since we live in such a connected world where you have in your hand the electronic attachment to everything in the world. The Sabbath is a mandatory, like, calm down, focus on the people you live with, focus on your community, focus on your direct relationships with other people. Well, I can go on for a long time. Of course, prior to that, but connected to it, is the idea of monotheism. Very, very significant contribution to world culture, especially Western civilization. A smaller but very significant one that we should talk about today is the synagogue, which is essentially a gathering place, a local gathering place for the public communal worship of God, which was a new institution. Typically in the ancient world, you would have temples, which were manned by specialists like priests, who would be the only ones allowed into the center. The ancient temple in Jerusalem is similar in that, the actual work of the temple was only performed by Kohanim and Leviim. There are lots of other people who could kind of be on the outside, but the real stuff that happens there was for specialists. A synagogue is a public place. A synagogue is where everyone can go and can express their spiritual yearnings and be reinforced by a community engaged in the same kind of spiritual activity. Very, very important. It later, of course, morphs into the church and the mosque. These are the direct descendants of the synagogue. The very idea of the synagogue is something that we tie to the ancient Jewish world. Let's have a look at some of the archaeological record. Now, there's a lot of mystery about synagogues, about exactly when they started. There are some theories that say it goes all the way back, let's say, for example, to the Babylonian diaspora. The Talmud speaks about a very ancient synagogue there, established in the 6th century before the Common Era. And it stands to reason that you'd want to have synagogues when you are forcibly exiled from the temple, but not really definitive sources. We haven't found any remains of synagogues that date back that far. There's also a good argument to say that it's associated somehow with the rebellion of the Maccabees, when there was a big surge of enthusiasm for Judaism as a whole, and we see a lot of archaeological evidence of the development of more and more mikvaot across the lands of Israel, ritual baths, and so on, the use of chalk vessels, which are important for the laws of purity and so on. And perhaps it's associated with that period. But the earliest actual archaeological evidence we have for synagogues is this document, the Theodotos inscription, which basically says that as long as there have been synagogues, there have been dedicatory plaques, right? Which I'm smiling because if you walked into a synagogue today, you would see they are filled with plaques. Shlomi dedicated the Aron, and Rivka dedicated the Kisei Shel Eliyahu to her father, and this is something that Jews do in exchange for financial support for the community and the synagogue specifically. You put up a plaque that memorializes the donor. This is the Theodotos inscription, which was discovered just outside Jerusalem, and it dates. It's difficult to exactly place it because it was not in its original place. It was thrown into an empty cistern with a lot of construction debris, so it's hard to exactly date it, but it's probably from the 1st century before the Common Era, maybe as late as the 1st century of the Common Era, but it seems to be around the time when the temple was still standing. Here's the text. Theodotos, son of Etenus, priest and head of the synagogue. The term here is used quite frequently in these dedications, archisynagogos, which is actually a term that is quite frequently applied to women. About 1/3 of the surviving inscriptions refer to women as being the head of the synagogue. Son of the head of the synagogue and grandson of a head of the synagogue, which sounds like the joke about the Kohanim, which indicates that, if this dates from, let's say, even a late date, let's say the year 50 of the Common Era, his father and his grandfather were also heads of something called the synagogue, so we can certainly place it, in the 1st century before the Common Era. And he built the synagogue for the reading of the law, right? Meaning that they would actually have public Torah readings in the synagogue, which still happens today. And by the way, we have, not archaeological remains, but literary remains. The Christian scriptures, for example, have descriptions of what's going on in the synagogue. It appears to be reading of the Haftorah, for example, and for the teaching of the commandments. So it's like an educational institution of some sort, as well as the guest room, the chambers, and the water fittings as an inn for those in need from abroad. So it appears this synagogue, at any rate, had a more expansive purpose. It seems a little bit more like maybe a JCC hostel kind of area. It's fascinating. The synagogue which his fathers founded with the elders and Simonides. We have some examples of archaeological remains of ancient synagogues. Here's one that's absolutely fascinating to me. This is a little bit later, and it dates from the period that we are focused on. It's located in a place called Hamat Tiberia, the hot springs of Tiberias, which is in the north, and it dates from the 4th century. Now, if you look at this is an aerial view. There's some kind of like wall that was constructed that bisects, unfortunately, this gorgeous floor mosaic. And on top of it is this interesting kind of panel or register. Let's bring this up here. And it has 3 centuries after the destruction of the temple.
It's a university.
It has all of these symbols harkening back to the temple.
Yeah,
it has a depiction of the Ark of the Covenant. Has incense shovels, which would be unfamiliar to the Jews in the 4th century because this particular form of worship ended with the temple's destruction. It has, of course, a shofar blown on Rosh Hashanah and the menorah, a perennial symbol of Judaism. So they're still thinking of the synagogue as a mikdash ma'at, as a small sanctuary, some kind of like echo of the temple, which is the way Jews think of it even to this day. Looking at the zodiac that is in the floor, however, this is just bizarre, right? First of all, very beautiful artwork, very realistic, a high example of 4th century Byzantine art. And you see the 4 seasons around the outside, and you've got all of the, the 12 signs of the zodiac labeled in Hebrew. A certain amount of nudity, which is somehow shocking, but we also see it in the Dura Europos synagogue. I'll show you that later. Not necessarily nudity, but the Dura Europos synagogue. But what's going on in the center there? You have what really looks like Helios, the sun god, which is a typical representation in non-Jewish zodiacs, where you have the 12 signs of the zodiac surrounding the sun god. How is this possible in a Jewish house of worship?
Miss Aquarius, how you living?
For much of this period, Jews tended to be very aniconic, meaning when they portrayed artwork, it was typically decorative in nature using geometrical.
What's good, girl? Can you hear me? Just one moment. It's my fault. Just one moment. Just one moment. Miss Aquarius, I'm here. I don't know why my computer's really slow right now. I might have to restart it. How are you?
I can't hear you. If you're talking, we can't hear you. I'm on mute. That's why.
Can you
There
get?
you go. I muted you. Now I can hear you. I know I muted you. What the heck?
That's okay. One of my devices is really slow, and it might need to be restarted because it's just like the one that I normally on which I normally talk with you. So just give me a second. I'm not gonna restart it. I'm just gonna see if it fixes itself.
Because I can make me a different Discord account. I don't need no Discord account. I'm good. That's too much.
Yeah, it's a pain when you have multiple because
It's a pain. Can't do all that.
yeah, people will send you invitations and things. And they'll be like, "Hey, why didn't you accept it?" And I'll be like, which account to what account did you send it? And they'll be like, oh, this one, and I'll be like, yeah, I haven't checked that one. So okay,
Right. I got a whole bunch of friends right now.
exactly.
Sorry, minutes.
I don't know what happened with this device. Okay, I'm gonna turn on the camera and let's see if it works. It's so slow. I think it needs to be restarted. Apologies. Okay, you should be able to hear me now. Can you hear me and see me? Yo, I can hear it. Okay, can you hear me? Okay, can you hear me? Okay. All right. I still probably need to restart that device. Okay. Just one moment, Miss Aquarius. I'm gonna restart this device. It'll take 2 minutes. I'll be right back.
That I wanted to be start down because it's breaking up bad. Yeah. Okay, I'm gonna lay down. I know when you come back.
All right.
Okay.
Thank-
And I have my little powder now.
Oh, very well. Thank you so much for your patience. I don't know what happened with the computer. It just was not working, and
I don't know. The leg is tired. Me and foot is tired. Me and foot like a bed.
all right. Well, we'll get you there in a moment. How's your scratch?
Okay. It's been better. It's better. It just got to rest it.
You
Put
put?
some on this further. I got to rest it. It's getting tired.
Do you have a Band-Aid on it?
Why didn't you ask me? I had that on all day. I
Oh.
took it out.
Okay.
Took it out. Yeah, I had it on all day though. Oops.
Oh, girl, look at you. Hey, what up, Zoot? How you living, pimp? Zoot, what'd you do?
Justin Baby's album on Death Orange.
Oh, dog. Do you have any other information that's super exciting like that?
He has his
Are you going to stand in line at your local Coconuts for that?
Yeah.
Get it, Miss Queries. Are you a super big Justin Bieber fan?
Yeah.
Are you really?
Oh, good job.
Thank you, Miss Aquarius. Are you really?
Yeah.
You like Justin Bieber that much?
Yeah. Yeah.
What's your favorite Justin Bieber song?
Love Yourself. Go Pages.
Okay, Love Yourself's a great song.
Oh, that was good. Yeah.
Peaches is another great song.
Pages is good.
Okay, what are your thoughts on
Come on, Rabbi.
yes ma'am. It's is it called I'm Sorry?
Sorry, yeah, that's 10 years old. That's old.
Yeah, that song rocks.
He's got 20 songs coming out tomorrow.
Very cool. What are
Oh,
your
you got a new CD coming out?
Yes, he does.
Okay, cool.
Oh, that's terrible. Another bad one, like really bad. I don't know what is going on.
And you know, you sound like me.
Zoot, what's the name of his album?
Swag.
Spy?
Swag.
Spell it. Nice spare.
SWAG.
Oh, swag. Get it. Woo! Miss Aquarius. Amazing.
Thank you.
Justin Bieber album done.
It's
Zoot, are you gonna buy Justin Bieber's album?
I'm gonna listen to it this year.
Good man. That's what everybody does.
fun.
Good job, Miss Aquarius. Good job. You got you,
Thank you.
you had strikes, you had spares, you had a little bit of everything there.
Yeah.
Zoot, do you like Haley Bieber?
No, I mean, just come on, girl, you got this.
You mean Haley Baldwin?
Well, her name's Haley Bieber now.
She's the same age as me. That's what she's got.
Oh, get it. Oh, man.
Oh yeah, she's born the same year as me. She's correct for the same age.
Oh man, Miss Aquarius, that should have been more. Did you go to the gym today? Oh, good job, man.
Oh, you go.
He gone. Spare. Get it.
Now you said, what did you say, Justin Bieber's song coming out?
He's got an album coming out called Swag.
Oh, that's good. Come on, right. Brightness. Bright.
That's what I'm talking about. That's what I'm talking about. Get it, girl. That's all right. That's all right. I said that's all right. That's all right. I said that's all right. That's all right. Oh man, what a great spare.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Right.
Get it.
Get it. Come on. Look at it. Yay. Get them things. You got it. Good job.
That's what I'm talking about. That's what I'm talking about.
Yeah. Okay.
Get it. Great spare. Great spare. Great spare. Great spare. All right.
We got it. Let's go. Yay.
There we go. Get it.
Hey, let's go.
I'll take it.
Yeah, you won. Yay.
You win, I win, Mr. Aquarius. Thank you so much for your patience.
No problem. You're welcome.
I hope your foot feels better.
Thank you. It will. And my ear feels better, though. It's getting better.
Oh, yeah, you were falling apart. Well, look at you, just recovering.
No, but I need to be careful not hurt myself, right?
Do you have physical therapy tomorrow?
Yep.
All right, well, good, best wishes at that. And God willing, we'll play tomorrow night, okay?
All right, we'll do.
Excellent. Take care.
Yeah, I say hello, okay?
Oh, I will.
Okay.
Take care, Mr.
Talk to you
Aquarius.
later.
Talk to you later.
You too.
What happened there?
Symbols and patterns rather than depictions of the human form. So theories are still being developed as to what's going on here, but perhaps one of the most significant or more convincing theories is that Jews didn't look at this like it was the god Helios. They looked at it as if it was a representation of the sun. That's just the convention. When you want to display the sun, you display like a guy sitting there with his face shining. And it's not like they took it seriously as, oh, there's Helios, the sun god. They would say, oh, isn't this a beautiful, you've got the sun and all these other things around it. You can be convinced or not, but if you have a better idea, put it in the comment box. Here is another example of a zodiac, not nearly as beautiful, I think, from the Beit Alpha synagogue. Dates a little bit later. You can see that the artwork is, I think, a little bit more primitive in nature, but very similar kind of decorative elements. And you see, of course, Helios with his 4 horses, and so we have multiple examples of this kind of convention. This is also a mosaic from Beit Alpha, which has a very, very stark kind of representation of the Akedah, the binding of Isaac. You see that on the far right there is the patriarch Abraham, and he's holding a slaughtering knife, and he's about to place his son Isaac, labeled in Hebrew, on the flames, and he's after slaughtering him. But there is, in the center towards the top, there is a hand that reaches out from heaven, which is also fascinating because, if Jews are traditionally aniconic and they don't like representing animals or humans as a result of the Ten Commandments, then they certainly don't represent God. But nevertheless, here it is. There's some question about who was the artist who produced this. Is it possible you had Christian artists who are doing this work? But if that's the case, the Jews are paying for this art for their synagogue, right? So how are they authorizing it? Lots of fascinating questions. At any rate, under the hand, it says in Hebrew, al tishlach, do not send out your hand against the boy, and so on. And you can see, all kinds of things happen. Hine, ayel, here's the ram that's tied to the bush, and so on. Fascinating stuff. I want to share with you one more synagogue, this time not in the land of Israel. This is the amazing synagogue of Duro Europos. This is a synagogue that was discovered in the 20th century in a city on the Euphrates River in Mesopotamia. And the Romans, correctly fearing a Persian attack, decided to reinforce the city. They assumed, again correctly, that the Persians would not attack from the riverside, but they would go and swoop around the city and attack from the southwestern side. And so what they did was, if you look on the map here, they bury all of the city in sand, which was designed to be like a protection bulwark against the attacks of the Persians. And of course, that means that when they lose the battle and the rest of the city is destroyed, it ends up being abandoned. But the synagogue that's in that sort of pinkish area that you can see, it ends up being protected from the elements and especially from light. And so when it was discovered in the 20th century and excavated in 1932, they discovered these amazing, gorgeous wall paintings. Here's the interior of the synagogue. You can see on the center left is the Aron, where the Torah would have been kept. And all around it are several registers high of various wall paintings. Now, these paintings are absolutely gorgeous. Their color, their density, their artwork. Here's a depiction of the prophet Samuel anointing David with all of his brothers there. 3 of them at least are saying, hey, how you doing? Just so evocative and such a great example of Byzantine art. Here is an example. It looks like you've got, once again, a depiction of the temple below, but above it you have Moses, and it appears it's the same figure, Moses left and right, portrayed twice, which is a convention you sometimes see in ancient art. On the right, he's like drowning the Egyptians with his staff stretched out over the sea, and they're victorious. And on the left, he's leading the Jews off to the land of Israel. It appears like the hands of God. Once again, strange for aniconic Jews, but the hands of God are reaching down. Oh, by the way, I forgot to say when this all happened. The Dura Europa synagogue, we know that it was destroyed in the middle of the 3rd century. So all of this art dates from somewhere in the 250s, perhaps. Here is a really dramatic representation of the incident of the golden calf, right? Very, very vivid colors and lots of like action, and of course the flames bursting out with the calf in the middle there. Here's one of my favorites, and quite timely because I'm recording this in the last days of the month of Shvat, and next month is going to be the month of Adar when we celebrate Purim. Here's a beautiful representation of the events of the book of Esther. On the right, you can see Esther there seated on a throne next to King Achashverosh, who is receiving a letter, a very typical kind of thing for that particular book. And on the left, you see a great scene of Haman leading Mordechai in honor on a white horse. And this was like one of the major turning points in the remarkable book of Esther. Haman is going to be incensed because he feels this honor is something he should receive, and instead he has to, facilitate it for Mordechai. And what's worse, someone stole his pants. So look, he has to walk around in this half tunic all day. I'm just making that part up, but I think it looks pretty funny. At any rate, gorgeous representation. We're so fortunate to have this preserved in the historical record. Okay, let's stop here. Thank you very much for watching. Hello, fellow students of Jewish history. Let's continue our discussion of the early Dark Ages, the development of the diaspora in the first century in particular. You see there are Jews living all over what would be today Turkey, and of course in Byzantium. You can see that little spot where the Black Sea meets the Aegean. That's the Byzantium, later Constantinople. And then if you move through the third century, you've got Jews not only, of course, living in Mesopotamia, which is an old Jewish community, but you've got them, occupying sites across the coast of North Africa, into the Iberian Peninsula, all the way up into Europe as far as London even. And of course, Rome, the Italian peninsula, has a lot of Jews in it, as does the Greek peninsula. Now, it's a little bit misleading because all of these squares indicating Jewish communities are the same size. So you get the sense that, wow, look, there's all these Jews in Saragossa and in Bordeaux and things like that. But these could be really tiny settlements. I mean, there might be 3 families, 10 families. It's really hard to say what the size of it is. But nevertheless, you do get a sense of the great scope of Jewish settlement. There are also, with these really bold starbursts, there are a few communities that also have a strong Christian community as well. Jewish and Christian communities are frequently overlapping for the first couple centuries. In fact, when St. Paul of Tarsus, or Saul of Tarsus, would make his great tours of the Mediterranean, he would frequently go to Jewish sites because that's where he would most likely find likely converts to Christianity, either born Jews or the so-called God-fearing communities of non-Jews who were attracted to the synagogue, but perhaps were a little repulsed by the extreme requirements of conversion, such as circumcision and things like that. So that's where he would find much of his audience when he's traveling around. So that gives you a sense of the huge spread of Jews during this time, and the activity we described earlier of the creation of the Mishnah, later the Jerusalem and the Babylonian Talmuds, was so important to maintaining connection with these disparate communities. It was kind of like a standardized constitution, a text that all Jews could look to beyond the Bible, which is now being read by many other groups in Greek translation, for example. The Talmud became the authorized Jewish interpretive tradition that would inform the behavior of Jews all over the Mediterranean basin, and was so crucial for keeping them together as a community. Now, things begin to change significantly in the year 313 with the so-called Edict of Milan. This was essentially a decree by the Roman emperor, now much more enthusiastic about Christianity, to say that, maybe we should stop persecuting Christians. The Jews had an interesting carve-out in Roman law, because although they were, punished for their rebellion several times and cruelly treated, shipped off into slavery after those wars and so on, nevertheless, Jews were essentially eligible to reach citizenship, and more significantly, Judaism was considered a legitimate religion, religio lecita, which meant that the Jews were allowed, for example, to be exempted from official emperor worship. They didn't have to offer sacrifices to the emperor's statue. They didn't have to bow down to the emperor's statue, all kinds of things like that. Because people said, what are you going to do? Those are those crazy Jews. They have this really old religion that, I don't know, just says they can't do these basic civic duties. And so they had an exemption. Christians, however, were not recognized as Jews, especially as you move into the 2nd century. And so they were like, hey, what's wrong with you? You're not Jewish, and yet you're not worshiping the emperor? Not kosher. And so there's maybe they wouldn't say not kosher, but it was the kind of thing where they were exposed to tremendous persecution as a result. With the Edict of Milan, they were also recognized, creating a parity between Jews and Christians, which would ultimately result in, of course, Christianity having far more power as being aligned with the state as the official state religion later on, and that will put Jews at a distinct disadvantage. That especially happens when Emperor Constantine declares Christianity to be the official religion. Now, we've talked about this period in several lectures and the theological implications of it and the political and social implications of the decision. But I'd like to look at one little interesting footnote. This is not indicative of a widespread social reaction to the Edict of Milan and the adoption of Christianity Christianity as a state religion. But there was one work that was composed at this time that gives us at least some sense of how some Jews would have reacted to this. And I'm talking about come to light in scholarly research. Doesn't really first composed sometime around this period. It's a work called Toldos Yesho, the story of Jesus. And this is not the Christian version of the story of Jesus. As we've discussed in previous lectures, during the first century when Jesus was active, he really doesn't leave any impression in any of the Jewish works that we have of the time, excepting, of course, the Christian scriptures, which were largely written by Jews as well, but for that particular subgroup. There's no reference to Jesus, for example, even in the Mishnah, written over a century and a half after the period in which he lived. You do see maybe a dozen references to Jesus, typically not very complimentary in the Talmud, but they're scattered and incidental and certainly subsumed within the much larger scope of the Talmud as a whole. Talmud is definitely not Jesus-focused or even Christian-focused, even though it does touch on some of the implications of Jews living under Christian rule. But this work is rather interesting because it is a polemic work. It is something that attacks the Christian story of Jesus' birth and describes a far more prosaic and even scandalous origin, and discusses, the miracles that were circulating among Christians as, various types of acts of sorcery or something that gullible people would believe in and so on. This is kind of like an interesting literary artifact of Jews pushing back against the Christian narrative. When it eventually comes to the attention of Christians in a translation by Raymond Marti, of course, it would be horribly scandalous and would have definitely negative impact on the Jewish community because some Christians would read this and say, well, this is representative of what Jews think and the nasty things they say about the founder of our religion. So it's a complex topic. We'll get to it as we discover in our series, God willing, the evolution or devolution of medieval anti-Semitism. But this is likely a phenomenon that emerges from perhaps the 4th, maybe 5th century, when these shifts in the authority and legitimacy of Christianity and Judaism are being shaped. Okay, let's stop here. Thank you very much for watching. Hello, fellow students of Jewish history. Let us continue with this new episode of the Jewish History Lab by looking at a very important document at the turning point of Jews in the early diaspora. The creation of the Jerusalem Talmud is what we're going to talk about specifically today. Let us recall, as we discussed in previous episodes, the destruction of the temple happened in the year 70 in the context of the Great Revolt, the first Roman Jewish War. A tremendous amount of persecution directed at the Jews, particularly in Judea, around the region of Jerusalem, right afterwards. This is followed by a smaller revolt called the Kitos Rebellion that actually is widespread throughout the Eastern Mediterranean, and then all of these revolts are unsuccessful, and the Roman amount of difficulty, particularly in the case of the 3-year Bar Kokhba revolt. Jerusalem is declared off limits to Jews. Judea itself, the region in the hill country, is largely denuded of Jews, as many of them flee to the north in particular and to the coast. Jerusalem itself is renamed Aelio Capitolina, and Jews will only later be allowed to visit their capital city on rare occasions, like the 9th of Av, the date in which the temple was destroyed in the year 70. Very, very strong backlash against the Jews in the 2nd century. However, there's a lightening of the load in the 3rd century that's temporary, but it allows the Jews in the region of the city of Tiberias in particular to kind of reconstruct themselves and bring themselves back to a sense of a single administrative and spiritual purpose. And this brief period allows the new center to emerge in the Galilee region. Ultimately, however, this brief honeymoon in the 3rd century would end, and by the time you get to the middle of the 4th century, there's once again tensions between the Jewish population in the north this time and the Roman authorities. There is an uprising against them in the year 352, which the Romans crush mercilessly. Ultimately, they would even destroy the last remnant of political authority of the Jews, the office of the Nasi or the Patriarch. That would end in the 420s. But during this period, amazingly, there is this foresight that is applied to the notion of creating something that would allow the Jews to exist in diaspora, and that major creation is what we call the Jerusalem Talmud. So that's what we're really going to focus on today, is try to understand what exactly is this Jerusalem Talmud. It's amazing to think about the circumstances in which it is written, but let's focus primarily on the document itself. What is this with the name Jerusalem Talmud? If you were paying attention in the last couple of minutes, you know that the Jews were actually barred from living in Jerusalem and only gradually allowed to even visit Jerusalem a little bit later on. Why would we call this the Jerusalem Talmud? And the reality is it was not written in Jerusalem. The text is almost completely composed in the city of Tiberias in the north, and a lot of scholars presume that sections of it were also composed on the coast in the city of Caesarea, and also in Sippori, also known as Sepphoris in English. And so it's called the Jerusalem Talmud. It's kind of a misnomer, probably because it's a more familiar term than the term that was used for it in the Babylonian Talmud, its younger sister. The Babylonian Talmud referred to the Jerusalem Talmud as the Talmud de Ma'arava, which means the Talmud of the West, of course, the west of the region of Babylonia, or Talmud de Eretz Israel, the Talmud of in Western historiography. It's been referred to as the Palestinian Talmud. Of course, right up until really the 1960s, this was very, very common. But once the nationality known as the Palestinians became much more defined, and the consciousness of a people who called themselves Palestinians became much more au courant, then it became sort of awkward to refer to the Talmud as the Palestinian Talmud. But you will see in older scholarship it frequently referred to that way as well. So at any rate, all of these names have some challenges to them, but it was not written in Jerusalem, even though it's nowadays called the Yerushalmi or the Jerusalem Talmud. What exactly is the Jerusalem Talmud? So first of all, we should understand what is the Talmud. There are two of them, the Jerusalem and the Babylonian Talmud. They are basically extended discussions by hundreds, even thousands of rabbis, and occasionally non-rabbis, non-Jews, women, but primarily rabbis, talking about what the Mishnah means. Now, we've discussed the Mishnah in previous classes, and I don't want to go into great detail here, but that's basically a massive 6-volume statement of Jewish law that expands upon and clarifies passages in the Bible that require additional elucidation in order to actualize them. One quick example, for example, on the holiday of Sukkot, the Bible says that Jews are supposed to celebrate with a palm frond and a goodly fruit, pre-Eitz Adar. And so the first question is, what is a goodly fruit? What is a beautiful fruit? I personally like those really big navel oranges. But if I walk to shul with one of those big navel oranges on Sukkot, people would look sideways at me. The real fruit is an etrog, kind of a lemon-like plant called a citron. And the Mishnah is where we get this oral Torah that explains a lot of these ambiguities. There's a lot more to say about the Mishnah. Please go back and watch the video there if you want. So the Mishnah itself, although it represents a tremendous advantage in clarifying how Jews are actually supposed to live their lives in all aspects of their experience of the world, both in terms of their ritual lives, their financial lives, their civil lives, and all kinds of things like that is dealt with in the Mishnah. It still requires much more discussion. It is an open-ended oral document, and so the Talmud, also known as the Gemara or the finishing, is basically the transcript of these massive, long conversations about the Mishnah. And they can go on in many tangents, very far from the original text of the Mishnah as well, but that's essentially what the Talmud is. It's kind of like an expansion of the Mishnah, or at least it is a huge conversation about the human condition that begins with a discussion of the Mishnah. The principal figure behind the Jerusalem Talmud is without doubt the incredible Rabbi Yochanan. He also had a very fascinating chavrusa or study partner named Reish Lakish, and the two of them in particular sort of coordinate much of the discussion that happens, although it really involves hundreds of rabbis who pitch in their opinions about one thing or another. It is eventually codified into a fixed text that will become the Talmud itself. The text also includes lots of documents called baraitot, or baraisas. These literally translate as outside texts. These are texts that are much older. They're the same age as the Mishnah, but they didn't make it into the Mishnah itself. So it really expands the clarification of the Mishnah by saying, here is a fragmentary literary piece that tells us a little bit about what the Mishnah actually meant and so on. There are some scholars who argue that the tangents in the Talmud are so big that in reality it should be considered an independent work, not essentially an elucidation of the Mishnah. I remain unconvinced. It seems to me it's still very, very rooted in the Mishnah, but at any rate, God willing, you can all explore the Jerusalem Talmud your own and discover what you think about that debate. At any rate, that's basically what this text is. When was it written? So as I mentioned, it involves hundreds of rabbis. These rabbis are called Amoraim, which means the speakers or the sayers. And they are distinct from the generations associated with the Mishnah, who are called the Tanaim, which means the teachers. And it involves like 6 generations of them, including at least 3 generations of scholars from Babylonia who also get involved in the conversation. And the conversations extend basically from the closing of the Mishnah, which would be in the early 3rd century, right up to about the year 400. That's when the text is more or less closed, and we have the Talmud Yerushalmi in its current form. So how does the Jerusalem Talmud compare with the Babylonian Talmud? If you have a look at this map here, you can see in the circle on the left, that's where the Jerusalem Talmud was largely composed, and the circle on the right is the region of Mesopotamia, where most of the Talmudic academies were located in Babylonia, and that's where that was composed. So there was a significant amount of communication between the land of Israel and the land of Babylonia. It's kind of like a long trek around the Euphrates River, but you would have people making that trek backwards and forwards, and they would be sharing ideas and discussions from their respective academies. The Jerusalem Talmud, however, is the older sister. It started probably a little bit earlier, but it certainly finished earlier than the Babylonian Talmud. The Jerusalem Talmud is generally smaller. It tends to have much more material proportionately dealing with halakha or Jewish law than it does with Agadata or philosophy, legends, things like that. The Babylonian Talmud tends to have a proportion that gives a little more weight to the Agadata. There are a few chapters in the Jerusalem Talmud which are completely lost. Part of the reason for this is because the Babylonian Talmud received a lot more attention for most of the Middle Ages, and unfortunately some manuscripts seem to have just simply disappeared. There was a fascinating footnote in the early early 20th century when a scholar came forward and claimed to have discovered them. In reality, however, after he generated a tremendous amount of excitement, it turned out he didn't discover them. He actually wrote them. But the Jerusalem Talmud and the Babylonian Talmud have a tremendous amount of shared purpose of trying to understand the Mishnah, but they are expressed in two distinct literary communities that have a certain degree of communication with each other. In the Talmud Bavli, for example, there's frequent references to, for example, the phrase Ki Asa Rav Dimi. When Rav Dimi came back from Israel and shared with us what he learned there. So in the Talmud Bavli, they're saying, oh, isn't it interesting that they say this over there in Israel, and they discuss that for a while. And it happens as well to a lesser degree in the Jerusalem Talmud. Ultimately, however, the Talmud Bavli lasts about 100 years longer before it becomes codified, somewhere around the year 500. That's one of the main reasons why the Talmud Bavli was much more well studied than the Talmud Yerushalmi, because it represented kind of like a later update, a more recent software, if you will, to the older version. Both of them are written in Aramaic, although there's a significant dialectical difference between the Western Aramaic spoken in Israel and the Eastern Aramaic spoken in Babylonia. They're largely understandable to each other, although the orthography, the spelling of some words looks really bizarre if you're used to the Babylonian Aramaic and you switch over to the Yerushalmi, but they're largely understandable to speakers and readers of Aramaic. I think one of the most fascinating aspects of the Yerushalmi is what the Germans call Rezeptionsgeschichte, which means the reception history. How was this book appreciated? How was it adopted? How was it sometimes ignored, and so on? There's no question that the Babylonian Talmud, for the reasons I mentioned a moment ago, received precedence, a much more pride of central place in the minds of most Jews through the Middle Ages, right up until the modern era, really. This was actually stated explicitly by the Gaonim, the great rabbis of Baghdad. For example, Rav Hai Gaon, who died in the year 1038, he said we should pay much more attention to the Babylonian Talmud when it contradicts the Jerusalem Talmud, because the Babylonian Talmud, being written later, as it were, had more evidence at their disposal, more time to think about things. And so the Babylonian Talmud is the authoritative one. Why would you study the text, which is not the authoritative one? That's one of the reasons why the Babylonian Talmud really took much more precedence in those areas where Jews lived, where they were heavily influenced by Baghdad in particular. That would include Spain and Provence, for example, and by extension, the Ashkenazi lands of France and Germany. So that really gave the Babylonian Talmud a huge edge. But there are some areas which tended to have a much closer attachment to the land of Israel, intellectually and in terms of its literary tradition. That would include, for example, Italy and North Africa. And it was there that the study of the Jerusalem Talmud was largely preserved. By the time you get to the period of the Rishonim, around the turn of the millennium, you have great figures like Rav Alfasi, known as the Rith, who began to kind of resuscitate the study of the Jerusalem Talmud as a tool to understand difficult passages in the Babylonian Talmud. And of course, this would become much more prominent. Tosfot would also do the same kind of thing as well. Well, they'll say, we really want to understand the Bavli, and here's a difficult part. What does it say in the Yerushalmi? And they'll look back there to see how that improves the Bavli. It is kind of like the Jerusalem Talmud had become a value add to the Babylonian, but it was not independently studied. So unfortunately, what this meant was that no manuscripts, except for one important one called the Leiden manuscript, actually survived the Middle Ages. Almost everything else is fragmentary little pieces of the Jerusalem Talmud survived here and there, but only one full manuscript. It was copied in 1289, and the scribe actually said he thinks it's filled with mistakes. But, he's doing the best he can, and this is the manuscript that forms the basis of the Jerusalem Talmud that would later be printed in the early 16th century, the Editio Princeps, which was based primarily on the Leiden manuscript and a couple other versions as well. there is some significant promise that extensive study of the fragments in the Cairo Geniza may restore lost passages here and there, but it remains a very challenging Talmud to study, primarily because the text is not nearly as well worked over and as reliable and as cross-checked as the Babylonian Talmud was. The Jerusalem Talmud was kind of like the forgotten sister for much of its history. Very, very few commentaries were written on it, nothing like what was written on the Babylonian Talmud. However, in the post-war period, with the expansion of popular programs like Daf Yomi that really elevated the study of the Babylonian Talmud, there's a lot more scholars are turning their attention to the Jerusalem Talmud as well, to the older sister. And there is many, many more renewed students. There was recently completed a massive 51-volume English translation of the Jerusalem Talmud by the ROTHSCHILD Foundation, an absolutely remarkable work of scholarship. And so the Jerusalem Talmud may be getting much more attention now that we enter into a new technological era. I hope you found this video useful. And those of you who follow the series note that the reason I call this the Jewish History Lab is because I'm preparing these videos alongside the writing of a 3-volume book of Jewish history, a survey that goes from the earliest times right up to the modern period for Koren publishers in Jerusalem. And so if you are interested in following along, I really appreciate your attention. Please like and subscribe, and if you have something to offer in the comment section, I'd love to see what you have to say. And I just want to say thank you very much for watching this video.
I like rules, and I like beer. And I used to think I had to choose between making arbitrary regulations that govern every aspect of everyone's life and getting blackout drunk 24/7.
Hello, fellow students of Jewish history. I hope you are doing well. One of the things that frequently comes up in the comments on my videos has to do with the word Jew. A lot of people seem to be rather jealous of this word. They want to say it applies to us and not them. They want to say that you people who call yourselves Jews are not actually the real Jews. A lot of strange things like that. I'm not going to get into that kind of stuff today, but I would like to get into the etymology of the word Jew. Where does it come from? Especially because we should know it's not actually of Jewish origin, or not actually of Hebrew origin, to be more precise. The sound that the J makes in English does not even exist in the Hebrew language. In order to make that sound, modern Israelis use the letter G, and they add a kind of like little symbol, a little chick next to it to indicate it should be pronounced as J instead of J. So if that's the case, where exactly does this word come from? So it's also really important to note that the word is not used precisely any time in Jewish history. It is used in a very, very kind of foggy way, and the question of who is a Jew is even more complicated than where does this word come from. Variations of the word Jew can sometimes be distinctly derogatory, for a polite term for the word Jew and a derogatory term for the word Jew. Usually derivatives of the word Jew are derogatory when they have those kind of dual systems. And in fact, if we go to the Oxford English Dictionary, which is the go-to source for understanding how the English language works and has developed, you can see there's over 6 of the word Jew just in the English language. What exactly does this term mean? We have to bear in mind that tone, modern American English, a neutral term, but it can also be stated with a distinctly negative connotation depending on the context. And people, generally speaking, know when that's happening. This distinction between the neutral use of the term Jew and the distinctly derogatory use of that term was actually challenged by a British man named Marcus Schleimowitz in the late 1960s. And he actually sued the publishers of the Oxford English Dictionary about their definition of the Jew, which included the derogatory connotations as well. This suit turned out to not work out. As we have the 3 report, the case was ultimately decided in favor of the dictionary because, what is exactly a dictionary supposed to do? Is a dictionary supposed to measure how people actually use words, or is it supposed to suggest prospectively how people should use words? If we say the former, which obviously is what the judge decided, they're describing the reality of the English language. And so what we have in the end here, if you look at this screenshot from the Oxford English Dictionary, you see that the word Jew as a noun has one meaning, and the word Jew as a verb has a distinctly negative meaning. And as we shall see a little later, they've done something by labeling it, saying, by the way, this is intended as a negative thing. What we have in the end here, if you look at this screenshot from the Oxford English Dictionary, you see that the word Jew as a noun has one meaning, and the word Jew as a verb has a distinctly negative meaning. And as we shall see a little later, they've done something by labeling it and saying, by the way, this is intended as a negative thing. But here's the full definition. So it says here, 1a, a member of a people whose traditional religion is Judaism, right? So we want to say that Jew, someone who believes in Judaism, okay, and who trace their origins through the ancient Hebrew people of Israel to Abraham. Note 2 other words there, the Hebrew people and Israel, a follower or adherent of Judaism. Now, let's look at the paragraph underneath, which reads, the term usually refers to Jewish people from the period of the Babylonian exile and diaspora. The 6th century before the Common Era, that's already, over 1,000 years into what we would call Jewish history. So what are they in this video here? Although it may occasionally refer to those ancient Hebrew or Israelite traditions form the basis of Jewish religion and culture, etc. Now, note below there is definitely 1b, which is offensive, and here the Oxford English Dictionary perhaps thinking about that lawsuit from the late 1960s and early 70s, suggesting that we better label this as a warning. It's a hostile or contemptuous term for a Jewish person, and so on and so forth. Okay, so let's break down a little bit about how we got to this word Jew. Let's start with the earliest text with Genesis. You see that there's a pretty long list of genealogies, right? That's really what most of the book of Eve. And then a few generations from Adam and Eve, you have the figure Noah. Fame him and his family, including his children, from destruction of blood, Shem, Ham, and Japheth. And the latter 2, Ham and Japheth, are considered the children of Noah in Hebrew sources. In the rabbinic tradition, Ham and Japheth go on to populate the rest of the world. And so their offspring are called the children of Noah, or Noahides in modern English. And this is basically a Hebrew term, B'nai Noah, or B'nai Noach is the way Jews would pronounce it, that refers to all humanity, meaning there are Jews and there are B'nai Noach, the children of Noach. Jews are, of course, a subset of B'nai Noach. The Jews trace their lineage through the brother named Shem. That's, by the way, the origin of the word Semite. That term Semite was coined really in the 19th century in particular, when linguistics was being developed and they wanted to find a word for the peoples of that region, and they named them after Shem. Shem has a descendant whose name is Abraham. I'm going to put him here in a different color to indicate Abraham is when Jews start considering their lineage Jewish. Even though Abraham Abraham is, hundreds and hundreds of years before anyone will be called a Jew. Nevertheless, Abraham is, however, when he is described, is as the Ivri, as the Hebrew. And the word Ivri, why? Because he came from the region of Sumeria, the city of Ur, and he made his way along the traditional migrational path, following the Euphrates River and then crossing it and coming to the land of Israel. So because he came from Ivri, which is rendered in English as Hebrew. Okay, so that means that all the descendants of Abraham can also be called Hebrews because of that first designation. Still doesn't bring us, however, to the term Jew. So Abraham has a son, Isaac. Isaac has another son, so be Abraham's grandson, Jacob, in Hebrew, Yaakov. There's a fascinating discussion in the book of Genesis where Jacob has this kind of supernatural struggle with some kind of angelic being. And as a result of that all-night struggle by the river Yabok, the angel gives him a new name, Israel, which in Hebrew is Yisrael, and it means one who struggles with God. It's fascinating. Also, one of those major things that we're going to set aside because we're really focused on one thing here. We're being disciplined. We're going to focus on the word Jew. So that's where the Jewish people associate themselves either with the children of Jacob. You'll see, for example, a lot of synagogues and a big school system are called Beit Yaakov or Beth Jacob, the house of Jacob. But they're also known, especially in the Bible, as Bnei Yisrael, the children of Israel. Okay? Now, that's not to exclude being the children of Abraham or even the children of Noah, but the thing is, this is where the name Israel really comes from. Now, what about finally the word Jew? So Jacob has, of course, 12 sons who form the 12 tribes, and number 4 of those sons is named Yehuda, or in English it's rendered as Judah, and that's where the word Jew comes from. Now, you may be wondering to yourself, why child number 4? I mean, why wouldn't Jews call themselves Reubenites, for example, after the first of these sons, Reuven? We're going to explain it. It has to do a little bit more with history that happens later. So what happens is, if you're familiar with the biblical account, the Jews are in Egypt, they're enslaved for a while, then they return, and they come to the land, which is later called the land of Israel, and in their 12 tribal units, they occupy the land, as you can see here in this rough rendition of where those individual tribes were settled. You'll note that Judah, the 4th son, or really the descendants of the 4th son in particular, are primarily living in the region just south of Jerusalem. Jerusalem is kind of an interesting border territory. Down into the upper Negev region. That would be the region of Judah. Shimon has kind of like a place to occupy in the middle of Yehuda, and that's basically where the Judahites, or those who come from Judah, lived. For a while, these 12 tribes are separated, but then they come together under a single monarchy, which is kind of like a golden age under the kings Saul and David and Solomon. But then after Solomon, there is a civil war, and now we're talking about the 9th century before the Common Era, and the land is divided into 2 kingdoms. The kingdom which is still under Yehuda, under Judah. King David is from the tribe of Yehuda, and so his lineage is primarily there. And in the north, you have the kingdom which takes all 12 tribes, and the kingdom of Yehuda, of course, is outside it. That lasts for about a century and a half, and then in the late 80s, they take over the northern half population, moving them off into the region of Mesopotamia. This is the period when we talk. Nevertheless, it refers to the end of the northern kingdom of Israel and the displacement of its population to Mesopotamia. So that's basically it for the political reality, the entity called the Kingdom of Israel in the north. Of course, that name would be resurrected in the 20th century for the modern state of Israel. but that's basically what happens is the northern kingdom of Israel is gone. A lot of that population, however, moves, especially as refugees, to the south. And so you have a lot of the population of the northern region of Israel actually now living in the region of Judah or in the kingdom of Judah. Kingdom of Judah, however, does not last that long itself. About a century and a half after that, they are invaded by the Babylonians under King Nebuchadnezzar, and there is another exile. Again, these are not necessarily total exiles. It's not like the region was rendered Judenrein, to use a modern terminology, but significant sections of the population were removed, especially the nobility and so on. And so you've got another major population movement to Babylonia, this remarkable piece of art by Edward Bendeman that I often think about, representing the Jews by the rivers of Babylon, right? Remember when Abraham crossed the Euphrates, here they are back at the Euphrates, and you can see in the distance, there's the ziggurats of Babylonia and so on. So you've got about a century where the Jews are now ensconced in Babylonia, or a large proportion of them are in Babylonia. I said the Jews, but really I should say the Judahites, right? The people from the kingdom of Judah. And then, amazingly, under Cyrus, they're released and allowed to return to the land of Judah, where they reestablish themselves as a political entity. The region is part of the Babylonian Empire, and it's called Yahud, which is obviously a Persian form of the word Yehuda or Judah. Now, one of the things that's especially fascinating about this period is that around this time, we have the phenomenon of many of the children of Jacob, even though they may come from other tribes, identifying themselves as Yehudim, as people from Judah. The best example is in the book of Esther, which is set in Persia, in the city of Shushan. And Mordecai, who's shown here in this remarkable 17th century painting, Mordecai, who is identified clearly as a member of the tribe of Benjamin, nevertheless calls himself Ish Yehudi. He's referred to as a Jewish man. So it's around this time when we begin to see that the children of Jacob, the children of Israel, begin to refer to themselves as Jews, as Yehudim, even though they are not necessarily from that specific tribe. And in fact, almost all of the tribal designations were lost in the sands of time, and most Jews today have no idea what tribe they possibly could have come from. Exception, of course, with the priestly caste and the Levites, but most Jews simply don't know what tribe they come from. They're all sort of like a generic Jew. Now, where does the word Jew with the J in particular come from? It appears that while Jews are calling themselves Yehudim, this is a term that's picked up by other languages, most significantly by the Greeks. This is the earliest inscription we have that refers to Jews in Greek. This is called the Moskos Judaeos inscription, and it was found in Greece in the 3rd century before the Common Era. You can see where I've highlighted in yellow, you have the word Judaeos, which is clearly a Greek rendering of the word Judea, right? The U sound in Greek becomes a J sound in a lot of other later languages. So it's especially fascinating inscription because it refers to someone who comes from the land of Judea, who it clearly has, sort of a dedication to the pantheon of Greek gods. So, like, it doesn't appear like he's a particularly religious Jew by rabbinic standards, but nevertheless he is referred to as an inhabitant of Judea, of Yehuda. So that's where we have this first term, Judeos. And then it's especially repeated over and over again in Greek sources. In the Greek New Testament, of course, it's an extremely important word because it is the group from which Jesus himself derives, and most of Jesus's interactions are with fellow Jews. But it's also worth noting that one particular Jew stands out in a very negative way that will have implications for the negative connotation of the word Jew. And that is, of course, one of his followers, Judas, one of the apostles, who betrays Jesus famously. And you can see it in this 15th century representation. He betrays him by identifying him with a kiss to the Roman authorities. And you can see here that Judas portrayed with stereotypical red hair. In medieval art, red hair is often used in a caricature manner and often associated with Jews. And in fact, there is some interesting DNA evidence from bodies recovered in a well in Norwich, England, that Jews often had red hair in medieval ages, which would have been somewhat distinctive. But here you can see also with the distinctively ugly physiognomy and so on, Judas, which is of course the Latin way to pronounce the Hebrew word Yehuda or Judah, has an unfortunate connotation because it's often confused with the word Jew, but it has otherwise no special relationship. Yehuda was an extremely common name, and we have lots and lots of Yehudas in history. So the term Jew in particular is also used as kind of an outsider term for Jews, like what other people refer to those people, which we will call Jews. But it's also important to note that internally, Jews often retained a lot of the earlier terms. For example, the term Israel was especially popular among Jews, especially when referring to the land. This, for example, is a tetradrachm from the Bar Kokhba revolt in the year 132 of the Common Era, when the rebels, the Jewish rebels, would seize the coinage of the Romans, heat them up, and then re-stamp them with Jewish language and Jewish symbols and things like that. You can see some trumpets from the temple and a lyre on the right here. And in Paleo Hebrew, it's written regarding the freedom of Israel. Not the freedom of Judea, but the freedom of Israel. It's interesting that they hearken back to that old kingdom that was destroyed by Sennacherib in the 8th century, and that was, of course, repeated in the 20th century with the establishment of the state of Israel. But when all is said and done, the term Jew is used by contemporary Jews to refer to, as we saw in the Oxford English Dictionary, all descendants of Abraham, even though the term Jew had not been invented in this time and should have been called Hebrews then. It's used to refer to the Jews in the time of, let's say, who lived in North, even when the term Yehuda was not very prominent, as a way to describe this unusual people with a very long history. Wow, that was really complicated, wasn't it? I hope you found it useful nevertheless. And if this is the first video you're watching, I'd really love it if you come back to my channel. And I've got tons of videos on a lot of Jewish history because I find it absolutely fascinating to talk about. And I'm glad that there are a lot of people who enjoy listening and interacting in the comment section as well. Thank you very much for watching.
Supreme Food Court joke. Here goes. Hey, we're going to the mall. How about we eat at the Supreme Food Court? So I can learn my thoughts. That's my parents.
Hello, fellow students of Jewish history. Let us continue our Jewish History Lab series by looking at the Babylonian Talmud. If you're curious, go back to the first season of these videos where I have a little bit more generic information and actually a little bit more of a direction of interpretation of the significance of the Talmud there. But for today, I'd like to take a little bit more of a geopolitical approach and then focus in a little bit on the basic information, which we really, the Babylonian Talmud is so crucial, so important to Jewish history that we should understand the foundations of it as well. So first of all, let's just place this within its historical context. Here's a map that gives us an overview of the entire Mediterranean basin between the 1st and the 3rd centuries. And you can see it's got some really useful information on the expansion of Christianity in particular, which, as you can see from those kind of starbursts, that's where a lot of the influence was emanating to the region. And of course, this is a period of tremendous growth for the early Christian movement, would really achieve a huge milestone in the early 4th century when the Edict of Milan would be published. And this would essentially give the Christians pretty much equal status with Jews as a religious group. Until then, they were considered really an illegitimate religious group, not a religio legita, a recognized religion, and that exposed them to a lot of legal disabilities and sometimes outright persecution. But at the beginning of the 4th century, when Christianity was recognized, and then, of course, not long afterwards, it would become the official state religion of the empire, based in Byzantium on this map later, Constantinople, named after the emperor Constantine, around whom these events really circulated. That would have a distinct impact on the status of Judaism, primarily because as Christianity rose, the fortunes of Judaism largely declined, something that will continue right up until the modern era in Europe in particular. But what I'm going to focus on in particular is what's happening just to the right of the map. You can see there that kind of purple jagged line represents the edge of the Roman Empire. It would be split into its western and eastern sections. What's happening on the eastern side of that jagged line? That's essentially the region of Mesopotamia, or Babylonia, where there's a very significant Jewish population, and that's where the Babylonian Talmud would be written. Here's another map that shows you the Roman Empire and the Parthian Empire, which dominated Persia and the entire region at this time. It existed right up until the 3rd century, and Rome and the Parthian Empire are at loggerheads, and their successors, the Sassanids, would also follow in that, involved both the wars between Rome and the Parthian Empire and its successor. This will be relevant for us today, is that we're going to be discussing the history of community on the eastern edge of the Roman Empire. And they developed very, very differently in many ways. Let's have a look at the academies as we understand them. So we've already talked quite a bit about the academies on the western region, what in fact the Talmud calls the yeshivas of the West. This map here shows you the two major population centers of Jews in the 1st and 2nd centuries. Of course, obviously the land of Israel, which has a lot of Jews living there. Some of the highlighted words like Tel Aviv was not a city back then, of course, but it's placed there for some sense of geography, and that's where most of the Jews, of course, were living in the 1st century. But there's a significant population way out to the right-hand side of this map, where the Euphrates and the Tigris rivers come together. This is the locale of ancient Babylonia, where the Jews were first exiled to in the 6th century before the Common Era. Now, it's interesting because in many ways this was the original home of the Israelites, because Abraham actually comes from this region. He's called the Ivri, the one who crosses over, because he crossed the Euphrates River on his way to the land of Israel, as described in the book of Genesis. But this becomes a major center of Jewish population really only in the 6th century before the Common Era, when the Neo-Babylonian king Nebuchadnezzar exiles a large population of the Jews from the southern region of Judah into Babylonia. And they establish quite a community there. And there's some significant and really fascinating archaeological evidence that emerges from this period that shows the Jews thriving as a people in this region. They would eventually be allowed to return under Cyrus later in the 6th century, and they would reestablish their community in the land of Israel, as we discussed in just one recent video. But they would remain as well in Babylonia and continue to flourish. One of the oldest Jewish communities in the world is located here because of that 6th century exile. And that's where the Talmud would be written. But before that, let's just quickly go back and remember the Jerusalem Talmud, which preceded the Babylonian work of Rabbi Yochanan and Reish Lakish. They are the most prominent rabbis in this massive discussion of things biblical and things Mishnaic. I'll get back to that in a little while. But there's a lot of political difficulty in the 4th century in particular. Although there was a period when the Roman Empire was led by the Antonine and the Severan dynasties, where Jews had a little bit of a relaxation of the persecution that followed the two disastrous Roman-Jewish wars, that begins to turn in the 4th century in large part because of the Edict of Milan and all that signifies, there would be a revolt in the middle of the 4th century against a Roman governor named Gallus, and that would be put down quite harshly by the Romans. But it is at this time, immediately after the revolt against Gallus, that there seems to be a concerted effort to try and gather up all of the intellectual fragments that went together to make up the body of learning that would have ultimately become the Jerusalem Talmud. So that's all happening in the 4th century. There are some scholars who suspect that the Jerusalem Talmud has a different character because the editing process was rather rushed in comparison to Babylonia, where the Jews had actually quite a bit more, a longer duration of peace, and that allowed them to refine the text. But at any rate, that's when the Jerusalem Talmud emerges. If we move over to the Mesopotamian region, we see that there are a few key events. And one of them that's really crucial is the arrival in the region of an individual who is known by the name Rab. It's actually a title. It means the teacher. He came from Israel in the year 219 of the Common Era. He was actually a native of Babylonia who had studied in Israel and brought back some of the teachings that were going on in the land of Israel. And he was perhaps the first of a whole class of peripatetic rabbis who would move between Babylonia and Israel, sharing the results of the deliberations in their academies. These were the so-called nechute, which means those who go down. They refer specifically to those who leave from the land of Israel, which is metaphorically considered higher in elevation. So they went down to the land of Babylonia and shared what they learned there. But there was also cross-fertilization going back to Jerusalem for, basically 200 years. There is much more of a relaxed environment for the Jews living in Babylonia. There were a few moments of persecution, sometimes associated with the rise of the Zoroastrians, sometimes reflected in the texts of the Talmud. And there is, every now and then is punctuated by violent conflict as a result of that Roman-Persian war that's going on for centuries. One of the most important moments of disruption that specifically targets the city of Nehardha, one of the great centers of the Babylonian Talmud researchers, was when a figure named Odenatus Septimus, who came from the region of Palmyra up to the northwest, and he came down into this region and he destroyed Nehardha in the year 259. That caused a lot of the scholars there to be displaced to some of the other great yeshivas. Perhaps the two most significant are shown here on this map, Pumbedita and Sura. They had a rivalry that went on for literally centuries for which yeshiva, which center of learning would be the most significant. And all of this is really describing sort of the centrality of the Talmud and it's the discussions of the Talmud to the Jews living in this region. But we can't forget there's a tremendous amount of popular history that is not only embedded in the Talmud as a source itself, but also in the archaeological record, like these fascinating Aramaic curse bowls, some 1,500 of which have been discovered in the region. They're written in Aramaic, which is the language used by all people in the region, not just Jews. It's not exclusively a Jewish language, although these curse bowls seem to have been written by Jews, perhaps for non-Jewish customers. It's really not clear how they were employed, other than basically these would be Jewish themes in the spells. Sometimes they would have, as this one does, kind of like the depiction of a demon at the base of the bowl. This would happen to look like a rather friendly demon, some of them not so friendly. And then the bowls would be, ritually broken up or damaged or degraded in one way or another, kind of like we saw in the execration figurines from Egypt that go back, almost 2,000 years earlier than this. And so there's really mysterious things about how did Jews actually live here outside of Talmudic culture. but not for our discussion today, mainly because I don't know a lot about it. I have to do a lot more reading, but fascinating sort of themes as to what's going on. Now, so I've given you a little bit about the origins of the Babylonian Jewish community. I've given you a little bit of some of the relationship of the thinkers, the rabbis who created the Talmud, to their predecessors in the land of Israel. And we've talked, of course, about the Jerusalem Talmud. Let us now turn to the Babylonian Talmud itself. What exactly is it? Now, it's a massive document. In the current standard printed edition, it takes up 2,711 folios. That means 2 sides and 1 page, so about 5,500 pages. The reason why I happen to know that number offhand, 2,711, is because, of course, there is this really popular study group, sometimes called the world's largest book club, called Daf Yomi, which means literally a folio a day. It was started in the 1920s, and basically all around the world, Jews who are interested in the Talmud, and I assume some non-Jews as well, study 1 page a day of this massive document, and they conclude it every 7.5 years. It's a rather amazing event, and you can travel all around the world and pick up the page that you were missing from the day prior. It's fascinating. So it's this huge document. It's written, as I mentioned, largely in Aramaic, although it quotes heavily from Hebrew sources, most significantly the Mishnah, and I'll talk about that again in a second. And it also has influence of, you'll see Greek words in there, Latin words in there, Persian words in there, all, showing how this is a multi-generational document that was literally composed by about 2,000 different authors. These are primarily rabbis, religious experts, who are debating this core text called the Mishnah, which we have discussed in a previous video. I encourage you to go back there and have a look if you're curious. But basically, the Mishnah is sort of a companion to the Torah, the first 5 books of Moses. In traditional Jewish thought, both the written Torah that exists in the biblical form that many Jews revere today was given alongside an oral body teaching. So this is the written Torah and the oral Torah. And those oral teachings were eventually codified into text. And one of those major texts is the Mishnah, which was codified around the year 200 and basically deals with aspects of Jewish law and behavior. It's a kind of a bizarre text by modern standards. It's not a law code. It's not a list of rules. It's sort of like icebreaker conversations to talk about, how does one actually live according to the Torah. And the discussions often do not come to a clear conclusion, and so it sort of requires further involvement in the text. This further involvement of living students, literally talking and speaking about what this means and debating with each other, was eventually codified into a series of conversations, which we call the Talmud. That's basically it. There's also, by the way, the word Talmud, which means the learning, is identical with something called the Gemara, which means the finishing. But it's basically a super discussion of the discussion in the Mishnah, which is itself connected to the Torah. Not in a precise analogy, but if the Mishnah is sort of like a commentary in the Talmud. It's not exactly a commentary because there's a lot of things discussed in the Mishnah which are not made explicit in the Torah, but there's kind of like parallel texts. So if the Mishnah is sort of a commentary on the Torah, the Talmud can be understood as sort of a commentary on the Mishnah. That's basically what it does. That's its function. The bottom line of the Talmud is it gives an opportunity for the students of the Torah to engage in a wide-ranging discussion of what it means to follow a particular commandment. What are the parameters of that commandment? Who is obligated to follow the commandment? Are there exceptions? All kinds of things are discussed in the Talmud this way. Now, you might wonder, if it's an open-ended discussion, why is it codified in the first place? Why not just keep it going on and on? Well, on one level, it does go on and on because the commentaries like Rashi and Tosfot and others continue the discussion much further, right up into the 21st century. But on another level, it's kind of like these are the guardrails for a productive discussion of the Torah. Kind of like, this is maybe not the right analogy, but sometimes I wonder, I see kids, they like to sometimes watch recordings of other people playing video games. And you say, like, why would you do that? Why would you want to play the video game on your own? But apparently, it's deeply satisfying to see how someone else succeeds or fails in these video games. So, not the greatest of analogies, but I think the idea is that Talmud allows you to follow the discussion of a group of really incredible minds, refined over time by later minds who codify their language into a very compact form. But it's all about, how do we observe these commandments? I'll give you one example. So the Torah says several times that we're supposed to observe the Sabbath and keep it holy. Great. How exactly do you do that? So there's a juxtaposition in the Torah of the construction of the tabernacle in the desert, the Mishkan, with the observance of the Sabbath. And the rabbis understand that juxtaposition means that the kinds of activities that were going on in the construction of the tabernacle are the things that you should avoid on the Sabbath. In other words, if I say to an employee, okay, make sure all the filing is done, send out all the emails, answer all the messages, and then Friday is your day off, you would assume that Friday means, no more filing, no more emails, no more answering the phone. Right? That's the way that the logic works. But then, now we got to go back and say, okay, constructing the tabernacle, what's involved in constructing the tabernacle? So that goes into a massive discussion of all the activities involved in creating the walls and dyeing the fabrics and slaughtering the animals for the sacrifices and all those things. And it eventually all boils down through the Mishnah into this massive tractate, Shabbat, which deals with those laws, which is one section of this massive 2,711 folio document called the Talmud. What is its significance? It's massively significant. It becomes, after it is codified around the year 500, it becomes the central go-to text for Jews who really want to understand, why do we do the things we do? Should we be doing them exactly the way we're doing them? Any authoritative thinker in Judaism must go through the arguments of the Talmud in order to understand why these particular practices are adopted, why others are not adopted, and so on. And since the Talmud is such a crucial document dealing primarily with Jewish law, lots of other really useful information, which appears, only lightly connected to the material sometimes, almost tangential to the material, is included in there. So, for example, the whole, philosophy of the afterlife and good and evil and reward and punishment and all kinds of philosophical things are piled into the Talmud as well. It is, by a Western sensibility, after reading Greek texts and the Western canon, it seems like a chaotic kind of document. It's really not, but it is definitely not arranged on Western lines. You follow these discussions through many, many different areas of thought. Every page is completely refreshed and completely new, and really quite a fascinating document. You can understand why Daf Yomi is really such a popular program. Now, let me mention in closing that there are many misconceptions about the Talmud. In the Talmud, they began to think of it as a document which is basically what is keeping Jews from converting to Christianity. If it's keeping Jews from converting to Christianity, it must have all kinds of negative information in there, and it has to be banned or restricted and so on. And this is kind of a trope, an anti-Talmudism that extends from the 13th century, really in some places up to the current day, especially after a very nasty work was published in the year 1700 called Judaism Revealed, which was basically every single nasty possible statement you could pull out of this massive document authored by 2,000 different rabbis and several other people who are not rabbis, over a course of several hundred years of discussion. Now, it's true that there are some passages in there which are not complementary to pretty much everybody you could think of. I think Christians, women, slaves, non-Jews, you will find the occasional nasty passage in there which does not feel comfortable for modern readers. But I would challenge any serious student of history to find me any text, particularly of this size, from the 3rd, 4th, 5th century, that doesn't have far more egregious language, xenophobic language, and things like that. It is a tiny little minority of the number of words that are used in the Talmud. They are almost always taken way out of context and used to portray the most heinous and false lies against contemporary Jews. And it's really an unfair way to try and look at this text from a scholarly perspective, let alone a religious perspective. And, if you want, and if you're skeptical about this, please go have a look at one of the men. Actually, I'd be nervous to just put Talmud in the search engine because there are lots of crazy people out there when you put the word Talmud in. Just go to an authoritative website, like, for example, Sefaria.org, which has massive amounts of rabbinic literature, including the Talmud, in translation, and you can go through it yourself. If you want, you can cherry pick and go zero in on some of those nasty passages that you may have read in some of the darker parts of the web. But the document is so overwhelmingly positive and useful and productive that it's hard not to see those tiny passages within the scope of the large document, and especially when you consider it within the context in which they are written, as really, besides the point of how valuable the Talmud is as a guide for Jewish life as a whole. It's really a wonderful, inspirational document. I've spent many, many years myself studying it, writing about it, and speaking about it on other podcasts. So I could go on and on, but I think what I need to do for now is stop, because I've given you sort of like a sense of where the Babylonian Talmud was written, when it was written, why it was written, what it does, and then we're going to move on in this series. As those of you who are regulars know, this series is written in conjunction with a forthcoming book from Koren Press from Jerusalem, and that's why I call it the Jewish History Lab, because I'm sort of like writing the chapters as I'm writing these videos, and I'm looking forward to your commentary and your feedback so that we can make the book as excellent as possible. Meanwhile, thank you very much for watching.
I'm still working through the last bench. Emphasis on bench.
He's so dumb, he hit his head trying to dive into his open screensaver.
Hello, fellow students of Jewish history. If you are binge watching the Jewish History Lab, I'm amazed that so many of you have gotten this far in the series. I have to apologize that it's been a whole year gap since the last time I recorded one of these. That's for a variety of reasons, and I'll take a moment to explain right now. I came up with this Jewish History Lab idea essentially because I was working on a book for Koren Publishers in Jerusalem, and that book project is going along very well. The first of 3 projected volumes. This is a history of the Jewish people from the earliest times to the present day. First volume is with the editors in Jerusalem. It's gone through peer review, and we're working now primarily on the maps and things like that. So it is making its way through the publication process, and I am heavily at work on volume 2. So that's going okay, but the last year has been a huge hiatus because a lot of changes in my personal life, good ones, thank God. And then, of course, the amazing and awful distraction that October 7th has occasioned for anyone who has any connection to Israel. And that really required me to spend a lot more of my energy working with you on videos of different topics. But, we're hoping that situation in Israel is resolved as soon as possible in an acceptable way for all parties, such that we will return to peace and prosperity in the region for every population there, with especially a return of the hostages But let us go back at this point to the Jewish History Lab, and I'd like to pick up, it's not in sequence, but I'm going to pick up from the 2nd and 3rd century, and especially I want to look at the 4th century because it represents a period of tremendous resurgence during the era of the Byzantine domination of the land of Israel. That's what I'd like to spend some time talking with you about right now. So let's go to that period here. Now have a look at this map here. You can see the nature of the Jewish dispersion as we approach the 4th century. The sort of purple line on the outside represents the limits of the Roman Empire. It's massive and encompasses the entire Mediterranean basin. And then there are scattered pockets of Jewish population throughout the empire. There is, of course, a very strong population still in the land of Israel. There were massive deportations after the Great Revolt ended in the year 70. Masada and it would be conquered a couple years later, but it was really by the time the temple burned in the year 70, there was definitely a huge change in the land of Israel. And so you have the dispersion of the Jews spreading throughout the entire region, and that's in addition to the large pockets of Jews that lived in Babylonia, in Alexandria, Egypt, and even a growing population in Rome itself. The starbursts in this particular map are especially important because they show very important centers of Christian activity, because of course Christianity will be growing during the first few centuries after the Great Revolt, and Christian communities tend to expand around Jewish communities. St. Paul, when he would be traveling throughout the region and proselytizing for the new faith, he would typically go quite frequently to known Jewish communities where there would be perhaps an audience of Jews open to the message of Christianity, but as well many sort of fellow travelers who were, drawn perhaps originally to the Jews and their very different and very competitive ideology for the era, but the sort of the high bar of entry into Judaism, which included, for example, circumcision and the dietary regulations, Sabbath observance, and that was too much for many of these fellow travelers. But the message that St. Paul brought was really quite a bit more palatable because it did not have those demands, but it did have the great benefits of life after death, personal God, things like that. So you tend to see a lot of strong Christian communities developing around the nucleus of Jewish communities for that reason. Looking more closely at the land of Israel, you can see that after the Bar Kokhba rebellion failed in the 4th decade of the 2nd century, the region is divided up significantly. You have the renaming of Judea Syria, Palestina. That's the entire region, really reaching from what we would call today Israel into the regions of Lebanon and Syria and a bit of Jordan. The region associated specifically with the land of Israel is divided into 3 parts: Palestina Prima, Palestina Secunda, and Palestina Tertia. The first, the second, and the third Palestines. This is when the term Palestine really comes into widespread usage. Hadrian, after he put down the revolt in probably the year 136, possibly 137, he insisted on renaming Judea to try and wipe out the memory of the Jews living there, and he reached back to the population that we call the Philistines in the Bible. They're referred to in Greek texts as Palestinae, and so he took that name and applied it to this Roman territory. And there were still Jews living throughout the region, especially in the northern section, Palestina Secunda, where a lot of Jews had fled in the context of a revolt. So that's basically the setting of this short video. Jews rebelled several times against Roman rule. We have the Great Rebellion 66 to 70, and then a couple of battles that lasted up till 74. You have the Kitos Rebellion in 117. You have the Bar Kokhba revolt just mentioned, and then in 351 you have another revolt, sometimes called the Gallus Revolt, which is not as well known, but each one of those was a disaster for the Jewish rebels, and Rome consistently reasserted its authority over the region and often followed it up with some significant persecution as well. There was a brief respite for Jews, actually a couple of respites for different reasons. The most significant political respite was a result of the rise of the Emperor Julian, who is known in much of the historiography as Julian the Apostate, because he tried to turn the clock back from Christianity and revive paganism in Rome. And as part of his overall plan, he wanted to actually rebuild the temple. He wanted to give the Jews back their temple, not so much because he was such a friend of the Jews or a friend of Judaism or a friend of monotheism, but he felt that, with the rise of Christianity, that the all faiths were put down, and this was certainly true for the Jewish experience, but by rising all faiths, that was a way of kind of diminishing Christianity. His rule ended very abruptly in the year 363, just 2 years in power, so it really didn't come to anything in terms of the rebuilding of the temple, basically a blip in the overall pattern of an ascendant church and the synagogue or Judaism in decline in terms of its political and social and economic status. Perhaps the most significant element of that decline is in the erosion of Jewish government at this time. There was the institution of the Patriarchate, in Hebrew the Nasiut, where you had some figures who were the chief religious and political authorities of the Jewish community after the destruction of the temple. There is significant debate among scholars as to what was the actual extent of their power, but we know they existed right up into the early 5th century. However, the emperors of the Eastern Roman Empire, which is called, by the way, the Byzantine Empire, Rome in the west, the empire is going into decline. Rome, the city itself, will be sacked several times in the 5th century, and the city of Byzantium, at this time known as Constantinople, would be the main center of the Roman Empire. But it was during the period of the Byzantine empires where you have more and more closeness to Christianity, beginning with Constantine himself, and at the same time a suppression of the rights, politically, socially, and otherwise, of the Jewish population. Perhaps the most significant example of this is Justinian I, who reigned from 527 to 565, a very long reign, in which he imposed a tremendous number of restrictions on Jews. The banning of construction of new synagogues, sometimes the confiscation of synagogues and their rededication as churches. These rules were, by the way, quite frequently ignored, perhaps more often ignored than actually observed, but nevertheless, moments of punctuated persecution and a really invasive approach to what happens inside the synagogue. Justinian I, for example, banned the reading of the Torah in Hebrew. It could be read, but only in particular authorized translations into other languages. As it were, I don't know, maybe he wanted to kind of like assimilate Jews by forcing them to engage with the Greek language, and who knows, but it definitely was not well received by the Jews. Also, a ban on Mishnah, the study of the oral Torah, which was, for Jews incredibly onerous, because the Jews always understand the Torah historically as being part of two documents: the Torah itself, the written Torah, which we call the 5 books of Moses, and at the same time the oral Torah, which includes, among other books, the most significant is, in terms of law, the Mishnah. So the Mishnah is essentially what explains how to apply the Torah in actual practice. And if you ban the Mishnah, that's essentially like banning traditional Judaism. So how did the Jews deal with these unusual challenges that really began to be gathering steam in the 4th century and move forward? I'm going to outline 4 basic responses that really illustrate the incredible resilience of the Jewish people in the 4th century and the ways in which they adapted strategies to affect their survival in this extremely hostile environment. The same kind of pattern, incidentally, that would be evidenced time and time again over the millennial history of the Jewish people. The first is the institution of a fixed calendar in the year 359. The calendar is incredibly important, especially if you have a diaspora population. They're spread out, far apart, slow, poor communications, and how do you know what day the holidays fall on? Traditionally, the Jewish calendar was based on the physical sighting of the moon and then the testimony of those witnesses in Jerusalem that they in fact saw the new moon appear, and therefore the calendar could be calculated. Recall, of course, that if you work on a lunar calendar, it doesn't divide itself into like the exact same number of days every month. Here in the West, because we use the Gregorian calendar, we tend to not even have any sense of when the phases of the moon are. But the Jewish calendar has a strong lunar element to it, such that the first of the month is always when you have no moon. The 15th is when you have a full moon, and so on. And since the days are not exactly 30 or 31, it has to be recalculated every month. Moreover, if you count the number of lunar days in a full 4 seasons, it comes up short. You only have 354, if I remember. 354, maybe. It's around 350 something days. I should really look it up, but I forgot. It's about 350 odd days in a lunar calendar, which means that every year of a solar calendar, which is roughly 365 days, you are losing some days. Now, the Muslims, by the way, observe a strictly lunar calendar, and that's why their holidays keep moving. Every few years, they're shortened by a few days. They come earlier and earlier. You can have Ramadan in October, you can have Ramadan in April. That's just the way the lunar calendar works. The Jewish calendar is actually both lunar and solar because the Bible requires the observance of the holiday of Passover in the springtime. So therefore, the calendar has to be adjusted every so often to make sure that Passover will fall in the springtime. That's why in the Jewish calendar, the month of Adar is doubled several times over a 19-year cycle, so that even though the lunar calendar is always losing days, that extra month, that leap month, actually places Passover back into its proper time. That's why, here we are speaking in English, so in Anglo cultures, people will say something like, oh, Rosh Hashanah is very late this year because it occurs in late September, early October, as opposed to late August, early September. And the truth is, Rosh Hashanah is always on time. It's September that is out of joint. But at any rate, with the situation in the 4th century, with Jews scattered all over, and with an inability to rely on reliable communications from Jerusalem, that in fact the new month had been declared. Don't forget that Jews were actually banned from entering Jerusalem after the Bar Kokhba revolt for quite some time. So a lot of these things were not possible anymore. So therefore, in the year 359, the Jews responded to this uncertainty by creating a fixed calendar that is still in use today, a remarkably important survival strategy that helped them weather the challenges of the era. Second major innovation was the codification of the Talmud. Now, I'd like to get back to the Talmud in a larger discussion later. It's too big a topic to squeeze in here. But for our purposes, let us just recall that after the writing of the Mishnah, which was brought together around the year 220, there's a tremendous amount of discussion that surrounds it by scholars after that time that really sheds light on what's quite cryptic in the Mishnah itself, what's hidden in the text of the Mishnah, and how to interpret the Mishnah. Just as the Mishnah interprets the Torah, it's not a precise definition, but fairly close, the Jerusalem Talmud will also interpret the Mishnah. And this was a remarkable achievement because by putting it into text and actually writing it down as a manuscript as opposed to a body of oral teachings, it suddenly made this massive amount of wisdom, many times larger than the size of the Mishnah itself, and many, many times larger than the size of the Torah. It made it accessible to Jews throughout the Mediterranean basin and far out into Babylonia, where ultimately it would play a role in the creation of the much larger and more influential Babylonian version of the Talmud. We should clarify, by the way, that we call it the Jerusalem Talmud, but that's a bit of a misnomer. Most of the writing of the Talmud happened in the north, around the city of Tiberias. You also have a significant amount of activity happening on the coast in Kizari, but it wasn't written in Jerusalem. Another term that's frequently used in the scholarly literature is the Palestinian Talmud, which up until recently was a perfectly neutral term. Palestinian meant a region of geography so labeled by the Romans, and everybody understood what they were talking about. But now it just sounds so jarring because a group of people have used that name to describe their nationality, and they certainly don't have a Talmud. So the term Jerusalem Talmud is used because the term Palestinian Talmud is perhaps even more misleading. So the codification of an intellectual text that is at the core of Jewish learning and making it portable, making it accessible to Jews all over the world, phenomenal strategy that was developed to survive the vicissitudes of the era. Third or fourth, the development of piyut. I've never really thought about this so much before, but I'm reading some things which are just quite fascinating. Piyut is related to the English word poetry through the Greek origins. It's basically a kind of liturgical poetry that has its origins in the Byzantine period, and may have a lot to do with what I mentioned earlier about Justinian I and his ban on the study of the Mishnah. Some of the great Taitanim, or authors of piyut, including Yossi ben Yossi and Yanai and the great Kalir, they write these ornate, complex, flowery liturgical compositions that are meant to be inserted into the prayer book. And in fact, they were enthusiastically adopted by congregations all over the region. They are published in prayer books to this very day. And we should understand the function that they played. If Jews were prohibited from public discussion, public teaching of their texts, that the Mishnah was banned, and that the original Hebrew text of the Torah was also banned, then the authorship of these new poems with their arcane embedded references, which would be missed by the authorities but would be readily available to the educated, would be another opportunity to gain access to the basic teachings of Judaism. Really fascinating, again, literary response to the persecution, which actually was a very, very useful survival strategy. And then finally, this is the fourth of four strategies, the development of synagogues. The institution of the synagogue and its later representation in other faiths, with churches and with mosques, for example, is one of the great contributions of the Jewish people to world civilization. In the ancient world, religion tends to be very cultic and based on a specific location. That goes for Judaism as well, with the establishment of the central temple in Jerusalem. And all kind of like religious activity was, not all, but like the vast majority of religious activity was like focused on those structures and the professional staff that managed them. And, that's what religion was. However, even before the temple was destroyed, we have an example of Jews creating these smaller houses of worship, which do not take the term temple for themselves. That would happen, by the way, in the 19th century when there was the Reform movement in particular wanted to try and make a distinction between synagogues, which are like temporary prayer houses, that they are like secondary to the great temple in Jerusalem. So by renaming the local house of worship a temple, it's a way of saying, no, this is it. We are here. We don't necessarily have to be looking back to the temple of Jerusalem. Orthodox synagogues generally do not call their houses of worship temples. They call them a much more humble name. The word synagogue just means place of gathering. The Hebrew term Beit Knesset means the same, as so does Eglis and many other words like this. Ecclesiasta, church, they all come from the word meaning gathering places, much more simple than temple, which is much grander. Jews began to create these even while the temple was still standing, perhaps out of like a spontaneous desire to have a place to gather and to discuss and to communally praise God. That's something that seems to have been very much embedded deep within the Jewish tradition, and it begins to show itself in the first century of the Common Era, perhaps the first century before the Common Era. Here's one of the earliest pieces of archaeological evidence we have for synagogues. This is the so-called Theodotus inscription, which comes from Jerusalem. It's a large ashlar block which has this Greek text, which, if you have been in synagogues, you will recognize it. It is a plaque, right? This is something which is it is kind of ironic. It's the very first, earliest example we have of a synagogue has a plaque thanking a donor for making a big contribution to the synagogue. Theodotus is this man, a Jewish man, writing in Greek, which was like the high literary language for the educated classes, of how he paid for the building, paid for the new plumbing system, and all kinds of things like that. Just fascinating. We're not exactly sure how to date it. It's roughly dated to the first century before the Common Era to the first century of the Common Era. It was found at the bottom of a well, so clearly not at the place where it was originally built. Possibly the synagogue was destroyed in the context of the Roman-Jewish War, and then this was thrown into a well like that. But at any rate, we have these plaques. And we have some evidence of synagogues in this early period, but we have a massive flourishing of synagogues under Byzantine rule. Just to look at a few of them here, here's some gorgeous artwork from the Hamat Tiberias synagogue that portrays a zodiac. There's often a lot of contemporary artwork that is incorporated into the synagogue, even when it's somewhat challenging to religious sensibilities at the time. There's frequently dedications in Greek because, as I mentioned, that's one of the dominant languages of the educated classes. Sometimes the artwork, like you see in this remarkable mosaic at Beit Alpha, it portrays the sacrifice of Isaac. You can see on the right is the sacrificial altar, and then Abraham is the large figure on the right, holding a knife in the right hand and Isaac in his left hand. And you can see just to the left of Abraham a rather unusual symbol of a hand, as it were, the angel, reaching out to stay Abraham's slaughtering of his son in Genesis 22. The ram is there, and the other two figures, I believe, are Eliezer and Yishmael, but I'm not positive. But still, beautiful illustrative art of the period. And we also see, in Beit Alpha, once again, a zodiac, which is very, very common in Jewish artwork from the Byzantine period to the present day. So to recap, 4 really big survival strategies that demonstrated Jewish resilience and creativity in the face of the persecution of the era, that not only gave the Jewish population the ability to survive the vicissitudes of the Byzantine era, but also carry forward as creative demonstrations of Jewish spirituality that we appreciate to the present day. Okay, I hope you enjoyed this video, and thanks for coming back to the Jewish History Lab, and I'm looking forward to making lots more videos. Thank you for watching.
Guys, before I go, I have one thing to say.
Is this a pause the last of us type of conversation, or can I my way through this?
You need to turn it off. You don't accept Nugget, you don't accept me. I'm moving in with him.
You know what the British are going to call this? Exit. Very clever.
Meg, please don't go. You're my only daughter, and I can't imagine living
Someone told me that there are a few Bukharan Jews that live in this neighborhood.
Sorry, Mom.
And although it's not my area of specialization, I thought it might be nice to offer at least a broad survey of the history of the Jews of Bukhara. This is not intended to be anything in depth. This is primarily a quick overview of the broad sweep of Bukharan Jewish history. If you have any hard questions, please save them for after the lecture. I'm going to take a quick break and run out to my car and go home, and then we can ask the hard questions at that point. Okay, so I'd like to speak for about 60 minutes, so just everything I know about Bukhara, I'll exhaust it completely, and then we will move on. So first of all, I think a very important question, where exactly is Bukhara? So in many ways, Bukhara, in the Jewish mind, is more of a cultural concept than a specific location. There is, in fact, a city called Bukhara in Central Asia, but it's a little bit like the idea of Lithuania, where it's much more than what would be the country today. The geographic and political boundaries that we recognize today do not correspond precisely on a one-to-one basis with what Bukharan Jews consider Bukharia or what Lithuanian Jews consider Lita, as we shall see. Here is the city. It is in Uzbekistan today. If you think about the region of Bukhara, this really refers specifically to an emirate that I'm going to show you the geographic boundaries thereof. There are about 5 distinct cities within the region that we consider Bukhara. Bukharan Jews do not have to come from specifically the city of Bukhara to qualify for that moniker. How many are there? So we have a relatively good census coming out from 1959 that lists about 26,000 Jews who are native speakers of Tajik. That's most likely a one-to-one correspondence with Bukharan Jews in the region itself. If you estimate another 3,000 Bukharan Jews who listed in the Soviet census Russian as their first language, because they were hopelessly assimilated to Russian language as opposed to the Tajik speakers, you add another 3,000 odd of those. There are also many Jews of Bukhara who are not Bukharan Jews, specifically those interloper Ashkenazi Jews, many of who came in the middle of the 20th century, as we should discuss shortly. So I will discuss the Ashkenazi refugees in Bukhara, but only briefly, and focus primarily on the indigenous Jews. If you take it to the late 20th century, Michael Zand did some demographic studies. He estimates about 80,000 Bukharan Jews around the world. That includes 45,000 still in the USSR. This is before Operation Exodus, when so many Bukharan Jews left. Another 32,000 in Israel, which had a very old Bukharan community that expanded significantly in the 1970s, and about 3,000 elsewhere. But it's interesting to note that if you look at Uzbekistan today, it is almost completely empty of Bukharan Jews. There are about 1,000 Jews in Bukhara today, and almost all of them are remnants of the Ashkenazi migrants who came in World War II. So Bukharan Jews in Bukhara are basically non-extant right now, but there are, of course, many Bukharan Jews around the world, particularly in Israel and in certain boroughs of New York City as well. Usually you can find, if you drive the streets and you look for dome railings in front, you'll probably find your local Bukharan community. Also, there tends to be a preponderance of barber shops, lots and lots of barber shops when Bukharans are involved. Okay. So this is actually, so we attribute the growth of the Bukharan Jewish community to its very, very ancient origins associated really with the First Roman Jewish War. The coin that I'm showing you behind me is one of about 24 coins that were minted by the Emperor Vespasian and his son Titus to try to mark the destruction of Jewish sovereignty in the land of Israel. They're always the same. On the left, they have either Vespasian, the Roman emperor, who destroyed the Jewish sovereignty, his son Titus, who later go on and destroy the temple. And on the right, you have this phrase, Judea Capta, and it always portrays like this Roman soldier, frequently disproportionate in size. And on the right is a despondent woman, typically with her head in her hands and kind of a tapanun, declined posture. Sometimes she's portrayed in a rather terrifying way with her hands behind her back, indicating just how far Judea, the Jewish province of the Roman Empire in the land of Israel, has been subjugated to Rome. There's a balsam palm in the middle, which is one of Israel's most important exports. And so this is a coin that commemorates what the Romans meant to say as the complete and utter and complete disappearance of the Jews of Judea, that there would be no more Jewish presence in Israel or in fact in the rest of the world, because the Romans had effectively eliminated their statement. Now there were three major revolts. The first one, of course, resulting in the destruction of the temple, another revolt in the year 115, and then the Bar Kokhba revolt in the year 135. That was basically the last major revolt. There were smaller revolts in the 4th century, but this was basically the end of Jewish sovereignty until the 20th century. That was, of course, not the first exile of the Jews. The first exile goes back all the way to the 8th century before the Common Era, when King Sennacherib and several other Assyrian kings evacuated forcibly much of the northern section of the land of Israel and executed a population transfer to regions in contemporary Iran and Iraq. We also have another major exile under the Babylonians in the 6th century. This is the destruction of the first temple that also took Jews to this region and also to the region where the great rivers Tigris and Euphrates come together into the Persian Gulf. That would end up being a lasting community, lasting until the 20th century, really, of Babylonian Jewry, where the Talmud would be written and so on. But how did Jews get all the way up to Bukhara in Central Asia? We definitely have some movement of Jews to this region. The earliest known reference to Jews there is in the 4th century, when a Rabbi Shmuel bar Bizna, visited a place called Merv. It's discussed in the Gemara. Apparently, he commented on the quality of the beer in Merv, and he had a very low opinion of that particular beer, but nevertheless, that's our first connection of any kind of Jewish community, obviously not a beer drinking community, in Bukhara. There is also some interesting archaeological evidence showing the use of Hebrew characters in a Proto-Tajik language. So Jews were definitely there from the 4th century. And although we haven't found much more concrete evidence of Jews invasion, there has been some stunning and puzzling finds that suggest that maybe there was in fact a larger Jewish community there that we have not quite identified. This is a visual joke. You should all be laughing at this point. I see some of you, Dr. Singer, is appreciating this. Thank you. Okay, thank you. This goes over very well, by the way, with Ashkenazim. They see this joke and they just laugh. Bukharans, I don't know. Okay, so anyways, let's go to where we have limited evidence of Jews in the region from the 4th century. We definitely have much stronger evidence of Jews from the 8th century and onward, primarily because Bukhara is located on the Silk Road. This yellow line here, which traverses all of Central Asia, was the major route for goods traveling from the Eastern Mediterranean, and of course all points in Europe and North Africa, to the Far East, to China, to India as well, carrying spices, silks, and all kinds of luxury goods backwards and forwards. Bukhara, as you can see where the red and yellow arrow is an extremely important site there, and Jews were most likely located in Bukhara along with the mysterious Radhanite traders who came from probably southern France in the 8th century. There's some really interesting evidence. For example, this 8th century business letter, which was written in Judeo-Persian, meaning written in Persian by using Hebrew letters, just like Yiddish is basically German, medieval German, written with Hebrew letters, or Judeo-Arabic is Arabic written with Hebrew letters. Some people say that Yiddish is actually German with phlegm, but that's the audio version. This is an 8th century Judeo-Persian business letter found on the Silk Road, clearly indicating that Jews were trading in the region. The reason, by the way, all of these Judeo languages developed is primarily because Jews were primarily the main literate populations in the medieval world. And even the people among whom they lived, even though they adopted their vernaculars, the people among whom they lived typically could not read and write their own languages. That's why, for example, Rashi has a tremendous vocabulary of Old French, which is used by contemporary French scholars to try to understand how medieval French people spoke to each other. They actually have to learn Hebrew in order to learn Rashi, in order to learn French, because of the disparate nature of literacy rates among Jews and non-Jews at the time. So that's why the Jews would be trading in the language they're most familiar with in terms of speech, but they were recorded in Hebrew letters. We also have a little further along the Silk Road in this remarkable Cave of the Thousand Buddhas. I really love the name of it. It sounds like, Indiana Jones kind of thing. In the Cave of the Thousand Buddhas, they found this amazing slicha, a prayer from the 8th century, written in literate Hebrew and carried lovingly by a traveler along the Silk Road, unfortunately abandoned, but still found in the late 19th century. So we definitely know that Jews are traveling along this major route. Bukhara is one of the main stops on this route, so we can conclude that there was definitely an early medieval community there. When we start to know a lot more about the Jews of Bukhara is primarily under Muslim rule. So Islam is born in the 7th century, and it sweeps across the Arabian Peninsula into North Africa, all the way out to Spain. It crosses into Spanish territory in the year 711, which has been celebrated ever since by the establishment of a network of convenience stores around the United States. These jokes were great with Ashkenazim. I don't know about you guys, but Ashkenazim, they're rolling in the floors with that. And then, of course, Islam expands to the east as well. Islam goes with incredible speed across Central Asia, penetrates North India, establishing what would later become the regions of Bangladesh and Pakistan, and of course Bukhara is swept up into this region. How this affects the by now centuries-old community of Bukharan Jews is fairly well known. It's primarily regulated by a key document called the Pact of Umar. This pact, which is attributed to the second caliph, meaning after Muhammad, the first caliph after Muhammad, but most likely from a later Umar, and we only have actual earliest written documents from the 9th century. But this pact was essentially the agreement, or a proposed agreement, that regulated how Jews would be allowed to live within Muslim territories. It's an extremely important agreement. It was not always adhered to.
What's good, my friend?
Yeah, me too, bro.
Okay, very well. Is this your first time you've ever been here?
No.
All right, your friend has been here before?
Yeah, bro.
Okay, very well. Do you mind if I tell you about myself?
Yeah, sure.
Excellent. I'm Rabbi Rothschild. I stream my life 24 hours a day, 7 days. I'm Rabbi Rothschild. I stream my life 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, 365 days a year for world peace. I've been doing so for more than 3.5 years. My streams go back to the pandemic. We've seen the death of a queen, the birth of AI, the coronation of a king, and everything in between. Have you ever seen the movie The Truman Show or the television show Big Brother? Excellent. Well, that's essentially what my life is. As you know, every aspect of Truman Burbank, the protagonist of that film, is on video, and that's essentially the same with me. I am someone who does this because they don't want war anymore. The Economist magazine stated in 2018 that data had overtaken petroleum as Earth's #1 resource, and I have more data archived on the internet than any person in global history, which may make me a very influential person someday. And if that happens, I want to help you. I want to help our friend Guaron. I want to help your friends, your family, become...
Yo, it's gonna go on, bro. It's going on, bro.
Okay. I want to make you financially independent if you're not already. I want to make sure that you have generational wealth, and I want you to be able to start charities and philanthropic organizations of your own. How does that sound to you? Well, essentially at this point, it's just a matter of time. I grow every single day. More and more people find out about what I do, and eventually this is going to become the biggest event in global history. The reason why I say that is content is king, and I have more content than any person in global history. So when I go viral, I'm perhaps going to be one of the most famous people, if not the most famous person ever, because I have no issue having my entire life online. I talk about some things that I want to do when I become perhaps more influential, like ending world hunger through the use of technology such as agricultural drones, floating greenhouses, saltwater greenhouses, hydroponics, vertical farming, cloud seeding.
Hey, I have a question.
Go ahead, big dog.
So, what if we just take fat people that are eating all the food and we just feed them to the starving people, so less food will be ate and more people will be eaten, and we just use their flesh to save them.
Yeah. And if we like kill all the Jews, they were like me, like.
Dude, I mean, that's how you get kicked out of my server, dude.
No. Like, if you kill all the bro, don't kick me. Like, I have an actual opinion, bro. There's no. You're a bitch if you kick me.
Okay, then I'm a bitch.
You can hear me out, bro. Let me hear you out. Just hear me out, bro.
I don't know. You too. Take care, buddy.
Strictly, quite often, its restrictions of Jewish behavior could be circumvented by an appropriate bribe here and there. Sometimes the safeties that Jews enjoyed were ignored by Muslim authorities, but for the most part, this Pact of Umar was kind of like a steadying force that allowed Jews to live with some degree of regularity within Muslim lands. And here's one of these sort of general rules of Jewish history, is that historically speaking, Jews tend to do best as a community when they live in environments that are very, very slightly anti-Semitic. I'm not suggesting that we should invoke that principle here in America, but a certain amount of hostility from the outside community helps keep the Jews sort of focused on themselves and sort of, develop their communal status and being more self-reliant on each other. When that anti-Semitism drops below a certain level, where it's, I'm not talking about violent anti-Semitism, don't do that. I'm talking about, you can't join the Flaming Crosses Country Club, for example, or something like that. They won't let you. So small social anti-Semitism, a certain amount of discrimination in the workplace, places like that. So that is something that's actually good for Jewish communal growth and communal strength. When that disappears, then we run the risk of assimilation. That's primarily been the challenge of America for much of, especially the 20th century. There's been so little anti-Semitism that Jews have simply disappeared into the American hinterland. That may, of course, be reversing itself since October 7th, as perhaps we shall see. Dr. Singer knows more about this. At any rate, what did this Pact of Umar say? It basically defined and regulated the status of protected peoples, meaning Dhimma, or non-Muslims, primarily Christians and Jews. They had a certain second-class status, And these were their rights and their privileges, and these were their disabilities. So I'll list them in three basic areas of conditions. The first is in terms of public religious activity. Jews could not engage in large outward displays of their religiosity. They were not allowed to build new religious structures, so theoretically you could repair an old synagogue, you could not build a new synagogue, meaning the idea of the Pacta Lumar was to keep Judaism in situ, it should not grow. Of course, when you take a rule like this and you extend it over 1300 years, it's going to be ignored. Jews will find a way to build a new synagogue, they'll find the right zoning officer, they'll pay the correct bribe, something like that, and the synagogue will be built. Not all of the synagogues in Central Asia date back to the 8th century, but the idea is, the theory is, that they're supposed to be contained. They could not, have like Purim parties and things like that. Definitely would not be allowed. The idea was more of a symbolic thing. This is like a minor degree of religious inconvenience, especially when there are always ways to get around it. Symbolic discrimination and social distinction. This was a little bit more intrusive. Jews were supposed to never adopt certain outward displays of class or status. So, for example, Jews were theoretically not allowed to ride horses. They could only ride donkeys or mules. Jews were not allowed to bear arms. They could not carry a sword or anything like that. There were distinctive clothing and distinctive colors that were mandated for Jews. This was all meant to have kind of like a social ostracism applied to them. Again, quite often obviated or circumvented through liberal application of a bribe, but nevertheless a general principle that Jews had to be second class all the time and be seen as second class. And finally, preferential support for Muslims, all kinds of things, sometimes having monetary consequences, such as a special tax for being Jewish called jizya, also applied, of course, to Christians and to non-Muslims. In the case of Bukhara, as we have in several other Muslim communities, the quarterly payment of the jizya was sometimes accompanied by a ritual slap on the face from the Muslim tax official collecting the money. So it was definitely meant to be a humiliating kind of thing. But again, it would vary from time to time, from officer to officer, whether this kind of symbolic slap was imposed or not. You can imagine, however, if the president of the Jewish community had to go and deliver the communal taxes 4 times a year and then receive a slap on the face, it was definitely intended to send a very clear message that Jews are not welcome in society. They have a place, they're supposed to be protected there, but not necessarily to feel comfortable and home. Mandatory support for Muslim travelers occasionally, the billeting of soldiers, things like that. Jews were forbidden to sell alcohol, which was, of course, forbidden to Muslims. They could not build their houses larger than Muslim homes, especially they could not build their houses taller than mosques. I'm not sure about this, but I wonder if the design of the minaret was designed to sort of like obviate the challenge of not having anyone having a bigger house. If you build a tall minaret, it's very hard to get your house higher than that, but that I don't know in this case. But this is kind of like the elements of the Pacta Lumar, which, again, they're not nice. No one would tolerate them in the 20th century, the 21st century, but they nevertheless did allow a space for Jews to live, because Jews tend to prefer to live in environments which are, to use a German word, a Rechtsstaat. A Rechtsstaat means a society that is governed by law. So in other words, to carry this a little further, I may understand that I will be suffering from certain discriminations, and maybe elections will be held on Saturdays, so I can't vote, or different things like that. But I know that if someone throws a rock through my window, I will be able to call the police will come, they'll look for the culprit, and that person will suffer a fine, because you're not allowed to break windows in a Rechtsstaat, society governed by law. So that's why if you look at places like Jews in Quebec in the beginning of the 20th century, Jews in South Africa, they tend to develop strong communities because of that kind of like background noise. Anti-Semitism is just enough to allow them to flourish without allowing them to assimilate. Okay, so that's basically what's happening for much of the Muslim period, which takes us from the 8th century right up until the Russian period in the 19th century. The implications, by the way, are very similar to what we have happening in Christian Europe. In Christian Europe, they developed a totally different idea for different theological reasons. They call it the doctrine of witness. And I don't want to go too deep into it today because it's outside of our frame of reference, but nevertheless, it's interesting to compare. The doctrine of witness is basically a church fathers doctrine. It dates from the 4th century when St. Augustine basically opined that Jews should not be killed. It was actually an innovative concept, slay them not, he said, because they have to be around to validate the second coming. And if we kill them all, no one's going to be able to confirm that, in fact, this is it, this is the guy. So there is a reason to keep the Jews, albeit in second-class status, in Christian Europe as well. And the persecution cannot be extreme. That, of course, would change in the 20th century. Now, what's, I think, fascinating about Bukharan Jewry is that up until the 18th century, we don't know a lot about them. We don't have a tremendous amount of documentation about their activity, their communities, so on. We definitely know they were there, but they basically, they're absorbed in the background noise of history. We begin to know a lot more about them after a rabbi named Rabbi Yosef Maimon. I just moved the image actually looks like Tinker. Even better, there we go. Maghrebi was an interesting shaliach. He is essentially an emissary collecting charity for religious institutions in the town of Sfat in northern Israel. He comes to Bukhara and he falls in love with it. He falls in love with the people, the community, and so on. He himself is not of Central Asian background. However, what he brings to the Bukharan community is a very strong connection specifically to the writings of Rabbi Yosef Karo. So Yosef Karo, of course, is a Spanish refugee. He was born in Spain and was expelled as a child, wandered throughout much of North Africa, ended up in Constantinople for a long time, and his most lasting contribution to Jewish history is, of course, the author of the Shulchan Aruch, the Code of Jewish Law. And one of the things that is so crucial about this period of time is that although the Bukharan Jews, like all Jews at the time, were observing halacha, they were observing it primarily through a mimetic system, meaning I saw what my father did, I saw what my grandfather did, and I basically imitate them. I basically do the same thing as been handed down as Masorah forever. But with the advent of inexpensive printing, with the advent of the possibility of technologically distributing information in a consistent, widespread, and inexpensive fashion, all of a sudden, there's a whole new possibility of standardization. Because let's say, for example, your father, or your grandfather, or your great-grandfather had a particular fish cup that he really liked because it had sentimental value for him. But you know what? It probably was a little less than it was used. Less than maybe the electric size that is numbered in the cup. But you know what? That's the size that he had. He had the electric cup. So it could easily be imprinted into generations afterwards that Kiddush cups should be the size of a thimble, because that's what Zadie used. That's what the elders did use. And that may not be what was considered normative halacha in other communities. But once the Shulchan Aruch came along, especially when it had the accompanying commentary of the Ashkenazi, the Moshe Israelites, this suddenly became a manual that had the aura of authenticity because it was literally in print. In many areas of halacha, this is not my area of expertise, but in many areas of halacha, there are gray areas of what is precisely the correct thing to do. You may choose one particular path, but there may be other areas which are still acceptable, but nevertheless a single path has been chosen by the Shulchan Aruch and confirmed by the Ramah, the commentary on top of it, and that means that anyone who wants to challenge it has to do so from a position of great authority and learning. Most people do not have high levels of learning and authority to be able to challenge something that is in print. As my grandmother, Alana Shawn, used to say, I probably shouldn't repeat this, but I heard it evokes her memory. She used to say in Yiddish, Aber Glasel Maschke Socken dort Baruch, as they steht geschrieben in Sefer Shulchan Aruch. So forgive me, I'll translate it. On a glass of whiskey, you should say Baruch, right, a blessing. Because it says so in the Shulchan Aruch. Everyone rhymes with Yiddish. So if it says so in the Shulchan Aruch, even though there may be other acceptable halachic practices, having it in print, again, at a time when print is still fairly new, that really edges out all kinds of other traditions. We see this especially in regions where they had alternative prayer traditions, a different Masorah of exactly what was in Shemona Esrei, the order of prayers, Psukim Yezumah, things like that. Any region that did not write a prayer book real quickly essentially lost their Masorah. There used to be a distinct Provençal ritual in southern France. There used to be a distinct Romani style that's almost totally disappeared, a Carthage version. So many different versions that because they did not print a prayer book, it's defenestrated, it's out the window. And that's exactly what happened in Bukhara, is by being such a devotee of this great halachist and mystic from Tzfat, or who lived in Tzfat in his old age, of Yosef Karo, he was able to show the Bukharans, look at this great book I have. It has all these halachas laid out for you. You don't have to memorize all the things that you used to do from Zaidi and Bobby, and every now and then you might find a slight difference. Bukharan Jews adopted it with tremendous enthusiasm. So that's how Bukharan Jews, like many Jews in the region, they're not alone. Iraqi Jews, Baghdadi Jews, Iranian Jews adopted the Sephardic Spanish rite, not because they were ethnically Spanish, but because they followed the path of the Shulchan Aruch, which is a factor not only owing to his great brilliance, but also to the factor that he was one of the first to actually put it in print. It could have been if the Bukharans had produced a Yosef Karo and printed their own Shulchan Aruch earlier, we would all be Bukharans. And we would all be eating, like, beef and bacon, things like that. Okay, it's okay, right? Actually, I really enjoyed. I went to. What did I eat there? Yes, I went. Samsa, right? Shibureki. Oh my gosh, is that right? Yeah, it's so great. I couldn't believe it. I wish I was Bukharan. That food was fantastic. Okay, so it was this one individual, not Bukharan origin, who essentially revolutionized the Sephardic attachments to the Bukharan Jews, which has perpetrated itself to this day. It's interesting to note, this is some of you might even recognize her. She's a local researcher. She worked here on her dissertation, Alana Cooper, and this is the book that she produced on it. It's quite a fascinating book. We have it in our great library downstairs, and it talks about the Bukharans of Queens in particular, some of the schools that she attended, as she was trying to understand this culture. And she points out that there's this long historiographic myth of the Bukharans being kind of like the lost Jews of Central Asia, that nobody knew about them, and they were only discovered in the 18th century by Rabbi Yosef Maghrebi. But in reality, she says there's a myth. We have lots of evidence of these Bukharan Jews in the 19th century having phenomenal manuscripts, like tremendous numbers of scholarly works. They were deeply learned and so on. It just happens that the influence of Maghrebi and the Shulchan Aruch was so crucial. These were not lost Jews who were waiting to be found. They were perfectly within their mimetic culture, their mimetic tradition, until the Shulchan Aruch was eventually shown to them. Okay, so that's basically taking us up to the 18th century in our whirlwind tour of Bukharan history. Let me take you to the Russian period. Now you might wonder, how did Bukharans start speaking Russian after all? This is basically a Tajik-speaking region and a little bit of Uzbek as well. The things change when the Russian Empire expands into the region, primarily in the 19th century. And here you have a fascinating moment where all of a sudden, Bukharan Jews had a moment of being in a privileged status. The Russians, of course, all Orthodox Christians, come into this region which is overwhelmingly Muslim, and they do not want to grant Muslims the right to travel anywhere in the Russian Empire. They have a whole bunch of fairly oppressive measures as they try to control this frequently restive region. It's not too far from Afghanistan, which is essentially the Soviet Vietnam. So they imposed all kinds of restrictions on the Muslims to try and keep them in place. However, they recognized that there were Jews in Bukhara, and the Jews had extensive trading knowledge and abilities that they had been using really since the medieval period and the silk trade. And so, ironically, the Russians decided to give Bukharan salespeople, Bukharan capitalists, Bukharan tradesmen, mercantile individuals, the privileges of traveling anywhere in the Russian Empire. At a time where it was still forbidden for Ashkenazi Jews to travel anywhere in the Russian Empire. Let us recall that in 1479, there was a remarkable moment when there was a scandal in the family of the Tsar when a member of the royal family, a young woman, decided to convert to Judaism. This was like unheard of, unbelievable. And so the Tsar declared, and it was reinforced by many Tsars and Tsarinas after him, that Jews would not be allowed in Holy Mother Russia. It was considered the third Rome. It was supposed to be an inheritor of pure Christianity, and so Jews were officially blocked out of Russia in 1479. This occurred, this was the state until 1772, when Catherine the Great, who herself was not a Russian origin, she was from Russia, but she turned out to be Russia's most brilliant military leader, conquered Poland and inherited the largest single concentration of Jews in the world. And she had to face a decision: what am I going to do with this ban on Jews in Russia? I just expanded the border into Poland. How do I control all these Jews? And she decided to evoke a kind of a compromise, which is known in English as the Pale of Settlement. It was a region that extended from about halfway through Latvia all the way down to eventually the Black Sea, including Poland and much of Ukraine. The Jews were allowed to live in this fairly large territory. And later on, it became quite oppressive. It kind of was like a massive ghetto, really, with huge overcrowding. But at the time, it was actually pretty good for Jews in the 18th century. But Jews could not cross into large cities like St. Petersburg, to Moscow, and even certain cities in the Pale, like Kyiv or Kiev, were actually illegal for Jews to live in. 60,000 Jews lived there illegally anyways in 1917, but it was technically closed to Jews up until the 20th century. So Jews from Ashkenazic lands were not allowed to move into the major trading areas like Moscow and St. Petersburg, but Bukharan Jews were allowed to. So Bukharan Jews really took advantage of this, and they made a tremendous amount of money. A certain number of families, really became very rich as a result of their significant connections, able to exploit the new territories that the Russians had opened up. And with that money, they also, following Rabbi's original teachings, decided to open up Zionist, proto-Zionist organizations, really ahead of the famed organizations like Bilu and Sivat Zion in Ukraine, who had the Bukharans who were settling Jerusalem in the middle and late 19th century, which we'll see them later. So up until the Soviets come into power in 1918, the Jews in Bukhara are doing fantastically well under Russian rule. When they eventually lose one of the Russian Tsar falls in 1917, and then you have the second revolution in November of that year, October, of course, by the Soviet calendar, the old calendar, which is not Soviet, the old Russian calendar, and then you have a communist revolution. Then you have a dramatic change where the Ashkenazim are going to exert actually quite negative influence on the Jews of Bukhara. In particular, this individual, a defrocked Chabad rabbi named Simon Dimenstein, who was later named the head of the Yevsektia. The Yevsektia was the Еврейская секция Коммунистической партии, the Jewish section of the Communist Party, and this was an organization, an organ of the Soviet Union, which was designed specifically to try to make Jews communists. They were to take advantage of internal Jewish tools like the Yiddish language and to a certain degree Jewish culture to try and convince Jews to abandon their traditional ways, specifically their religious ways and their Zionist leanings, and to bring them into the communist fold. A lot of crazy experiments during the time when the Yevsektia was in place, such as, for example, the creation of red Haggadahs, which were Haggadahs rewritten that Stalin was like Moses, and Pharaoh was the Tsar, and capitalism were the Egyptian taskmasters, and all kinds of crazy things like that, designed to try and convince Jews that really now, with the new Soviet paradise, there will be no more need for any kind of, aspirations towards God, which was viewed as an opiate of the masses and so on. Demonstein, however, before his posting as the head of the Yevsektia, was the head of education in Bukhara. And he came.
What's good, girl?
Thank you for yourself.
Kicking ass, taking names. Every day's a holiday, every meal's a feast. What's good in your neck of the woods?
Everything under the stars as usual.
Amazing. What's on your agenda for tonight?
Well, the day is under, so.
Miss Aquarius sends her regards.
Does she send her name as well?
Excellent. Yeah, she hurt her foot. She got a scratch on it. She's waiting for that to heal. And her ear is healing. She had, I don't know, she was sick or had allergies. That's what it was. So she is, and she's got physical therapy tomorrow. But aside from that, she's doing well, and she's always, as always, she's in good spirits and very kind and nice and all the other good stuff about her. So I will pass along
all the good things, yes.
Your regards to her. Excellent. Well, feel free to get comfortable and enjoy. I'm just watching Jewish history lectures and Family Guy and laughing at people who tweet about me on Blue Sky. They're absolutely hilarious. And just enjoying life. Zoot will be here probably not too long, and then I'll make fun of him for 6 hours straight, and then it'll be the morning, and you know how that is.
And then you're going to sleep through the whole day?
The whole fucking day, kid. All right, girl. I am a creature of the night. There's a song. It's called I Love the Nightlife. And I love the boogie and the disco round. It's by Alicia Bridges from 1978. Do you like disco music?
I do.
Yeah, it's amazing. Yeah, I like disco music a lot. I feel it's very underrated. It was this period of American history that came on very strong and left, and then everybody hated it. They had shirts that said "Disco's dead," "Disco sucks," "We killed disco night," and that kind of stuff. But they produced some amazing tracks, and I'm a fan of disco music. I always find it interesting. If you ever speak with anybody from a Latin American country, when they talk about a club, they call it a discotheque. And that's always hilarious to me because it's that's a long word for just club. And the fact that the fact that they're still called. Pardon me?
There's no A there.
Yeah, it's like discoteca. Yeah, you're right. You're right, discoteca, which makes it even longer. Discoteca. Discoteca. So I guess it's an Italian word. Welcome. How are you? Hope you're having. They're rodents? Question mark? Like maybe they're rodents? Who knows? I like how they come in here and they're muted and deafened, so like they have no idea what we're saying. They just maybe see my lips moving. There you go. That's great. That was a wonderful interaction with humans. I really enjoyed it, like a lot. Yeah, so there's another way of spelling discoteca, which is uh, discoteque, like QUE. DISCOTHEQUE. Discoteque. But I don't know, it's just hilarious. I guess it's an Italian word that was adopted by people in Latin America. But like we just call it a club, but they call it discoteca, which is just like a long word for a dance hall. Anyway, that is Rabbi Rothschild's minute of linguistics. Stay tuned for more Jewish history lessons and random individuals who come in here and don't say anything.
I try my best.
Not you, that person who had a question mark at the end.
They're gone.
They are long gone. Yeah, so I've been getting some random people in here because I changed my strategy a little bit and it's been working. So I normally have 3 computers that are pretty powerful that spam on Blue Sky, but I changed it up and have one of them spamming on Kick, and Kick is like Twitch. And I've been getting a lot of people who come in from my spam on Twitch. So what my spam on Twitch does is it makes clips of.
Yeah, what is it?
Do you have the Kick app? It's okay if you don't. Just go to kick.com. Go to kick.com. You'll be able to see it pretty easily. Let me know when you're at kick.com. No, it's just kick.com. Okay, do you see at the very top? There's like a little TV with a play button. Okay, press that. And then do you see it says live streams, categories, and clips?
Yeah.
Go to clips. And then just scroll down. And you will see well, this is weird. Hold on. Oh, you want to filter by most recent? And then scroll down, and it's like the 4th one down. You'll see a heart, and it says you. Oh, yeah, definitely. So what you want to do is sort by recent, and then scroll down and look for a red heart, and you'll see it says YouTube, Rabbi Rothschild, and then my Discord. Do you see it?
I just saw the right option for the things for that. I selected it. Lotto.
Okay, so you go to Kick, press the TV with the play button, and then go to Clips, and then sort by recent.
Most recent?
Yeah, most recent.
I have two options. I have views or most recent.
Most recent.
Okay, I'm clicking on it.
Okay, and then scroll down and look for a red heart that will say YouTube, Rabbi Rothschild, Discord.gg, and
Oh,
it
yeah, I see it.
yeah. Okay, now keep scrolling down. Like every minute or two, like there's another one like from 58 seconds ago.
Here it is.
Yeah. And then you scroll down. So basically every 30 seconds, I got this bot that creates a clip, and that makes random people come in here, and they're like, hey, you clipped my stream, what's going on? And then it allows me to speak with them. I get a lot of people from Turkey in here from that robot. And so I speak with them in Turkish sometimes. And
Are they really open or is that different?
are they really what?
Like deep. So are they just like really open to clicking on your links when you're in Turkey, or
Yeah.
is that spam?
I mean, actually, Kick has a big Turkish user base. So, I guess they are. I get random people from Poland in here, Turkey, like a lot of Eastern European people. Why? I truthfully think it's because on Kick, nobody clips their clips because they're like, it's mostly an English used site. So when someone does clip them, they're like, hey, somebody clipped my stuff. What is this? And they'll either go to my YouTube and see I'm streaming on like a bunch of different channels, or they'll just click on the Discord link and come in here and join. And I've got to say, the people who join from Kick are very nice people. The people who join me from Discord are not usually, but a lot of them are really mean. And it's weird that like each social media platform has different personalities, so to speak. I don't know how else to describe it, but so I got this click bot that just goes. Now, previously I did this for 8 months straight, but instead of doing a clip bot, it would spam people, and that got me really well known on the platform. But it got me so well known on the platform that they've banned me for life. They told me. They kept saying it was indefinitely, and then I finally got them to say, yeah, we've banned you for life. To the point where I even said to them, okay, it's 2025. You're telling me if I live another 50 years in the year 2075 and Kick is still going in 2075, that you'll still keep me banned? And they said yes, which is hilarious to me. So then when they said that, it was like, okay, well, fuck you guys. And I told them that then that means peace is not an option. So now I'm going to create bots and I will clip your shit. So that's how I got this bot. But that's cool. I know when I go viral, I know I say that, but like, I'll Kick will be probably the one that I do the most, just because I know, like, the people on Kick are really nice. The way this went down was somebody from Kick. I have a friend of mine on there who is a pretty big streamer, and they're like, hey, they came in here the other day, and they're like, hey, Rabbi, you didn't do anything that bad on Kick, and you haven't spammed in like 6 months. Why don't you come back and try to stream again? And they're like, and I'm like, okay, and I do, and they banned my account. So I was like, all right, guys, no more Mr. Nice Guy. Now, if I just spam, oh yeah, totally. If I just spam, uh, so what I'll do is I'll follow people, I'll spam them, and I'll create a clip. If I do that, then it's very easy for them or anybody on that platform to flag my account as spam, and then it gets deleted immediately. And when you're doing as much spamming as I'm doing, like, you lose a lot of valuable time when you are having to create the new account. It takes a long time because you have to do like email verification and all kinds of bullshit like that. But with this system that I'm using, it's very stealth. So I use like accounts that like don't have my name in them, but they do use this system that clips people's accounts. And what's hilarious is if people go and look at that person's profile, my shit is all over their clips. It's just like YouTube, Rabbi Rothschild, Discord, YouTube, Rabbi Rothschild, Discord. And it's just like a free advertise. It's like free advertising for me. Okay, so I've got that. Now with the other two devices that I have, they are still spamming Blue Sky. And I gotta say, like, I know that one of these ways is going to work. I don't know which one. I literally could go viral from either Kick or from Blue Sky, and I don't know which one it's going to be, but it's going to be something. And it's not going to take that much longer, I don't think. Now, I said that 3 years ago, but I can tell because what people are saying about me, like in the last couple hours on Kick, or I should say on Blue Sky, like somebody posted, like, when is a journalist going to find out who is the journalist that cracks the case about what the fuck Rabbi Rothschild is? Like, I'm getting really well known on there. I had some other people think I was really funny, so they say, Rabbi, please, this is not the time to make me burst out laughing, because so like the way I made them laugh, and I make a lot of people laugh, is before I would just say join Rabbi's Discord in the Discord link. Well, I can't put that anymore because Blue Sky is on to me. I'm like the number one spammer in their world. And so if I put the words Rabbi and Discord as a username or like in my profile, the account automatically gets banned. So they just don't tell you that. They don't say if this is what happens. You have to learn through trial by error, basically. So then I started just like not even putting a name, and I tried that for a week. Like, I do all these things to just like see what works and what doesn't. Well, finally I did this thing that makes people laugh a lot, which is I use just incredibly sexual names, and it gets people to take screenshots of what I write and to post it, which is free advertising for me, which is what I want. So the first one that I did was, let me see if I can find it. Sluttiest whore in the history of humankind and MILF loving rabbi. Now, why did I choose that? Because that's the most ridiculous thing that I could think of at the time. Like, okay, who goes out there and says that they're the sluttiest whore in the history of humankind and they're a MILF loving rabbi? Like, who does that? That's ridiculous. These are words that aren't normally together, but people take. That's what I want to do. So people take screenshots of it, and they'll be like, "Good for you, MILF loving rabbi. Good for you." So I'll do that for like a few days until people like want something else. I'll get people who say these screen names that make me laugh so hard. So the next one I did was pussy eating until my tongue is raw and mouth gets lockjaw rabbi. Like, the term lockjaw is so funny. It's just like it's yeah, you can put 64 characters. So I I use every single one of them. And I'm very strategic of what I do. Like I have a little tongue at the beginning. So when people hear like pussy eating until my tongue is raw and mouth gets lockjaw, Rabbi, it's such a ridiculous thing. And I also utilize words that I know in the human psyche. They just they stick out like raw is one of them. Oh, pussy. Normally I don't refer to I'm not somebody like pussy, pussy, pussy. But I know that word sticks out like it's the first word that I use because a lot of times when you get a notification, it won't put the whole name. So I have to like front weigh what how ridiculous it is. So when it's pussy eating, it's like, what the fuck is this? So then they take screenshots of that. The one that I've done more recently and is getting a lot of draw is Pussy Eating University, colon, Dean of MILFs, Chief Rabbi, and Pimp. Now, why do I do that? Because firstly, it weighs like the first word that they're going to get. And this is hilarious because a lot of these people get these notifications on their phone. They get these notifications on their phone and they're at work and they just see they just see Pussy Eating University. Like, and it's hilarious to me. Like, it's just so preposterous that there's a college out there that named itself Pussy Eating University. It's hilarious to me. And then that my title would be Dean of MILFs. That's a hilarious thing because it's like usually you're like Dean of Students, but no, I'm Dean of MILFs. I'm Chief Rabbi. It's like, wait, this fucking college has a Chief Rabbi? Yeah, and Pimp. And the reason why I put Pimp at the end is just like, so they have a pimp at this fucking college? What the fuck kind of school is this? And so all these people are just saying like, I mean, I just started doing this one, but like 26 minutes ago, somebody said, thank you for enjoying my little video of Robert Sean Leonard interview. Checks notes. Pussy Eating University Dean of MILFs, Chief Rabbi, and Pimp. Like, people know when they take a screenshot of what I do that they'll get people laughing about it. These other people said this was within the last hour. It really made me feel good. It was, let's see here. Like, people are like, that's my leader. That's my rabbi. Like, people are like, that's the rabbi I follow is Pussy Eating University, Dean of MILFs, Chief Rabbi, and Pimp. This one was really sweet. They say, Rabbi, please, this is not the time to make me burst out laughing. Then this next person said, have these bots considered a career in comedy? And then the next person said, they probably should, because I laughed out loud when I saw one place a like on one of my replies to a post. Who does this rabbi, whoever he is, get all these crazy ass names? And that's what I want people to do is talk about me. So it's very fun for me to come up with really crazy names for these. And like I'll let them go until I can tell I can get like I don't know 2 or 3, 4 days. Then I come up with something new, and then there are people who get excited for like the new random name that I'm using. Why do I do this? To just get attention, really. I mean, deep down, like I like to make people laugh. There's no doubt about that. But I'm very serious. I want world peace, and I want to end world hunger, and I want to end world thirst, and I want people to focus on the future and futurology. And in order for me to get an audience, I have to make them laugh. But when I make them laugh, they'll come here and they will hear what I have to say, and they'll be like, whoa, this is a big project that you have. And I'll be like, you're absolutely right. We talk about quantum computing and artificial general intelligence and artificial super intelligence. There are going to be people who say, well, I want to talk about the Gemara or like the Talmud, or I want to talk about Torah or Gematria, or I want to talk about chumash or like any. I want to talk about kosher living and all these other things, and that's absolutely fine. Now, I haven't been a rabbi for that long. It's been about 5 years, but I haven't had the traditional rabbinical route, and it was a weird time when I did it because it was during the pandemic, and so a lot of classes were on Zoom and such. But um, I am excited to have all of those very serious religious conversations with people. And I know in my heart, I'm the greatest rabbi in the history of mankind. And that's not because I want to suck my own dick because I'm so great. It's the fact that I have AI and no other rabbi has that tool. Meaning you can ask me any question that you want. Like if you ask if, if you if you ask a rabbi, hey rabbi, how many times is the word sugar used in Torah? Well, like barely any rabbis know the answer to that. I know it because the answer is zero. I think that's fascinating that the word sugar is not used in Torah. But I could just be like, what? How many times is the word honey used? These are answers that no single rabbi knows. They would have to research. But because I have AI, I can find out the answer to anybody's question. So I can literally say, ask Rabbi anything. I have a section for it. Give me your questions, and we'll be able to come up with any religious answers that you need. And then I'm going to get people in here who are like, look, I'm not a religious individual. I'm very secular. And I'll be like, that's absolutely fine. What do you want to talk about? And they're going to say, I want to talk about the future. I want to talk about space travel or space tourism, or I want to talk about alien species, or I want to talk about alien abductions, or I want to talk about anti-gravity or antimatter or faster than light travel, or I want to talk about life extension or mind uploading, or I want to talk about Santa Claus machines, or I want to talk about invisibility cloaks, like all of the other things that I really like to talk about. Like I'll talk about the Bible, and I'll talk about the Talmud, and I'll talk about kosher living, and I'll talk about familial purity, and all those other things that people are going to want from a rabbi. But where my passion really is in futurology and making people better individuals. So I feel I have a lot to offer the world, and one of the ways that I'm going to get people in here is through comedy, is through making them laugh. And I can just tell how many people a day make screenshots of what I do. When I was just doing this and just said, please join Rabbi's Discord for world peace, I'd get 3 or 4 people a day who would be like, who the fuck is this annoying person? But now when I say pussy eating university, dean of MILFs, chief rabbi and pimp, I get 5 or 6 an hour. And that's really phenomenal for me. So it's just a matter of time. I just have to keep it going. And then on top of that, with that being great on Blue Sky, I've got these bots on Kick that also get people in here. So long story short, Audie, it's just going to be a matter of time till we go viral. How's that sound? Audie, I can't hear you.
What's viral? I understand.
Every single person who's connected to the internet knows who I am.
Jesus fucking Christ.
Yeah, this is going to be bigger than the internet. It's going to be bigger than the Bible. And why do I say that? Because one of the reasons why the Bible was so big, in addition for it being like a religious work and such, it's the earliest work that we really have that's in writing. And basically what writing did for the Bible, video is going to do for me. And in the future, people are going to be able to watch this and watch that it's not just the story of my life, but it's a time capsule for human society. I mean, I always have the news going on in the background, and people will be able to follow literally every moment of every single day. And on top of that, as I always say, The Economist magazine stated in 2018 that human data, specifically human data, had overtaken petroleum as Earth's number one resource. And I have more human data archived on the internet than any person ever. So what does that mean? Yeah, AI will be able to use me as a model and all of those other things. But people in the future will be able to study my biology, my breaths per minute, my blinks per minute, my circadian rhythms when I sleep, how I toss, how I turn, the words that I use, why I use them, words that I learned, like all the things that basically are archived on this. And there's a question that might be raised like, well, okay, well, why you? Why your data? There are other people out there who perhaps on like a closed circuit television or something like that, closed circuit camera. It's not available to the world. All of my data is available to the world. You can find it right now on my 100 YouTube accounts, on my 200 Instagram accounts, on my 500 Twitch accounts, on my 1,000 TikTok accounts, on my 2,000 Twitter accounts, on my 5,000 Blue Sky accounts, or on my 10,000 Kick accounts. Literally, I have more data than any person. In the future, there'll be something probably like a digital archaeologist. That's not currently a position, but we will have like digital archaeologists, people who studied the early periods of the internet, and that's currently what we're in. I mean, it may not seem that way because the internet's been around for 35 years or so, but imagine 100 or 1,000 or 10,000 years from now. These will be seen as the very early days of the internet. And what I do, I feel, will be seen as very forward thinking. And I'm not the first person to do this. Centuries ago, we had people who were journalists or diarists, people who would write in journals or diaries, and we study what they wrote to be able to understand what life was like. And last century, there were people like Buckminster Fuller who did everything that they could to create a compendium on all of the events in a given day. But frankly, it just takes too long to write. But with video captures it all. And I know that this will be very exciting to people in the future. Excellent. So it's just a matter of time. And it's exciting to me because I don't know what platform on which I might go viral. But if I had to guess, again, every single person who has connection to the internet knows who I am. That's okay. That's an excellent question. It's an excellent question. And it's going to be a phenomenon unlike any other in the world. The reason why I say that is no person has more social media than I do. We're in the age of social media. And also, we're in this really interesting time. I don't know if you've ever heard the theory, the dead internet theory, that most of the internet is created by robots. And I'm like the merging of those two worlds where my entire life is on camera, which is organic, raw content. But then again, you see me create robots as I do it. It's going to be a very exciting time for people, I feel. And I do a lot of other things. Go ahead.
Are you gonna videotape the rest of your life?
I want to, God willing.
Are you gonna make your kid continue it and like videotape like the casket?
I don't think I'm gonna die.
The sprinkling of your ashes.
Well,
yeah. Well, what if they don't come up with that technology?
But they already are. That's the thing. That's the freaky thing. Life extension technology is already being utilized. People are already, in some areas of the world, living longer than they previously did. When it comes to sprinkling of my ashes, that's not a traditional type of Jewish burial. So if it were anything, it would just be my body. But would I video that? Yeah, I would if I do die. But I really don't think I will. Reason why I say that, they're already transferring the memories of mice in laboratories, and I think that if they're already at that level, I could make it another 10, 20, 30, 40, 50 years perhaps, and they're doing that with humans. They are already transferring mice memories, and the way that they're able to do it, I don't know. We've already seen de-extinction technology come to fruition with the dire wolf. Actually, before then, the Pyrenean ibex in 2003, where there was a completely extinct animal that they brought back, like Jurassic Park. And the first big one will be the woolly mammoth, and then the Tasmanian tiger, and then the dodo bird, and then perhaps the saber-toothed tiger, the saber-toothed lion, perhaps then getting into other opportunities with prehistoric animals. Now, I understand that that isn't necessarily, that's not life extension, that's not mind uploading. But I also recognize the importance of artificial intelligence. And then when we get into artificial superintelligence, literally by definition, artificial superintelligence is incomprehensible to the human mind. Because if it were comprehensible to the human mind, then it would just still be artificial general intelligence. But we're looking at artificial superintelligence where machines will be able to create new types of genomes and perhaps be able to replace memories that we've lost. There are going to be able for artificial superintelligence to be able to heal and perhaps rework our DNA. I mean, there, and we've got. I just heard about this recently. They've got. So I'm a really big advocate, and I'm fascinated by BCI, which is known as brain-computer interfaces, basically Neuralink. The first Neuralink patient, I've followed his story since he had the surgery. His name is Nolan Aspro, and he's a quadriplegic man who can play video games better than you or I can combined. And he has a basic, an implant in his brain that allows him to be able to move a mouse with just his mind. Now, I didn't want to be someone who had anything implanted in me, but just recently they did this brain computer interface with like a few other people, like half a dozen, and now they've created a helmet, which I would do, which is where a helmet you just put on your head and it allows you to move a mouse cursor with your mind. That's very exciting to me. Where I don't need wires connected in my body. That's not cool to me because I know that stuff can overheat and it can't get wet and it can't get damaged. I'm not cool with that because I just don't have that much confidence in that type of technology. But a helmet, I can wear a helmet to be able to use a computer, and that's just the start. So it's just a very exciting time. And to your previous question, where you asked, is this something that you want to do for the rest of your life? Absolutely. I think it's a fascinating undertaking, and I feel very privileged to be the leader in this. I'm someone who studies people who are explorers, and so everyone from Ferdinand Magellan and Christopher Columbus and Ernest Shackleton and all of their journeys that they did, and I feel that I'm doing the exact same thing but in a digital way. And I just think that it's a really exciting opportunity for the world to be able to learn.
That's so beautiful.
Thank you so much for your kind words.
Mm-hmm. Sure.
He came in there strong, desperately trying to convince Bukharan Jews to drop any aspect of their traditional religiosity. They heavily bombarded them with all kinds of anti-religious propaganda. There was actually an organization called the League of Militant Atheists. To me, it sounds funny, but this was actually an organization sponsored by Yoseftia. They published magazines like this one called Apikores, meaning the heretic. Bezbozhnik was the Russian version, godless. And these were like tremendous amount of energy devoted to trying to get Bukharan Jews to return to their non-religious, non-Zionist, authentic culture. This was a strange policy called korenizatsiya, which meant that it was okay to express your culture in terms of like things that didn't involve religion or any kind of economic aspect. Like, it was okay for Ukrainians to have embroidered skirts, but not Easter eggs, right? Because Easter eggs would be religious, can't do that. And we see all kinds of crazy things. Bukharit, for example, which is basically Judeo-Tajik, the Tajik language written in Hebrew characters, they said it's okay for you to have your language, but first of all, we have to make it proletarian. It has to be able to be led by regular people. It has to, therefore, be, first they decided to put in Latin characters, so for a big period of time, Bukharit was written with Roman letters like we have in the English language, and then they said, wait a minute, this is kind of stupid. We use the Cyrillic language, so they switched to the Cyrillic alphabet afterwards. And that lasted up until the 1930s. One thing that's kind of an interesting note here, the Russians and the Jewish communists were among the worst, because there's nothing like a Jewish Epicurus who is a true believer. He will go to the end of the world to try and convince other people to also be non-believers. And they did insane things to the Hebrew language. They said, okay, Yiddish is okay under Korenizatsiya, because that's the authentic folk language. But we have to make it proletarian, we have to make it accessible to the masses. So one of the things that they made illegal in the 1930s were the final letters, right? In the Hebrew alphabet, there are 22 letters. 5 of them, the Natzpach, are written differently if they occur at the end of a word. Right? Then if you put them at the end of a word, they're written differently. They said that's illegal. And anyone who tried to print or publish anything that had those letters would be sent to the Gulag just for printing those letters. The Ukrainians also had a problem because Ukrainian is very close to Russian, but there are certain letters that exist in Ukrainian don't exist in Russian. For example, the letter G, as distinct from the letter H, exists in Ukrainian. The letter G became illegal. If you printed a Ukrainian book with the letter G in it, off to Siberia. Crazy, crazy things. I consider it kind of ironic that, there's a karma, right? Things go around. This is of course, the Chabad Siddur, published in Russian. And you know that in Russian, there is no letter H. That's why when I go there, people would call me either Gendry or Henry. But they had difficulty saying Henry. So, but the word Tilat Hashem, the name Hashem itself, that's spelled with an H. How do you say that? So therefore, to indicate it, Chabad added a special letter here. That's the Russian letter G, with a little accent on the top to indicate it should be pronounced as an H. So they tried to take away our letters. We actually gave them a letter in return, and now you have the Tilat Hashem. Okay, I just think that's kind of a fun thing. Okay, another weird kind of experiment, not so much related to Bukhara, except for the fact that it is proximate to Bukhara, or at least more than in Ashkenaz. Azerbaijan was this unusual experiment imposed by the president Kalimin, thinking that one of the ways to try and water down Jewish support for Zionism was if they had a Soviet homeland. It's a great idea. Let's put it way out here in the far east, right? Quite a ways. Bukhara is about halfway between Moscow and Azerbaijan. And this was actually not a terrible idea. It came just in time for the Nazi invasion. Unfortunately, Stalin, who did not like the idea, banned travel of Jews to Azerbaijan. So when it could have been a refuge for Jews, it failed to do so. Nevertheless, there was an autonomous Jewish oblast out there in the Far East for a few decades. The only thing to really say about it is that proximity to great Asian food. Thank you. People are getting into it. Now, one thing that we got to say here, now next week we are going to be speaking more. Next week's topic is going to be the Jews of Russia, which overlaps with this period here. So I don't want to say too much about it right now. But one of the things that is incredibly important for Bukharan Jewry and Russian Jewry as a whole at this time is the incredible support of Chabad. Chabad, its commitment to the Jews of Russia was just over the top. What the Rabbi used to say, the Chatchila al Riba. It was always over the top. It was way more than any other organization was really able to commit to the Jews. hundreds of underground rabbis, a pipeline of smuggled in Sidurim and Tefillin and things like that. Chabad was deeply, deeply invested in preserving the Jews of Bukhara and the entire Russian Empire. First from the Frierdiker Rebbe, shown in the center there, and then continued by his son-in-law and successor, Rabbi Menachem Mendel Schneerson. Phenomenal commitment that really kept the flame of Judaism alive in Bukhara and the Russian Empire. We'll return to this, God willing, next week. But just it's an important placeholder for us right now. Okay, much of Bukharan Jewish community came to a shocking end under Stalin in the 1930s, under the purges. The establishment of these 5-year plans, which was this incredibly overly optimistic thought that by deeply investing in major public works, like the building of dams and things like that, by collectivizing agriculture in a very brutal way, would suddenly leapfrog what was essentially a feudal peasant society to a modern industrial society. It turned out to be an incredible failure, and the nature of the Soviet Empire at that time was such a point that they could not accept the idea that the plan didn't work. There were so many jokes about this in Russian culture, about how, the train's not moving, so we shut the windows and pretend that it's wind moving, shut the curtains, pretend that it's moving. That's exactly what happened with the 5-year plans that begin in the early 1930s. However, it doesn't have a funny ending in real life, because once the plans were proven not to be successful, they had to find people to blame for it. So a whole purge-like environment, very reminiscent of the Spanish Inquisition, was instituted, where people would be denouncing each other, would be inflating their results in order to try and say, no, we've been producing, and when they were investigated, they said, oh, look what's happened, these numbers are not corresponding to what we received and the amount of wheat and things like that. Must be we have saboteurs or wreckers inside our society. These people would be rounded up, tortured, forced to give the names of other saboteurs, sent off to the Gulag, executed, a horrible period. According to some estimates, which may be on the high side, but maybe it affected as many as 16 million people who were purged, who were sent off to exile, and were murdered. Massive number of deaths involved, especially if you include the artificial famine in Ukraine and in the Donbass region that was also part of this period. In Bukhara, anyone who stood out, specifically if they appeared to be Jewish, if they were public Jews, they were among the first targets of the purges, and they suffered tremendously. And then, of course, this brings us to perhaps the darkest period, especially for Ashkenazic Jewry. On June 22nd of 1941, now we're in the middle of World War II. World War II could only really begin because Stalin and Hitler had signed a non-aggression pact. Hitler, of course, had tremendous territorial ambitions, especially in the East, in the Soviet Union, but he could not fight a two-front war. He couldn't fight France and the Soviet Union at the same time, so therefore he made a peace deal with Stalin, which Stalin actually believed was for real, and so that left Hitler the ability to conquer the West, and France fell, and Belgium fell, and so on. And once he had pacified the West, then Hitler turned to his real territorial ambition, where he wanted to establish Lebensraum. That was in the East. And on June 22nd, he launched Operation Barbarossa, which was this surprise attack on the Soviet Union, which was incredibly successful. Within a few months, he was at the outskirts of Leningrad, placing under a brutal siege. He was very close to Moscow. All of Poland was overrun. A major part of Ukraine was under Nazi rule, and so on. So it was a period which was really at the darkest part of the Holocaust, but not yet when the gas chambers started operating. Why this is especially relevant for us is because he sent four squads of mobile killing units called Einsatzgruppen that followed the Wehrmacht, followed the regular army, and these were made up primarily of Germans who were not fit for frontline battle, a little bit older, a little bit overweight, things like that. and they were assigned to go to each of the tiny little shtetl that dotted the region, filled with thousands of Jews, to round them up, bring them out to ravines, or in some places force them to dig their own graves, and then to execute them with machine gun fire. This period of the Holocaust, which is sometimes called the Holocaust by bullets, took the lives of somewhere between 1.5 and 2.5 million Jews in Eastern Europe, and is actually, you can see the many, many locations where this happened. Kiev is perhaps the most infamous. Babyn Yar is the word Yar in Russian means ravine. The ravine of the Baba, the old woman's ravine. Some 33,000 Jews were killed within the space of a week. Incredible amount of killing that happened in this region. It also happens to be, this is where my own ancestors are buried, in the killing field in Lithuania. It's a rather remarkable monument to them near the city of Dizhny, the small shtetl of Dizhny. So this happened beginning in June of 1941, and it was not an immediate process. It took actually several months. By the spring of 1942, the Nazis had decided to wind up the use of the Einsatzgruppen, and they switched to the deportation system that took people to these newly constructed death camps, 6 of them primarily in Eastern European territories such as Poland, Auschwitz being the most notorious of them. It was kind of like, if you will, an evolution of the Holocaust. They tried the use of machine guns, and they found that this was somewhat inefficient, and they switched to bat poison, Cyclone B, as finding it a much more efficient way of dealing with their Jews. But what that meant was there was a massive flood of refugees, about 600,000 Jews who fled the advance of the Nazi army to the east. And they ended up in Uzbekistan. They ended up in Bukhara. Many people say they ended up in Siberia, but really they ended up in the region of Bukhara. The population, the Jewish population, increased by 86% in Bukhara, largely made up of this huge swath of Ashkenazi Jews. And what's fascinating, I think, about this period is that even though the Bukharans had really been treated badly by their experience with Ashkenazim, especially under the Exektia, by all accounts, the Bukharans welcomed the Ashkenazi Jews with open arms, considered them not strangers but brethren, gave them tremendous amount of hospitality. Like my own father, Olive Shalom, and his family, they took in, an orphan from the war into their own home, and that's what Bukharan Jews did for Ashkenazim. Even though they could easily have said, we've had it with you, Ashkenazim. Do you know what you did to us under Stalin, the purges, and so on, and taking away our language and things like that? They did not. They ended up treating the Ashkenazim with tremendous kindness, and that allowed so many Jews to survive the Holocaust. You frequently hear about people here in Queens who survived the Holocaust by being in this region. It's largely due to the kindness of the Jews who were extant there at the time. The diaspora of Bukharan Jews was especially prominent in Jerusalem. Here you can see there's a region called the region of Bukharan, where they actually established really wealthy homes. This is going back in time to the 1880s and 1890s, where they were among the most wealthy settlers of Jerusalem at the time. Early Zionists, much earlier than the Poles, for example, Polish Jews, the Bukharans were early adopters. Many of them came after the war, when there was such a pressure by Jews who were fleeing the displaced person camps. But the largest influx of Bukharan Jews to Israel, which largely emptied out Bukhara of its original inhabitants, came with Operation Exodus in the 1990s. Massive number of Jews making their way to Israel with the relaxation of the crazy Soviet rules, not allowing Jews to exit the Soviet Union, including the establishment of homes not only in Israel but also in Queens, places like this. And I think what we can say by way of conclusion, the Bukharan legacy, we began our discussion here with this discussion of this coin, the Judea Kapta coin, which in many ways was intended by its creator, Vespasian, as a propaganda device to say, That's it for the Jewish people. We have totally destroyed them. We will never be bothered by the Jewish people again. Look at what we've done to them, completely humiliated them. Judaism is gone and done for. So I want to show you an interesting coin, a medallion that was created in Israel in 1958 to celebrate the 10th year of the establishment of the State of Israel. A medallion was commissioned, and on one side, it has this familiar kind of elements that we've seen. There's the phrase Judea capta, there's the Roman soldier, there is the despondent woman, and so on. And this is kind of like emphasizing this original message of galut, of exile. But on the obverse, you have this symbol, which in a very beautiful artistic manner echoes the same kind of composition. But in the place of the Roman soldier, you have a Jewish woman playing with her infant child, an affirmation of life. And on the right, instead of the despondent woman, you have a kibbutznik planting a tree, a clear demonstration of hope for the future. And I think this is fundamentally what we see with Bukharan Jewry, is that like this medallion, the Bukharans are a people that value life. They are life-affirming people. Yes, they like haircuts for sure, but they also are, like all Jews, deeply, deeply involved in the affirmation of the core values of Jewish identity. And it is their joie de vivre, their simchas achayim, which has allowed them to survive so many centuries under so many oppressive environments and allows them to flourish in contemporary Queens today. So with that, I want to thank you for your attention this past hour. I will stick around for a couple of questions, but no hard questions, please. If you are around next week, I invite you to come back where I'll speak about something that I actually know something about. We'll talk about the Jews of Russia and the Soviet Union. Thank you very much for your attention.
Today is the third in our series looking at the history of Ashkenazim and Sephardim and the shaping of the Jewish mind. And we spent quite a bit of time in the first lecture looking at Ashkenazim, and then the second class we looked at the Sephardim. And in both of those classes, we spent time thinking about the kind of seminal moments, if there are any, that shape a culture, like kind of massive geological level changes that really force the Ashkenazim to sort of think in a certain way and force the Sephardim to think in a slightly different way. And it may be somewhat crude to paint with such a broad brush stroke, but nevertheless, we argued in the first lecture that the Crusades were a scar on the Ashkenazic mind. That was such a brutal and sudden and unexpected attack, not unlike, God forbid, what we experienced last October. It's too soon to say how that will shape the Israeli mind. But nevertheless, for the Ashkenazim, that created a kind of centripetal force where the culture began to look inwards and to regard the outside world as dangerous, toxic, and so on. The Sephardim, on the other hand, they had a much slower lead up to the same kind of crisis. They had essentially the forced conversion of 1391 gave the Jews of the Iberian Peninsula 100 years to prepare for living with a dual identity, so living as Christians outwardly, and initially for the first 80, 90 years without any consequences whatsoever for returning back to their Jewish practices at home. But after the Inquisition was brought to the peninsula in the late 15th century, then it became extremely dangerous to do so, and ultimately the Jews who had not been baptized were forcibly evicted from Spain in 1492, and then under slightly different circumstances forced to go underground or disappear in 1497 from Portugal, and that created a kind of a different mindset and tropism of thought for the Sephardim, because they had developed for a century the ability to exist as Christians outwardly and as Jews inwardly. And that, did not lend itself to the idea that the outside world is toxic and dangerous and so on. In fact, the opposite. It allowed a lot of Jews to interact with outside society in very meaningful ways, sometimes very positive ways, which they then either brought back into the Jewish fold, or they simply assimilated out into non-Jewish existence. Both phenomena, of course, were marked with regards to Jews of Sephardic descent. So tonight's topic is going to look at the 500 years after that great crisis when Sephardic Jewry was expelled from the peninsula, and this created a huge mixing of Ashkenazim and Sephardim and other peoples, in particular the Edut HaMizrach, the Eastern communities, who have not figured very much in our story so far, but they will become extremely important as we get to the end of tonight's lecture. So that's the goal for today, is to try to understand, once they were kind of loosed from their regions, how did Ashkenazim and Sephardim affect each other? Of course, they had been in contact, largely literary contact, something you see primarily among learned scholars and so on. But what happened when Ashkenazim and Sephardim started living side by side in places like, for example, Amsterdam, where the Portuguese synagogue was so significant and large, much larger and more important than the Ashkenazi for most of its time. So that's what we're going to do first. Now, I want to show you some maps, and these are a little bit complicated, but I'll walk you through them. So here's a map of the Mediterranean basin, and I've tried to indicate with these yellow circles, not drawn to scale. It was a little bit too complicated for me to do that with my computer skills. But where were Jews living at the turn of the millennium, around the year 1000? So if you look down towards the center right, you see, of course, there are still Jews living in Israel. In fact, Jews would be very much involved in attempting to defend Jerusalem from the Crusaders, fighting side by side with the Muslims at that time, unsuccessfully. But you still have Jews living in the land of Israel, although it's a very small minority by this point, especially after the 7th century invasion of the Muslims. To the right, in the confluence of the Tigris and Euphrates rivers as they empty into the Persian Gulf, you have the very significant Mesopotamian Jewish community in Babylon, Babylonia, which would later become Islamicized, and the main center of gravity of that ancient Jewish community, dating back to the 6th century before the Common Era, meaning by the time we get up to the year 1000, they have been living there for 1,600 years, an incredibly old community. The center of gravity shifted to the north to Baghdad. That's where the great yeshivas of Sura and Pumbedita eventually migrated, and this is basically the high point of their activity. They will begin to go into decline after the year 1000. They'll get smaller and smaller and less significant as the Spanish Jewish community, way on the other side of the Mediterranean, going all the way to the left now, that becomes the dominant region. And there are small Jewish communities that dot the North African coast, but it is Spain that really takes off after Baghdad begins to go into slow decline. One of the great examples of this sort of shift of cultural center of gravity is when poets like Dunash ibn Labarat leaves Baghdad and he makes his way all the way over to Cordoba in Spain, where he brings his art with him, challenging the local Spanish poets and ultimately winning them over. One of my favorite periods in medieval Jewish history is the fact that when Dunash came to Spain, he was kind of like the Elvis of medieval Hebrew poetry. His take on how to rhyme things and how to create meter was so radically different from the traditional Hebrew modalities used at that time that Jews literally had riots in the streets, fistfights over which mode of poetry was superior. Dunash's specific innovation was to take the shva vowel. If you're familiar with Hebrew, it's the vowel that has like, it sort of looks like a colon that's placed under a letter. And if you're familiar, of course, that it has two different sounds, a shvana or shvanach, a very small little different sound. In linguistics, it would look like the letter E printed upside down. You see it sometimes in dictionaries. And he suggested that you should take that shva vowel and use it as a half beat in meter, just like the Arabs do with Arabic. And this just opened up Hebrew to a whole new realm of poetry, which of course is celebrated today with songs that are sung around the Shabbos table even today, like Glory Yikra, for example. So that's an example of like the kind of the cultural weight moving from Baghdad all the way over to Spain. Moving to the northern part of the Mediterranean, we've got lots of Jews living in what would be Turkey today, in the Greek peninsula, a very large number in Rome, and in that sort of sideways oval, that's Provence. That's a fascinating community in the south of France. And way up at the top, there's a fairly small population of Jews. It was much, much smaller in the year 1000 than Spain or even Baghdad. Those are the Ashkenazim living kind of way up there in the Rhineland. Smaller communities a little further south. Rashi is around this time in Troy, but it's really quite insignificant around. So this is basically a picture of where Jews are living around the year 1000. Smaller communities that I can't note here. There were Asian Jews in Central Asia, the Khazars that we spoke about briefly last week. Now, if we look at the next 500 years, we see a few different things. First of all, most important, the population of Ashkenaz just explodes. The Ashkenazi population grows at a remarkable rate from the year 1000 to about the year 1500. So a lot of questions about how that came to be. Certainly there's a significant amount of migration from the south, and this is part of a much larger general population explosion of northern Europe at the time. Many historians feel that the reason for the population explosion after the year 1000 is related to climatic factors, that the ground became much more arable as a result of temperature shifts. And there's a lot of interesting theories about why that might have happened. But nevertheless, for our purposes, you have a really big population of Jews growing in Ashkenaz, which, as the great medieval scholar Robert Chasen points out, sort of cuts against the grain of the Lachrymose school of Jewish historiography that says that, suffering in Western Europe at this time, in Latin Christendom, was so brutal and it was so hard to make a living. But in reality, we see that Jews, at least demographically, expand significantly over these centuries. But it is offset by frequent expulsions. And that's what I tried to point out with these green lines here. You have expulsions beginning in 1182 from France. France at that time was actually only a very small territory, but it expanded a much larger expulsion in the year 1306, then smaller ones right through the 14th century. The Jews of Provence to the south of France, who were not part of the French kingdom at the time, they also endure expulsions, and they find their way into the Italian peninsula in particular, and also further east. The Jews of England are expelled in 1290, and there are much smaller expulsions from smaller principalities throughout Germany and so on. Overwhelmingly, the Jews move east. And the reason for that movement is twofold. On the one hand, there are the expulsions, which are motivated by several factors. There's a certain degree of anti-Semitism involved. This is the era when the blood libel first appears in the year 1144, followed closely by the horrific host desecration, which is this argument that the Jews need to, torture the communion wafers. And that's combined, probably much more importantly, with economic factors. Jews are for a variety of reasons, one of the most important being the church ban on money lending between Christians. Jews are the only money lenders, the only people providing credit in Latin Europe at this time. And it's a dangerous profession. If they extend loans unwisely to larger population, they risk popular uprisings, which they would have in the 17th century in particular. And if they loan money to some of the more powerful noblemen, the noblemen might feel that at a certain point it's easier to simply wipe out their debt by expelling the Jews than to try and repay what they have borrowed for various international campaigns and things like that. So a lot of economic and social pressures driving Jews out of Western Europe, and at the same time, Central and Eastern Europe is experiencing a vacuum of economic talent. They don't have, for example, any mitners, anybody who knows how to handle precious metals and turn them into coins. A lot of the economy in Poland in the 12th, 13th century is still happening with barter, and the rest of Europe is way ahead of that, developing Arabic credit systems and working with lots of currency and so on. So the Jews are quite literally invited to Poland, which is much larger than it is in this map at the time. It was part of a large dynastic commonwealth formed with Lithuania that extended from the Baltic Sea to the Black Sea. And so the Jews are being invited into Eastern Europe, and so the Jews make their way there in communities, in waves, all the way up through the 17th century. This is what will result in the massive population of Ashkenazi Jews, although originating in the Rhineland, really populating Eastern Europe, Russia, Poland, Lithuania, now we get to the Great Expulsion from Spain, and I know the map is getting crowded. It's going to get even more crowded in the next slide, but hopefully we can stay with it. Now we're looking at the red lines, and this is the colossal experience the Jews had during the expulsion from Spain. As you recall, Spain was a towering citadel of Jewish culture. It had long eclipsed Baghdad as really the religious and literary center of the Jewish world. And to expel the Jews from Spain was like absolutely mind-boggling. It would be akin to expelling the Jews from New York and New Jersey and Connecticut. It's like unthinkable. Such a massive amount of people, so central to the economy and culture and so on, but nevertheless, it happened. As you can see inside that red circle, the first wave of Jews went to Portugal because that, was the most convenient land crossing. Many of them went in the northern region along the Douro River, where God willing, I'm going to go in February for an advanced visit before we take a cruise there in May. And also many made the short distance across the Mediterranean into North Africa or over the Pyrenees Mountains into Bordeaux, France. And some of them made the much larger trek all the way out to the New World, which was discovered at precisely this time, hoping to reestablish themselves in places like Brazil in particular. But a lot of them made their way to the north to more accommodating climes, particularly in the context of the religious wars, where the Protestant Reformation had allowed for some more liberal environments where the Jews would be free of the Catholic Church in particular. The Netherlands and Amsterdam was an especially welcoming place because this is a culture that depends heavily on a population that cooperates with each other. The Netherlands, of course, were reclaimed land. If you've ever been to the Netherlands, it's incredibly flat, and that's because they developed these dikes and windmills and to pull water out of the soil that's soaked from the ocean, and dry it out enough that they can actually plant on it. And inch by inch, they actually expanded the territory this way. And what that society needs is everybody has to do their part. You can't ignore the dike on your property and think that your neighbors aren't going to be ticked off about it because it will eventually flood theirs as well. this interesting kind of cooperative culture was exceptionally welcoming to the Jews because as long as they did their part, they were perfectly well accepted. It was not a society that had the luxury of discriminating. So a lot of reasons why Jews went specifically to Amsterdam. And then you've got Jews spanning out throughout the Mediterranean, some of them making their way to the Italian peninsula. But the most important for our purposes at the end of this class is that many of them made their way completely out of Christian Europe, out of Catholic Europe and out of Protestant Europe, and made their way to the Ottoman Empire, which was under the Muslims, thinking that, they had actually done fairly well, comparatively speaking, under the Muslims compared to the Catholics in particular. And so they went to places like Constantinople, in this map, of course, the modern name of Istanbul, and to Asia Minor, and to Tzfat in Jerusalem, in Israel in particular, which I'd like to talk about in more detail. Okay, I hope everybody is following this map. I'm going to give you one more complicated map, and then we'll be done with the discussion of the migrations. Now this one, I know it's so confusing because I've left everything overlaid. But if you look at the light blue lines, this essentially gives you a sense of what happened to Jews in the last century and a half. The largest population of Jews by far is now in Eastern Europe. Those Ashkenazi Jews, joined by a few Sephardim, constitute the bulk of European Jewry. And of course, European Jewry is still dominant as the majority population as a whole. But after 1882, when in the Russian Empire there was a massive series of pogroms that lasted 3 years, and it was evident that the Russian Empire was either unable or even unwilling to try and control this popular violence directed against Jews, the Jews as a whole opted to migrate in huge numbers. About 2 million Jews made their way to the United States. About 100,000 made their way to Canada. A similar number made their way to South America. And about 250,000 made their way into Western Europe, which by now, we're already in the 19th century, all of those areas which had previously banned Jews now made their territories available to Jews, especially France, which had emancipated all its Jews in 1791. So Jews are moving in very large numbers to the New World. Smaller numbers, about 50,000, made their way down to South Africa, and the same number made their way to Israel because Zionism was becoming a thing at this time as well. And a very small number, less than 10,000, made their way to Australia. So it's basically a huge, 20-minute overview of major Jewish population movements. I just want to point out one thing which should be obvious from the aesthetics of this map, is that Ashkenazim and Sephardim are definitely coming into contact with each other in a very big way. Especially after the 1492 expulsion, you have Sephardim penetrating deep into traditional Ashkenazi cultures in large numbers, either as Jews, not being converted, the so-called Sephardim proper, the Spanish Jews, or as Jews who had the privileges of Christians because they were descended from those converts. Those are the so-called Portuguese Jews, who once they were free were generally adopting their Jewish identity again. And this gives you an overview of how Jews began to interact with each other. What happened when you had Jews discovering each other with those very different mindsets? Okay, I hope I haven't overwhelmed you with that migration. Let's look now at the impact of the Sephardim. And I'm going to do a little bit of a case study with the Jews of Tzfat in particular. So, as you will recall, the Sephardim had this working thesis that we have been, walking along with, is this notion that the Sephardim had developed the ability to interact with secular society, with Christian society. We also have to add the fact that the Sephardim were technologically far more advanced than the Ashkenazim at this time as well. This is a picture, it's a commemorative stamp of the great scholar Ralbag, or Gersonides, who was a 13th century Jew from the region of Provence. And among his many inventions was this thing that the figure in the stamp is holding, which is called a Jacob's staff. And it was an ingenious device that used physics to determine the distance of everything from heavenly bodies, like the sun shown here, or navigation, like how far away is that boat. And this kind of device was extremely useful for people who were going to make their way across the Atlantic Ocean. We have so many Jews who are deeply involved in the science of Spain in the first half of the second millennium. They're importing all kinds of Arabic sciences because they are the culture brokers between Arabic North Africa and Christian Europe. A lot of the translation efforts from Arabic classics, which are themselves quite often translated from Greek classics, to make it into Latin, they frequently had to go through Hebrew, or at least go through a Jew who could render the Arabic into a local vernacular, which could then be rendered into Latin. So the Jews are playing an incredibly important role, Sephardim in particular, in being the culture brokers for the world. Also very important for the culture brokers of Jews. They're bringing, for example, great Arabic classics like the Guide for the Perplexed and the Duties of the Heart and these things, and making them available in Hebrew for Ashkenazi readers as well. And this will become extremely important. Let me just put a little tag in this, or a pin in this for later. The printing press, which may have actually developed in a Jewish shop in Provence about a decade before Gutenberg invented his. It's not impossible. There's some interesting suggestions to prove this for our discussion today. But the printing press was certainly something that the Jews, even if they didn't invent it, they fell in love with it. And that had a great impact in spreading Sephardic culture because it represented the height of literary culture of the day and tended to crowd out a lot of the other competitors. So let's just put a pin in that for now, because we're going to come back to it shortly. One other thing that the Sephardim really brought with them was an openness to the outside world, which could prove to be quite corrosive to traditional Judaism as well. Witness in Amsterdam, where people like Baruch Spinoza really had no problem engaging with non-Jewish ideas, and ultimately bearing the brunt of an excommunication effort by the Jews of that community in trying to control the spread of his philosophy, which was, of course, deeply unsuccessful. But if we go to, for example, the city of Tzfat, we see a very different phenomenon that the Sephardim brought with them as they went into exile. So here's a map of the Ottoman Empire, right at its peak, really. Ultimately, this would be an extremely important map when you consider the formation of Israel, because this is basically what the Ottoman Empire looked like and what Israel looked like at the eve of the First World War, before the British took it over. And this was all Muslim territory, and it was quite a bit freer territory for Jews, especially fleeing the Inquisition in Spain. Jews proceeded at their own risk to live in other parts of Europe under Catholic domination. For example, in Italy, there was a horrific example of persecution in the middle of the 16th century, when a group of crypto-Jews, that is, Jews who had been converted to Catholicism and then made their way as a community to a place called Ancona on the Adriatic coast of Italy. And once they were there, because conditions seemed to be acceptable and the Pope at the time didn't seem to mind, they essentially went back and started observing Judaism. And it was just a known thing that there was a group of Jews living in Ancona who were actually, outwardly Christian, but inwardly they were Jews, and they practiced Jewish rituals, married amongst each other, and so on. Unfortunately, as we see in the book of Exodus, Jews and he was infuriated that there should be these backsliding Judaizers right there on the Italian peninsula. And so he arrested a large number of them and ultimately burned 25 Jews at the stake in 1555 in Ancona. This is an example of how it could still be dangerous to live as a Jew anywhere in Catholic Europe. And the Inquisition was active right up until the 19th century, so they were really not safe. But moving to the Ottoman Empire, to the Muslim Empire, it's a wholly different thing, because the Islamic religion has a sort of a model for the existence of Jews within Islamic territories. It's called the Pact of Umar, which is something like the Christian doctrine of witness, which essentially says that Jews are allowed to live and their religion is protected in Muslim lands as long as they submit to largely symbolic and some financial desire. They're not allowed to carry weapons or ride horses. They would have to wear a particular color. I believe it was yellow, to distinguish themselves from others. And a lot of these things were ignored in many places. They couldn't build their synagogues new. They had to just renovate the old ones. This is why some of the synagogues in the Ottoman Empire were actually built with several sub-basements, because they couldn't make them taller, but they could make them deeper in the ground. So many Jews said, "Oh, forget about living in Christian Europe. It's a loss." And they went in particular to Istanbul, or Constantinople as it was, and created a tremendous amount of culture there. The Sultan of Istanbul was actually quite delighted with his new Jewish subjects, because they brought with them a tremendous amount of economic activity, and he was very happy to expand those possibilities for the Jews. He considered Spain's loss his gain. And that's what connects us specifically to the town of Sfat, which you can see I've labeled here on this map in the blue letters. It's kind of in the north of Jerusalem, and it's not a very well-known place. It doesn't appear in Tanakh at all. The word Sfat probably comes from the word Sofeh, which means to look out, because it is about 5,000 feet above sea level. You can see it here with the Sea of Galilee, the Yam Kinneret in the background. Very beautiful, kind of picturesque area. And it was a backwoods town with very little to say for it. But the Ottoman Empire extended tax breaks to textile merchants living in Sfat, and textiles are a field that Jews had historically been very involved in. My own father, Alav Shalom, was a shmata dealer, and so all of a sudden Sfat became a center of tremendous commerce, rivaling even Jerusalem in many ways. And that was joined with a fascinating phenomenon of spiritual tourism. A certain number of very important Jews made their way from the Spanish exile to Sfat, and by the time you got about 70 years out, which is kind of similar to the way we are related to the Holocaust now in terms of time, there was this amazing effervescence of Jewish spiritual activity in Sfat. A remarkable number of figures of colossal proportions, really, all living in this tiny little village and making tremendous creative efforts in Judaism, particularly in Lurianic Kabbalah, a type of mysticism, which you can see here. It's very common to use this particular shade of blue as a way of warding off the evil eye, and especially to decorate graves with. The kinds of people who lived in Sfat in the middle of the 16th century include, if you can read some of these grave signs, on the bottom left is the holy Ramak, Rabbi Moshe Cordovero, who was one of the greatest systematizers of Kabbalah, who took a series of really bizarre, very difficult to read, complex, cryptic books, and he condensed them and he made them accessible in a book called Pardes Rimonium, the Orchard of Pomegranates, which became an instant classic in his lifetime. And by the way, let's remember that this is during the heyday of new printing. All of a sudden, books are in circulation with printing. The price of a manuscript dropped dramatically, lowering radically the threshold for people to actually access some of these great ideas. And so it was like the internet was invented in the 16th century, and everyone was piling on. The Ramak had a father-in-law, or excuse me, I think it was his brother-in-law. You can see on the right, his name was Shlomo Alkabetz, who was also a great Kabbalist and the composer of the Lecha Dodi poem that we recite on Friday nights based on his Tzfat experience. And then sort of in the center, you see the student of the Ramak, who was actually from Egypt. His name was the Holy Ari, Isaac Luria, right? So, also known as the Ashkenazi, although he was born and raised in Egypt. And he came to Tzfat in order to learn with the Ramak. He learned with him for less than a year, and then the Ramak died, and the Ari died a few years later. But these men created an absolutely phenomenal revolution in Kabbalah, which had tremendous ramifications for the rest of Jewish culture. I'm sure in your shul you're seeing Lecha Dodi. It's virtually universal and inspired so many Jewish movements afterwards. And this largely is a result of the, if you forgive the comparison, the post-Holocaust experience of these Sephardic and Portuguese Jews. All of these figures, with the exception of the Ari, were from Spain or Portugal, and the greatest among them was Rabbi Yosef Karo, who was himself a childhood refugee, we would say a survivor, if we use the comparison, who made his way through Constantinople, and then in his old age, he made his way to Tzfat as well. And they came with a dream and a vision of a completely changed world in which there was a dramatic moment that allowed for the bringing of the Messiah. And so their Kabbalistic studies were infused with an urgency, a drama that really propelled Judaism for the next 500 years, especially through the Hasidic movement. And this is largely from the Sephardic and Portuguese Jews who created this Kabbalah that later spun off into the Ashkenazim as well. Have a look at this map here, which gives you just a sense of the demographic spread of the Ashkenazim. This is in the first half of the 19th century, and you can see how Western Europe just has a few tiny dots of Jews. France, which once had a large community, is now very small. Only a few cities have any Jews at all. And Germany a little bit more, but then when you get to Eastern Europe, Poland, Ukraine, Hungary, Galicia, those regions are deeply sated with Jews. And there are three main flavors of Jews that emerge from this period of time. And let's see if I can put them up here. And I've sort of put them in a Venn diagram because more or less they overlap. You have towards the east and the south the growth of the Hasidic movement, heavily influenced by the Kabbalah of the Ari, which was in turn heavily influenced by the Sephardic and Portuguese refugees in Tzfat. You have the Mitnagdim. These are the so-called opponents, largely to the north, to Lithuania and Prussia, who are the traditionalists who oppose the innovation of the Hasidim. Both groups ended up, perpetuating themselves to the modern era. So it was, as they say in Pirkei Avot, a machlokas l'shem shamayim, a controversy for the sake of heaven, and as a result, it remained. And the third group, a little bit more to the west, particularly in German lands, were the Maskilim, the followers of the Haskalah. Let's have a very brief look at all three of these, and we'll hope to understand how it was largely their encounter with the Sephardim that affected each of them. In the case of the Hasidim, we have the research of my senior colleague, Rabbi Moshe Rossman, Dr. Moshe Rossman from Bar Ilan, who pointed out that, for much of the modern period, there were even doubts, did the Baal Shem Tov, the founder of Hasidism, even exist? Because all we had about his life was a collection of stories in a document called Shivchei HaDetz in praise of the Baal Shem Tov, and a lot of them are really quite amazing, a lot of miracle stories, and people didn't know what to make of them historically. But with the fall of the Soviet Union and the opening of the archives behind the Iron Curtain, Dr. Rossman was able to go and actually find the tax records of the Baal Shem. As you can see here, it's enlarged where you can actually see where he lived, how much he paid taxes, and so on. And he was able to write an amazing book that talked about the founders of this movement. The name of the Baal Shem Tov was Israel ben Eliezer, and he was deeply affected by the Kabbalah that was brought up from the region of Tzfat in particular. But the kind of movement that spread under the third generation in particular, that's the generation of the students of the Madud of Mezrich. You can see here, Mezrich is towards the south, where Hasidism had its largest impact, spread throughout the entire region, and of course, spread to the Americas as well. I happened to work in a very Hasidic part of the world, known as Brooklyn, New York. But they were deeply opposed by the traditionalists led by this man, the Vilna Gaon, who felt that there was simply too much ecstatic and fundamentalist religion with too much lack of discipline by Lithuanian standards. And they had actually quite significant fights that went on until they realized by the middle of the 19th century that they had a much more serious enemy in the Haskalah. Fascinating kind of movement. I know we're rushing along a little bit, but I want to leave at least some time for questions. The Haskalah was also an impact of the encounter between the Ashkenazim and the Sephardim, because the Ashkenazim were kind of like a wound up top, a tremendous amount of energy wound up in a very tightly coiled spring with very little access to the outside world. The penetration of these Portuguese Jews in particular, I mentioned Spinoza, but we could go through our list of a dozen Portuguese Jews who came to many of these regions saying, you know what, the Christians aren't so bad, and I kind of like their opera, and I'm fond of their science. They've got some great science now. And so Jews, Ashkenazi Jews, slowly began to encounter the outside world and to question that initial stance that was developed from the Crusades and had lasted for about 750 years. Maybe it's not so bad to get involved with secular culture. One of the greatest proponents of this was Moses Mendelssohn, shown here, who was personally an observant Jew, but he argued for greater integration of Jews with civil culture. That Jews, for example, should learn the vernacular. They should not be relying on their internal Jewish languages like Yiddish. They should be learning proper German and communicating in German and so on. And he was a very popular figure, particularly among German liberals and among a certain sector of Jews as well. But at the same time, his ideas were so controversial that in some parts of Europe, his books were actually burned by Jews because he was considered too radical. There were others, like Solomon Maimon, who were his rough contemporary, who simply abandoned Judaism altogether. He wrote a fantastic autobiography in which he was growing up in a Hasidic family, or actually in a Lithuanian family, but he encounters Hasidism as a youth. And ultimately, he just discovers that the outside culture is way too attractive, and he throws his Judaism overboard. But he writes I Jumped Over the Convent Wall kind of book to go along with it. Just take a moment to discuss this. In 1772, in northern Germany, in a region called Mecklenburg-Schwerin, there was a false burial scare where people suddenly developed this wide-ranging phobia that people were buried before they were actually dead. And this caused really quite an uproar, as you might imagine. So much so that people were doing things like building these kinds of interesting coffins where there's a little bladder in the coffin, and if you suddenly discovered that, wait, people had buried me when I was not dead, you could just squeeze the bladder and a flag would pop up or a bell would ring and all kinds of things like that to let people know that, no, you're not actually dead. Now, why this is relevant to Jews is because the Duke of the era was convinced that it made sense for burials to be banned before 72 hours of declaration of death. Meaning, the coroner, this is 1772, it's already quite late, we're talking about the period of the colonial era in America, it's much more modern. The coroner would decree a person dead, and then they would wait 3 days just to make sure, and then they would bury him. The problem is, Jewish burials require rapid interment. Again, an impact of Kabbalistic thought, the notion that the disintegration of the body through decomposition is actually beneficial to the soul. It represents a sloughing off of the sins of this world, and we want to accelerate that as much as possible. In Israel, of course, it's customary to bury within 24 hours, and not even to use a coffin, to bury a person in a shroud alone to accelerate that decomposition. So this meant that the Duke's decree would actually contravene Jewish practice. So people turned to Mendelssohn saying, hey, please, can you argue a way out of this so that we don't have to observe this decree because, it's against Jewish law. Now, Mendelssohn himself, personally, he was not inclined to oppose the decree. He felt it was a reasonable public health measure. After all, if people are being buried prematurely, we should certainly take steps to ensure that doesn't happen. And furthermore, he pointed out that historically, Jews did not necessarily bury in the ground. Like this, for example, is a crypt in Beit Shan, in northern Israel, where Jews were regularly buried in these kind of shells called kochim. And there's a lot of discussion in the Talmud about how this is done. And in fact, there are even very bizarre rituals that we no longer practice today, where you would, bury your loved one and let the body decompose, and then after a year, you would go back, retrieve the bones, and bring them to the family crypt. So it was like perfectly normal to do all kinds of things that are different to the burial system we do today. And he wanted to say, listen, this is a scientific advancement. We should follow this particular decree. But nevertheless, he respected the wishes of his co-religionists. He wrote a letter to the Duke and in fact was able to avoid the problem. But he himself felt it would probably be a good idea. Other Jews said, you know what, we should just go whole hog, so to speak, with all of this. David Friedlander, one of the students of Mendelssohn, said, we can't possibly negotiate, this narrow threading the needle between engagement with Jewish culture and blocking out non-Jewish culture and so on. Why don't we just pretend to be baptized? He called it the July baptism proposal, 1799, and everything will be fine. It was not especially popular, but nevertheless, there were a lot of Maskilim who argued for outright assimilation, and many of them simply disappeared at this time. Others, like Samson Raphael Hirsch, shown here, also from Germany in the mid-19th century, argued for a very careful parsing of what is actually required in Jewish law and what is merely customary, and then just following that line. Finally, when we get to Eastern Europe, that's where you have those masses of Jews, and the Haskalah penetrates in that region as well. We have the oldest population of Ashkenazim. We're closer to that kind of mindset of the Crusades, but by the time the Haskalah gets over to Eastern Europe, it overwhelms them. They are deeply involved in all kinds of modulations of Jewish identity. Yiddishism, Yiddish becomes a literary language at this time. Zionism becomes a new idea, political Zionism, so to speak, Jewish socialism, and there are critics of the old way of living, such as Joseph Rhodes, who brutally criticized the Hasidic movement, for example. These are all kinds of things that are happening as these Sephardic ideas, a result of the conversion, makes their way through Ashkenazi culture. Now, we should spend at least a few minutes talking about that big population that we have ignored largely till now, the so-called Eastern communities, or the Mizrahi. And they have been largely quiet for much of the period. They are not engaged, with a few very significant exceptions, like the Ben Ish Chai and so on. They are not producing the same kind of scholars that you see coming out of the Sephardic diaspora, or the Ashkenazic world as well. But there is a very significant impact because the Sephardim, bringing their very advanced book culture into the Ottoman Empire, overwhelmed a lot of the local cultures. And this is kind of a sad element to all of this, because you'll recall I mentioned the popularity of printing. So one of the things that tends to happen when you get to the 16th century in particular is that whoever publishes the first most popular book tends to destroy all kinds of smaller books. Like they say, this is what's going on in contemporary publishing today, partly as a result of the loss of our local bookstores. That people don't browse for books anymore. They go and they buy, the dozen or so popular authors over and over again. But it's very hard for new authors to make their way into the field because there's just no exposure for them. And so when the Shulchan Aruch is written by a Sephardi rabbi, Rabbi Yosef Karo, and it is published, and it gets the imprimatur of the commentary of the Ashkenazi Ramah, that shuts down all kinds of other activities. The same thing happens, for example, with the Siddur that we have. So many other local modifications to prayers that we see in local towns in France and in Germany and in Italy. These different liturgies, these different literary gems, they simply become lost because of the overwhelming steamroller effect, in particular of the Sephardim. So most of the Edut HaMizrach, the eastern communities, some of them extremely old, like in places like Aleppo and Damascus and elsewhere, they are overwhelmed by the Sephardic influence, and they begin to adopt Sephardic ritual, so such that they are ironically called Sephardim, even though they have no sort of tribal or biological connection to Spain. They're really Edut HaMizrach, but they have been overwhelmed by Spanish culture. They will, however, come to the fore when we get to the 20th century, particularly after the establishment of the State of Israel, because then you have the so-called Jewish Nakba, where many of the Muslim countries of North Africa and the Middle East expel their Jews as a kind of a revenge for the establishment of the State of Israel. And in a number which is ironically pretty much the same as the number that the Palestinians claim for their Nakba from the land of Israel, you have roughly the same amount of Jews who are either expelled or coerced or flee in fear from their countries to the land of Israel. And these are essentially the Mizrahim who make a huge impact in Israeli culture. If you look at the demographic population of Israel today, you'll see that Ashkenazim constitute about a third, right? And the Ashkenazim were the pioneers in the early part of this story, from about the 1880s to the early 1950s. And by the way, that's not considering the Yishuv, the old Jewish community that was kind of like the descendants of the centuries Jews who had lived there, along with smaller numbers of migrants from Ashkenazim and other lands. Mizrahi Jews constitute another third, but as you'll notice, no one here is Sephardic in this chart. It doesn't say Sephardic Jews, largely because Sephardic Jews, when they left Spain, they actually dropped in numbers significantly. And many of the Jews who call themselves Sephardic today are really coming from places like Turkey or Syria or Morocco, where they definitely have absorbed Sephardic culture. This becomes a political significance when Menachem Begin, shown here when he was in disguise because he was on the run from the British mandate authorities, and so he disguised himself very cleverly as a rabbi. He actually was quite learned, and there's his beloved wife Eliza, who was his political advisor and everything, and her son Binyamin Zev, he was able to, even though he was himself Ashkenazi, to tap into the voices of the Mizrahi community and bring them to the fore in the political movements that resulted in the 1977 election that turned over the traditional Ashkenazi elite and really allowed Sephardim, aka Edut Mizrach Jews, to have their say in Israel. They had their own heroes too, people like Rabbi Yosef, who was himself from Baghdad, but nevertheless was the chief Sephardi rabbi of Israel. He was actually a genius when it came to his interpretation of Torah. And his formulation of what is a Sephardi is anyone who follows the halacha of the Shulchan Aruch, as opposed to the Yad Ramah, the high hand, which is an allusion to Rabbi Moshe Isserles and his commentary on the Sephardi Shulchan Aruch. So defined that way, Sephardi is actually a very large tent that includes all kinds of people who may not necessarily be connected directly to Spain, but have a share in its cultural heritage. So that brings me to the conclusion of these 3 series of lectures, and I hope I've given you some insight into the factors that shape the Jewish mind, specifically the Ashkenazim, the Sephardim, and also the Edut Mizrach. There are many, many other smaller Jewish sub-ethnicities. God willing, maybe in another lecture series we'll have the opportunity to explore those as well. But until then, I want to thank you very much for your endurance and your attention through these 3 lectures. And I think we have time for a few questions.
They should, you know what? They should just release it. Yeah, I mean, fine. Whatever should get it. You know, Sneaky, who the fuck would have watched that? Nobody liked that movie. And
Hello, fellow students of Jewish history. As a historian, I like to restrict my activities to things which happened firmly in the past, which are no longer happening today. That's really where I feel most comfortable and I can speak with a certain degree of authority. But since October 7, it has become increasingly impossible to maintain my safe, comfortable home in the past, and I often have to talk about things that have direct relevance to the future. The truth is, that's not really true. That almost everything I say about the past has relevance to our times, but now it's become incredibly explicit. So what I'd like to talk about today is the history of Jews and universities, and I'll probably get a little bit more political towards the end of this video, so warning in advance. Now, perhaps one of the reasons why the current moment is so upsetting for many Jews is because universities is perhaps one of the last places where we expect to see this kind of phenomenon. But in reality, we shouldn't be that surprised because, again, taking a longer historical approach to the problem, we happen to be living at the end of a historical bubble that in the immediate post-Holocaust era, and especially from the 1960s, when the combination of the growth of the Black Pride movement in the United States and the remarkable victories in Israel of the Six-Day War produced a surge of interest in Jewish academics on university campuses, and specifically the rise of Jewish studies on academic campuses. We always thought, at least my generation thought, that universities are relatively speaking fairly safe spaces. We invest heavily in them with Hillels and with Chabad houses and with all kinds of supports for Jewish studies on campuses, and we thought that Jewish students would find a lot of value being in universities. But we happen to be coming, it appears, to the end of that anomalous period, that 5 or 6 decades of relative peace are slowly coming to an end, or perhaps rapidly coming to an end. So in this video, let's have a quick look back all the way to the very beginning of the Jewish love affair with universities, and I'd like to trace a little bit of the thread of resilience that winds its way through this history up until the present moment. So first of all, let us recall that Jews have a deep love affair with higher education. This is something that is deeply rooted in Jewish culture and has all kinds of reinforcements throughout history. If you look, for example, at the central prayer of Judaism, the Shema Yisrael, Hear, O Israel prayer, it has a command to teach your children. I mean, teaching and education is really built into the core DNA of Jewish history. And besides its religious motivation and its intrinsic value, Jews were incredibly incentivized towards pursuit of higher education, primarily because the holding of real estate, the holding of land, was not necessarily the best way for them to make a living throughout the long diaspora period. Jews could be expelled from a country on a moment's notice, and that would mean they forfeit their land holdings and so on. So historically, Jews have looked towards aspects of the economy that are more portable in nature. This leads them, of course, to various crafts that are skill-based, to all kinds of financial activities in particular, and to medicine. And all of these things require a higher level of education. So there's like the idea of transportable economics produces more inclination towards higher education. If we look at our own times, have a look at the Pew Research Center report on Jewish Americans, you can see that statistically Jews are an extremely highly educated ethnic group. If you have a look at this graph, you see the comparison of Jewish Americans, who are in the red bar, and non-Jewish Americans in the yellow bar. This is as of 2020. You can see that Jews are severely underrepresented when it comes to people who have a high school diploma or less, and they are incredibly overrepresented when we look at postgraduate degrees, like master's degrees and professional degrees, doctorates, and so on. They're more than 3 times the proportion of your average American. So Jews are very much invested in the idea of higher education, which is something that happens at university. We should also note, of course, that historically Jews have had their own universities, understood within the context of their times. Examples from the ancient world, such as the gathering at Yavne, the so-called Kerem Yavne, the orchard of Yavne, which was in Israel in the 1st century. Bodies that were partially research, partially judicial, like the Sanhedrin. And then, of course, when you get to the Talmudic period, you have massive academies in Babylonia and several cities along the Euphrates and Tigris rivers, also in Israel, in the city of Tiberias, for example. And you should also note here that in the Talmudic academies, the nature of Talmudic study is so broad that it easily encompassed all kinds of other areas of intellectual research, such as medicine, of course, geography, geology, astronomy, astrology, all kinds of bodies of knowledge would be included within Talmudic curve, but nevertheless they were institutions of higher education that Jews were deeply attached to. And even in the post-Talmudic period, there were several examples of purely Jewish university-like gatherings, but most of them were not especially successful. There was, for example, in the 15th century in Sicily, an attempt to create a Jewish university, or perhaps might be better said, as a university under Jewish auspices, but then the Inquisition came along and the Jews were expelled from there shortly thereafter. It was really only in the modern era when you have institutions like Hebrew University established, and here in New York City there's an extremely successful Jewish university. I've heard that there are a couple others as well. But let's focus for our purposes on Jews attending general universities. What was that like for them? So the dominant experience of Jews and higher education up to the 20th century is one of struggle against exclusion. This is especially true in Christian lands, where there was always a religion test for students and especially for faculty. This begins already in the 4th century with the University of Constantinople, which was then known as the Kandidaterion, or the place of all teachings. which is sort of echoed in the word university that we use today, which was founded, ironically, when the patriarchate in Israel was ended in 425. But outside of the University of Constantinople, Jews were admitted to the University of Jundi in Sasanian Persia in the 6th century. This would be in like the early post-Talmudic period, which absorbed a lot of Jewish scholars and scholars from other places. And shortly thereafter, when Baghdad rose, there was the Beit HaChikma, which was open to Jews as well. So Jews enthusiastically participated in these kinds of institutions, which were solely devoted to the pursuit of higher education. In Christian lands, there were some interesting exceptions made for extremely literate Jews who were very valuable to the university enterprise, particularly in areas like the Hebrew language, which is something that Jews, of course, retained and was essential for study of the Hebrew scriptures. But it didn't always work out so well for neither the prospective faculty nor the university institution. For example, Eliyahu Levita was invited to teach in Paris in the 15th century, but he refused because Paris was still closed to Jews, and he didn't want to be the only one there with some kind of residency permit. The major exception for much of the medieval period is Italy, and Italy was incredibly kind to Jewish students. The great universities of Bologna, Ferrara, Pavia, Perugia, Pisa, Rome, Siena, and especially Padua invited Jews or allowed Jews to attend. So much so that when they graduated and went back to their home countries to practice, typically medicine, the term Italian doctor basically meant Jew. Just like in roughly the same period, the term Portuguese merchant also meant Jew. It was kind of like a euphemism. There were, to be sure, discriminatory practices in these universities as well. Jews were forced to pay higher tuition, higher fees. There were certain kind of humiliations, like on Christmas they had to give all of the Christian students a bag of candy in Padua and things like that. The Jews would still generally be forced to wear distinguishing clothing, like distinctive hats that separated them from Christian students and so on. But by and large, Jews were very happy to even have the opportunity to study in these institutions of higher education. This all really changes from the 18th century onward. There's an increasing pressure from the Enlightenment to admit Jews without demanding that they convert to Christianity before they teach and certainly before they study. Interesting example is one Isaac Abraham Euchel, who was an instructor of Hebrew, and the University of Königsberg rejected his application to teach Hebrew there over the objections of the great Immanuel Kant, who is, of course, the most famous son of Königsberg, who refused to sign off on the Senate of the university's decision to not admit Professor Euchel to teach Hebrew there. Everything changes really on a legal basis when the Austrian Emperor Joseph II issued the Patent of Toleration in 1782, which formally allowed Jews to attend public school. And this is around the time when universal public education just begins to get rolling. And Jews were, under the Patent of Toleration, allowed to apply to universities as well. Application is not the same as admission, and progress was slow, but nevertheless, on a legal basis, Austria formally allowed Jews to attend institutions of higher education. By the time we get to the end of the 19th century, there are so many Jews who are active in all kinds of areas that are burgeoning and developing new departments of study in psychology, in sociology, experimental physics, linguistics, that the idea of blocking Jews were really at the forefront of many of these fields, sometimes actually creating these fields, made this whole idea seem silly. So by the time we get to the early 20th century, Jews are being admitted to universities in much higher numbers. Perhaps the greatest resurgence of a threat to Jewish participation in higher education came with the advent of fascism. The Nazi regime passed just months after Hitler came to power on April 25th, 1933. By the way, I happen to be recording this video on the anniversary of that date. the so-called law against overcrowding in schools and universities. The law, which was ostensibly against overcrowding, really meant against too many Jews in schools and universities. And it set a very, very low threshold of how many Jews could be allowed to attend the classes, even though Jews were at that time just 0.8% of the population of Germany. Nevertheless, there was a strong urge very early on in the Nazi regime to keep them out of higher schools. By 1939, they would not be allowed to attend at all. In Poland, heavily influenced by the integral nationalism that was emanating from Western Europe, they instituted ghetto benches, which was a segregated area at the back of lecture halls where Jewish students were forced to sit during lectures. Some bizarre discrimination against Jewish medical students, whereas they were required to source their own cadavers for dissection from the Jewish community, as opposed to general students who could use whatever bodies were either donated to science or, were otherwise sourced by the university for research. And we have this also, though, in the communist realm. One of the most bizarre episodes in a very bizarre period of time. The early Soviet Union tried to do away with all bourgeois educational models, and they actually tried to have the universities run by the students themselves. Kind of ironic when you see the People's University signs poking up in some of these Ivy League schools. And they wanted to put students in charge. Why should professors be in charge? This was considered an absurd effort, and it was doomed to failure because you can't put undergraduates in charge of undergraduates and hope that students will actually make progress. But nevertheless, it also was another opportunity to persecute Jews and remove them from teaching positions in the Soviet Union as well. It also chilled for a very long time the efforts of Jews in the Soviet Union to pursue degrees in certain fields, which were like ideologically suspect. I have many colleagues who studied in the Soviet Union and received their doctorates in fields that were far away from Jewish history, and then once the Soviet Union fell apart, they actually went and they retrained because what they wanted to study was Jewish history. So this should give you just some kind of sense of how we got to the point we are at today. What I began this video with was a statement that we are at the end, sadly, of an anomalous period in Jewish history. That we're at the end of a very happy bubble where Jews were more tolerated, where there was a honeymoon for Jews. Unfortunately, everything seems to be pointing in the opposite direction right now. We are at the cusp of a new form of anti-Semitism, as I understand it, which will call for now anti-Israelism. And this anti-Israelism does not live within the parameters of normal criticism of any other country. Now, please don't get me wrong. There is lots of room to criticize Israel. And in fact, until October 6th, disagreeing with Israeli politics is basically a national sport in Israel, and it is an amateur sport outside of Israel as well. There's lots of room for legitimate dissent, criticism, and so on, and it is a very vigorous democracy that allows for that to happen. But what's happening on many campuses today seems quite different. I'd like to outline now 4 basic ways in which today's protests go beyond the normal descent of young people in an artificial environment like the university into something which sadly resembles cruder anti-Semitism. First of all, calls for violence. And it goes without saying, of course, actual violence. Universities should not tolerate any intimidation of any student. No student should feel fear for their physical well-being by entering the campus. They should be able to stand and listen to someone else's argument. They should be able to offer their own counter-argument, all within the parameters of normal speech. Saying things like, the next target of Al-Qassam, holding up signs, or saying things like, Intifada revolution is the only solution. We'll get to point 2 about that in just a second. But open calls for violence are absolutely inappropriate and certainly constitute, in my humble opinion, a form of hate. Secondly, and it pains me to say this about a university environment where we're dedicated to higher education, but there is an incredible degree of ignorance about the basic history of this region. A deep level of ignorance that is so profound that it's hard not to see it as willful. And when you combine this incredible degree of ignorance with what appears to be a complete moral apathy and inability to empathize with the suffering of people on either side of this conflict, it becomes incredibly dangerous. I see it especially when talking about the hostages. My social media feed is full of these videos where people interview students and, okay, they don't know the geography of river and sea faunas, just so. But when they ask them straight up questions like, should Hamas release the hostages, and they can't give a clear yes answer, that astounds me. How can they possibly conceive that it is acceptable to kidnap children, women, the elderly, civilians, and then hold them as hostages, hiding behind human shields? It's just mind-boggling that rational people can actually think that that is acceptable. That definitely tilts over into anti-Semitism, whether they know it or not. Third,
Yo,
refusal to
how you living, Pimp?
so-called normalizers, meaning people,
What up,
especially
man?
Muslims, by the way, who want to tone down the other.
Kicking
You know,
ass,
like,
taking names.
They
How are
have
you, my
these,
friend?
red line.
Good. Just woke up.
Very cool. How'd you find out about me?
I found you on a pull thread.
A poll thread? What's that?
It's on an anonymous website called 4chan.
No way.
That says you were running away watching Family Guy.
Oh, tight. Is it new?
No, I think it's been around for a while. I started using it when I was a kid.
No, I mean, is the thread new?
Oh, the thread? Let's see. It says it was posted 50 minutes ago.
That's amazing, dog. Oh, that's sweet. Do you mind if I tell you about myself?
Yeah, go ahead.
I'm Rabbi ROTHSCHILD. I stream my life 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, 365 days a year for world peace. I've been doing so since the pandemic, more than 3.5 years. Have you ever seen the movie The Truman Show or the television show Big Brother?
No, I think there's one other movie that's kind of like that, too, isn't it?
What movie would that be?
Truman Show. What's another one? The Truman Show is the one with Jim Carrey, right?
That's correct.
So it's the other one.
Okay. Do you know the name of it?
Anyway.
Okay, very cool. That's right. The Economist magazine stated in 2018 that data had overtaken petroleum as Earth's #1 resource, more valuable than food, water, air, gold, everything. And I have more data archived on the internet than any person ever, which may make me an influential person someday. And if that comes true, I'm going to make you anon, all your friends, all your family, very wealthy. I want you to be able to create generational wealth if you don't have that already, become financially independent if you don't have that, and to start charities and philanthropic organizations of your own to help the world. How's that sound?
That sounds nice. I don't have any Bitcoin.
That's okay. I am someone who talks about improving the world very much so. I've created the world's largest time capsule or timeline of human existence. I also want to help the world end world hunger through the use of technology, such as things like agricultural drones, floating greenhouses, saltwater greenhouses, vertical farming, cloud seeding, and hydroponics. I want to help end world thirst. I'm actually sponsored by a cryptocurrency. It's ticker Bitcoin. It's worth about $100 million right now. One of the things we do is build wells in developing nations like Nigeria. I'm an advocate for the Lifestyle program, and most importantly, I'm an advocate for desalination technology, where we essentially pump Earth's seawater onto land to make it drinkable. I talk
I
about.
remember the name of that movie. It's called Ed TV.
Oh yeah,
It's 1999.
definitely. Thank you. I appreciate that. I'll have to check that one out again. I haven't seen it in a long time. I
So
talk.
those all sound like very noble goals.
Excellent. I talk about other things that I'd like to make
I don't
mainstream.
really.
Go ahead.
I'm sorry. Go ahead. No, I was gonna say I don't really care about like money per se, or getting like rich or wealthy or any of that.
That's okay. It's just a number at the end of the day. I am someone who talks about wanting to improve the world by making technology more mainstream and the discussion of futurology more mainstream. Things like anti gravity, antimatter, faster than light travel, faster than light communication, things like de extinction. People don't know this, but the first successful de extinction took place in the year 2003 with the Pyrenean ibex, which was a goat located in northern Spain, southern France. Fast forward to the year 2021, a company out of Dallas, Texas is founded known as Colossal Bioscientific. They've made it their goal to reintroduce the woolly mammoth into the Arctic Circle, utilizing Asian elephant surrogates by the year 2028, or within the next 3 years. They recently made headlines with their reintroduction of a direwolf. They want to reintroduce the Tasmanian tiger after the woolly mammoth and the dodo bird. I talk about other things that may be interesting to the world, things like quantum computing, artificial general intelligence, artificial superintelligence. I was streaming literally the day that ChatGPT was launched, which changed the world, and I've been able to see its development from ChatGPT 1 to all the way to 4, and all of the changes that we've had in society since then. I've seen the adoption of Dolly and Midjourney and Sora. I am someone who wants to help you directly, though. If you want, this is with your consent, to be able to give you everything that you need for life extension technology. When you were born and on, the average life expectancy for you or someone like you is probably about age 80. And if you want, I want to be able to increase that to age 100, 120 through the use of technology such as oxygen therapy, human growth hormone, stem cells, nootropics, cryonics, cryogenics, things like perhaps things like perhaps cold shock therapies or ambrosia therapy to get you to age 120. But you may say after that, Rabbi, my body's starting to break down. Do you have any other plans? And this is again with your consent, but if you want in the future, we may be able to utilize a type of technology known as mind uploading technology, where with your consent, we scan your brain into a computer like a CAT scan or an MRI, knowing where every atom is in your central nervous system and your peripheral nervous system, for later download as an android, an avatar, a cyborg, a cybernetic being, a clone of yourself, a robot, an ethereal being, whatever you want to be. But essentially what I'm saying to you, Anon, is you may be able to have digital immortality in the future. What are your thoughts?
Oh no. Even if it is possible to live, immortally in a digital capacity, I don't necessarily know that I want to.
Hey, and that's why I say, with your consent, if you want to die at a normal age, you should be allowed that as well.
I mean, I'm pretty sure I'll live for forever, but, as far as this temporal, physical life, I don't know. I think I can only really handle so much of it.
I absolutely understand. You never know. There may be breakthroughs, though, that allow you to be stimulated for much longer or entertained for much longer, and life may be much more fun than what we can currently experience.
All right, I might change my mind, but that's just currently where I stand.
Hey, you're entitled to that. As I say, it's all with your consent. But essentially, that's what I do. I've created the world's largest time capsule of human data. I'm live on 22 different YouTube streams simultaneously. I have more social media than any person in global history. I have over 100 YouTube accounts, over 200 Instagram accounts, over 500 Twitch accounts, over 1,000 TikTok accounts, over 2,000 Twitter accounts, over 5,000 Blue Sky accounts, and over 10,000 Kick accounts.
Wow.
Word, dog.
That's impressive.
Thank you. And I'm going to go viral soon. And if you're like, all right. Yeah, definitely. If you're like, okay, how are you going viral? I have created robots, that's what you see here, that automatically post for me on a platform known as Blue Sky, where people talk about me. Every hour somebody posts something about me. And then I've also created robots on Kick, and these Kick bots essentially takes clips of people and promote my Discord server. So it's just a matter of time. And when I go viral, if you want, I'll be able to help you with anything that you want. How's that sound?
Well, that sounds lovely.
Excellent. Well, I don't want anything from you. Meaning, like, if anything, just tell people about what I do. But aside from that, I don't ask for anything from anyone. And I hope that you are just the beginning of a good amount of people who see me from 4chan. And shout out to the 4channel people out there if you see me now or in the future.
Sure, man. I hope your channel grows.
Thank you so much,
More
man.
than anything, I hope you have fun with it.
Absolutely, I most certainly do. And to your point, from me, if you ever need anything more than just making you a trillionaire or anything like that, if you need a positive person in your life, if you just need a friend, if you want somebody with a positive view on the future, or just someone to help give you hope, I'm always here to help you if you ever need anything. Okay, Anon?
I appreciate that, man. Thank you.
Absolutely, you're welcome anytime. Take care, my friend.
Yep.
Lines, like they call them Dawabit, something like that, which basically says various principles, and they're saying that anyone who doesn't agree with these principles, these starting principles, we're not going to listen to you at all. I see it on my social media feed as well when there are certain voices for peace who are arguing from the other side of this crevasse, that they want to find ways to traverse the distance, the abyss that separates us, and they are shut down by their co-religions. I mean, that's absolutely intolerable. We need to find people who can build bridges right now. If we're serious about creating a lasting peace in the region, those are the people we need. There should be no excuse for shutting those people down. And then fourth, and I've talked about this before, so I don't want to add more to it, but this idea of selective outrage, this idea that, you can be upset about things that Israel does, and Jews and Israelis are frequently upset about things that Israel does, and there's room to criticize, there's room to analyze, there's room to make recommendations. But to be only upset about things that Israel does and completely be uncaring about things that happen in the rest of the world, where does that come from? You stuck with me for quite a while in this video. We talked a little bit about history, talked a little bit about the present moment. Let me just add one last thought. I've never seen anyone do a really good scientific study of this, and I have seen a few isolated studies that seem to bear out the parameters of this thesis. But it seems that most anti-Jewish violence, and I would like to suggest that maybe it's most protests by young people in general, is strongly correlated with the weather. In other words, people don't like to come out in a rainy season to protest. People don't come out in the middle of February to protest. Generally speaking, there are some interesting exceptions. But perhaps a lot of what we're seeing today is affected by the beautiful spring weather that we are enjoying here in the Northeast. And I'd like to hope then that we get some rain real soon. Thank you very much for watching, and let us hope for goodness.
Are you just paying for it, or are you charming? No. You charm them. But I'm incredible. I'm incredible.
Some money left.
There's some money.
Before that.
No, often no.
You never, hey.
Often no.
Sometimes, hey.
Who cares? But everybody. No. I go.
Hello, fellow students of Jewish history. Like many of you, I've been following the protests on the campuses of many of the institutions of higher education in this country with great interest and concern. And one of the areas that I find particularly difficult is reading the perspective of Jewish participants in these protests. And so, this is stepping a little bit out of my lane as a historian, because I prefer to talk about things that happened a long time ago, and I will. If you're here for that, I will talk about some historical precedents here. But I really wanted to take a moment to speak directly to my fellow Jews who are choosing to participate in these protests and share with you some of my thoughts about how your participation fits into the larger narrative of Jewish history over the last 2 millennia. Let me say first that I think I understand your motivation. I think I understand where you're coming from and why you want so badly to participate in these demonstrations. You know, you have wonderful statements like, no one is free until everyone is free. Beautiful things. And you are heir to the tradition of the prophets, to Isaiah, railing against corruption and oppression. This is beautiful. This is very much part of the Jewish tradition. There's no denying it. Even in the last century, there's famous photographs of Abraham, Joshua, Heschel marching arm in arm with Martin Luther King Jr. for civil rights and things like that. I totally get it. And you add to that the fact that so many of your like-minded peers have participated, and it feels like you're connected to so many people around the world doing the same thing, and you're getting validation from some of this faculty and things like that. I really understand. I can see why this would be like a moving moment. And you maybe even think to yourself that one day I'll tell my grandchildren about where I was in the summer of 2024. That might be true. Let me just take some of your time, however, to tell you why I think, respectfully, that this is not the protest that you should be participating in. There are other ways, better ways for you to voice your opinion than to be specifically joining yourself this moment. Let's just do a little bit of history, separating from the immediate concerns of the present moment, and we'll come back to it in a second. I want to point out to you that there's a long, long history of Jews, usually individual Jews, stepping away from mainstream Jewish communities in order to participate in movements that have a much larger social capital. Recall, of course, that Jews have been a minority for 2 millennia. We have lived in sometimes very hostile environments, sometimes predominantly Muslim, sometimes predominantly Christian, and it is a natural human desire to not be part of the minority, to not stand out, to say, why are we oppressed by the larger community? Why? Maybe they're right and we're wrong. And that first step out of the community is so affirming for much of Jewish history. There are all kinds of people on the Muslim side and the Christian side. Of course, we're talking now about a secular moment. We'll get to that in a second. But within the medieval period and in the early modern period, there's so much of a huge amount of love given to Jews who step over the line and join the larger intellectual currents of the day. And we have many, many examples of this historically, of these Jews who become tokens, who essentially jump the fence, and then they end up making a career out of denouncing their fellow Jews. Tens of them are very well known in Jewish history, but there are probably thousands, maybe tens of thousands of much lesser known individuals over the generations. Give you a few examples. Like Nicholas Doman, who was a yeshiva student in 13th century Paris. He didn't get along with his rabbi, and he decided to convert to Christianity. And then he ended up denouncing the Talmud to the Pope, and ultimately succeeded in having a massive number, 24 wagon loads of precious Talmudic manuscripts publicly burned, and initiating an attack on Jewish religion that would last for centuries.
I was wondering if you could do me a favor.
What's that, big man?
Who's this?
I can't read what you have right now.
Are you not fluent?
I can't see what you have on my screen. I don't have a very big device here.
Let's try it this way.
It's still really small. It's still really small.
Off your chin. Ja. None. Sadi. Resh. Yoga. Who is that?
Any questions that you have, feel free to ask me in the Ask Rabbi Anything section, and I'd be happy to answer.
Another example, Anton Margarita. His father was a very important rabbi in 16th century Poland. You know, we don't know much about that whole family dynamic, but he also decided to step away, and then he ended up writing these incredibly scurrilous treatments of Judaism that were extremely popular with non-Jewish readers and had a huge influence on the later anti-Semitic movement right up until the 20th century. In the case of Margarita, by the way, not only did he convert first to Catholicism, he later converted again to Protestantism, because one of the things that happens inevitably with these people is they get an initial amount of support and love and affirmation, and then that fades away, and then they're looking around saying, what happened to all the love? So they end up doing it multiple times. So you have several examples of Jews who make a career out of
How you living, big dog?
after the Inquisition, and then reverting back, and then converting again, and each time getting a bump socially from people around.
How are you?
How much more so is that true in our era?
Uniswap.
Oh, okay. I was trying to find it on Jupiter. I'm gonna put 240 in right now. Just candle. You buy some too, right? Do you have some?
They give it to me.
Think I should buy?
Yeah. If you're gonna hold for a long time.
Yeah, it's going straight up again. Wait, so if I create a Uniswap wallet, I can just purchase it through there?
Yeah.
Oh, I thought I needed. Thank you.
You're welcome, big dog.
Oh, it worked. Oh my god. I just gotta get some USDC or USDT and then buy it.
Ethereum.
Oh, Ethereum? Okay. I thought Ethereum had gas prices.
It does.
Can I afford that? Buying another?
Yeah, they're not that much.
I feel like it's just as safe to do Tether and USDC.
I think you could do that. If you have specific questions, though, I would recommend going to their Telegram. It's HPOS10I. It's t.me/HPOS10I. And just ask any question that you have, and they'll be happy to help you. They're really cool people. You're welcome, my friend.
when so much emphasis is placed on what one of my sons called clout, the visibility on Instagram and likes and things like that. I'm too old to really understand this properly, but I do get the general sense of what's going on. And I think the parallel to all this love, which we see in the media today, is all of these op-eds written by people saying things like, I'm a Jew, and that's why I'm participating in the protests, or I'm a Jew, and here's how I see the protests as a fulfillment of the Jewish tradition, and so on. And I have to tell you, for someone who is deeply embedded in the Jewish tradition, those are very cringeworthy things to read. Perhaps the saddest of all of them, in my humble opinion, is a man named Ernst Lusauer, who was born in 1882, and he was a Jewish man who was a huge German patriot. During World War I in particular, he was an exceptionally talented writer of songs and poems that were very patriotic, and they were extremely popular. Some of them were called Gott strafe England, God will punish England, or Hassegesang gegen England, a hate song against England, of course in the context of Germany fighting England. And initially he was like a darling of all of these right-wing German patriots, but after a while they began to tire of him. They found him too shrill, literally too Jewish, and he found himself cast aside by the community that he wanted to attach himself to so dearly. Jews, on the other hand, saw his undying pro-German stance, especially as we get into the late 20s and the early 30s. When Hitler comes to power, they see his attitude as one of fundamental betrayal. And he later wrote, shortly before his own death, to the Germans, I am a Jew masked as a German. To the Jew, I am a German faithless to Israel. Now, these are all kind of cautionary tales. I know what you're thinking. I'm not in that category. I'm fighting for right is right. I'm fighting against oppression and all these things. You don't have to take my word for it. Please use your intelligence. And I have 4 basic suggestions that I would like you to just think about before you participate in the protest any longer. First of all, of course, Jews sympathize with the suffering of the Palestinians. The onslaught of the IDF is terrifying. But ask yourself, ask your associates, is this really the fault of the IDF or the fault of Hamas? Hamas, after all, precipitated this with their brutal attack, breaking the ceasefire of October 6th, massacring over 1,000 people, and kidnapping over 200 people, many of whom still remain in captivity. Now, this long history didn't start on October 7th or October 6th. It goes back much further, and I'll talk about that in point 3. But you have to ask yourself, if you were Israel, what would you do after October 7th? Ask politely, what exactly how do you live with over 200 of your family members held in brutal captivity, raped, abused, starved? How are you supposed to deal with it? I don't know. I'm not in charge of a country. But I will tell you, I don't think their reaction is irrational. They're trying to get the hostages back. Second, please note, there is no contradiction between wishing peace, prosperity, and self-determination for both Israelis and Palestinians. That you can have that desire at the same time. Many, many Israelis do. And as we see, many, many American Jews do as well. We would all like to have peace. Peace involves no more cross-border attacks and no more kidnapping our people. If this is all true, here's the question. Why are protesters calling for the destruction of Israel? Either literally or figuratively, with statements like from the river to the sea, which means wipe out Israel and make it Palestine. And you see that graphically all the time with the images of the state of Israel colored with the Palestinian flag. Why does Israel have to disappear? Now, a lot of people will say anti-Zionism is not the same thing as anti-Semitism. And that's technically true. But the fact is, anti-Zionism is almost always a hiding place for anti-Semitism. Have a look, for example, at this chart.
Welcome,
That shows,
Anand.
this is from the Pew Research Report studying American Jews. It was published
Excellent.
in 2020 based on a 2013 survey. The numbers, I think, are pretty much the same today. 87% of American Jews say caring about Israel is either essential or important to Jewish identity. Only 12% say it's not important. Maybe you're inside that 12%. I don't know. I hope not. But most American Jews are Zionists. They care about Israel. Also, by the way, note that 61% of American Jews believe that a peaceful two-state solution is possible. That means both Israel and Palestine living side by side in peace and prosperity. Now, why isn't there more protest for that than destroy Israel and make it all Palestine? 3.
Just hold on to it as long as you can do, my friend.
On the history. Go back before
I'm just going to wait for a swipe and I'm going to pull it out.
I have some resources on my channel, but you don't have to look at my material. Look at lots of material. There are certain books and so on which I certainly would not recommend. But if you want something that I think is moderate, something that I disagree with occasionally, but I think is a fairly middle road account, have a look at Benny Morris's Righteous Victims. Really important study that will give you some sophisticated idea. But read widely. Go ahead, use your intelligence. You're at these institutions of higher education. You should be able to do that. Finally, please talk to other Jews who choose to support Israel. Hear them out. Go to your Chabad house, go to your Hillel house. Tell them what you think. Tell them, I'm upset about this, I'm upset about that. I don't think this is right. Have the conversation. Just don't rely on your Instagram feed for perspective on this highly complex issue. I want to conclude by telling you that I thought a lot about you on the Seder night. I'm sure you're familiar with the section in the Haggadah which speaks about the four sons, right? The wise son, the wicked son, the simple son, and the son who does not know how to ask. And the Haggadah goes through each of them, and there's a very, very fine difference between the first two sons. If you look at the text here of the Haggadah, you can see that it says, Chacham Mahu Omer, the wise son, what does he say? What are all these various rules that God commands you? And then the wicked son says almost the same thing. He says, Rasha Mahu Omer, the wicked son, what does he say? Ma ha'avoda hazot lachem. What is this worship to you? And the difference between these two questions, the first one, of course, asks lots of details, different kinds of commandments. This one just asks in the collective. But nevertheless, really, the emphasis between the two passages is in the word used and translated in English simply as you. In the case of the Chacham, the word that's used is etchem, which is one form of saying you in this particular grammatical function. And over here, the word used is lochem, to you.
I don't want the transaction.
The difference between the wise son and the wicked son is so tiny. It betrays, as you see in the text here, a fundamental distinction between the wise son, who still includes himself within the Jewish world, even though he does not understand what's going on, and the wicked son does not understand what's going on, but chooses to separate himself from the community. That's the real tiny difference between the two of them. But it's really important to remember that the Rasha, the wicked son, is still at the table. Who is not at the table? The kidnapped son. The son who is still underground in probably Raffles. And that's who we have to focus on. We have to get back our family members. We have to get back our sons and our daughters. I hope you found this video useful. I hope you will take up my suggestions and speak to some intelligent people so you can get a sense of perspective on this. And I hope that next Passover we should all celebrate together with our families. Thank you very much for watching.
Oh, it tells you how much, my bad. Okay, that's not bad.
Erev Tov. It is so nice to see once again such a robust, nice crowd here with us on Zoom. We are so privileged once again to be hosting Dr. Henry Abramson. I will share that this is again our second in this series, but in the intervening week between last week and this week, we have already gotten wonderful feedback, and even people who are now looking into their own histories and trying to figure out some of their own background due to the wonderful insights we heard last week. So there's been a tremendous amount of anticipation to this second installment, although rest assured that even if you missed last week, you will still be able to be enthralled and enlightened by what we're going to learn this week. Once again, the opportunity to be enriched in our present and understanding our past and seeing how that impacts our future is one of the things that are really enriching about this endeavor of study. So with that, I hand it over to Dr. Abramson, and again, thank you so much for joining us.
Thank you so much, Rabbi Posey. I apologize for the delay. I'm actually not in my usual home studio for this lecture. I'm traveling right now, so I'm in a hotel room in Toronto, and things are very different. The internet, however, seems to be fairly strong, so hopefully we won't experience any more delays. I just realized I had misplaced the Zoom address, and it took me a while to find it. Why don't I start with a quick pleasantry, and then we'll get right to the material. So the joke goes like this, and once again, I apologize for those of you who have heard me lecture before. I only know a very small number of jokes, and I simply repeat them over and over again. Thankfully, the demographic that usually comes to my lectures has difficulty remembering jokes over a very long period of time, so I get to reuse them quite often. So the joke goes like this. It's set in the former Soviet Union when there are a tremendous number of shortages everywhere. And there's this big lineup outside of a cucumber store. Now, as we certainly know now, since the collapse of the Soviet Union, the great country was made up of many smaller republics filled with many different nationalities. It's not a monolithic Russian state. It's filled with Ukrainians and Lets and Uzbeks and Tatars and of course Jews and so on. So this lineup is proportionate to the distribution of many different peoples in the former Soviet Union. And they're waiting there in the morning for these cucumbers. The manager throws open the shutters and leans out the window and he says, "We've just learned that we can expect a smaller shipment of cucumbers today than expected. So therefore, all Jews, please leave the line and go home." So what can they do? The few Jews who are scattered throughout the line, they simply give up. They're not going to be served. They're not going to be able to buy their cucumbers, so they go home. People wait in line. A little while later, he opens up the window again. He says, "We just learned that one of the delivery trucks has broken down on the way. We will have less cucumbers than anticipated. Therefore, all Central Asians, Kazakhs, Tajiks, Uzbeks, Tatars, everyone go home." So, what can they do? They have to leave, So this goes on and on and on until finally he opens up the shutters and he says, "We've just learned that the last cucumber truck has been hijacked by the mafia. No cucumbers are being delivered today. Everyone go home." So all you have left in line now are pure titular nationality, pure Homo Sovieticus line. And Petro turns to Ivan and says, "You see, the Jews get all the breaks." Now, I hope you're laughing. I can't tell over Zoom, but it seems like in many ways, when we look at Jewish history, we see one after another period of persecution and discrimination and so on. And although that does characterize a great deal of Jewish history, there's also a tremendous amount of intellectual creativity and artistic activity. And, as someone put it in the Lacrimose School of Historiography, much of Jewish history is like books and pogroms and books. But last week, we looked at the shaping of the Ashkenazic mind. We looked at this idea that and it's just kind of like a working theory. It's not really a defined, well-known, accepted idea, but I believe there's a lot of value to it, at least as a Gedanke experiment, as a kind of a thought experiment to get us to think about what it means to develop in the Ashkenazi mindset. We talked a lot about the idea of the Crusades being that defining moment around which that culture is wrapped, in which it is in constant dialogue with that moment, even if the original germ of that historical event has long passed. It nevertheless affected and scarred the Ashkenazi mind so much that one can see its reverberations throughout the centuries, right up to our own day in many ways. And as we discussed last week, the idea that the Crusades created a sort of a fear of the outside world, of non-Jewish culture, that it was toxic and dangerous and threatening. And, there's a lot to say for that point of view. But it's not necessarily one that was held by Jewish communities all over the world. Tonight's task is to look at the Sephardic experience and to wonder if perhaps there is a similar kind of event, and I will posit for our discussion that, yes, I believe there is, that also created a sort of a template for Sephardic thought, or how Jews belong to the rest of the world, that shaped the way that Sephardim interact with each other and with other Jews up until the present day. I would like to argue that it is the Inquisition and the expulsion in particular that shaped the Sephardic mind. It's a very different kind of thing, because the Crusades were one horrific summer of 1096, but then for future persecutions, there was always a harkening back to, you see, it's just like the Crusades. And I would like to think that in the case of the Inquisition and the expulsion, there's that same kind of circular pattern of returning back to that generational experience as the foundation of how Sephardic Jews react to the world around them. One last word before we actually start into the material. When we speak about Sephardim, you should know that there are really two major groups of people who fall under this rubric. There are those who are from the Iberian Peninsula itself, and that would include both Spanish Jews and Portuguese Jews, who had a very different experience, as we shall discuss shortly. And it also includes a large number of Jews from the Eastern Mediterranean and Persia in particular, who were shaped and altered by the huge influx of Sephardi Jews after the expulsion. So, for example, the Jews in Constantinople, Istanbul, Turkish Jews, were deeply, deeply affected by their encounter with the refugee Sephardim. And in many ways, they consider themselves Sephardim, even though their genetic, so to speak, their ancestral origins don't go to Spain, but they found themselves within the Sephardic orbit. As Rav Ovadia Yosef, a very important Israeli Sephardic rabbi, put it, the definition of a Sephardi is anyone who follows the Shulchan Aruch, anyone who follows the code of Jewish law that was written by a Sephardi exile, and of course that includes a massive number of people who are not from Spain, but nevertheless feel themselves culturally within its orbit. I would like to say, however, that I think the Sephardic experience was so traumatic and so deeply felt on a cellular level that even Jews from Persia are affected by the Sephardic experience and their way in which they see themselves in the world. And so I think a lot of the assessments that I'd like to make today about Sfarad would hold equally true for Persian Jews as well. So maybe we'll have a chance to examine the validity of my thesis when we get to the end of the lecture. Let me take you through the experience of the Inquisition and the expulsion in greater detail now, and then we can assess, to what degree that is a cultural turning point for Sephardim. So when we look at Sephardim, there are basically four major periods to consider. There's first the period of earliest settlement, which we'll talk about briefly today, and that goes up until the year 711, which is the year of the Muslim conquest of the Spanish Peninsula. Then there is the Muslim period, which includes the famed period known as the Golden Age or La Convivencia, the period of coexistence, which lasted for about 200 years and was quite remarkable in many ways. The third would be the Christian period, when the Muslims are slowly driven out of Spain, and the Jews, who had really excelled to a great degree under the Muslims, find themselves under a very different regime with a different agenda for the Jews. And then finally, the diaspora period, after 1492, for the Spanish Jews, and somewhat later for the Portuguese Jews, when they are living as Spaniards or as Portuguese, far away from the Iberian Peninsula. So those are the four major periods. We're going to concentrate really on number 3 for tonight. And next week, when we look at the impact on other populations, we'll be back into the fourth period. So just to cover very quickly, though, the earliest settlement. So the word Sepharad is applied to the Iberian Peninsula, much like the word Ashkenaz is applied to Northern Europe. It's kind of like a very fanciful imagination from the rabbinic mind. We have these words in Tanakh, like for example in Ovadia, the first parak, one parak, the exiles of Jerusalem who are in Sfarad. A lot of discussion of where that actually would have been as described in Tanakh, but it was later applied to the Iberian Peninsula. The Talmud uses a term that's much more historically accurate, Hispania, which is related to Hispania, which is the Roman term for the holdings in the far west of Europe. We do have legends of very, very old settlement, which are probably not historically valid, but nevertheless interesting. In the 16th century, a Moshe ben Shem Tov ibn Habib found an inscription that reads, "This is the grave of Adinoram, servant of King Solomon, who came to collect taxes and died here." Now, it's quite fanciful. It's hard to imagine that in the period of King Solomon, which would have been like the 10th century before the Common Era, that he had actually been collecting taxes all the way west as far as Spain. But nevertheless, there is this kind of idea in the Spanish Jewish mindset that Jews do go back quite that far. The earliest, more reliable text is the so-called Jewess of Adra, and this is in the south of Spain, where a transcription was made by a much more reliable historian in 1783, and it reads like this in Latin. So it's partially obscured. A name that ends in NIA, Salomon Mula, an uno, there's a missing word I've got typed there, sorry, mens cuatro dia uno Judea, which translates as, here lies, we have to assume that because it's the great marker, some child whose name ends in Nia, could be Unia, something like that, daughter of Solomon, that is definitely a Jewish name, age 1 year, 4 months, and a day, and then finally a Jewess, Judea. So this is probably a 2nd century marker. Again, it, like the other one, is lost, so we can't say for sure, but we have other evidence to support the idea that, yeah, in fact, there was a Jewish community in Adra that old. This is one of the oldest Jewish communities we have. We know of it, for example, from church records from Elvira, where a synod was gathered in the year 305 to lay out a whole bunch of rules for how the Christians of Spain were to interact with other peoples living there, including the Jews, and actually quite a bit of legislation about how the church really wanted non-Jews in Spain to not ask Jews to bless their crops, to not have meals with them, to not have any kind of social fraternization with them, and the list goes on and on and on. And it is possible that these laws were implemented more for the purposes of saying that such laws are on the books, but it's more likely that, in fact, there were Jews there, And the church was really trying to create a social separation between the early Christians and the Jews living in the peninsula. So it's quite likely we have a population there. Moving a little bit further, the region comes under the domination of a people called the Visigoths, or the Western Goths. This is an unusual people that adopts a form of Christianity called Arianism. That's with an I, A-R-I-A-N-ism, which, among other things, regarded the Son of God as not being the Son of God, which made it something of a heresy, and later would convert. They would convert to Christianity. That occurred, to Catholicism. That occurred in the 6th century when Recared I, shown here with the rather ethereal gaze looking off into the sky, when he converts from Arian Christianity to Catholicism. And with that conversion, he felt, as many others do in the future, it's an ironic pattern, that the best way to demonstrate your bona fides in a new faith is to persecute the Jews. That way people will know, oh, he really is one of us now. So the Visigoths, they went through a 120-year period of just incredible legislation against Jews. Unfortunately, we have no Jewish records of how Jewish communities dealt with this or how realistic it really was. But for 120 years, successive kings would seem to outdo each other with this idea of creating a kind of a police state to forcibly conform Jews to particular standards. Jews at one point were required, for example, if they traveled from village to village, they had to check in with the bishop of every village that they went to. They had to report. It's just an incredible period of great persecution for about 120 years. Forced baptism became a feature of the Visigoths, and it would later become important in Spain, as we shall see. There were all kinds of, the requirement of Jews to take oaths for the smallest of things, a tremendous degree of very brutal punishments, such as confiscations, lashes, exile, and amputations were quite frequent. And they had a lot of examples where one of the more minor punishments was something they called decalvatio, which means literally scalping, but does it mean shaving one's head off, or does it mean actually removing the skin at the top of the skull? This, by the way, is a picture from the Civil War of someone who survived a scalping at the time, and it looks like quite a brutal thing. It appears that most people did survive the Calvatio under the Visigoths, because there was always talk about what would happen if they were to be caught again. Nevertheless, a really brutal period of time where Jews were certainly deeply unhappy. And it's not surprising, therefore, that when the Muslims came in the year 711, we looked at this map very briefly last week when we talked about the rapid spread of Islam through the region, they crossed into the Iberian Peninsula. And although it was a long-standing feature of sort of Christian European historiography that the Jews betrayed the Visigoths to the Muslims, we have no evidence of any kind of betrayal of this nature. But we do have lots of evidence that, when the Muslim armies raced across the peninsula, the Jews in the various towns and villages proved to be very loyal supporters of the Muslim regime, especially considering the background of the Visigothic persecution they have endured. And so they turned out to be quite able administrators for the Muslims. And this was really like the sort of political genesis of the Golden Age. That's what they call La Convivencia, the coexistence period, which was about from the 10th to the 12th centuries. Maimonides is at the very end of it, and his flight from Spain was occasioned by the invasion of Spain by much more radical Muslims from North Africa, who came and said, what is going on here? I can't believe that we have Muslims and Jews writing poetry together, drinking alcohol, which is forbidden to Muslims anyways, together, and in general have made like a sort of a great relationship. And so Maimonides is like the bookended time where La Convivencia ends, and it begins to go downhill from there. But during that period, you have this incredible phenomenon of Jews rising to remarkable positions of leadership under the Muslims. People like Hastai ibn Shaprut, who was a physician who ended up becoming a foreign secretary or a minister of foreign affairs for a Muslim kingdom, and Shmuel ibn Nagrela, for example, who actually led a Muslim army for 16 years. Can you imagine it? In today's world, a Jew, the head of a Muslim army, just incomprehensible. But, sort of talent was recognized at the time, and Jews were considered very loyal servants. And so that you see over and over again this tremendous rise of Jews to positions of leadership. You also see periods of phenomenal Jewish creativity as they begin to interact with Islamic and especially Arabic norms. There is an effervescence of Jewish poetry, heavily inspired by Arabic examples, and the creation of people like Yehuda Halevi and Ibn Gabiro, philosophers, ethics, people who specialize in ethics like Phobos and Levavos. So many important works created during this period of about 2 centuries of great tolerance. And it also represents a period where Jews of this region were willing to kind of like experiment with their Jewishness, and especially the cultural expressions of Jewishness, and see, well, what can be done within the boundaries of halakha, and they discovered many fascinating things. Maimonides, although he himself was an exile from there, he nevertheless carried a lot of that spirit with him to Egypt, where he composed most of his great works. Large reason for this controversia was the fact that, anthropologically speaking, even though now we live, I think last time we spoke a couple of years ago, I think I said almost the same thing. Unfortunately, it's even worse today. Even though we live in a period of tremendous conflict between Jews and Muslims in the land of Israel, they're really, anthropologically speaking, the faiths are very much more similar to each other than Judaism is to Christianity. Islam, like Judaism, is essentially orthopractic in that it focuses on behaviors like diet and dress and conduct and daily ritual, whereas Christianity is much more a religion of belief, of creed. One must accept Jesus as one's personal savior and so on. Now, this is an overgeneralization, but there's no question that Jews and Muslims could find a lot of common cultural vocabulary to communicate with each other, and so it worked out fairly well during this period of time. Jews were, however, not equal to everyone else. This was a period when Jewish life in Muslim lands was regulated by something called the Pact of Umar, which is a sort of a doctrine laid down sometime in the 8th century, and it's attributed to a particular caliph named Umar, although it probably was authored later and over a series of time, in which Jews are protected within Muslim society. They're called dhimmi, a protected class, as long as they conform to certain disabilities. Some of those disabilities are economic in nature, such as the payment to the special tax. Many of them are very symbolic in nature, like they're not allowed to bear arms, not allowed to build their synagogues higher than mosques, have to show genuflection and subservience to Muslims in a thousand different ways. And the Pact of Omar, on the one hand, was insulting, humiliating, and expensive for Jews, but it also guaranteed Jews a legal, safe space within the Islamic world. And it was applied with different degrees of severity by different caliphs in different parts of the world. Spain happened to be one of those places where, for 200 years, it was very lightly applied, and Jews could, basically move about society for a couple hundred years with tremendous freedoms. It's also worthy to note that part of the reason for this, for both Muslims and Jews, is the fact that this region is way on the edge of Europe, right? Looking at this map here, can we zoom into it? No, I didn't zoom in, sorry. But if you look at this map here, the center of Islam at its birth was in the Arabian Peninsula, and then it moves essentially to Baghdad, to what will be today Iraq. So that's the center of Islam, but it's very, very far away. Communication takes weeks
Yo, Pimp.
for any kind of
How are
message to
you?
get back and forth. And so basically, it's a little bit like, Las Vegas.
How'd you find out about me?
Someone linked the Discord.
In what platform? Kick? Blue Sky? Oh, excellent. Do you mind if I tell you about myself?
Sure.
Excellent. I'm Rabbi Rothschild. I stream my life 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, 365 days a year for world peace. I've been doing so for more than 3.5 years, going back to the pandemic. We've seen the death of a queen, the birth of AI, the coronation of a king, and everything in between. Rebecca, have you seen the movie The Truman Show or the television show Big Brother?
Yeah, I've seen Truman Show, and I know about Big Brother.
Excellent. Well, that's essentially what I am. I'm live on 22 different YouTube streams right now. Again, I stream my life for world peace and to end world hunger. I'm an advocate for using technology to improve the world, especially ending world hunger through the use of technology such as agricultural drones, floating greenhouses, saltwater greenhouses, vertical farming, hydroponics, cloud seeding. Additionally, I'm an advocate for ending world thirst through the use of technology. I'm sponsored by cryptocurrency, and one of the things we do is we build wells in developing nations like Nigeria. Additionally, I'm an advocate for the use of things like life straws and desalination technology, where we pump our seawater onto land to make it drinkable. I have more. So excellent. I have more.
That's great, dude.
I appreciate that, man. I have more social media than any person in global history. The Economist magazine stated in 2018 that data is Earth's number one resource. Data overtook petroleum in 2018, and I have more data archived on the internet than any person ever, which may make me an influential person someday. And if that happens, I'm going to make you Beck, the Beck. I'm going to make all your friends, all your family financially independent if they're not already. And if you want, I'm going to make sure that you're able to create generational wealth. And most of all, I want you to be able to start charities and philanthropic organizations of your own to help the world. How does that sound?
Hell yeah, brother. Sign me in.
Excellent. You will consider yourself signed in. You should know I talk about other things to improve the world. Things like anti-gravity, antimatter, faster than light travel, faster than light communication. Things like quantum computing, artificial general intelligence, artificial superintelligence. Things like de-extinction technology. People don't know this, but the first successful de-extinction took place in the year 2003 with the Pyrenean ibex, which was a goat located in northern Spain, southern France. Fast forward to the year 2021, a company out of Dallas, Texas is founded, known as Colossal Bioscientific. They've made it their goal that within the next 3 years, or by the year 2028, to reintroduce the woolly mammoth into the Arctic Circle using Asian elephant surrogates, which I just think is a mind-blowing plan. They recently made headlines with their introduction of the direwolf. They want to reintroduce the Tasmanian tiger after the woolly mammoth, and then the dodo bird, which I just think is going to be really exciting for the world to be able to witness. I talk about other things.
Yeah, it sounds fun, but are we gonna have a Jurassic Park?
Well,
Dinosaurs?
there's
Is that possible?
So here's the thing with current technology, no, because those types of essentially prehistoric animals don't have DNA that has been preserved, which is unlike the woolly mammoth, which has been preserved in glaciers, and the Tasmanian tiger and the dodo bird. However, using artificial intelligence, we'll be able to essentially reverse engineer a type of DNA and perhaps be able to create them in the future. So don't give up hope. I also want to allow you, if you want, with your consent, to be able to live longer than you normally would through a type of technology known as life extension technology, or a group of technologies. This is all with your consent. If you want to die at a normal age of age 80, like you would have normally the back, then absolutely that should be your right. But if you want to live longer, you should be able to utilize certain technology such as oxygen therapy, human growth hormone, stem cells, things like cryonics, cryogenics, things like cold shock therapy and nootropics to be able to extend your life to age 100, 120. And eventually you might get to 120 years old and you may say, Rabbi, it's been a really great run, but my body's starting to break down. What's the next plan? And again, this is with your consent, but I want to help you, your friends, and family be able to utilize, with your consent, and I can't emphasize that enough, a type of technology known as mind uploading technology, where we scan your brain into a computer like a CAT scan or an MRI, knowing where every atom is in your central nervous system and your peripheral nervous system, for later download as an android, an avatar, a cyborg, a cybernetic being, a clone of yourself, a robot, an ethereal being, whatever you want to be, Debek. But essentially, what I'm saying to you is there may be an opportunity for you to.
Can I be inside the computer?
Absolutely. What I'm saying to you is that you may be able to experience a digital immortality in the future. How do you like that?
Wow, that sounds awesome, bro.
Absolutely.
Yeah, no. What?
Aren't we in the digital immortality right now?
I don't know. Are we?
I think we are.
There are
I mean, maybe the
I'd like to
Matrix.
go another one.
potentially there are aspects of it, but what I'm saying to you essentially is that we know where every atom is in your central nervous system and your peripheral nervous system, make a copy of that, and then input that into another being, whatever you want to be.
This sounds kind of very futuristic. I don't know if we have that technology.
Oh, we most certainly do.
You know,
In fact, scientists are already transferring memories within mice. So if we're doing that now, currently, and we've already been able to utilize BCI, brain computer interfaces, successfully within humans, mind uploading technology is maybe less than a decade or two away.
Yo, is this a normal thing to happen? When you're buying a phone, it takes a while to swap.
Usually it takes like 1 or 2 minutes.
Oh, it's taking way longer.
Okay,
I had like a bunch of transaction fails when I tried to do it.
what I'm going to advise you to do is go to the Telegram. It's t.me / HPOS
I'm wondering if you experienced it.
10. They always just give it to me, so I don't buy it.
hey, why is your
How many dollars worth of it?
One question at a time.
Like, I'm not. Yeah, that's a good question. Like, are they like actually like giving you a bunch of quarter like?
Yeah, they give me. Essentially, they donate to me. They donated all of my bedding, my shirt, my hat, my sleep mask. This is all. I mean, here you see the coin Harry Potter, Obama, Sonic, Canino. These are all NFTs that have been worth up to $10,000 each. So, it's a lucrative market. Debek, you had another question?
You're doing a good job promoting it because I just spent $50 on it.
There you go. That's what
It has had a pretty good past, right? But
yeah, it had an all-time high of $370 million market cap.
do you think it's bound for another one?
Well, yeah, I absolutely do, and here's why. Data is Earth's number one resource, and all I do is promote this coin all day long. So when people find out about me, this coin's going to be extremely valuable, and I think it will eventually replace old school Bitcoin as the global reserve currency.
I mean, I kind of am somewhere in between. I think this is good for like. Oh, what is the marketing even like? I'm sorry, like how did it even gain so much traction in the first place? Do you know?
Rabbi, would you say Bitcoin is your life?
Yeah, sure. I mean, it's an element of it. How did they establish traction? Generally through Twitter Spaces, and then they started sponsoring like F1 cars, and then just a lot of viral marketing.
I can't believe they sponsor F1 cars. That's amazing.
Yeah.
Like probably some of the less successful teams. So is it? I mean, that's like millions of dollars.
It is.
For even a cheap one.
Right.
I just wanted to ask about your name, Rabbi Rothschild.
Sure. I'm a rabbi. Rabbi is
Are you-
Hebrew for teacher, and my last name is Rothschild.
Okay. So you are a rabbi.
Yep. Watching Jewish
You
history
don't look
lecture.
like one.
That's okay. We don't all look the same. Have you ever seen a rabbi in their bedroom?
No.
They all
Fair
look.
point.
They all look like I do.
Vegas, and what happens there, stays there. So both Muslims and Jews were free to sort of experiment with their development of their own cultures and as well as their relationship with each other. This was especially true when they aggressively asserted a greater degree of independence with the establishment of a caliphate in Cordoba under Abd al-Rahman I. And as the legend goes, he was supported by a Jewish merchant who he later promoted to very great heights in his administration, beginning really the idea of the, quote, wise and loyal Jewish servant that perpetuates itself throughout much of this period. And it is important to note on a sociological level that, well, of course the Jews are going to be loyal because they can't rely on the support of the masses of Christians that they live among. The Visigoths, remember how badly they persecuted them not too long ago. And so if they're chosen and picked to be the administrators for the Muslims, they're certainly going to be loyal to their new masters. So this is a period of tremendous creativity and power for the Jewish community. It changes dramatically, though, beginning with the slow drive from the north to the south of the Christians, which Christians will call the Reconquista, the reconquest, because, of course, the peninsula was originally Christian under the Visigoths, then it became Muslim, and now the Christians are going to take it back. And as this map shows, they move kingdom by kingdom through the peninsula all the way down to the south until in 1482 they finally drive out the last Muslim kingdom. And although Muslims will still remain to some degree in Spain, the Muslims lose all power to the new Christian overlords who have a decided interest in making it sort of monolithic in its religious character. And that's a great deal of the story that will happen to the Jews as well. The Christians engage in a lot of religious dispute to a certain degree with Muslims, but especially with Jews, because there's this sort of drive for ethnic and ideological purity.
No, man. Like I said, like
becomes relevant,
you should just contact
one of the most dramatic
Telegram
elements
and they'll
of
walk
this
you
is
through it.
so-called disputations, where the church would hold.
No, it's not that I don't want to hear you talk about it. I don't know.
Of a king, because these are really kingdoms.
I
A forced disputation where
You just did. You said, "Do you know why it's taken so long?" You just did. You said, "Do you know why it's taken so long?"
On the merits of their faiths. The end result was almost always the same, and it would result in mass.
Okay, welcome.
forced
How are you,
conversions
Frosty
of
Nips?
Jews and things like that. One particular disputation,
You're good.
however, stands out as being especially
You're good.
interesting.
No
That is
need to
the
apologize.
disputation of 1263 in Barcelona, where the king of Aragon chose a remarkable figure, Nachmanides, the great Rabbi Moshe ben Nachman, to lead the dispute. And we have an account of that dispute by both Ramban, Nachmanides, and his interlocutor, who is, as is typical for these disputations, a Jewish convert to Christianity named Pablo de Cristiani. We have the account of the debate from Ramban as well as from Pablo de Cristiani in Latin. It's really interesting to see how these two accounts differ with one another, but they're really quite fascinating. In the end, Ramban technically lost because there's no way they're going to judge him the winner, but he so devastated his opponent that King Aragon gave him a reward of 300 gold pieces and said to him, listen, you did a great job. I can't protect you anymore, so you have to flee. And so he took the money and he ran. He ended up in Israel, where in his old age, he turned around the Jerusalem community remarkably, ended up starting a renaissance in Israel. I have here actually this is, by the way, a really interesting graphic novel version of it, which is popular with teenagers, that goes through the transcript, because we have two versions of it. And here, I don't know if it'll work, but let's try this video. This is from the video. The disputation has been dramatized. Here is a remarkable presentation. I can't remember the actor's name, but he's going to portray a scene where he speaks as Nachmanides. I'm just going to show it to you for a minute while I have a drink of ginger ale.
And the most warlike of all the people, most restless and greater than that of
Hear that.
is the people of Christendom, the followers
Oh
of
boy,
Jesus.
I created 2,000 of them, and it's considered ban evasion.
Your Majesty is a great king and
2,000
the
counts.
19 armed
Yeah, actually 20, at least 2,100 accounts. Frosty Nips, do you know? Do you mind if I tell you about myself? Excellent. I'm Rabbi Rothschild. I stream my life 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, 365 days a year for world peace. I've been doing so for more than 3.5 years, going back to the
You like
pandemic.
MDE too? You like World Peace, the TV show?
What? There's a YouTube show called.
Finish this pitch, would you?
Yeah, Sam Hyatt. Yeah, there's a TV show called World Peace.
Okay, very well. I don't watch it. I'm live in his fish tank though right now,
Cool.
and
You're in Fish Tank? Okay. Yeah.
the fish,
Really?
the fish tank server. Yeah, I mean I'm not on the fish tank show, but I'm live on the server. I've been live in the server for about 6 months.
If you got offered to go on the show, would you?
Yeah, I tried.
Nice. It's a shame it got shut down though.
Why did it get shut down?
It's okay. Arya was there for you. It's because the show's not taking place in a commercial zone, and they got shut down for like filming in a residential zone. That's at least it's the official narrative right now.
Very interesting. All right.
Yeah, they were making money in a residential zone.
So are they gonna try to restart it somewhere else?
Yeah, they're moving.
Very cool. Yeah, I tried to be on there, but they didn't let me. So I made like a video for them and everything.
You guys see my wallet code yet? My wallet's. Yeah, you ain't getting your seed anywhere near me, bro. Hey, my seed ain't going nowhere. Yeah, pause, brother. You pause.
Rabbi, what's your source code?
Please don't.
I need it.
Less. It's not about seed. You were going to tell me about yourself, though.
Absolutely. I'm Rabbi Rothschild. I stream my life 24 hours a day.
You said you were going to tell me about you.
I am. 7 days a week, 365 days a year for world peace. I've been doing so for more than 3.5 years. I have more data archived on the internet than any person in global history. And I do so because I want world peace. And
It was Christian. You trying to take Christian's record?
I've been doing it longer than that person. So, yeah, and I do it from 22 simultaneous YouTube streams. They do it from one. I am live right now on one of my 22 or on 22 different YouTube streams. I 500 Twitch accounts, over 1,000 TikTok accounts, over 2,000 Twitter accounts, over 5,000 Blue Sky accounts, and over 10,000 Kick accounts. I am someone who.
How is any of that good, though? I mean, those are all bots, right?
No, they're real. Like, I make content on them.
It's all real people that aren't you?
No, they're all me.
Yeah. Where do you get the servers to run like 40,000 accounts on everything at the same time?
Well, they're not all running at the same time. I create
I thought they're all 24/7.
the YouTube account,
Okay.
so you don't need servers to.
Those are nice questions. I'm not trying to like offend you or anything.
I understand. I don't take offense to it. You don't need servers to stream, at least as an end user on YouTube. You just need devices. So
Right. Yeah, you just need like a lot of internet power too.
That's correct.
I guess I'm kind of up mistakes. I'm sure people in the city have better internet than me.
Sure. So I'm live on 22 different streams. If you would, take a look in the upper left corner and you'll see 24/7 YouTube stream link. Do you see where it says that? It's got like red circles around it. If you want, click that link and you'll see all my simultaneous streams and you'll say, whoa, I've never seen someone with this many live streams at once.
Yeah, it seems kind of pointless.
Okay.
But it is kind of impressive that you have cameras all over here.
Yeah, I mean, that's your subjective opinion.
Yeah, it's pretty cool.
You're entitled
but
to
it. It's
it.
weird.
One person. Hey, you're entitled to your opinion, certainly. I just stream my life, so it's not very weird to me. But I need to make sure that I have redundant streams in case anything ever happens to any of my accounts. So I am live on. You asked about my Twitter. I have 2,100 Twitter accounts, more than that. But I am live right now on Twitter. I've been live 24/7 on a Twitter space, a video Twitter space. Under my account Karaoke King 0000. If you're like, well, why did you choose that? I would sing karaoke on Twitter Spaces, but I didn't want anything associated with me because anything that has Rabbi Rothschild gets banned very quickly. So you can view my life from there. I'm live on Rumble. I'm live on Twitch. I'm live on DLive and Trovo and YouNow and about 33 other platforms, including Africa TV and Vaughn.live and quite a few others. I talk about things to improve the world, like ending world hunger through the use of technology, such as agricultural drones, floating greenhouses, saltwater greenhouses, cloud seeding, things like perhaps.
Yeah, a lot of those require like immense amounts of surveillance, though.
None of them require surveillance. You don't need surveillance for vertical farming.
Lots and lots of cameras. You don't get drones operating without cameras.
I mean, you can have sensors, but I get what you're saying. But you don't need cameras for vertical farming. You don't need cameras for floating greenhouses or saltwater greenhouses. All of that can be done.
I guess so. But then you put drones up there on the rooftops to watch the plants, and now you have sky cameras watching over the whole city, right?
No, I mean, you could do that. You could have drones in your bedroom if you wanted to. I mean, I'm not talking about that. I'm talking about drones that fly and pick crops so people don't have to. And deliver pesticide and insecticide and can also irrigate them if needed. And
We get all the stinkies out of our country. Just let robots do it.
Just one moment. Hey, what's going on? How are you? Hey, come to my Discord. Okay, well then create a Discord account and come on in. Okay, well, we welcome people from Nigeria. 100%, my friend. I'm sponsored by cryptocurrency. Excellent. Here it is, baby. All right, so come to the Discord. I want to help end world thirst through the use of technology as well. I'm sponsored by cryptocurrency. It's known as Harry Potter Obama Sonic 10 Inu. It's worth about $100 million, and one of the things that we do is we build wells and develop it. It's a very long name to the cryptocurrency. It's known as Harry Potter Obama Sonic 10 Inu. The ticker is Bitcoin, and it's worth about $100 million. One of the things that we do is we build wells in developing nations like Nigeria. I'm also an advocate for life straws and, most importantly, desalination technology, where we pump Earth's seawater onto land to make it drinkable. Absolutely. So, if you weren't aware, The Economist magazine stated in 2018 that data was Earth's number one resource. It overtook petroleum, and I have more data archived on the internet than any person ever. And I look forward to being able to help everyone who's helped me along the way when I go viral. Basically, that data I think will make me a very influential person someday. And when that happens, Frosty Nips, I want to be able to give you all the money that you need, if you need it, if you want it, to be able to become financially independent, to be able to create generational wealth, and to be able to start charities and philanthropic organizations of your own. How does that sound?
Cool.
Excellent, man. Sounds like
I
you were.
feel like a lot of the organizations that are stealing my data happen to have a lot of people involved in them.
Okay. What do you mean by people?
I mean, people, quotation marks.
Okay. Well, there are certainly a lot of people who are utilizing your data. I recognize that myself, and so I felt that instead of allowing them to make money off me, perhaps I'll make money off them or off my own data. So I've really done my best to be uncancelable. If I'm canceled on one platform, I have backups of my backups of my backups.
Smart. Yeah, just have a billion fucking accounts.
Exactly. Exactly. And so I look forward to, hopefully it won't take too much longer, especially with some of the social media.
How do you afford the level of internet that it requires to run? Like, what'd you say, like 1,300 streams?
No. I don't have 1,300 streams. I have about 33 simultaneous streams. I am a certified project management professional.
Okay. You just have thousands of accounts.
That's right.
You don't have that many streams running.
I have like 22 different strong YouTube streams going, 22 different Rumble streams, another like 11 Discord streams. And how am I able to afford to do this? I am a certified project management professional, so I have launched apps on the App Store and Google Play. I've also had contracts with Fortune 100 companies, and I'm able to utilize my savings from that to be able to fund this. Additionally, I don't ask for them, but people give me donations. And then occasionally people ask me to work on projects for them. And if the price is right, I do. And I'm able to make money that way to be able to support myself.
Are you really a rabbi or really a Rothschild?
I am really a rabbi. Rabbi means teacher in Hebrew, and my last name is Rothschild. I can trace my lineage up to the Bible. So that's enough about me. How about you? What are your interests, Frosty Nips? What are your favorite things to do? What do you like?
I like Berserk a lot. It's the way he persists to fight demons. His haunting past is incredibly motivating. Sorry, I'm pretty drunk right now, so I'm talking a little slow.
That's okay.
I'm trying to get into learning finance,
Very well.
but that's very recent and it's very complicated. I'm very interested in like old European history, back to like the pagan stuff. More so I like the Visigoths.
Very cool.
How they like turned into Rome.
Yeah, the sacked Rome.
A lot more interested in that because I like the British Isles stuff.
Very cool. That stuff's fascinating.
Sure.
Excellent.
The
Well, if you,
relationship between the British and the Irish, even though they're like the same people, is pretty interesting also.
I'm in agreement with you. Well, if you like history, this is the place to be. I'm currently watching Jewish history lectures by Professor Henry Abramson. Feel free to enjoy. And just more than anything, more than me making...
The Jews were involved in like everybody's history. It's pretty crazy. They got like a view of everything.
Well, that's pretty arguable. I'm in agreement with most of what you say. More than anything, though, you should know that I'm here. If you ever need anybody, I'm here to be a positive person in your life. I'm here to have an optimistic view on the world, and I'm here to give you hope. So if there's anything that you ever need, I'm here to help you, okay?
Sure, right?
Excellent, Frosty Nips. Feel free to enjoy.
And beyond that, who knows what other are? Where does it say in the writings of our prophets which you say you believe? The coming of the Messiah will bring not love but hate, not peace but war. Another point. The coming of the Messiah, according to all the Hebrew prophets, was to be a time of justice. I look around the world that you Christians have made of your faith in Jesus. Is it a world of brotherhood and equality? There is no Jewish aristocracy, no Jewish slavery. No Jew is lord over Jews. No nation on this earth, except ourselves, has learned to live this way. Have you a higher standard of justice to teach us? What is it?
So I wish we could watch the whole thing, but it's a couple of hours. But it is, you can get a sense of the majesty of Nachmanides when he's free to speak his mind. You can also see why he was ran out of the country as a result of his performance. So that's kind of like the tense period that we go into when we get to the Inquisition. And here we have to slow down a bit and understand what exactly was the Inquisition, why was it instituted, and why was it so horrific. So it starts really in 1391. As I mentioned, with some of the disputations, like the Barcelona disputation of 1263, there are forced conversions afterwards, but these tend to be fairly small scale, local in nature. In 1391, there is a mass movement that sweeps across much of the northern part of the peninsula, converting Jews left and right by masses of people who are all fired up by a particular preacher named Jose Ferrar. And we should understand that in Catholicism, merely administering the sacrament of baptism is something that is sufficient to consider a person a Christian, a Catholic to be precise. And anyone can administer that sacrament, and it doesn't have to be holy water that's blessed. It can be like water literally in a ditch, as happened in France, for example. It can be literally any kind of water just sprinkled on a person and a particular phrase repeated, and that does it. It's kind of like the Muslim Shahada in many ways. So we have a huge number of these, conversions by force, For example, in Salamanca, there's a situation where people actually burst into the synagogue on Shabbos, sprinkled down a whole bunch of water, pronounced the key text, and the entire congregation was suddenly, against their will, converted to Christianity. And this created a really unusual sort of situation because the church recognized these people as actually now being Christians. The Jews themselves who were baptized certainly did not. And they said, no way, we are still Jewish. That's ridiculous. And the church simply didn't know what to do with these people because they were not converted at the directive of the church. This is kind of like a mass phenomenon with a fiery local preacher that went viral. And so basically they were left to their own devices. And this meant that you had a large class, maybe 20, 30, 40,000 Jews, hard to say the exact number, who were given essentially the full privileges of living as Christians, meaning they no longer had any barrier to entry into higher education, no longer any restrictions on their residency, no longer any restrictions on their activity in the economy. They could pursue any kind of trade they wanted. And so many of these Jews said, why not? They continued living as Jews, marrying other Jews or other, as they were called, new Christians or conversos, and maintaining their Jewish lifestyle, and yet taking advantage of the new freedoms they received as a result of this accident. And this continued for almost a century until 1478, when the church said, we have to turn this around, and we have to make sure that these people, now the descendants of this large mass conversion of 1391, we have to make sure that these people leave behind their Jewish identities. They cease all Judaizing activity. And so the Inquisition, headed up by Thomas de Torquemada, shown here, who himself was of Jewish origin, was tasked not with persecuting Jews per se, but those Jews who had been baptized, even against their will, and making sure that they stay within the lane of Christian behavior and that they abandon all Jewish activities. This was, kind of like a crazy sort of phenomena where for, about a decade and a half, the entire society was turned upside down as people would be denouncing their neighbors left and right. And I'm going to get back to that, but I just want to, before we go to it, let's just have a quick look at this theological conundrum, which I've skipped over very quickly. The notion that the church believes, and this is really still Catholic doctrine to this day, that if a person is forcibly converted, even though it is forbidden to forcibly convert a person, once that person has received the sacrament of baptism, they are now a Christian. The most dramatic example of this, in my mind, is the 1858 conversion of young Edgar Mortara in Bologna, Italy, which I understand is going to be made into a major motion picture soon. It's been popularized by a very important work by the title The Kidnapping of Edgar Mortara by, I think his name is David Kranzler, if I remember correctly. And this is the case of a young boy who had a Christian nursemaid living in a Jewish home, and he was
you
very
could
sick
just
when he
mute
was
whatever
initial,
one
scarlet fever, something like that.
is bothering
So
you.
the non-Jewish nursemaid, who was about 16 years old, felt so sorry for young Edgardo because she expected he would die, and she didn't want him going to everlasting hell as a Jew. So she went and she secretly had him baptized. And then he recovered, and he got better. And then when he was about 6 years old, there's a complex series of events, but apparently she repeated the story of his baptism to a grocer, and eventually this got to the ears of the Vatican, and the Vatican police came and took that child from his family and brought him to the Pope himself. This was 1858. This is still, this is the modern age. And there were protests all over the world, including in New York City, saying, how is it possible that the church can actually kidnap a Jewish child over an unwitting baptism?
One of my favorites who's on YouTube is Rabbi Yosef Mizrahi. Feel free to watch his
it was Pope Pius, ironically.
lectures. I think they're really informative. They're entertaining as well.
The child to his family, and ultimately raised him as his own. And he ended up becoming a priest himself. You can see him here on the right. He was later, as an adult, reunited with his mother and his brother, who
Joseph,
the expressions on their faces are hard to read, but he devoted his life to
Mizrahi,
other Jews, and he ended up moving to Belgium, and he died just a few weeks before the Nazis invaded. They would have killed him anyways, because they would not have any compunction about Jewish identity. But this is just one illustration of the church's tenacity when it comes to these forced conversions. So back to the Inquisition, basically what went on in the late 15th century is that, one of the, if a person was found to have been engaged in Judaizing, then his or her property was confiscated, and a portion of it was given to the church, and a portion of it was given to the person who betrayed the Jew, the Judaizer. And so there was like an economic incentive to rat out your neighbors, even to make up charges against your neighbors. Typically what would happen is then the Inquisition would arrest the individual, bring him in, and expose him to torture, like this horrific device which had a cross on it, which was designed to make a person think about Christianity while they're being tortured. And then under duress, they would give up the names of many other people who were doing the same kind of thing. And of course, the Spanish Inquisition is infamous for the various types of horrendous tortures that were invented. This one, by the way, is especially awful. It's called the Pope's Pear. There are some scholars who doubt that it was actually used, but I'll show the artifact anyways. It's a device like this that could be inserted in an orifice in the human body, and then the wheel at the end is turned until it expands like this, and you can just imagine the kind of pain that it would result. So the whole society was turned upside down for about 20 years by this horrific Inquisition. People who confessed at various stages in the process would then be forced to wear these sanbenitos, and here are a variety of them. It depends on what they confess to at what time. They would be required to wear these sanbenitos for the rest of their lives, and then they would be displayed after their deaths on the church walls as a humiliation for the family. Sometimes corpses were actually exhumed and then put on trial and then burned again. Absolutely incredible kind of craziness that went on at this time. The most horrific aspect of it was, of course, those who refused to confess at any point, and they are eventually burned at the stake, the so-called auto da fe, usually in these kind of like rock star type or sort of events that were held usually in the Plaza Mayor, the great public squares throughout Spain, and much of Spanish holdings in the New World as well. So a period of tremendous violence that existed right up until
I'll send you his
the
link.
1830s. Incredible. Now, this did, however, come to an abrupt end because it wasn't working. In fact, it was getting worse and worse, that all of a sudden, more and more of these Judaizers were being discovered because, of course, there was the economic incentive for people to rat out their neighbor over the smallest of things, or imagine things like, I've smelled the cooking in their home, and it doesn't ever smell like pork. It's always chicken or beef.
Check your
And so
inbox,
that would bring
your
down the
DMs.
Inquisition
You
on
should
the
have
neighbor's
it.
head. So eventually the Grand Inquisitor, shown here in the center in black, Torquemada, he spoke to his king and queen, Ferdinand and Isabella, who were really religious fanatics about this. And he said, I know why it's not working. The reason it's not working is because the Judaizers always have a Jewish community to return to. They always have a rabbi they can ask. They have kosher delis. They have Jewish schools. They have regular non-baptized Jews here in Spain, and they are the ones that are preventing these baptized new Christians from truly accepting Christianity. And the only way to stop this is to expel all of the Jews. Now, for the first time, the Inquisition is directing its gaze at the non-baptized population. And although the man shown in the beautiful red cape on the right, Don Isaac Abarbanel, who was the deputy minister of finance of Spain at the time, begged the king and queen to reconsider. Nevertheless, in 1492, they signed a decree, and within a few months, all of the Jews were forced to leave Spain. And this is the great expulsion. It left behind those Jews who had gone underground. And by the way, the negative term for this, the sort of derogatory term that nevertheless was part of historiographic literature for a long time, is Marrano. The term Marrano means pig or swine. So converso or crypto Jew or even new Christian are considered preferable terms. So Abarbanel, shown here in this portrait of him in his old age, decided rather than remaining in Spain at the price of conversion, although he would have been a very wealthy man, like his superior, Rabbi Abraham Senior, who decided to convert and remain with his wealth in Spain, Abarbanel decided to go into exile with his people, and so you have these boats leaving Spain, trying to find safe passage throughout the rest of the Mediterranean. This is a map that just gives you some sense of the scope of the Spanish expulsion. It was considered a rift in time for Spanish Jews because Spain had become the most powerful, the oldest, the most influential of Jewish communities, especially in the Golden Age, and now it was completely destroyed, a Holocaust-like event in terms of the expulsion, and you have Jews going all over the coast of North Africa, trying to find haven in the Italian peninsula. They had much more luck under the Muslim countries in Turkey in particular, but many went to the north, and places like Amsterdam became a refuge for these crypto Jews, and also some went to the Americas. In fact, that's the genesis of the North American Jewish community as a result of Portuguese Jews who made it over to Brazil, and then a couple hundred years later went up to the States. The United States at the time, but that's another story. Portugal deserves a little bit of a different treatment, though, because being located just on the western edge of the peninsula, it was the easiest country to get to. It has a lot of cultural similarities to Spain, linguistic similarities, and Jews had actually been fleeing to Portugal from Spain for over 100 years, including during 1391. Many of them followed the Douro River in the north there, making their way to Porto on the coast. So Portugal initially allowed a small number of Jews to enter legally on the payment of a major fee. A much larger amount entered illegally. We were illegal aliens at that time in Portugal. But politics changed because the leader, João III, was followed by Manuel I, who wanted to effect a dynastic union with Spain, specifically by marrying one of the princesses. And part of the deal was he had to make Portugal Judenrein. That just like Spain had now gotten rid of its Jews, Portugal had to do so as well. So Manuel was much more pragmatic.
We'll charge it.
Promised the Jews of Portugal that with their forced baptism, which he engineered in 1497, he would not allow the Inquisition to come in for at least 40 years. And in fact, it didn't come in until the 1530s. And so that gave Jews in Portugal in particular a sort of a time where they could prepare for the onslaught. And it did come, and it was horrific at the time, but it changed their preparation for it. There was just one small event that I really have to point out. In the period of forced persecution, forced to baptism, one of the most horrific moments is when João takes 750 children from the families and takes them hostage. It's funny how these things have reverberations in our own time. And to try to force the parents to convert, he expels them to the island of Sao Tome off the coast of Africa. And according to some of the contemporary accounts we have there, none of those children survived. Many of them were actually horrific. They were consumed by the local massive lizards that apparently live on that island. Scholars doubt exactly the specifics of the story, but you can nevertheless get a sense of the the horror that the Jewish families must have experienced under him. This is a picture of Manuel I, who was able to ultimately marry the Infante, the princess of Spain, and effect this dynastic union. But when the Inquisition came in, many Jews from Portugal also fled, although with much more difficulty than they did from Spain, and they ended up finding themselves in many of these safer locations throughout the world. So this brings me now to really my statement of thesis. I've given you the historical background, and then I have time for a few questions where we can discuss whether or not my thesis has validity. So this picture, by the way, is of two Portuguese exiles, or descendants of Portuguese exiles. Uriel da Costa is the adult figure, brooding black with his claw-like hands and so on. And he was someone who had a very tragic life story. He was raised as a Christian by his parents. Like many Portuguese Jews, they didn't reveal their secret identity as Jews to their children because, they might say something about it in the playground and they could bring down the Inquisition on their heads. But when he was an adult, they told him he was Jewish, and he was like overwhelmed with excitement when they moved to Amsterdam and he was able to begin living as a Jew again. However, he found he was unable to adapt to the Amsterdam Jewish community, primarily because he felt that the Jews did not live up to his idealized portrait of who they should be and how they should behave. A lot more to say about him, but I'm going to cut it short there. On his lap is his younger contemporary, Baruch Spinoza, who did not have the same kind of traumatic experience trying to adopt his Jewish identity, but also had a very different way of looking at Judaism, ultimately resulting in a clash with the community that resulted in his excommunication, but he ended up becoming one of the most profound philosophers to shape the modern world. And they're both Portuguese Jews, products of this environment. So here's my thesis. Unlike the Ashkenazic Jews, who had the Crusades come upon them like an asteroid from the stars, that was such a horrific, sharp moment of violence. The Inquisition was like a slow-moving train wreck, a slow disaster that, although the initial forced conversion was an act of at least spiritual violence, it typically did not involve a lot of physical violence. It meant that Jews, they had time to go to their beds and wake up in the morning and think about, well, what does this new status mean? And until the end of the 16th century, Jews were able to find ways to adapt to the crisis by feigning Christian identities. In other words, by going underground. Under threat as Jews, but we can maybe find a way to look like we're Christians, and they won't bother us, and we will secretly practice some form of Judaism, some parts of Judaism. And that represented a kind of an adaptationist mentality that meant that, especially the Portuguese Jews, who had had time to think about this and to adapt to it, were able to be much more inventive and much more reflective on their circumstances, and to create whole new realities for themselves as Jews, and also ultimately some economic realities for the rest of Europe. So their method of adaptation was one that did not involve considering the outside world to be automatically toxic. They were able to find ways to draw lines beyond which they would not cross, but were far within the boundaries of what Ashkenazi Jews would tolerate for survival. So that's my thesis. Next week, we're going to look in particular at the Sephardic diaspora in greater detail, their interactions with other sub-ethnic groups, like I mentioned at the beginning of this lecture, and see how this theory especially comes to, this theory of survival comes to clash with the Ashkenazic in the 19th and 20th centuries. But with that, let me thank you for your attention and your endurance. And Rabbi Posey, if you'd like to, we have time for some.
Absolutely. Thank you so much. That was riveting and really appreciating, and frankly, very jarring in recognizing some of the, the way that our history is paved in so much Jewish blood. So a couple of questions that have come through. Some I think that you addressed directly. Maybe you wanted to add a couple of points. So you mentioned the four major periods, and how it looks like there was lots of intrusion of all sorts of a variety of different influences within the Jewish ethos. In art, music, poetry. Do we see other areas of overlap between the influences of the area, of the softened our oppressors, in like art, music, and poetry in the Jewish world during the times of intolerance, or were Jews simply more insular, and did they sort of go look more inward during those difficult times?
That is a great question. I've never really thought about to what degree Jewish culture is open to receiving influences from the outside, depending on the degree of persecution. It's really worth thinking about. Off the top of my head, I would like to think it seems reasonable that Jewish culture be far more open to borrowing from non-Jewish culture during periods of tolerance. Because, if you view the outside culture as an oppressor, you're more likely to reject it. That seems to make sense to me logically. But I can't help thinking of one thing that I read about 6 months ago that was just mind-blowing. It was an article on this by Joseph Schatzmiller, one of my late teachers, on the origins of the Havdalah box that's found in many Jewish homes. Where you put the spices in it, and it looks like a silver tower with a flag on it and things like that. It's kind of like the iconic look. And so it's pretty clear that Jews copied that design from the Christian sacristy, that it was an object that was used to hold the communion wafers. And it's not clear whether Jews copied it because it was like an object that was revered by Christians. It's quite a bit more possibly likely that Jewish pawnbrokers received these, and when they kept them in their possession for the redemption of pledges, they probably thought, "Wow, this is a really beautiful object." And they said, "What can we do with this?" And they said, "I know, let's put spices in on Havdalah," and that's where we got that particular, iconic kind of I shouldn't say iconic in this context, but this standard treatment. So, and that would be in Ashkenazic culture, where you would think they would reject these things. So I don't know the answer to your question. It is actually a very sophisticated question. If anyone wants to do a PhD dissertation on this, I am ready to listen.
It looks like a question just came into the chat, and we'll have one more after that. Is there any research on what happened to the economy or commerce in Spain when so many Jews had to leave the country?
Oh, yes, a huge amount of research on that question. And in fact, it goes back a little bit earlier. One of the big debates over why the expulsion and even the Inquisition happened was it motivated by, I sort of portrayed it as a religious impetus, which is the older historiography, but there's a very good argument to be made that, there are economic interests here, that all of a sudden you have this massive Jewish population that's surging forward in the economy because they are literate and numerate, and they have international connections that they can use for mercantile activities. So the Jews were suddenly surging forward in society as a result of their newfound Christian status, and that the Inquisition was really a reaction on an economic level. We have to control this population. They're getting out of hand. They are taking all of these positions of leadership that we never wanted them to arrogate for themselves. So there's a lot of research on the economic aspects of the Inquisition, the expulsion, and there's a tremendous amount of discussion afterwards of the chaos economically of the expulsion, because there are lots of claimants to the Jewish property that was left behind, and more significantly, a lot of Jewish property was in the form of debts. And so were those debts canceled? The king and queen did not want to cancel those debts. They wanted to collect them themselves. So they had to find ways, sometimes even to allow Jews a certain amount of their money back in the form of repaid debts so they could collect the tax on them. lots of fascinating research on the economics of it.
Great. So this is one that I think you really addressed directly in your thesis statement near the end of the talk. But the way I'll phrase it, maybe you wanted to expand upon it. How do you characterize the different reactions to anti-Semitism between the Ashkenazic strain over the history and the Sephardic strain? In other words, does it cause Jews to become more insular, and hide their Jewishness, or to try and abandon what is the similar tradition?
Yeah, no, I think that these are excellent questions. It really is the question. I think the word that I would probably want to change there is cause. Like, what causes the Jews to do what? I think anti-Semitism causes Jews to look for a response, to find a strategy to cope with anti-Semitism. So the Ashkenazic coping strategy, I would like to argue, generally speaking, and this we're speaking in very broad terms and painting with broad strokes, but generally the Ashkenazic coping strategy is circle the wagons, look inside, turn your backs on the outside world because they have already rejected you. Whereas one might think that the Sephardic approach is, look for allies, look outside, say, no, we can get along with this if we just, try to trim our sails here or there. And in fact, as we should discuss a little more next week, they were largely successful because remember, the Inquisition didn't get shut down until 1835. Mind-boggling. But a Jew who went, who was officially Christian, and went to another Catholic country was equally liable to the depredations of the Inquisition. But Jews in this situation, these crypto Jews, were frequently able to find, people they could bribe, even popes who would turn a blind eye to them. There were some popes who were saying, this whole business of the forced conversion was a mess. To start with, just leave them alone, and so Jews, these Sephardic Jews, were largely able to find ways to negotiate around the obstacles rather than simply reject them and look inwards. Also, the whole idea of going to Muslim countries, which was a major survival strategy for Sephardic Jews. We can't live as Jews here in Catholic, Europe. Let's go to Turkey. Let's go to North Africa. So we'll explore it more next week. I think that's really the question.
Amazing. One question just jumped in. During these times of persecution in the Sephardic community, do we have research on how Jews saw other Jews in the Moser? I guess Jews saw other Jews who would use some of these things to, have internal strife and conflict.
Yeah, we have a mixed record on this. Unfortunately, there are a lot of examples of Jewish heroism, like I mentioned, Donetska Kabar-Benel, who chose to remain with the exiles, and we have some remarkable women like Doña Gracia Nasi, who are willing to take on the Pope in Rome to defend the Jews. But we also have really sad examples of Jewish communities refusing to admit refugees from Spain as well, saying, no, not our problem. We don't want them in our community, sending the boats away. So it's a mixed bag, as far as that.
Very, very interesting. We really appreciate your time, your incredible scholarship, the breadth of what you were able to share with us, and look forward to continuing to learn. I want to wish everyone a Laila Tov, and again, thank you so much for joining. Thank you so much for joining us once again for this new installment of our Jewish History series with Dr. Henry Abramson. It is such a privilege for Beth Jacob to host Dr. Abramson, not only because this series is going to be so wonderful, but because it follows up on the mountain of incredible feedback that we got from our last series that we had with you, both in terms of the back and forth and in terms of the content that you were able to share with us. Tonight's topic is the first in a series of 3, which will be discussing a really, really fascinating topic, talking about the controversies that are key to understanding really important figures in Jewish history, but I'll leave really some of the content to Dr. Urbanson. I'll simply start by expressing our gratitude to all those who joined us, and to Dr. Urbanson, who was up very late tonight, because it's 3 hours later for him than it is for us, and I'm looking forward to sharing a wonderful experience together. Dr. Urbanson.
Thank you so much, Rabbi. It is a great privilege to speak with your audience again. I really did enjoy the last time we spoke. We had quite, I think, a stimulating interchange of ideas, especially because we developed it over 3 different meetings, and that allowed us to really flesh things out a little bit. And this is a topic that I find especially fascinating and really, in many ways, quite relevant to our own times, especially when we deal with, these political catchphrases like cancel culture and the notion that people could express opinions that someone somehow would invalidate them, yet they may have tremendous potential to offer for society as a whole. And this is, in fact, what we see with the 3 great figures that I hope we will have the opportunity to explore over tonight and next week and then in January. They're really pivotal, transformative figures. And when we look backwards in history at their legacy, it's impossible to imagine that there would have been any controversy regarding these towering, geniuses. But in reality, if they showed up in our shuls today, we probably would not give them an aliyah, and we might even give them an escort to the door, if you can believe it or not. By way of general introduction to the theme, I'd like to actually step out of our Jewish history for a moment and look at this individual on the left, Ignaz Semmelweis, who is most likely not actually Jewish. He was a 19th century doctor who was very active in the Austro-Hungarian Empire, in Vienna and in Buda in particular. There is some question about his background. Most scholars seem to think he was ethnically German, living in Hungarian territories, but it's not at all impossible that he was a descendant of converts to Christianity, which was very common in the 19th century among educated Jewish classes. Here he is with his bride in 1857 when he was in his 30s. Now, he's an unusual figure because he worked as a medical doctor, as I mentioned, in obstetrics in particular. And he was especially charitably minded, and he worked in some of the new clinics that had been established specifically for poor women who were having street births, meaning they would just, find any place to give birth without any medical attention, typically unwed. And there was a fear of infanticide, and so the state set up several of these free clinics for women. And the rumor went around, and it was actually a well-founded rumor, that one of the clinics had a startlingly high mortality rate from puerperal fever, which is essentially a kind of a sepsis that can affect women when they have difficulties in childbirth. The other clinic, which operated on different days, had a much lower level of puerperal fever. And ironically, the level of puerperal fever in the second clinic was just about the same mortality rate for women as those who gave birth without any medical attention. So this really troubled Semmelweis, and he looked at all kinds of reasons. Why is it that Clinic 1, which operates on a certain number of days of the week, is having these atrocious mortality rates, and Clinic 2 is having less of them and more like the normal mortality rate associated with childbirth in the 19th century? It troubled him deeply. He looked at all kinds of variables trying to figure out what was going on. The only difference between the 2 clinics is that the one with the high female mortality, maternal mortality, was actually a medical teaching facility that had medical doctors working there, or doctors in training. And the second clinic had only midwives, no medical doctors. And so he deduced that what was probably happening is that the medical doctors were coming into contact with cadaverous particles. Now, this was before the theory of germ theory was developed, and people didn't have a good sense of what infection was and things like that. But he thought that perhaps, correctly, although in a kind of a simplistic way, he thought that the the fact that the medical doctors were working on autopsies in one room and then walking over and delivering babies shortly thereafter, that somehow contributed to infant and maternal mortality. This was not happening at all at the second clinic. They didn't deal with cadavers at all. And so what he did was he tried to find a way to remove any of these assumed cadaverous particles from the skin by instituting a chlorine hand wash. And the reason why he went with chlorine and lye is primarily because it removed the smell from the hands of the surgeons better than any. And when he instituted this chlorine hand wash, amazingly, the maternal mortality dropped dramatically. And it seemed like this is what did it all. It was just wash your hands. That's the whole thing. If you can believe it, the doctors were not washing their hands between autopsies and deliveries, which is just incredible. But he discovered it. He said, hey, you just have to make sure you disinfect your hands. Of course, they didn't have the idea of what exactly disinfection means, but nevertheless, that is precisely what happened. Now, remarkably, Semmelweis's discovery was ignored by the medical establishment in Austria and Hungary. They discounted entirely his theory of cadaveral tissues, and they felt that he was overreacting to these things, and they essentially did not implement any of his common sense procedures in other medical facilities. He did everything he could. He traveled around trying to convince people of the importance of this chlorine hand wash, and he published quite strident attacks on the institutions that refused to institute these very basic procedures. In this particular publication, dated 1862, he referred to doctors who refused to wash their hands as irresponsible murderers and ignoramuses. This is the kind of thing that certainly did not endear him to the medical establishment. He grew mentally unstable as a result of his ongoing failure to convince the medical establishment that there was value and that he was actually saving lives by this chlorine wash. And although now he is considered, a tremendous hero in medicine, what happened in his lifetime is that his increasingly erratic behavior led some of his friends to actually commit him to an insane asylum, where he was put in a straitjacket, and he was held in seclusion in a dark room, and he was rather mercilessly beaten. And in fact, 2 weeks after he was committed to this insane asylum, he actually died of blood poisoning. It's believed that it probably had to do with his beating, because one of his hands was horribly injured, and he probably suffered some blood poisoning as a result of that. And he died 2 weeks later. Hardly anyone came to his funeral, and he was immediately replaced, of course, at the maternity clinic. And as soon as his replacement took over, of course, mortality rates jumped to 6 times the rate that they were when he was there and having all of the doctors wash their hands with chlorine. So he was an incredibly ignored figure in his lifetime, even though now he's considered a great national hero. And in fact, part of the reason why there's some debate over his ethnicity is because several different nationalities all want to claim him. This is actually an Austrian coin claiming him as one of their own. There was a gold 50-euro coin published in 2008. But I think Semmelweis is such an interesting and fascinating case study that leads us into the discussion of the people that we'll be looking at, because these are people who, for the most part, were men of tremendous vision, men who really, although Semmelweis did not exactly understand the procedures that led to the lower female mortality, but he nevertheless could make the connection between hand washing and greater health. And despite their phenomenal vision, they were excoriated in their own time. They were hated, actually. They were pursued, and they suffered tremendously as a result of this very unfair criticism, which would prove to be ignored by history over time, but they did not necessarily enjoy that in their own lifetimes. And so what we're going to look at is three different individuals in three very different time periods. And I'm hoping that we may even see some relevance to our own times. On the left, you see the statue of Moses Maimonides in Cordoba, Spain. Actually, it's kind of interesting that, like Semmelweis, he's claimed by Spain, even though he was kicked out of Spain with his family when he was just in his adolescent years. And then you see the front page of the Mesilat Yesharim, a remarkable, amazing 18th century book by Rabbi Moshe Chaim Luzzatto. And today, Rabbi Luzzatto is one of those remarkable figures of the 18th century that is actually claimed as a hero to not only the Lithuanian Talmudic world because of this particular work, Mesilas Yesharim. He's also claimed as a hero to the Hasidic world because he was, first and foremost, actually a Kabbalist, and he wrote some remarkable works on the philosophy of Kabbalah. And he's also claimed, ironically, by the non-religious Haskalah movement because he also wrote plays, much like 18th century Italian romances. He was the first Hebrew novelist, and he wrote a lot of modern plays using the kind of vocabulary and syntax and style of Italian poetry. So, but nevertheless, despite this tremendous, fame and his widespread acceptance today, in his own time, he was actually forced to recant his views 3 separate times. He was run out of his native of Padua, Italy. He was run out of his native Padua, Italy. He was actually put under house arrest in Frankfurt, Germany, and then, only after much travail was he ultimately allowed to go to Amsterdam after all of his writings were confiscated and then lost, believe it or not. So this is the story of the Ramchal, as we will explore, God willing, next week. And then finally, and I have to say, I'm especially excited to speak about this individual because the last time I spoke about him was back in, I think, 2013. And it was very well received and well publicized, the talk, but it was based on very limited sources. And since then, so many more biographies have appeared of the incomparable Rabbi Menachem Mendel Schneerson, the great leader of the Lubavitch movement, who is quite possibly the world's most recognized Jew, given the widespread popularity of Chabad in the remotest corners of the world. The Lubavitcher Rabbi is remarkably well known, and that face is, associated with Judaism for people who have very, very limited association with Judaism as a whole. He was actually quite a brilliant individual, and he was the CEO of a massive volunteer network to which people devoted their lives, and ironically, which has grown exponentially even after his passing, which is amazing that an organization can have no official salary, no official revenue stream, and still nevertheless grow with people devoting their lives to his thoughts. So we'll look at the Rebbe as he is known in January. So these are the 3 figures. Oh, and by the way, the Rebbe, of course, endured tremendous criticism because towards the end of his life, after he had a tragic stroke and one was unable to communicate effectively, there was a widespread movement among his followers that actually continued after his passing, that argued that he was in fact the Mashiach, that he was in fact the Messiah, and we'll explore that controversy, which really created a huge amount of negative feedback at the same time, which unfortunately obscured some of his phenomenal achievements to otherwise, interested Jews who would have liked to have heard what exactly he had to offer them philosophically and so on. So those are the 3 figures that we'll be looking at over the course of these 3 weeks. And I think at this point, we should get straight to the Rambam. This is my favorite version of the iconic representation of the Rambam. We, of course, have no idea what he actually looked like, but this kind of the turbaned, sort of dignified-looking individual is the one that we've seen in many publications since the 19th century. He's actually A bust of him, or kind of like a bas relief, is on the wall of the of Congress as well, of one of the great leaders of philosophy. Behind him, you do actually see his signature, because a lot of his manuscripts, original autographed manuscripts, were actually recovered from the Cairo Geniza, where he lived and worked, and quite a few of his documents survive. There was a saying that from Moses to Moses, there was no one like Moses. And of course, the first Moses in that proverb is Moshe Rabbeinu, the great Moses of the Torah, and Moses Maimonides at the other end, a good 2,500 odd years later. And in many ways, this is a figure that you only see once in a millennium, because he had incredible grasp of not only the broad swath of Torah knowledge, but also of basically all secular knowledge at the time as well. Again, in the 12th century, when he was very active, the body of world knowledge, scholarship in particular, was still almost manageable by a single person. And this is the kind of person who could have achieved that kind of great expertise, both in the Torah realm and in the secular realm. And in fact, the reality that he was someone who was able to excel both religiously and in a secular vein is one of the reasons why he became such a hero in the 19th century to the Haskalah, the Jewish Enlightenment movement, because they saw in him the sort of antidote to the inward-looking, highly insular Eastern European ghetto Jew, who was deeply wrapped up in the texts of the Talmud and the Kabbalah and so on, but really could not negotiate the outside world, couldn't speak the vernacular appropriately, certainly didn't have higher education at a university level outside of the yeshiva. The Rambam, which is the acronym of his full name and title, Rabbi Moses ben Maimon, the son of Maimon, the Rambam exemplified that kind of, you can do it all. You can be highly proficient as a religious Jew and highly proficient and a public thought leader in fields outside of Judaism as well. So many schools were not not uncoincidentally named after Maimonides, great Maimonides school in Boston, for example, because he exemplified that kind of, you can have it all kind of sensibility. His major centers of activity were Spain as a youth. I'll show you a little bit of his map of his travels in a moment, but most of his life and work was conducted in Egypt. So it's a little bit unfair for Spain to claim him as one of their own, because, as I mentioned, he was actually exited from Spain in his youth. He is paradigmatic of this ultimate Jew, of course, as a medical doctor, which is one of the most traditional fields for Jews to exist in. But at the same time, he was highly exceptional. He was unusually creative and intellectually very bold. He was prepared to suggest audaciously large and innovative intellectual approaches to some of the great problems of Judaism, as I hope to demonstrate shortly. Here's a map showing you his basic travels. His family was in southern Spain, which was dominated by the Muslims, and actually for about 200 years prior to his departure was really a golden era for Jews in the Iberian Peninsula. But at the very end of it, in the 12th century, among the things that happened is that Muslim tribes from North Africa penetrated into this already Muslim-held territory in southern Spain, and they were quite a bit more radical and much more fanatical about their adherence to Islamic theology in a much more strict vein. So, for example, the commonplace drinking parties that involved alcohol were to be highly excoriated, and the Almohads and the Almovarids, who were the groups that came up, they couldn't believe that the Muslim rulers were actually having drinking parties with Jews and with Christians, and so they really cracked down with a far harsher vision of Islam that had existed hitherto in Cordoba. And so the Maimonides family, despite the fact that they were very well established in the south of Spain, and they had generations upon generations of dayanim, of judges, Jewish judges who had served there, Maimonides' father, Maimon, decided to take the family out of there. And they fled Spain. There's some interesting later historiography that suggests that they may have even faked a conversion to Islam, although the specific reference to that is highly suspect. But nevertheless, they made their way out of Spain and across the coast of North Africa. Maimonides at the time was about 12 or 13 years old. And when they got to Tunisia in particular, that's where he embarked on his medical education. Tunisia actually was a remarkably advanced center of learning at the time, and they spent some significant years there where he was able to really develop his knowledge of the sciences. He was already a child prodigy and had completed a remarkable commentary on the Mishnah, even as a teenager, but his greater works would still be in his future. Then from Tunisia, they made their way to Egypt, and specifically to Fustat, which was a suburb of Cairo, and that's where the Jewish community primarily lived. Maimonides continued his studies there and left it up to his older brother David to provide for the family. By this point, their father had passed away. And unfortunately, David was lost in a shipwreck that also took the Maimonides' fortune with him. And so all of a sudden, Moses had to stand up and become the prime breadwinner for his mother and surviving siblings. And so he did what any good Jewish boy would do. He hung up a shingle as a medical doctor. In those times, medical doctors were involved much more in kind of, diagnosis and the dispensing of natural remedies like herbs and things like that, rather than surgery. Surgery was considered a much lower profession. It was actually associated with barbers, and that's essentially what he did. He rose to significant fame, however. He had a tremendous reputation, and he ultimately ended up being appointed to be the family physician of the Viceroy of Egypt, where he primarily treated the harem, that is the wives of the Sultan, and their children, which was a very high-level position. He describes actually in some of his letters how his typical day would involve him, getting up, saying the morning prayers, getting on a camel, and essentially, just like I do, riding the Long Island Railroad, except then it would have been the Long Nile Donkey Road, all the way up to Cairo. He would spend the day in Cairo treating all of the harem and their children and so on, and then he would come back late at night. He only ate one meal a day, and after his meal was over, then he was besieged by people in Fustat who all came to him for legal halakhic advice and direction and so on. And he would stay up till very, very late at night. And somehow, amidst all of this, he managed to write some tremendous works of Jewish thought. And so at this point, let's turn to his Jewish thought. And that's where we'll see that he got into a lot of trouble. So specifically, what did he write? So I already mentioned that as a child, he wrote a remarkable commentary on the Mishnah. It is so significant that it is typically printed with standard Mishnayot today. That if you want to study the Mishnah, you look at the commentary of the Rabbi Vajimi Bartanura, and you look at the commentary of Maimonides. And he was, perhaps 12 or 13 when he wrote the first draft of this remarkable book that still demonstrates phenomenal erudition, the awareness of everything in the Talmud that is brought to bear on the commentary of the Mishnah. So this in itself is a remarkable life achievement, but he was just getting started at that point. He was also, as I mentioned earlier, incredibly proficient as a medical expert, and he published widely. He wrote treatises, which are still available today, in Arabic. The Mishnah commentary was written in Hebrew. The medical writings are in Arabic. Of course, he was completely fluent in both languages. And he wrote about anxiety and depression. He wrote about traditional medicines. He wrote, like many of his predecessors, kind of like guides to, like field guides to collecting the correct herbs and things like that. And he was really well regarded as a scientist, completely separately from his religious work. He wrote a tremendous amount of correspondence because he was the widely recognized, particularly in North Africa and in Yemen, as being the leading figure of the Jews. He eventually was appointed to be the Nagid, the leader of Egyptian Jewry, a position that was actually handed down for several generations after him as the primary leader of Egyptian Jewry, very important community. And so many communities and individuals directed their problems to him, and he left behind a massive correspondence that betrayed a tremendous sensitivity to individual concerns, and often gave very insightful advice, and often very courageous and heroic advice. Sometimes it's really, you can see the personality of Maimonides coming out in the letters, perhaps more than anywhere else. For example, there's a famous letter that he received from a convert to Judaism who was having a hard time because the rabbi in his town was telling him there were certain blessings he wasn't allowed to say because the blessings say the God of my fathers, Abraham, Isaac, and Jacob, and his fathers biologically were not Abraham, Isaac, and Jacob. And Maimonides writes back essentially saying, tell your rabbi he has no idea what he's talking about. Your fathers spiritually are Abraham, Isaac, and Jacob. You're completely allowed and encouraged to use these phrases as they are in the traditional book, and they are genuinely your spiritual parents. So you really get a sense for who he was as a person in the letters, which betray a much more personal view. His magnum opus, however, the greatest works of his career, include a philosophical classic called the Moreh Nevuchim, or the Guide for the Perplexed. Now, this is a remarkable work, which was written in Judeo-Arabic. That is, written in Arabic, written in Hebrew characters, basically in Arabic language, with a lot of Hebraic and Aramaic influences. This is a little bit like Yiddish is essentially German written in Hebrew characters with a lot of Hebrew and Aramaic, and as well Romance and Slavic words mixed in. So it's kind of like a specialized, highly directed sort of work. And the text of it indicates that he wrote it for one student in particular, although it's quite likely that he understood that by writing this work, it would, of course, gain much wider correspondence and much wider circulation. And as the title implies, it was basically a very sophisticated philosophical discussion that defended Judaism from the attacks that contemporary Islamic philosophy bore upon the ancient faith. Essentially, it was an apology for Judaism that was not something they necessarily, wanted to put in the Barnes and Noble of the time for everybody, or I should put on the Amazon front page for everybody, because it was a highly sophisticated philosophical work, and it seems to have been directed primarily at a particular class of Egyptian Jew, or Jew in the Arabic-speaking world. Let us not forget, by the way, that the time that the Maimonides is functioning, the Arabic Jewish world is in many ways far more advanced than the Jewish world in Christian Europe. It's true that you do have Rashi and you do begin to see the Tosafot beginning to emerge, but there's no question that the number and scope and creativity of Spanish and North African Jewry is far beyond what they're producing in Christian Europe at this time. So he's writing to like the kind of intellectual elite of the Egyptian Jewish community, saying, don't be overwhelmed by Aristotelian philosophy as it's expressed by the Arabs. Judaism has far more to offer you. And because he was incidentally very well versed in Greek philosophy, and in particular that of Aristotle, he would argue that Judaism and Aristotle are far closer than Islam and Aristotle. Aristotle, of course, was seen as the greatest of the philosophers of his day, and so the idea of a concordance between Jewish thought and Aristotelian thought was considered a very valuable desideratum. So this was a book essentially, if you can imagine in contemporary terms, it's kind of like a book for, from students who finish day school and then they head off to secular college and they're kind of overwhelmed by the philosophies that they encounter there, and they say, oh my gosh, I lived in such a small kind of like insular world in my little modern Orthodox shtetl, and Maimonides came to write the letter saying, yeah, don't worry, we've still got it all over these other ideologies. Let me explain it to you, as it were. That's essentially what the Guide for the Perplexed is all about. Second, and an incredibly important work that he was involved in is this massive thing called the Mishnah Torah. And both of these works together were perhaps what got him into trouble more than anything else. And I'll explain why that is in just a second. The Mishnah Torah, unlike the Guide for the Perplexed, which was written in Judeo-Arabic with a ton of philosophical terminology and lots of references to Aristotle and lots of references to other Greek philosophers and so on, which, by the way, went on to have a huge influence on Christian thinkers like St. Thomas Aquinas and others. Maimonides was regarded as one of the great formative foundations of the scholastic movement. The Mishnah Torah was written in a very simple Hebrew. It's basically middle school level. Like if you have a bright 7th grader, they'll be able to translate the Mishnah Torah without too much difficulty. And as the title implies, it was a repetition of the Torah. What does that mean? We should understand that Jewish halakha, in particular, Jewish law, the guidelines for Jewish practice, are so complex and they are nowhere organized in a central place. That is, if you want to know the laws of the Sabbath, for example, so you'll find a few tiny scattered references in the Torah itself. You'll find one tractate in the Mishnah that is amplified upon in the Talmud, but it is the nature of the Mishnah, and especially the Talmud, to make tangents almost as important as the core material. So what that means is if you have 150 odd pages of tractate Shabbat, you can be sure that at least 40 or 50 pages are not talking about Shabbat at all. And so where are those other 40 or 50 pages? They're scattered in other tractates. You'll find stuff in Tractate Eruvin. That's a huge part of Tractate Shabbat's importance. You'll find it scattered in Sanhedrin. You'll find it scattered in Chulin. So the only way you can really know the laws of Shabbat, which are vitally important once every 7 days, is you literally have to know the entire Talmud. And that's a massive document, incredibly huge. So what Maimonides did is he said, listen, this is really complicated, so I'm going to make it simple for everybody. I'm going to start from the very beginning, and I'm going to discuss the entire Torah, all of the halachot from the Torah, the Mishnah, the Talmud, everything, and I'm going to put it in an organized fashion, basically Greek style, with, a chapter that's devoted or a book that's devoted entirely to Shabbat, and all of the Shabbat laws will be right there, and they'll be organized by chapters and organized by a number in headers, which is a very Arabic style of writing. And all you need to understand Judaism and to practice it, he said, is the Torah itself, the first 5 books of Moses, and my massive compendium, the Mishnah Torah, the repetition of the Torah. And it was brilliant. It is absolutely phenomenal. It is so easy to read in a very lucid, clear Hebrew, although it's often deceptive in its simplicity. It's fascinating that you can spend very, very high level discussions looking at the Mishnah Torah and trying to figure out why he phrased it this way and not another way, and you'll discover incredible depths of wisdom in it. I know I spent, when I went to yeshiva, and I was in one of the higher level classes, and my chavrus and I, we would work on the Talmud all 5 days a week, and then on Fridays we were assigned the section from the Mishnah Torah that dealt with the Talmud. But after dealing with the arcane and convoluted arguments of the Talmud, we thought the Mishnah Torah was so clear and easy. We know this. Are we really going to spend 3 hours talking about this? But then when we got to the shir and it was offered by Rav Mendel Weinbach, that's all, he completely devastated our understanding of the sophistication of the Rambam and explained how we had missed it, like there was a massive supersonic train going past our heads, and we had totally, were completely oblivious to what was really going on in the text, even though we had a superficial understanding of it. So the Mishnah Torah, incredible achievement that looks at the entirety of Jewish halacha and encapsulates it in a very organized fashion. And moreover, although this was one of the very first codes of Jewish law that tried to put everything within that organized fashion, and it was later imitated by the Tur and by the Shulchan Aruch and modern codes like the Mishnah Berurah, all of those later codes did not have the same ambitious scope, meaning they only dealt with those laws that are directly pertinent to post-temple Judaism. All of the sacrificial laws, the laws of Tuma and Tahara that deal with the temple, they said, we'll wait for Mashiach to think about those things. But the Rambam said, no, I'm going to write everything, every single halacha. The other books did not deal with, what are times going to be like when Mashiach comes? He says, okay, I'm going to talk about the halacha of Mashiach. Mashiach, what does Mashiach look like? Who is he? And how will we know he's Mashiach? And so on. That's in this very bold and expansive work. He also dealt with amazing things like how to sleep, right? How to have opinions. What opinions are correct and what opinions are not correct. Brilliant things that the later codes thought were just too large for them, and they dealt with much more mundane matters. I'll just focus on one particular section of the Mishnah Torah that I'm especially close to because I wrote a book on it, and I actually wrote it several times. This is a book that I'm very close to. One of the brilliant sections of Maimonides' books is his discussion of how to repent, the ways of repentance, or Hilchos Tshuva. And so I got into this particular section of the Hilchos Tshuva in the month before Rosh Hashanah, when it's traditionally studied. And then I ended up translating it into English as part of my personal learning. I shared it with some people and they liked it, and that kind of grew. So I ended up self-publishing it because I was experimenting with that unusual way of getting ideas out. And ever since then, I have reviewed my own commentary every year and republished it. Just like, we work on ourselves every year and we try to improve ourselves. I go back to this particular book, which is now in its 9th edition, and I have so much fun with this. Look, it actually has 8 ratings up there. I got a 4.5. So I'm very close to this book. I feel very, very, warm towards it. Now, I've given you like this, tremendous biography of encomiums and things like that. Who could possibly disagree with the great Rambam? Why would there be controversy affecting him? It was a very intense controversy, and it was especially harsh, not in those regions where he had developed a personal reputation, like in North Africa and in Yemen, and even in Spain, where he had a large following, but in Christian Europe, where Jews did not read Arabic. When they got the Hebrew translations by the Ibn Tibon family of Maimonides' Guides to the Perplexed, there was a huge outroar. outcry. And a lot of the Jews of France in particular said, what is going on here? Look how this rabbi is quoting Aristotle. Look how he's saying things like, accept truth from whomever speaks it. Have you ever heard of something so ridiculous? You always have to look at who's speaking it. You can't just accept truth because it makes sense rationally. And he took a lot of positions that were anathema to European Jews. Like, for example, he had a very dim view of supernaturalism. And he argued that all of the discussions of demons and spells and things like that are in the Talmud, they're all allegorical, and they should not be taken literally. And the rabbis in Europe said, what are you talking about? We take those things very literally. We believe in demons, and we believe in spells and amulets and things like that. Maimonides are much more rational, kind of like almost, very medical approach, almost a Lithuanian approach to these things. So people got very, very upset about the guys that were perplexed. And then when the Mishnah Torah came out, oh my gosh, the pot boiled over. Not only was he charged with over-reliance on Greek wisdom, and in fact, when you look at sections like his Hilchot Deos, which deal with kind of like personality development, he absorbs a lot straight from Aristotle. He diverges from Aristotle in two very interesting ways. In particular, that he thinks Aristotle is too easy on anger and not hard enough on humility. That's more of a value that Aristotle should pay attention to. The Mishnah Torah was just such a controversy because Maimonides chose to print it without any citations. So meaning, a dispute in the Talmud might extend over 6 or 7 pages, and it might appear in several different tractates. And rather than sort of summarizing what Rabbi X said and Rabbi Y said and what Rabbi Z said, he simply said, the bottom line is this. And it was his opinion, but he did not demonstrate how he arrived at his opinion. He simply stated what he thought people needed to know without all of the scholarly baggage of footnotes and cross-references and but this and however that. This was felt to be, disrespectful to all of these other rabbis that were involved in it. And it was also seen to be a very arrogant kind of statement because, as I mentioned before, he states openly in his introduction to Mishnah Torah, it's very complicated, so all you really need is the Chumash and my book, and you're good. You're golden. You don't need anything else. Rabbis looked at this and they said, wait a second, we could be out of a job with this. Like, oh my gosh. And then when you add to that fact that Maimonides felt very strongly that, and I apologize, Rabbi Bozy, he felt that rabbis should never be paid. They should always have some other kind of job, and what they do for the community is purely, just their donated time. There are some exceptions to this rule, and obviously, if you hire a doctor and you don't pay him or her, then chances are you don't have a very good doctor. So the rabbis did find ways to get around this, but basically this was Maimonides' opinion that all judges and rabbis should perform their services free of compensation. So there were economic reasons why there were attacks on him as well. In Paris, things came to it. Now, he endured some of this during his lifetime, but it was largely relegated to the other side of the Mediterranean, where he never visited. He did, hear some of the rumors that were carried back to Fustat, that he was not well accepted and so on, but he passed away in 1204 before the controversy really came to a boiling point. The worst moment in the controversy was when the Jews of France, specifically Paris, were so upset over Maimonides' works that they approached the Dominican friars and they explained to them that they believed that there was this Jew who was gaining popularity, who was writing heretical works. The Dominicans were very happy to assist the Jews in removing heresy from their ranks. And so they collected up all the copies of Maimonides that they could find, and they set them to the flames in 1232 on the very spot that, ironically, 10 years later, the French court would actually burn all of the Talmuds that they would get their hands on, 24 wagon loads of them, which is still observed as a fast day among Parisian Jews to this very day. So, it's once you start on the path of burning books, it's very hard to shut that down. The controversy erupted, and it had three specific peaks with different generations of people who were opposing Maimonides. Ultimately, there was a solution late in the 13th century that was largely brokered by the great thinker, the Rashba, who said, okay, listen, there's lots of value in Maimonides. We know the charges about Greek wisdom and so on. We know the charges of arrogance and so on, but we kind of set that aside because he was trying to write something that would be usable by everyone. And so he effected a compromise that was that finally put an end to the dispute, that one could study the philosophical works of Maimonides like the Guide for the Perplexed, but only after age 25. In other words, younger intellectual students could not approach this potentially heretical work until they had really mastered a large Maimonides. It's also worthwhile to note that although he is considered a towering figure in halacha, and he is generally considered one of the three major figures that are consulted by Rabbi Yosef Karo, when he formulates the law in the Shulchan Aruch, it is quite often that Maimonides is in the minority. His opinions are often overruled by the two other major medieval authorities that formulate our halacha, and Maimonides is studied even though his halacha is theoretical as opposed to that which is necessarily accepted. But his philosophical work and his generosity of spirit to far-flung communities, his secular knowledge, these are all things that made him phenomenally important and a figure that strides proudly over the centuries of Jewish history. Okay, I talked a blue streak there for about 45 minutes. I want to thank you for your attention and your endurance, and I'm going to stop sharing the screen, and I think we can take some questions and discussion.
Did you? And how did he ask you to open up? Oh, bro. He was asking. He said, "What do you do?" And then you felt like you had to give him your whole resume. No, but who's really crazy in this situation? This guy or you? I am crazy, but in that situation, my craziness didn't affect anyone.
Erev Tov L'Kulam. It is so wonderful to see everyone, and thank you so much for joining us. It's the second installment of the wonderful lecture series, and the second installment of our second lecture series that Dr. Henry Irvin played. The first one we got on our own phenomenal feedback, and thank you so much for starting us off with the fascinating look at the broader picture that gives us a really insight into the Rambam. And we're moving on to our next topic tonight. I want to just remind everyone that we appreciate Dr. Irvin's time, and we're lucky to have a third presentation, but it's not going to be on a Monday. So we're going to be taking a little bit of a break for the end of year vacations that are coming up for many people. And so the next installment will be on the 6th of January at the same time, at the same evening. With that, I will pass the baton and look forward to listening and learning from Dr.
Thank you very much, Rabbi. That's very kind of you. I really enjoyed our opportunity to speak last week, and I have to say I am super excited about tonight's talk because I find that the Ramchal, our subject on it, is completely fascinating. He's written some works that I have been very engaged with for decades, and there's a lot of exciting new research that has been presented on the Ramchal that I'm hoping to share with you tonight. The topic for tonight is Rabbi Moshe Chaim Luzzatto. I will most likely use the acronym of his name interchangeably. That's the Ramchal, Rabbi Moshe Chaim Luzzatto. He was an extremely important thinker in the early 18th century. So we're jumping ahead some 6 centuries from the Rambam, but I think you will find that many of the features that we looked at in the Rambam's life are echoed in an unusual way in the Ramchal's life. I've also thought of a sort of a title for these 3 lecture series. I know it's a little bit late, we're halfway into the series, but I'm thinking that I will call this Revered Yet Reviled, meaning where both of these aspects were true to their biographies. The Rambam, the Ramchal, and when we get together in January, God willing, to speak about the Rabbi, all 3 figures were of towering stature and tremendous impact and huge influence in the Jewish world, but at the same time, during their lifetimes in particular, they suffered some phenomenal controversy and bitter, withering criticism. This will be certainly true for the Ramchal, as I hope to explore with you tonight. So let me begin first by introducing you to a book that, if you are familiar with the Ramchal, you are most likely familiar with this particular work, the Mesilat Yesharim, which is translated as the Path of the Just, sometimes confused with another book, Orchot Tzadikim, which has a very similar title, The Ways of the Just, but this is quite distinct from that work, which was written a few centuries earlier. It's a rather remarkable piece of literature. It is essentially a kind of it's one of the classic works of the Musar canon, meaning the collection of works which are kind of the go-to sources for the study and development of ethical culture among the Jews. And the model is based on an extended discussion of a passage in the Talmud, in which one of the figures in the Talmud describes a successive series of stages of personality development, from vigilance to zeal to cleanliness, and each of these stages of development are fleshed out in great details. What does it mean to be vigilant? Why are we starting with vigilance? And then what does zeal have to do with vigilance and things like that? And it's really quite a fascinating book. It is an extremely popular book, especially for young adults. It's widely studied in yeshivas and seminaries, primarily because it's a great place to sort of exercise one's thinking about, who am I and what kind of person do I wish to become, which is associated with emerging adulthood as a stage of development. Some of us are kind of stuck on it for a very long time. The Vilna Gaon, for example, is famous for having studied Mesilas Yesharim 101 times. I myself, I personally would like to match that goal. I'm up to my 28th time through Mesilas Yesharim. I really find this a tremendously fascinating and endlessly inspirational work. But what's, I think, especially noteworthy about this book is that in the 1990s, a new version of Mesilas Yesharim was discovered in the former Soviet archives. It was actually an autographed version, written in the Ramchal's own hand, and dated some 2 years before this work was published. The previous version was dated 1738, making it the first draft of Mesilas Yesharim. It is complete start to finish, and yet it lay moldering in an archive unpublished. And it is remarkably different. Now, let me tell you why the difference is there, or what the difference is, and I think you'll find that's quite fascinating, and in fact, in many ways, more interesting than the one that's been so famous for a couple hundred years. In the version that everyone has been studying since the 1740s is basically a didactic frontal lecture. There is an omniscient narrator who simply tells us what we need to know, and we read it like, a long Atlantic essay or something like that. But in the version that was written in the Ramchal's own hand, it's a dialogue, it's a play, it has characters, it has drama. The setting is 2 young men. We'll start with one of them. There's one character who is called the Chacham. the wise person. And he is, to try and put it in the context of the 21st century, he's kind of like a really good YU graduate. He is a learner-earner. He's interested in, of course, learning Torah. He's completely observant and so on. But he's interested in the broader world of intellectual inquiry. He's interested in science and culture and literature and music and the arts. And, he has kind of broad interests. And one of his interests is he wonders, what is it that those Haredim do with their time? And again, the term, modern Orthodox, the term Haredi are not appropriate for the early 18th century, but it's kind of like, on the one hand, you have someone who has kind of like a broad base of interests, and Torah is, prominent among them. And then you have others who are like extremely interested in Torah and don't have apparently much time for things outside of the traditional canon of texts. But the Chacham wonders about, what do Haredim do with their time? What do they spend all this time reading Psalms? Don't they get bored? Aren't they curious? Don't they want to know about the outside world and things like that? And then one day, early on in the book, he looks across the room and he sees an old high school friend of his, who he hasn't seen for very many years, and he sees that his friend has become one of the Haredim. He has, so to speak, flipped out. And he goes over to him and says, "Oh, Shalom Aleichem, how are you? I haven't seen you in so long. What's going on? How are you doing?" And they start to catch up, and he says, "Listen, I'm really curious. I have all these questions about what you do. Why did you become this way?" And they engage in this deep discussion that in many ways is kind of like the same kind of discussion that goes on among spiritually motivated Jews even today. What is the right place to sort of situate ourselves within Jewish culture and the broader world? To what degree do we consider ourselves primarily Jews or primarily human beings, citizens of the planet? Where do you put the needle on that kind of axis? This is a great question, really. It's gripping. And they have this extensive discussion, and the character who has flipped out, he is the Chassid, although that term should not be confused with the later Hasidim. We'll be discussing God willing when we get to the Lubavitcher Rebbe. But he's the pious one. Ultimately, he demonstrates to the Chacham that there is far greater depth in the wisdom that he is exploring through the traditional text, and that much of what the Chacham had thought of his worldliness is in fact a kind of banal superficiality. It's a fascinating work. Here is a modern printing of the Mesilat Yesharim, and as you can see in the Hebrew subtitles here, it has actually two versions. So the version Aleph is called Seder Vikuach, which is the order of the debate or the order of the dialogue. That's the dramatic version I've described to you. And on the left is the Beit Seder Parakim, the order of the chapters, which is essentially the standard version that we have studied to this day. And one of the great questions about these two works, which are very, very similar in content, just quite distinct in form, is why did the Ramchal set aside the dramatic version? It is in so many ways so much more powerful and immediate and gripping. Why would he not publish that and instead publish the Seder Prakim? So I hope by the end of tonight's lecture, I hope to illustrate why, according to one of the most prominent young biographers of the Ramchal, Dr. David Sklar, who wrote his dissertation on this and is working on a forthcoming monograph, why he thinks that he set aside hesitatingly and perhaps even grudgingly the first version and rewrote it as a standard text. Let's look for a second at the very unusual reception history of this book. Reception history refers to, it's not only important to understand what's in the book itself, but how was the book absorbed in its time? How was it received by its readers? It says a lot about the historical period that we're engaged in. It also has an especially interesting sounding German name Rezeptionsgeschichte, which I like saying because it makes me feel learned. But let's look at this unusual reception in history of this work. First of all, from the Maskilim, that is those early 18th century proponents of greater engagement of Jews with broader society. Most prominent of them, of course, is the father of the Haskalah, shown here in the red jacket, Moses Mendelssohn. And he thought Mesilat Yesharim was a brilliant work. Of course, he was born, he was about 10 years old when it was first written, so he read it after the Ramchal had died, unfortunately a very early death due to a plague. But Rabbi Moses Mendelssohn, he was, after all, a rabbi. He was strictly observant, although many of his followers abandoned Judaism. But he thought that the Mesilat Yesharim was a phenomenal work of great power, and he admired the Ramchal deeply. Joseph Klausner, following in that tradition, the first chair of the Department of Literature at the Hebrew University of Jerusalem, felt that the Ramchal's work represented the first modern Hebrew writer, because the Ramchal not only wrote in this very dramatic kind of poetic form, he also wrote actual plays, like sort of Hebraic imitations of Italian plays that were, characteristic of the 18th century. So he says the Ramchal was really the first modern Hebrew writer. Very, very positive reception from the sort of left wing of the Jewish reading world at that time. And moving towards the right wing, the Hasidim thought he was fantastic because, first and foremost, the Ramchal was a Kabbalist, and most of his important writings, especially the writings that he himself cherished, were deeply suffused with the wisdom of Kabbalah. In fact, the Mesilat Yesharim itself, although it does not present on the exterior form to be a work of Kabbalah, there are tremendous references all through it to Kabbalistic doctrines. So the Hasidim, who are great lovers of Kabbalah, they remarked on it that, according to, for example, Dov Ber, the Maggid of Mezrich, who was the student of the Baal Shem Tov and the later teacher of the 5 greatest dynasties of the Hasidic world, that the generation was not worthy to understand the Ramchal, meaning he was at such a high stature that people didn't know what they were dealing with. I think that's quite true. And so in terms of the 18th century triangle of Jewish ideologies, particularly in East Central Europe, you have the Haskalah, represented by Mendelssohn. They love the Ramchal. You have the Hasidim. They love the Ramchal. And then finally you have the Misnagdim, the so-called traditionalists who took the term opponents because they opposed the Hasidic movement. And the king among them was, without doubt, the Vilna Gaon, shown here, Elijah of Vilna, who himself wrote a couple of fascinating things. He said that if the Ramchal were alive in his time, he would have walked all the way from Vilnius to Padua, Italy, in order to study with him. And furthermore, he said that there are no words out of place at all in the Mesilat Yesharim until the 11th chapter. I actually have a theory as to which words the Vilna Gaon thought were out of place in the 11th chapter, and God willing, maybe when we get to the question and answer period, if you ask me, I'll tell you what my theory is about what words he pointed out as being out of place. So again, amazing. The Ramchal achieved a level of acceptance among all stripes of Jewish intellectual movements of the 18th century. I can't recall too many figures.
What happened? I woke up, I hear a kid. I hear the new report down. That's literally a damn kid in there, man. I'm trying to go to sleep. I woke up, I hear a fucking kid. Oh my God.
Like a child?
And they're going to the when they come back. Like, they need to just go.
Like a child?
Go on, do it. Look at it. There's something when you in.
Yeah, what about it?
His name is SD or whatever.
Okay, what about it?
There's the kid.
A cat or a kid?
I don't know. It sounds like a kid. It could be 13 or whatever, but it sounds like a kid.
All right, I mean, Isn't that like a job for a moderator?
I'm not the damn music. The black thing.
All right. Well, feel free to.
Hey, honey. Honey, sweet.
No, she's there.
Hey, boo. How you? I hope you're okay. I hope you're okay too. I'm not okay with that. I can't. What you say, honey? You said I look at my phone. You said it's storage. You sound like the sound distorted? Yeah. No, you sound startled, like, you know, yeah, I be over there sometimes when Rabbi be, and I mean I go to sleep. I sleep over there. So when I go to sleep, I go in there with him, and I already have my thing on mute. And then when I woke up, I heard a little kid in there. I'm like, oh my God. It's annoying. And it's because you didn't want to wake up at somebody. Okay. He left one time, he came back. Sometimes doing I still there. Don't have thing to do, Rabbi. Play with your box.
You got it, girl.
I want a bot to play with. Why you don't give us a bot? Man, I don't want a bot to play with.
I don't know if you want these bugs.
I don't want no bot. I want a Rabbi. I want a Rabbi bot, and I want an Adi bot. Adi bot. I want an Adi bot. For sure.
All right. If you.
Mr. Breeze, you cannot be replaced. I want an Adi bot. An Adi bot. You have to have a vote for Mr. Breeze. And he got a bot. Why we can't get a bot, Adi? I don't know. I want an Adi bot. And then y'all got Mr. Curtis bot. Which version? Let's get a bot. Let's put the version of that. That's crazy. I'm so sorry. Okay, love, how you doing? Good stuff. I've been praying for you. Thank you. I hope you're okay. I hope everything's going well with you. What's happened? I do appreciate that. Yeah, it isn't a bad person. Nothing else is working, so. Oh, yeah, you know what? I know that it works. I don't need to explain. Yeah, prayer work. Yeah, prayer work. Prayer for my friend. Because she was telling me about her male friend or whatever, and I prayed for him, and they called her yesterday. So prayer works. You have to believe in it. He may not answer it right then, but he gonna answer it. You just got to pray. You gotta pray for it for yourself too. Yeah, I feel like that's the only thing that I pray for. Kind of done because I don't really pray like I I see like an ambulance go down out there, or like a car accident, but I don't pray for other people. But I was like thinking positively, wishing that their good intentions be brought forth. It's just in the back of my mind. You know what I mean? But I think that I should definitely, I need to pray for others. I shouldn't just pray for myself. Could be I'll try to explain many elements. Just pray. Yes, the world and everything. Just pray. Pray that whatever you're going through, it gets better. God got you. Like, if you're worrying, like, leave out the worries. Let him have all the worries. Let him have all the worries. Because that's what he wants. He wants you to give him all your worries. Like, he do. He don't want you to worry. You give all the worries to him. Let him deal with all that. You just need to relax. And he got you. And people don't really believe in that. But it works. It may not work right then, but it's going to work. You just got to keep it believing. You got to keep praying for it. Like, pray for certain stuff. Don't pray for like certain stuff like like I pray what I want. Like if I want me an abortion, I tell God what I want, but I tell him certain stuff that I'm going to tolerate and what man I want, what I don't want, but I don't tell him that one. Like if you're going through something like that, just be like, just certain, and what you want and what you don't want, or whatever you're going through, just, but all the words should be going to him. You shouldn't be worried. Like, all the attention goes to him. Like, he got you, If you believe in him, like, just, all that should go to him. Like, you just need to relax. Like, you don't need to shit. I know you got a lot going on, but like I said, I've been praying for you here. Everything, gonna be okay. Like, it may take some time, and, he has a lot going on, and he may not answer right away. Some people don't believe in prayer, some people don't believe in him, but I'm telling you, believe in him. Our genius is glorious. But I've been making me laugh a lot recently. I've been going through a lot, but I've seen, like, my perspectives very lighthearted, so I definitely, I for sure believe, but I know that everything will be fine. But right now, while it's not fine, it's so funny to me because I know that it's like a commercial. Going through it's gonna be good. I got faith in you. How are you going through, okay. God is been with you.
Before or since, who have received this universal level of acceptance, albeit some 60 years after his passing. During his lifetime, we have a totally different story, as we will explore now. So let's get into his biography a little bit, understand who he was, what his background was, what he was all about, and then I'd like to get to the controversies that dogged him during his lifetime. He was known as the genius of Padua. Padua is a smallish city on the Po River in northern Italy, not too far from Venice. His parents were sort of upper middle class merchants, and they gave him a standard education of of an Italian Jewish family of their class. He received a thorough grounding not only in Torah studies, according to the kind of Italian broad view of emphasizing scripture, Tanakh, as well as Talmud. Actually, his principal teacher was a Rabbi Isaiah Bassan, who would remain very close to the Ramchal all the way through his life. Even though he also taught him for his bar mitzvah, he was also, 15, 20 years later, very much involved in his life and activity far away from Padua. He also received a fairly significant secular education as well, with a thorough grounding in European languages, including Latin and Greek, primarily because, as we shall see, Padua was a university town and was one of the few universities that admitted Jews to its medical faculty. And so there was a lot of emphasis placed on broad European understanding of the world around them, contemporary science, the arts, of course, and so on. Early on in his career, really as a teenager, he wrote several works that are quite fascinating. He wrote works on public speaking. He wrote early experiments with poetic forms, including, parables of biblical stories written as Italianate dramas, like to be staged as plays. So he's really quite a young child prodigy. He attracted to himself a number of these students who had traveled to Padua to study medicine at the university there. This is actually the autopsy theater. Only a small number of autopsies were performed every year, and they literally had to build an auditorium like this to allow as many people as possible to actually observe the autopsies taking place. And a very small coterie of perhaps a dozen of these students from all over Europe would gather nightly at the home of the Ramchal, where he had kind of like a special room set up in an attic, and they would study the Kabbalah. Now, the Kabbalah, of course, is the great mystical teachings of the Jewish tradition. Very prominent in their curriculum was the study of the Zohar, very important mystical work. And they became known as the Chavraya Kadisha, the Holy Society, for their intense studies. They developed a very ritualistic kind of organization where they had specific seating charts for each of them. It wasn't like kind of like a free-for-all, but it was really a close-knit study group. They had particular rules about how they were to greet each other, how they were to speak about each other. They had a rigid cycle of who was to prepare the material to be studied that night and so on. And it was really, it must have been quite an amazing intellectual experience to be at the Ramchal's table studying with him. And this is all when he is in his late teens and his early 20s, studying with students who are significantly older than him, but mesmerized by his grasp of the material and his unusually piercing and poetic analysis of the text. One of the more fascinating things about the community of Padua and this particular study circle was that Padua was, among the social difficulties that plagued that town in the 1720s and 1730s was a gambling addiction that unfortunately affected many of the men, the Jewish men in Padua. Playing cards in particular were very popular. And so they had a nightly Beit Midrash and they made a rule, the Jewish community in Padua made a rule that every single Jewish male in Padua had to show up at Beit Midrash 5 nights a week, and attendance would be taken. And if they failed to show up every evening to learn some Torah because they were off, gambling or something like that, they would be fined. They would have to pay a fine to the Beit Din. and that in itself is rather an amazing thing that the community could actually impose or even think to impose such a rule. I really wonder how well it was enforced, but it gives us a sense of how far we are from 18th century Padua living today in our society. But the reason why I'm bringing it up is because the only group that was explicitly exempted from these rules were the members of the Ramchal's study circle, because everybody knew that the Chavraya Kadisha, the Holy Society, they were not spending their time playing cards. They were actually learning Torah at a very deep level, and so they received a formal exemption because everyone regarded them, these Jewish medical students who were studying with the Ramchal, were really on a separate level. It's interesting to note, by the way, that the medical students must have experienced quite a cognitive dissonance, because when they were at school in Padua, even though they were admitted appropriately to the college, which was, as I mentioned, very rare for universities at that time, there were a whole series of, discriminatory practices and ritual humiliations that they had to endure. They had higher tuition, for example, and there were certain things like they had to present a gift of 1 pound of candy every Christmas to the other students, kind of like a nasty Secret Santa sort of thing that they had to do. But nevertheless, while in the daytime, they were kind of like distinctly second-class citizens, but at night, they probed the depths of the universe with their teacher, the Ramchal. Now, it happened that the controversy really began to erupt in the 1720s, when the Ramchal first discussed his encounters with something called the Maggid. This is where the controversy really begins. When he was 20 years old, the Ramchal related to his students that he would receive these nightly visitations from a kind of supernatural being known as a Maggid. The word Maggid is related to like the word Haggadah, like the Passover Haggadah. It means to tell or to relate. And the Ramchal would describe how, perhaps in a dream, but some kind of vision, this angelic being would reveal to him these Kabbalistic truths that he would then relay to his students. Now, it sounds pretty weird. It definitely is a very unusual kind of phenomenon, but it is not without precedent in the Jewish tradition. In fact, one of the more well-known of the stories of Magidim is the Maggid of none other than Rabbi Yosef Karo, the author of the Shulchan Aruch. Now, we normally think of the Jewish legal tradition as being extremely rational and very evidence-based and very rigorous and, exposed to logical argumentation and so on. But in reality, the author of the code that we revere and study today, the Shulchan Aruch, he reported also having these visitations of the Maggid, of a Maggid, and he wrote about it in something called Maggid Mesharim. And so it's fascinating, even at the core of our legalistic tradition, there is a mystical essence to it. So in the case of the Ramchal, he began telling his students that he was receiving these visions from the Maggid. And this went on for quite some time until one of his students, named Yekusiel Gordon, who was studying in Padua but was originally from Vilna in Lithuania, wrote home some letters. We have the text of some of these letters, and I'm going to paraphrase, but basically they say things like, "Dear Mom and Dad, thank you very much for sending me to the University of Padua. I'm having a great time here. No, it's not a party school, but I got to tell you, I found this amazing teacher, Rabbi Moshe Chaim Lutzato. I'm learning with him every night. And guess what, Mom and Dad?" He actually didn't write to his parents. I'm kind of making it a little bit more amusing. He says, "The Ramchal is receiving these nightly visitations from a Maggid. Isn't that fantastic? I found the best rabbi." I mean, and don't forget, this is before Chabad, so there's no Chabad houses. But, to imagine finding a Ramchal, incredible. And now this is really what got the Ramchal into trouble. as part of the unfolding of the story, incidentally, his teacher, Isaiah Bazan, wrote to him, because we have, amazingly, the correspondence of the Ramchal, a lot of his letters to his teachers and others, and letters back to him. And Isaiah Bazan says to him, why did you tell everyone about the Maggid? And in particular, why did you tell a Litvak? Don't you know that the Lithuanian and the Polish Jews, they don't know how to keep a secret? They're going to go home, they're going to blab to everyone. And that's exactly what happened, right? Now, the reason why this is significant is because this letter made its rounds in Lithuania, and it came to the attention of one Rabbi Moshe Chagiz. Rabbi Moshe Chagiz was actually a professional heresy hunter who followed in the footsteps of his father, who was also a great heresy hunter. And the heresy of the day was named Shabbatai Tzvi. So let's just take a quick moment to refresh ourselves on this sad story that occurred about 75 years prior to the events I'm describing. Shabbatai Tzvi was this infamous failed Messiah, but he was quite famous among Christians as well, because the whole idea of a Jew proclaiming to be the Messiah and gathering literally thousands of Jewish followers from all over Europe, all over the Eastern Mediterranean, many of whom sold all of their property, their homes, at a fraction of their value in order to follow him, on the assumption that he would initiate the Messianic era. They would all return to Jerusalem. It was like big news for Christians. It was fascinating. They followed it very closely. In this particular rendition, you can see that in the background, there's some sort of chicken scratches on a plaque. That's the artist's imagination of what Hebrew letters must look like. What ended up happening with Shabbatai Tzvi, he was originally, he was a very well-regarded young man. He was actually the subject of many marriage proposals, although he did not accept too many in his youth. Later on, when he was older, he would actually get married 3 times. And one of those times was actually to an actual Torah scroll, meaning the Torah scroll itself he got married to. It was very kind of like irrational and unusual behavior. But around age 23, 24, he began showing signs of what later historians have postulated were signs of some kind of bipolar disorder, perhaps some kind of manic depressive illness, because he would have these periods of great euphoria, which he called illuminations, during which he would claim to be able to access, huge realms of thought, or would perform supernatural activities like levitation or kvitzos haderech, the teleportation and things like that, which would then later be followed by periods of depression and quiet. And this was just kind of like an unusual idiosyncrasy of this otherwise well-regarded young man, until he hooked up with an individual named Nathan of Gaza, who was unfortunately a very significant enabler of the worst aspects of Shabbatai Tzvi's worst inclinations, and this kind of blew the whole Messianic movement up to a point where many Jews were caught up in it. You can see here as actually a prayer book that was composed in the Sabbatean movement, which, by the way, persisted for a good century and a half after the movement formally ended, as I will describe in a minute. Here's an example of a Christian art showing Shabbatai Tzvi giving blessings to several people wherever he goes. He was fond of handing out global honors, like naming friends the Sultan of Africa or the King of Europe and things like that, all promising the eventual Messianic redemption, doing away with fast days, renaming them holidays, all kinds of fascinating and unusual and definitely very antinomian behaviors. Here's one of my favorite images that actually shows Nathan of Agazda, his familiar deputy, who is leading thousands of Jews off to Constantinople, where they were to demand the return of Jerusalem to Shabbatai Tzvi, who would then bring about the Messianic era. What actually happened in the 1660s is Shabbatai Tzvi presented himself to the court in Constantinople. The Sultan didn't deign to meet with him personally, but sent an envoy who made a counteroffer. The envoy said to him, "Listen, Mr. Tzvi, or do you mind if I call you Shabsi? We're not going to give you Jerusalem as you request. Instead, however, we will allow you to remain alive if you accept Islam as your faith." And to the great disappointment of Shabtai Tzvi's followers, he did. He became a Muslim. His wife at the time, Sarah, also became a Muslim, and the movement collapsed as Jews returned penniless to their homes throughout Europe and had to start all over again. A small number, some 300 families, decided that if Shabtai Tzvi, who was the Messiah, would convert to Islam, that must mean that all of us Jews must also convert to Islam as part of the unfolding of the end of days. They converted. They constituted a distinct group in Turkish society in particular called the Dünme, who actually were present and very active in political life right up until the 20th century. But that's basically the whole debacle of Shabtai Tzvi. After his demise, it's fascinating stories what happened to him afterwards. It seems he may have actually done some tshuva, some repentance. At the end, one of his last requests, he was later imprisoned by the Sultan because he was just behaving way too erratically. One of his last requests in prison was for a Yom Kippur prayer book because he wanted to repent appropriately. At any rate, there was, after the debacle ended, a huge outcry, and the Chagiz family in particular spent their energies hunting out any vestigial remains of Sabbatianism and hoping to extirpate it from Western society. It was not at all a strange phenomenon to have prominent rabbis who were actually still enthusiasts of Shabtai Tzvi well into the 1700s. And this is precisely what Rav Moshe Chagiz suspected Rabbi Moshe Chaim Luzzatto of doing. That he felt that the Ramchal, with his nightly visit from the Maggid, it's like Shabtai Tzvi 2.0. He must certainly be relying on Sabbatean doctrines and so on. And so he got to work right away to pursue this young man. The first thing that he did was he went to Venice, which controlled the rabbinate in Padua. Venice was like the regional authority. And he said to the Venetian rabbis, "What is going on in Padua? Do you know what's happening over there? I heard about this guy, Rabbi Moshe Chaim Luzzatto, and what he's been saying about the Maggid and so on." So the Venetian rabbis, picked up the 18th century non-existent telephone and said to the rabbis in Padua, "You've got to investigate it." And the rabbis in Padua said, "Oh, Moshe Chaim, he's a wonderful guy. We all love him. He has beautiful midos. He's such a learned guy. He has a study circle every night. You must be talking about another Ramchal." But they said, "No, this is the one we're looking for. This is what he's doing." And they said, "Okay, look, he's a little bit eccentric. There are some eccentricities, we'll admit. One of those eccentricities, for example, was the fact that he was clean-shaven. He even when he was 23 years old when this occurred, it was unusual for him to not wear a beard. Back then, if you wanted to remain clean-shaven, you had to use like depilatory powders and things like that. It's halakhically impermissible to use a straight-edge razor, but to use powders and lye and things like that. So that was a little bit unusual, but also even more of a shanda. He was not at the time married. And this was 23 years old and still unmarried. There's something fishy there. Ultimately, he would marry. He found a woman named Tzipora, whose father also had very mystical tendencies, shall we say. And the Ramchal certainly must have liked the irony of his name being Moshe and her name being Tzipora. He wrote a beautiful intricate literary ketubah that is still studied to this day for its poetic and Kabbalistic value. At any rate, the rabbis in Padua said, "Okay, listen, what we will do is we will force him to take an oath. The oath will make him promise that he is not to engage in Kabbalistic teaching here in Padua. He has to wait until he's much older." I believe the age that he stipulated was 40 off the top of my head. The Ramchal, and we know from his communications, private communications from his teacher, he was very upset with the accusation, and it was unfair and so on. But his teacher counseled him, you shouldn't have told about the Magid to Yekusiel Gordon. It got out. And now the best thing you can do is just keep your head down, accept the oath, take that oath, and obey it. And in fact, the Ramchal did obey that oath, much as it called him, and that Kabbalah was really his main interest, but he took on the stipulations that were applied to him. So after he got married, things calmed down a little bit, but Rabbi Moshe Chagiz was not satisfied with the very light slap on the wrist that the Ramchal received. He felt that he wanted much more of a big show trial and perhaps an excommunication, something a little bit more serious. So he kept his eye on this young Ramchal, and it happened that the Lutzato business failed at this point. The father passed away, and the Ramchal, who was largely supported by his father, could no longer maintain the lifestyle that he had, primarily focusing on his learning in Padua. So he decided with his wife that they would make their way, extremely cold winter, all the way up to Amsterdam, where his brother had established a business. So on their way, when they left Padua, Rabbi Moshe Chagiz took advantage of their travel, and he sent word ahead to the city of Frankfurt am Main. And he said to a much more receptive Beit Din there that there is a guy coming your way. His name is Rabbi Moshe Chaim Lutzato. I suspect him of being a Sabbatean. Here's all my evidence. You got away with it in Padua. I'm sure that you're not going to be as lenient. And so when the Ramchal arrived in Frankfurt, en route to Amsterdam, he was actually arrested by the Beit Din. He was placed under house arrest while an investigation could be initiated. The Ramchal was distraught. What does this mean? I mean, I thought I dealt with this in Padua. I haven't violated the oath at all. He wrote to his teacher, Isaiah Bizan, who immediately came to his defense. The end result of this very trying episode is that the Ramchal had to take a second oath, reiterating the stipulations of the first oath. It was deeply, deeply humiliating to him that he was still suspected of these kinds of attitudes. But once again, Rabbi Isaiah Bazan, his teacher, said to him, there's not much you can do to protect yourself here. You are not a wealthy man. You are not without admirers and students, but including himself, but you simply don't have any recourse here. What was perhaps most awful, however, is that he was carrying with him a chest full of his manuscripts, his personal writings, and he was a very, very prolific individual. As I mentioned, he wrote his first book when he was in his teen years that is published and still studied to this day. He had a full chest full of manuscripts. They were seized by the Beit Din in Frankfurt, and they proceeded to examine them for heretical materials and statements. By the time they had gone through them, they could not determine whether or not the Ramchal was in fact a heretic. Read between the lines. They could not understand the writings. They were full of Kabbalistic references, and they simply could not find any of the incriminating evidence that they had hoped to find there. However, they had different choices before them. On one choice was they could simply return the manuscripts to the Ramchal, saying we couldn't find anything wrong, and therefore, you're off scot-free. They were loath to do that, though, because it would reveal their ignorance about the content of the documents, and they were concerned that perhaps they were heretical. On the other hand, if they could confirm they were heretical, then they could set them to the flames. It is an unfortunate precedent, but Jews have been known from time to time to burn their holy works, or the holy works of their opponents. We saw this with the Rambam, and in the 18th century it was not uncommon as well. Mendelssohn's works, for example, including his translation of the Torah itself, was set to the flames. So the third option that they utilized was they would bury the manuscripts, neither destroying them as if they're heretical, nor returning to the Ramchal, but they would bury them, and then the location of the burial was promptly lost. So to this day, somewhere under the streets of Frankfurt is a huge chest full of the Ramchal's own writings. Perhaps one day they will see the light of day. In this context, we have Rabbi Isaiah Bazan's very heroic defense of his student, which is, we have much of the text of it because he engaged in correspondence with the Beit Din while he was on the way there, and he presented himself and argued very forcefully in defense of his student, saying, what have you found that he has done wrong? This is quite literally a witch hunt. It's an unfair accusation. You've traumatized this young man and his family for no reason, and so on. And ultimately, after taking that second oath, the Ramchal was free to go. He found his final refuge, not his final refuge, but a major refuge in Amsterdam. As I believe we discussed long ago in the first series when we spoke about Jews of modernity, we looked at the Portuguese Jews of Amsterdam, and you recall that they're a very unusual community because they were made up of the descendants of Jews who were forcibly converted to Christianity, beginning with the Portuguese Inquisition, or prior to the Inquisition, in 1497. And then for the next few centuries, as they slowly made their way out of Portugal, they were able to reclaim their Jewish identity many, many generations later in some occasions. And it's worthy to note that the origins of the American Jewish community lay in the Portuguese Inquisition, because it is those Jews who were living in Portuguese Brazil in the 1650s who, for a very brief period of time when the Dutch took over a region of Brazil, those Portuguese Jews living as Christians at the time decided to come out of the closet and proclaim their Jewish identity, only to discover a couple of years later that the Dutch gave that region back to Portugal as part of a treaty, and they found themselves once again under the clutches of the Inquisition. So they all boarded boats and separated, and 23 refugees made their way up to New Amsterdam, which is, of course, the island of Manhattan, and they formed the first settlement of Jews as a community in what would be the United States. At any rate, the Portuguese Jews of Amsterdam, they had a much wider tolerance for this kind of ideological dissent. They recognized in the Ramchal, in many ways, one of their own, and they gave him a fairly respectable position in the Talmud Torah, in their school there. Not a very heavy teaching load. He was more of a respected, learned person, but he lacked the same study circle of students who were really on par with him. Portuguese Jews were also cognizant. Uriel da Costa was forcibly excommunicated there, and later, of course, the issue of Spinoza, which was also something that happened in Amsterdam. So they treated Ramchal with kid gloves, and they gave him a respectful position. And it is at this time that he began to write the works of his great maturity, including the Mesilat Yesharim, but also Das Tvunos, Derech Hashem, some phenomenal classics that are widely studied to this day. However, this was spiritually insufficient for the Ramchal. He felt that he longed to move to the land of Israel to make Aliyah, and he was approaching his 40th birthday. He wanted to begin to teach Kabbalah publicly, which would have represented, the end of the restrictions of the oath that he first took in Padua and then had to repeat again in Frankfurt. And so he made plans with his wife to sell all of their belongings in Amsterdam and then make his way to Israel. He landed at Akko. He wrote a few pieces of correspondence back to his beloved students, and then shortly after arriving, he died of a plague, and he was buried in Israel. His legacy is quite fascinating, and in many ways, he occupies the same kind of position that we discussed last week when we were talking about the Rambam, who was another figure who was revealed and yet reviled in his lifetime. And I believe we'll see the same pattern when we speak in a couple of weeks about the Lubavitcher Rebbe, who also had a phenomenal impact on the Jewish world in the 20th century and into our own century as well. But during his lifetime, he faced tremendous challenges and often very bitter, withering criticism. So with that, I'll bring this to a close, and perhaps I will just mention, because I recall that I had kind of given you a teaser at the beginning, you might be wondering the opening question, right? Like, why did he publish the second version of Mesilas Yesharim and not the first? And what are those strange words in the 11th chapter? So, according to the research of David Sklar, who's done this beautiful dissertation on the Ramchal, and in particular looked at archival sources in Amsterdam and elsewhere, it really fleshes out his life in a very, very thorough way. He argues that his sponsors in Amsterdam, the wealthy families who supported him while he was there, felt that the original version of Mesilas Yesharim had too many recognizable figures in it. Meaning, if you read this carefully and you knew the Ramchal's history, you would see kind of caricatures of individuals that he wished to criticize. And they felt that it was somewhat incendiary. They did not want to have anything blow up again in Amsterdam like they had seen he dealt with in Padua and in Frankfurt. And so they counseled him not to publish it, or perhaps they said they were not willing to publish it at all. It was not a neutral work of Jewish literature. And so the Ramchal's best friend, who he thanks very, in a very florid manner in the conclusion to the work, quickly edited the work and reshaped it into the more standard, more neutral kind of frontal discussion that we have today. And the Ramchal, perhaps grudgingly, signed off on this new version and said, fine, and he just set aside the manuscript dramatic version. And in this context, when we think about what the Vilna Gaon said, that nothing is out of place until the 11th chapter, there's one passage in the 11th chapter where the Ramchal is speaking about the negative character trait of vengeance. And he seems to just like step out of tone for a moment. Like for most of the book, he's got this kind of even, soothing kind of prose. And then at one point, it just gets a little sharper than you would expect. And in that context, when he's writing about vengeance, he says, and I know that taking vengeance would be as sweet as honey. And it stands out like an unusually personal kind of revelation, or personal kind of sharing that means that he really felt that deeply. And that's my theory as to the Vilna Gaon's words out of place in the 11th chapter, that perhaps he was reflecting on his own experience and the way he was hounded across Europe, literally, and it would have been as sweet as honey to take vengeance. But nevertheless, it was incompatible with the personality type that the Torah demands, and would have been inconsistent with the values of Mesilas Yesharim. With that, I want to thank you once again for your endurance. I really appreciated the opportunity to speak with all of you, and I think we have some time for some questions. The series that we've been looking at really focused on three colossal leaders who have had phenomenal impact and phenomenal influence on pretty much everything we do Jewishly since their lifetimes. We're all united in the fact that they were revered long after their deaths, but reviled at least at certain points during their lives. And the strange kind of connection of the often bitter controversy that surrounded these individuals, these really gigantic thinkers, and the way in which they've occupied so much of our intellectual space nowadays, and we see how much we really owe to their innovations, was something that really intrigued me. The first class, of course, we looked at Maimonides, and his books were so controversial that they were actually burned by other Jews in the 13th century. Then we looked at the Ramchal, who was mercilessly pursued throughout Europe, and finally wrote his Mesilas Yesharim, the tremendous work that's been accepted universally as one of the classics of Jewish theology and Musar. He wrote that only after enduring tremendous bitter criticism. And today we're going to look at the Lubavitcher Rebbe, who also had a similarly outsized impact on the way Jews do things today. But during his lifetime, which overlapped with many of our own, I'm sure, he was embroiled in many points of controversy. So what I'd like to do over the course of the next 45 or 50 minutes is to take a broad 30,000-foot view of his life and work, and then to zero in on some areas in which he encountered significant opposition, around which there was significant controversy, and try to reflect on what that means for how we treat leaders of this type. And that will bring us to a conclusion of this tripartite series. I should preface this by saying that I originally gave a lecture with the same title, incidentally, back in 2013. And I recorded it and put it on YouTube, and it was actually for a very long time one of my more popular lectures. It had a significant number of people who were really curious to know who was this great, virtually ubiquitous figure in Jewish life. I had made a few really basic, simple errors that I'm prone to make when I, try to cover a lot of detail in the space of 60 minutes. And I ended up deciding that, there was just so much noise about the small details that it would probably be better if I took it down. So I actually have made it private for the past few years or so, but I really wanted to come back to that. I was also disappointed in myself in that when I first gave that lecture, and I was thinking about a much smaller audience, really just a very focused audience in the synagogue where I davened, and I put it on YouTube thinking there'll be, a similar kind of audience. I really started with the controversies before I really talked about the incredible achievements. And I think a lot of viewers, as time went on and the controversies began to become less and less significant, they began to see me in a light that I didn't think was a very fair kind of criticism. And so I figured, let's just take this offline. But now, Baruch Hashem, I finally have the opportunity to address this individual who I have to say has had a remarkable chal. He's one of those figures that has really shaped the way I think about my own Judaism, about my own relationship to God, to my family and my community, and to the world as a whole, and what little I can achieve during the few years that I'm given, God willing, to exist on this earth. So with that said, let me tell you a little bit about the sources that went into this particular topic, because I am confident that many of you will want to read more about the Rebbe if you haven't prior to this. Part of the reason for my difficult first foray into this topic was because the first real biography that appeared after the passing of the Rebbe in 1994 was this book, a very scholarly book published by, I believe it was Princeton University Press, by Samuel Heilman, who's a scholar that I have a tremendous amount of respect for, and Nachum Friedman, whose work I was not as familiar with. And this book, although it was incredibly useful and very detailed and eye-opening, it tended to take a more of an academic critical approach that I value, but as I read more of the literature that comes from students of the Rebbes or followers of the Rebbes, I think that some of that academic criticism was not entirely appropriately placed in some regard. Maybe we'll have an opportunity to discuss that in the question and answer series. There is, on the other hand, speaking about the student memoirs, there is this wonderful book by Harav Steinsaltz, which is definitely written as an homage to the Rebbe. It is written with his classic scholarship, but nevertheless is written as someone who is distinctly a follower of the Rebbe and wants to encapsulate and embody his own values in his own life. This volume is far more popular, and you see it all over the place. It's Joseph Telushkin, a very talented writer who I believe lives out where you are. And I've long relied on his wonderful surveys like Jewish literacy and Jewish humor and so on. And his book on the Rebbe is really quite amazing. I think it's actually one of the most well-balanced books in that, unlike the more scholarly book entitled The Rebbe, which tended to be a little bit more salacious in nature, and unlike the more hagiographic treatments that come from the Chabad sources, he struck a balance, and I think he's one of the best places to go if you want to learn a little bit more about the controversial aspects of it. But at the same time, he really presents a well-balanced picture of the Rebbe. But by far, my favorite biography is this one by my colleague Chaim Miller, who is also a New Yorker. This Turning Judaism Outward is written, I think, with the greatest possible use of sources by a Chabad insider. He's published quite a few Chabad-specific works and really knows the inside culture. The culture of Chabad is really quite intense, and with its own language and its own customs that really I'm still learning things about it. Like, for example, one of my children actually married into Chabad, and we're making the invitations, and I learned that the custom is you always put, I think it's 5 o'clock as the time of the wedding, and it means nothing. But that's when the Rebbe was married, 5 p.m. So you would not know these things unless you were inside Chabad. So this is, I think, my favorite source. I actually reread it because I wanted to be prepared for tonight's talk. So with that kind of like personal and bibliographic background, let's look at the Rebbe's life itself. Why don't we start with his formative years? Here's a beautiful picture of him at 2 years of age. He was born in 1902 in Nikolaev, Russia, and at a very young age he moved to Yekaterinoslav, which is a city that's on the eastern end of Ukraine. After the Communist Revolution, they decided to rename it because Yekaterinoslav was very hard to pronounce, so they switched it to Dnipropetrovsk. That's actually a joke. I don't know if you can hear that here on Zoom. But today it's called Dnipropetrovsk because it's on the Dnieper River. And it was a fairly new town, Jewishly speaking, because it was rapidly expanded in the 20th century in connection with all kinds of industrial efforts, specifically the building of hydroelectric dams and things like that. And so it was kind of a young, growing Jewish population of blue-collar workers and their families, Jewish blue-collar workers who went out there to seek work, particularly in the 1920s and the 1930s when the work really expanded dramatically. He was an unusual child in many ways. It's strange for someone who would ultimately become the head of the entire Chabad Lubavitch Hasidic movement. He didn't have a typical Chabad yeshiva experience. He was trained primarily by his father, who was a remarkable scholar, and he was served as a communal rabbi in Dnipropetrovsk. Later, he would be persecuted by the Soviets and sent out to the Gulag, where he had to exist far out in Siberia. His wife went and followed him there, and incidentally, one of the most powerful documents I've ever seen is they lived in tremendous penury. This is speaking about the Rebbe's father, long after the Rebbe had left the Soviet Union. The Rebbe's father, Rabbi Levi Yitzchak Schneerson, had very little paper and very little writing instruments, but what he did was using ink that was made from wild herbs that his wife would collect in the Siberian countryside and then grind down into making an ink-like substance. He would write tiny, tiny little scholarly notes in the margins of the few books that he possessed. And fascinating, and just gives a whole picture as to what kind of individual he was. At any rate, young Menachem Mendel was the first of 3 boys, and he didn't have a Chabad yeshiva to go to. He was trained primarily by his father and by hired teachers, but by the time he reached the age of 12, he had really demonstrated that he had the Sitzfleisch, the personal self-determination and self-discipline to study on his own. And in fact, he studied Jewish topics on his own for the rest of his life. That was his preferred modality of study, was solitary study. He went on, however, to engage in quite a bit of secular study, ultimately studying at universities in Germany and in France, where he was especially interested in engineering, although he had an unusually broad interest in all areas of human endeavor, leaning toward the sciences as a whole. Um, a turning point in his life, one that really dramatically propelled him towards leadership, even if he didn't realize it at the time, was that he was set up for a shidduch with the then Chabad Rebbe's second daughter, Musia, shown here. Her full name is Chaya Mushka Schneerson. You'll notice that they have the same surname. That's because the sixth rabbi in the dynasty of Chabad, his surname was Schneerson, and he was a distant cousin to the seventh Rebbe, who would become his son-in-law, our protagonist, Menachem Mendel. So Chaya Mushka is shown here. She was the second daughter of the existing Chabad Rebbe, and for some time there was reputation of this young boy from Dnipropetrovsk who showed tremendous promise, and eventually he was brought to the Chabad court, which at that time was bouncing between Poland and Latvia, depending on the political circumstances at the time, and ultimately they were married. They maintained a home until her passing in 1988. Unfortunately, they remained childless, which was you can only imagine, a source of some stress for both of them, and may have actually contributed to the Rebbe's ill health at certain points in his life when he engaged in numerous fasts. Now, the bulk of our efforts today, however, should focus on his activity as the Rebbe. And how that came about was really quite fascinating. Here he is with Rabbi Yosef Yitzchak Schneerson, who is the older man seated to his right. Rabbi Yosef Yitzchak was the sixth of the seven Chabad Rebbes, the first of which was the famous Alter Rebbe, Rabbi Shneir Zalman of Liadi, who is also the author of the most important book of the Chabad movement, known as the Tanya. Rabbi Yosef Yitzchak, who was known by the acronym RAYATS, that's the Rabbi Yosef Yitzchak, was also known as the Friedricher Rebbe to my generation, the earlier Rebbe, the previous Rebbe. In other words, when you wanted to speak about the Rebbe, if you're talking to a Chabadnik, they'll want to know, well, which Rebbe are you talking about? Because obviously the Rebbe is our current Rebbe. But because of the interregnum between the sixth Rebbe and the seventh Rebbe, with older Hasidim, thinking of the sixth Rebbe as the Rebbe and the new Rebbe as the new Rebbe, so he became known as der Friedricher Rebbe, the earlier Rebbe, and that's how he's typically referred to today. When you say the Rebbe to a Chabadnik, that means Rabbi Menachem Mendel Schneerson. If you refer to the Friedricher Rebbe, that means his father-in-law, Rabbi Yosef Yitzchak Schneerson. One of the most, this is also a heroic character that deserves a tremendous amount of attention as well on a biographic level. He was especially noted for maintaining a tremendous network of Chabad operatives behind the Iron Curtain in the Soviet Union. The Soviet Union, of course, was deeply anti-clerical at this time, very deeply anti-religious. They had the so-called Bezbozhniki, the League of Militant Atheists, that were doing everything they could to extirpate religion throughout the Soviet Union, especially focused on Jewish activity. And so the Rayats, the Friedricher Rebbe, using a lot of support that came from places like the American Joint Distribution Community, he was able to fund a lot of these underground networks in the USSR, especially after he had escaped across the border into interwar Latvia, which at that time was not under the Soviet rule. But this was an extremely difficult endeavor involving a lot of secrecy and a lot of risk. And ultimately, as the environment in the interwar Europe grew more and more intolerant, with the rise of fascism and anti-Semitic movements, they eventually had to flee Europe altogether, and the Friedrich Rebbe, followed shortly thereafter by the Rebbe, made their way to the United States. Immediately prior to leaving, the Friedrich Rebbe was actually in Latvia, then Germany, and then he escaped to America. The young Schneerson couple were at this time living in Paris, where the Rebbe was engaged in studies of engineering. Now, when Rabbi Menachem Mendel Schneerson arrived in the United States, I've used the Mendel Schneerson. There was an interesting kind of environment here, which we're going to explore in a little bit more detail when we get to the challenges, because he was the husband of the second daughter. Right? Rabbi Yosef Yitzchak Schneerson had 3 daughters and no sons, which posed a challenge for future succession, because typically a son is favored over a student or an outsider to take over the leadership of a Hasidic dynasty. And it was generally assumed at that time, in the 1940s and earlier, that the elder sister, who was married to Rabbi Shmaryahu Guare, that he would eventually become the Rebbe. And in fact, he had some of the most important responsibilities associated with the Chabad network at that time, specifically control of the yeshiva. The yeshiva, Tomchei Tmimim, was the pride and joy of the Chabad dynasty, and those really important responsibilities were typically given to the favored son-in-law. So what would you do with this individual Ramash, who has shown some significant talents in a lot of ways, although his personal manner was very much to try and blend into the background. He certainly did not seek out any kind of communal responsibilities. He was, however, as we shall see, extremely dedicated to Chabad as a body of thought, as a spiritual system, and especially to the person of the Rayatz, his father-in-law. This picture, I think, characterizes this warm relationship between them very well. So he received the following responsibilities. First of all, he was put in charge of Kehot, which was their publishing arm. Now it is, quite massive. It's comparable in many ways to Art Scroll. It certainly predated Art Scroll as a Jewish publishing house, and it was thought that this would suit his scholarly nature very well. He was put in charge of Merkos, which was Jewish education, but separate from the yeshivas. This also turned out to be quite appropriate for his skill set. Merkos was specifically to deal with kids who were not necessarily in the yeshiva system. One of the great potential opportunities, which Chabad was very quick to exploit, was this notion of release time, that when public school kids were given a certain amount of time every week to receive religious instruction at private institutions, this is where Chabad could step in and offer free or highly subsidized religious education to Jewish kids. It turned out to be extremely successful. And he was put in charge of an interesting organization called Machne Yisrael, the Jewish camp, which was essentially part of the Friedrich Rebbe's attempt to get people fired up about the idea of Mashiach, of the Messiah coming. This, of course, will be much more relevant as we get to the controversies as well. It turned out that this was not an especially successful part of the Rebbe's early career, although it would always stay with him as a motivational force, and as we shall see, it would become quite powerful when we get to the late 80s and 90s. And then finally, he was put in charge of Chevra Kadisha, the Chabad Chevra Kadisha, or the Burial Society. The Rebbe actually used to joke that these 4 responsibilities corresponded to the Chabad sense of the 3-level soul. The intellectual soul was publishing, the spiritual soul was about education, chinuch. The animal soul was always desiring redemption, so that's Machne Yisrael, and then finally the body was the Chevra Kadisha. But compared to his brother-in-law, these were comparatively minor, secondary kinds of responsibilities. They would turn out to be central to his specific mission, and they would define Chabad in a very big way. But at the time, this was kind of like, it was understood that his brother-in-law was really centered to be the Rebbe. When he ended up becoming the Rebbe, however, in 1951, the Friedrich Rebbe would pass away in 1950, and after a year of uncertainty, the Chabad movement coalesced around Rabbi Menachem Mendel as the leader. He proclaimed his mission statement, and it was something that is quite interesting in that he never deviated from it throughout his entire career. 50 odd years of activity really focused on this one simple idea, based on a passage in the mystical literature, that the love of God, the love of Torah, and the love of one's fellow Jew are all one and the same thing. And he proclaimed it at his initial, coronation as Rebbe, and it was something that he adhered to, and everything he did was focused around the statement. It's a fascinating thing because, when you think about how, all of us, of course, in this call are moderates, but there are fanatics, right? To the right, fanatics to the left, and things like that. And what this statement says to me, among other things, is that, for some people, they're really focused on, let's say, the love of Torah, but they tend to ignore the love of fellow Jews and sometimes even the love of God. And there are those Jews who are so absorbed with God, but they don't have anything for Torah and maybe not paying attention to Jews. But in reality, the Rebbe was trying to say that each one of these things is essentially the same kind of drive as the other two. And the goal is to try to recognize the value of each of these things and to appreciate people where they're coming from and to accept them on that level and hope to develop the other two levels. And I think that's very characteristic of Chabad. But let's go on to the actual achievements of the Rebbe, and then we'll get to the meat of it with the challenges and controversies. So the Rebbe had an unusually powerful sense of marketing skills. He was very much engaged in graphic design. He personally was involved in creating the logos and even the letterhead of many of the movements that he was associated with. He personally looked over any graphic representations for children's magazines, for example. He actually would look at each of the cartoon boxes and make suggestions as they were being published. Even when he was an older man, he was still looking at these things. He used to say, for example, it's kind of relevant to contemporary controversies, that there should always be, whenever you had a children's magazine that had pictures of young boys on it, he says there should always be a girl on the cover as well. This was way back in the 1950s and 60s, that girls had to be included in all of their publications. And he was also very much quite attuned to the zeitgeist. He was very much able to discern what kind of things would work for his audience. Even though, he was a foreigner, coming with a Russian background and then a European education to an American environment, he was very well attuned to what American young people needed. One of the things that his father-in-law used to say, when he came to this country in 1940, and people were far more lax about the observance of commandments and things like that. He would insist, and people would say to him, the reason is because America is anders, that America is different. The rules we played by in Europe, they don't really hold in America. People are more relaxed here. And he would always say, America is nicht anders, that America is not different. We have the same kind of responsibilities, the same kind of impetus, the same kind of demands placed on us. And so the Rebbe, his son-in-law, with that kind of motivation, but attuned to the demands of the time, was able to really craft his ideas into specific, well-thought-out campaigns. The most important of which is certainly one that was later known by the term Ufaratsta, which is based on a word in the book of Genesis, when God promises to Abraham that he will spread out to the north and the south and the east and the west. And he began to develop a network, later known as the Rebbe's Army, casually, of shluchim, messengers, that were literally sent out to service communities all around the world. And I'm sure everyone on this call has all kinds of adventures dealing with travel, and always having Chabad come to their aid because of this incredible network of thousands and thousands of these Chabad houses that are located in the most unlikely places in Central Africa and Far Asia, all kinds of places. It's really because of the Rebbe's vision that Chabad wellsprings had to spread out throughout the world. And he was able to motivate young people to literally dedicate their entire lives to move to a location where there was none or very little of a Jewish community and just settle there for the rest of their lives. It is truly mind-boggling. Many people point to the influence of John F. Kennedy and the Peace Corps and things like that, but I think by comparison, the Rebbe's Army has far more lasting staying power than the Peace Corps. But nevertheless, the Rebbe was able to tap into this idea of this selfless, lifelong determination and dedication, and put this on young people and say, great, go out there, make your own decisions. We'll give you some seed money. We'll help you as much as we can from the central offices, but go out there and do what you can. He was able to craft, specific focused campaigns that somehow touched what a lot of people were feeling. They were very simple, very straightforward, sometimes quite audacious, and we're all familiar with so many of them. Like, for example, the Neshek campaign, which stands for Ner Shabbos Kodesh, the lights of the Holy Sabbath. Simply promoting women lighting candles on Friday night. And if you look at some of this contemporary artwork, that you can see that, the message is so clear. That handing down from mother to daughter, it's a very simple thing to do, just light the candles Friday night. And so people, the Chabad students would go out on so-called mitzvoim, which is a Friday afternoon in particular kind of activity, where they'd go out to neighborhoods where they hope to meet Jews and simply give away free candles to women. Say, here, would you like to light Shabbos candles? And there's no strings attached, and there's no, complex kind of arrangements. Just really simple. Light the candles. Candles bring peace. Look at all these other blessings that come along with it. We're all familiar as well with the mitzvah tanks, right? These loud, audacious vehicles that roll through many urban centers, and they serve as kind of like mobile squads to suggest that Jews come in and put on tefillin, or have a kosher egg roll, or something like that, say a bracha. And it's all just for the sake of getting people to add to the level of kedusha, of holiness, by performing these commandments. Incredible kind of vision that motivated people and made them smile because they were so, out there. And one of my favorites is the giving dollars. So one of the 10 campaigns in particular, there are actually many more than 10, but there are 10 that are specifically identified by the Rebbe as being campaigns. One was tzedakah, giving charity, right? So how do you convince people to give charity? Well, you give them money and tell them that they should give charity, right? You make it easy for them by giving money to them in order to give charity. And so on Sundays, the Rebbe would essentially hold court, and hundreds of people would come by, and he would hand each of them $1 and have a brief conversation with them. And the Chabad was always very attuned to technology and the use of radio and the use of video later on. So we have tremendous archives available of these interactions, very often with famous people, Nobel Prize laureates and heads of state and so on, but far more commonly, just regular people from the street, Jews and non-Jews. Anyone could come up and could have a minute to just speak with the Rebbe and to collect $1 from him. Now, the idea is the dollar is something you keep for yourself, and you give a different dollar in charity, but it was just a simple, brilliant campaign that communicated goodness to the world and really helped elevate the message of Chabad Hasidism through the vision of the Rebbe. So these are all tremendous things that I'm sure many of you are very familiar with, and maybe you have even experienced yourself. We should understand, however, that the Rebbe's life was hardly one of uninterrupted successes. He suffered, like we all do, terrible traumas in his life, and many traumas that were far worse than especially we who have had the good fortune of growing up in North America have experienced. But he lost much of his family in the Holocaust or shortly thereafter. He did not see his own mother for about 20 years, and only then was, after the war, was able to reunite with her and bring her back. His father had succumbed to illnesses after that long captivity in Siberia, and losses to both he and his wife's family were really quite tremendous. And the dislocation, the refugee status, for about 20 years, he and his wife were actually stateless because when they left the Soviet Union, they had to apply for something called a Nansen passport, which was given to people who were forced out of their circumstances during the revolutionary period. And with taking the Nansen passport, he had to give up his Soviet citizenship, and so they were literally, living on a knife's edge for a good 20 years. But there are certain challenges and controversies which are specific to his role as the Rebbe, and that's what I'd like to spend some time looking at right now. The first one we've already alluded to a couple of times, and it was actually one of the most bitter and long-lasting and painful challenges that he had to meet in his life, and that is the succession conflict. Rabbi Shmaryahu Gurari, shown here, was long the Rebbe. Unlike Rabbi Menachem Mendel Schneerson, he had spent all of his time by the side of the sixth Rebbe throughout the wanderings in Eastern Europe. He was already placed in charge of the yeshiva, as mentioned earlier, and although there's no question that the Frierdiker Rebbe had a soft spot in his heart for the second son-in-law, the fact that the sixth Rebbe passed away intestate, that is, without a will, meant that the whole question of succession was up for grabs. Now, Rabbi Shmaryahu Gurari, also known as Rashag, was also the favored candidate by his mother-in-law, the wife of the Frierdiker Rebbe, and she consistently maintained that he was the right candidate long after the succession conflict had abated. And in fact, although the Rashag, after the painful period when Hasidim were trying to decide which of the two brothers-in-law should be followed, eventually the Rashag capitulated and decided to become a chassid of his brother-in-law, the Rebbe, and recognize him as such. His wife and his mother did not publicly recognize him. And when we get to the 1980s, this separation, this rupture would be much more painful and would be in fact permanent. So this was a very difficult thing for the Rebbe at the time. There's no question that he did not intend to become the Rebbe at the very beginning when the sixth Rebbe passed away. But over a series of about half a year, as more and more Hasidim began to approach him and urge him to take this on, and then some of these Hasidim actually published in the press that they wished to follow the second son-in-law, it became clear that the Rashag simply did not have the same level of authority, or the kind of did not capture the imagination of the Hasidim as much as his brother-in-law did. So eventually the Rebbe was able to overcome that succession crisis, but it proved to be a long-lasting wound that he felt in his family. There were many of his, we talked about several of the really successful campaigns that continue long after his passing. Even with COVID, you can walk down streets of Manhattan and you'll have Chabadnikim trying to get you to wear tefillin. But many of his campaigns did not succeed, and he was deeply frustrated with his lack of progress. One of those, for example, that he felt very, very close to was the idea of mandating prayer in public schools. And this is also exemplary of his kind of large vision. He didn't consider himself just, the Rebbe of Chabad. He considered himself the Rebbe of the world, that he was concerned about not just, Jewish kids in Chabad yeshivas, but Jewish kids in public school and non-Jewish kids in public school. One of his other campaigns was really trying to emphasize the 7 Noahide laws and to popularize them among non-Jews. At any rate, in the 1960s, the Supreme Court struck down the practice of prayer in public schools, and the Rebbe fought bitterly against this and was quite vocal about it. In this regard, he was going up against the American Jewish establishment, which thought that generally it's probably a better thing to keep state and religion separate, church and state separate, and they didn't appreciate that the Rebbe was trying to bring prayer back in. They were saying, no, if we bring prayer back in, it's going to be Christian prayer. So, why are you doing this? I can tell you, by the way, that my own experience in public school, which was just a little bit later than this, and it was in Canada. I don't know how the Canadian environment was shaped by the American, but I went to public school from about 1969 or so into the 70s, and I grew up reciting the Lord's Prayer every morning. And, I still remember it, and, it's not such a bad prayer. It's a very nice prayer. You forgive others your transgressions, things like that. But I remember that when I was about in middle school, it abruptly stopped. And then we had, for about a year or two, this kind of, I guess it must have been in response to the same kind of arguments. We had this kind of multicultural moment of religious thought every morning where the principal would read over the intercom some, like 2-minute Buddhist teaching, or my favorite were the Native American teachings about Manitou and all kinds of things like that. And occasionally there would be a Christian teaching or a Jewish teaching. And the idea was kind of like all religions. And then eventually that disappeared. We had a moment of silence, but that was, just too hard to mandate. So they eventually, they did away with it altogether. No more prayer, no more moment of silence, no more religious thoughts. But the Rebbe really wanted to make this happen. He argued strenuously for a moment of silence as well, and he was not able to succeed. So he was deeply frustrated with it, and he was often the only person in the room screaming for this, but he simply could not achieve it. And he met with a lot of opposition within the Jewish world. Perhaps one of the most painful moments was a rupture within the Chabad movement itself that occurred in 1985 and extended for 2 further years. The rift over succession, which had kind of scabbed over when the Rashag accepted the Rabbi Menachem Mendel Schneerson as the Rebbe, had not totally healed. And 30 years later, one of the people involved, librarians with the extremely valuable Chabad library, which had hundreds of volumes from the 16th and 17th century, very, very rare volumes that were rescued from Eastern Europe, noticed that there were key volumes that were suddenly missing from the shelves. And they didn't know what was happening. Where were these books going? And so they installed a security system, and they discovered to their dismay that the Rebbe's nephew was actually taking the books and then selling them privately. Now, that certainly, didn't sound very nice, and he was taking them at night surreptitiously and so on. But when they challenged him, saying, "What are you doing with the books?" He insisted that, in fact, he was only taking books that already belonged to him, because he, as the Rashag's son, was the grandson of the Frierdiker Rebbe, and the library belonged to his grandfather. And so, therefore, he was really the inheritor of these books. And although, Chabad was free to use them in their library and consult them, if he chose to take some of them and sell them on the private market, that would be fine. Obviously, the Rebbe disagreed and said, "No, these are library books. These are books for the entire community." And because the Frierdiker Rebbe left without leaving a will, there was no way to really clearly understand what was his intention with regards his multi-million-dollar collection of books. Um, there was quite a fractious dispute over this, and ultimately the Rebbe decided, again very controversial for the time, to take this to secular court. He chose not to bring it to a Beit Din, that is, keep it inside the Jewish world with a Jewish court. And there are a lot of interesting theories as to why he decided not to do that. Um, Perhaps it would have placed too much pressure on a Beit Din to have to, judge something so weighty as a Rebbe's claim to a library and so on. But ultimately, they went to New York State courts, and in very dramatic testimonial, what really swung the decision in favor of the Rebbe was when his wife was questioned. It took a deposition regarding what she thought was the true ownership of the books. And the real question was, were they the personal property of her father, the father-in-law of the Rebbe, or were they the property, said, that the library and her father belonged to all the Hasidim? So in other words, with that very clever answer, the judge was satisfied, and in fact, he ruled that the books belonged to the Chabad Association. It was a public library owned by, or a private library owned by this institution rather than a single person. The books had to be returned. This particular date, the 5th of Teves, when this was decided, was declared a Chabad holiday, and it's called Didan Natsach, which literally means in Aramaic, our side won. But it showed a tremendous rift in the family that showed that the antagonism over how the succession would be played out was not yet solved. It was made even worse when a deranged Chabad supporter, reacting to a very fiery speech that the Rebbe gave regarding the disposition of the books, broke into the home of Nechama Dina Schneerson, that is the widow of the 6th Rebbe, and beat the 86-year-old woman senseless, sending her to the hospital. And this was literally the end of the relationship between the two sides of the Schneerson's family. They never spoke again. They separated. They were buried separately, and it's a very sad internal family conflict that went along with the challenges of leadership. But perhaps the controversy that spread most widely after the Rebbe's death were the swirling controversies regarding his view of Messianism. When the Frierdiker Rebbe died, the Rebbe would spend literally hours at his grave, shown here in 1950, shortly after his passing, reciting psalms and reciting special prayers and so on. And he was definitely very, very close to his father-in-law, and for years afterwards, the Rebbe basically, once he moved to 770 Eastern Parkway, he only left it either to stay within the Crown Heights community for a few special weddings when he was younger, or to go to the grave of his father-in-law in Queens. And only on, I think, 3 occasions he went up to the Catskills to visit some summer camps that he had helped found. Otherwise, he spent his entire life entirely within, a radius of about 12 miles, and basically living in one room in 770, doing all of his work there. So when the Rebbe in the 1990s went to for one of these long, solitary, meditative states at his father-in-law's grave, even his uncharacteristically long stay there was a concern for some of his attendants. So they went in to see what was going on. At this time, as you shall see in a moment, the grave was enclosed, and they saw that he had had a stroke. They managed to revive him, and he recovered to some extent. But for the last few years of his life, he was unable to communicate to the same degree at all that he had prior to the stroke. And it is during the last few years of his life, when he was in this kind of nebulous condition, that many of his followers insisted that he, in fact, was not just a Rebbe, but he was actually the Messiah, Mashiach, come to redeem the entire Jewish world. And an entire scholarly industry began to develop, developing proofs that, in fact, this is the coming of the Mashiach. Look at how many things he has done. He really was someone who strode across the global stage. He had transformed lives all over the world. And he meets all of these characteristics. A lot of research was done into Maimonides and his views on how to identify the Messiah and so on. And this movement grew. And during those last few years of his life, with whatever emotions he was able to communicate, many interpreted even the smallest hand gesture as a level of assent to that particular view. Or if some people would be singing songs specifically praising him as a Mashiach, and they did not feel that he was, denying them, then that was in fact an assent. So there's a lot of speculation about exactly what was his mindset at the time. And amazingly, this continued even after his passing and burial in 1994, when for a long time a significant number of Chabad Lubavitchers continued to believe that not only was he the Mashiach, but he was actually going to rise from the dead to assume that role. Now, I'm not going to get into the theology of this, but it sounded to many Jews like Christianity, not like Judaism. And there was a huge amount of furor over the argument of the Rebbe as the Messiah. Now, the degree to which we can lay this at the feet of the Rebbe himself is I think, beyond the scope of our discussion, although there are some fascinating thoughts on this in the work of Rabbi Telushkin in particular. But what really was the controversy that went on afterwards, very similar in many ways to the controversy about the Rambam, is that a very important scholar at Yeshiva University, Rabbi Dr. David Berger, a noted historian, wrote a book that had the subtitle The Rebbe, the Messiah, and the Scandal of Orthodox Indifference, in which Dr. Berger argued, rather inflammatory kind of thesis, that, hey, wait a second, if you have all these Lubavitcher Shluchim all over the world who are doing amazing things for the community, but they regard their Rebbe as a deceased Messiah going to rise again from the dead, and he would say that was clearly heretical in Judaism. And that would mean that these people who are slaughtering meat for kosher consumption and running Jewish schools and running Jewish synagogues are actually invalidated in all of those tasks. Their meat is no longer kosher, their schools are no longer kosher, they can't even count in a minyan. And he, as you can see from the subtitle, he was calling it a scandal of Orthodox indifference, because not a lot of the Orthodox world really seem to care. They've grown dependent on Chabad and so on. And if Chabad individuals, and there's a lot of debate over exactly how many Chabadnikim actually felt this way. In my limited experience, there's a whole spectrum. But this was a huge shanda, to use the Yiddish term. It seems, however, that where are we now? We're like 30 years on from his passing, that much of this has really faded into the background. And, I'm not sure exactly how all Chabadnikim have made their peace with the Rebbe's passing. There are definitely some who definitely still believe that he is the Mashiach, but it remains to be seen whether the younger generation will continue that. Nevertheless, it is fascinating that we're even talking about the younger generation. But amazingly, the Chabad movement has actually expanded exponentially since the Rebbe's passing, which I think is more of a testament to the strength of the Rebbe's leadership, that it could actually grow after he is no longer at its helm, than anything else. Let me conclude by just taking you on a little bit of a virtual tour of the Rebbe's grave, which we saw in that last image. It's a site called the Ohel. And I'm thinking that because I'm speaking to people on the West Coast, you may not necessarily have seen this particular location. It is, I have to say, one of the most powerful experiences, and it is one of the few truly Jewish religious pilgrimage sites that we have in America today. It's basically a cemetery in Queens, filled with thousands and thousands of graves of regular people. Right at the border of the cemetery, there's this welcome house where you come in, and there's a synagogue there, there's a mikveh there. You can borrow books, you can learn, you can buy books, you can watch videos of the Rebbe speaking, and so on. And when you're in this little house, then you go through this really remarkable ritual. I myself am not of Chabad persuasion, but I find this very appealing and very cleansing spiritually and very meaningful. You sit down and you privately write out a small note called a pidyon, or a pidyon nefesh, which is essentially a petition. There's a lot of interesting theology about, what exactly are you writing here? Who are you writing to? The basic idea, though, is you're writing to God. It's a form of a prayer. You write, there's certain particular formats with referring to your mother's name and so on, but you write what you really care about, who you want to succeed and be healthy, and you think about your family and things like that. And then, you take off your shoes because you're going to be walking into a holy place, like we have in this week's Parsha. You give a little bit of tzedakah. There's a big place where you can put in a quarter or $1 or $100, whatever you want. And then you walk to the actual grave itself, which is located. There's kind of a special walkway so that people who have to be concerned for ritual impurity, like Kohanim and so on, can actually follow a distinct path. And this structure is called the Ohel, or the tent. It's not a very good tent because it has no roof, right? It's just the walls, and it's surrounded by the regular graves of people. You go in the door there, you light a little candle, and then you walk into this area that's really quite unusual. In this particular Instagram photograph is the grave of the 6th Rebbe is on the left, and the grave of the 7th Rebbe, Rabbi Nachum Mendel Schneerson, is on the right. And there's kind of like a half wall enclosing them. And people around are reciting prayers and reading psalms and so on. In the back are the women from this photograph, and in the front area are the men. And once you've recited your psalms and things like that, then you take out the piece of paper that you've privately written, and you quietly read its contents aloud, and then you tear it in half and you throw the paper into the grave area itself. It's kind of like a physical embodiment of your prayer. Truly beautiful kind of experience. And then you leave. And I think that this is such a phenomenal way that Chabad keeps the Rebbe still in their lives, because when people really want to pour out their soul to God, and I myself have done this, you go to the Ohel, and it allows you a place where you have a special level of focus, and in the merit of all the righteous people who are buried there, including the Rebbe and his father-in-law, you hope that your prayers will be more directly channeled to God. It's a very meaningful experience. But that's not the last thing that I'd like to leave you with. The custom is also that when Chabad young people become engaged, before they announce their engagement, they will go as a couple to the Ohel itself, and they will recite their pidyonos. They will pray for their futures, and then only after, as it were, visiting the last remains of the Rebbe, they walk out of the Ohel, take the photograph for only Simchas or Instagram or whatever, and they begin their lives anew as the next generation of Chabad Hasidim. And I think that's the greatest legacy that the Rebbe could leave behind. So with that, I really appreciate your attention. We've gone on almost to the end of 60 minutes, but I will be very happy to answer some questions, as long as they're not too difficult.
Thank you so much, Dr. Abramson. Really, this is just stimulating, as all of the lecture so far has been, and we wish you a refuah shlema. Hopefully, we thank you for getting through the lecture so beautifully, and hopefully you stay well. And so before I just share a couple of questions that have come in, I want to just make sure that we get on the record giving you our appreciation for what everyone here on the Zoom and people in the community who have been informed by your lectures. I really appreciate it so much. So on behalf of all of us, Toda Rabbi, definitely wanted to share that. A couple of questions that have come through. How do you explain the seeming post-Rebbe legacy in that clearly, at least in terms of their personality, no one person has come up as the embodiment of the leadership of Chabad the way the Rebbe has?
Well, that's a great question. I should let your audience know that, I was trained in the history department. Those in the prophecy department are considerably more advanced, and I never got a chance to take one of those classes. But I would think that probably the most obvious reason is that, the Rebbe was a colossal, towering figure. It's hard to imagine many people in our lifetime who could generate the same kind of output that he had with the same kind of single-minded focus. And he really was a figure that there are very, very few people who I think equal him.
Yeah. And do you see an infrastructure for another Rebbe? Was that ever put into the way Chabad is working? Or, again, that's the future department.
Right. That's the prophecy department. But I don't really know. I myself, I remember what it was like after the Rebbe passed away. I was a graduate student at the time, and I kept on thinking, okay, that's basically it, right? That Hasidic dynasties, they come and go, and there are some exceptional dynasties like the Breslovers, who are able to continue without a living Rebbe. But I really didn't think it was happening to Chabad, and it's a good thing I didn't publish anything, because I would have been proved wrong. They have incredible staying power. I think the reason why they're able to stick to the mission and the message is because the Rebbe really laid it out very clearly over half a century of his dedicated service and consistent messaging. And so it's carried on through a second generation. Um, it remains to be seen whether it can carry on to a third or fourth generation. Who knows? But it definitely is something that has resonated for a long time.
So here's an interesting question that came in. Was part of the Rebbe's philosophy to simply raise the religious connection and observance of people and Jews, or was he trying to recruit more people to be members of Chabad?
From my limited experience, and I guess I have a little bit more than limited because I've read 4 biographies and read quite a bit of the Rebbe's works and so on. I think that he was a true believer that Chabad Hasidus had phenomenal value for the spiritual needs of a Jewish person. But I think that he was far more interested in elevating, people's spirituality across the board. This is evidenced, by the way, by the fact that a lot of his closest secretaries and associates were actually not Chabad themselves. They were trained in Musar yeshivas, trained in Lithuanian yeshivas, and he just liked working with them. So, there was no real pressure for them to somehow adopt Chabad minhagim or anything like that.
Oh, so this is an interesting one that ties all 3 of your talks together, which is one of the common denominators was that there seemed to be a significant fear among the detractors of all of these figures, whether it was the Rambam or the Ramchal. There was a fear that people were against these individuals because they were worried about X. Did you ever see a sort of a thread of X ever came true? Right, that there was, again, talking about specifically, I don't know if the questioner is thinking specifically about the Chabad, about Chabad or in general, the fears that will cause some of these controversies to fester were those historically seen as grounded fears.
Yeah, that's very interesting. That's a tough question. If we break it down, we think about, what is it that they were afraid of? So the Rambam, in his era, people were afraid that there was just too much Greek wisdom, and that it would essentially put the rabbis out of business because there were no footnotes, and it was all just the Rambam worship. And when it comes to the Greek wisdom, yeah, the Rambam basically, what they were afraid of eventually happened, because we are still deeply engaged in non-Jewish subjects, and trying to figure out the balance between how much non-Jewish stuff should be in our Jewish stuff, until we can figure out how to make it kosher, like kosher sushi. Like, we went for thousands of years without sushi, which was really hard, but now that we figured it out, it's good. So I think there was a justified fear there. With regards to the open-ended Rambam worship, I don't think that really came about. Maybe it's because our culture is too intrinsically critical that if there are no footnotes, we'll add footnotes. When it comes to the Ramchal, the very, very specific fear was that Sabbateanism would spread, that he was a secret Sabbatean, and that his views would infiltrate many, many other people and influence much more of this neo-Sabbateanism. And I don't think that happened at all. There was definitely a residual level of Sabbateanism that existed through the 18th century, but it was, it couldn't be tied to the Ramchal in any way. And so I think that was not a rational fear at all. In the case of the Rebbe, there are several controversies that we looked at, but I think perhaps the most enduring one is the question of a sort of a splinter movement in Judaism that recognizes a dead person as Mashiach. That is a fear that is still real. There are still some questions about it, and I don't think that David Berger's thesis is intrinsically incorrect. I think that halakhically it's pretty straight up that if there are certain things, if you believe these things, you're not kosher to be davening and shul. But it just seems that as a collective body, we don't have a pope. We don't have like one rabbi in charge who tells us what to do. As a community, we sort of like muddle through and figure things out. And lay people have input, and rabbis have input, and sometimes scholars have input, and we sort of find our way through these things. And I think that's really what's happening with Chabad. So it's a great question. I would love to put something like that on a final exam for my students, but I think I would have to argue in favor of discontinuities rather than continuities.
Maybe on that note, that'll be our final exam. We very, very much appreciate just the chance to study and learn together. And again, really, the feedback has been so wonderful. We look forward to more chances to be able to spend time together. Hopefully, we'll be in a world where we can actually see each other in person, and look forward to the opportunity to try and make that happen. And just on behalf of Bet Jacob, want to just also give thank you to all of our participants who have been able to join us and learn together. Yeshikah to Dr. Abrams and Yeshikah to all of you, and wish everyone a Laila Tov, and thank you so much for joining.
Have a great night. Get started. Thank you all for coming. I apologize that I was a little bit delayed today and had people standing outside. That's kind of unusual. We'll certainly make an effort to be here early in the future. So if you follow the website, if you get the regular mailings from the website, you'll know that I have two other series of lectures that I put online at the same time. I have these lectures, which are basically 1-hour biographies, and then I have this series, which is mainly directed at undergraduate students, called the Essential Lecture Series, and they're about 20 to 30 minutes, and then I have these This Week in Jewish History, which are like 3 to 8 minutes. So I just recorded one this week on the origins of modern Jewish humor, and I'm really pleased. One of the essential lectures. I'm really pleased that I got so many responses in the comments. I think within 6 hours, 172 people had viewed this video. It was really It's amazing what the internet can do. And one of the best things is that people started sending jokes in the comments box. So it's like, so here's one from Daniel Nuriev, who is actually quite a scholar. He is the first one, if I remember correctly, to point out that the letter chet is not a guttural. It's a voiceless fricative, if you didn't know that.
Voiceless
But
fricative.
he pointed out this one joke, which I enjoyed. It turned out that this is a very old Jewish joke, and just about everyone I told it to already knows it, but somehow I missed it. So there's a Chiloni man in Tel Aviv, a secular Jew in Tel Aviv, who is, very, very far from his Jewish origins and Jewish rituals and traditions. And, that's the way he chooses to live his life. But he's a businessman, and he has a huge deal on the line. And this is a deal that if he does it right, he's going to be set for retirement. Everything's going to work out just as long as he can just sign this one deal. And he's running a little late, and he's driving down Dizengoff, and he's driving around and around the office building where he's supposed to have this meeting, and he can't get a parking spot. And he realizes there's a huge crisis here. Oh my gosh, what's going on? What am I going to do? So finally, in desperation, he raises his eyes heavenward, and he says, Ribono shel olam, I have never kept the laws of kashrut, and I have never kept the Shabbat. But now, please help me with this one deal. Give me a parking spot, and I will be a faithful Jew. And just as he finishes saying that, amazingly, a car just pulls out right in front of the building where it needs to park. And he says, never mind, I found one. Okay. All right, so the wonders of the internet. Tonight's topic is rather unusual. I've thought about doing this particular figure in the past, but since last week we spent so much time talking about Joseph Pearl, who was a very bitter and rather venomous critic of the Hasidic movement. And we spoke about Rabbi Nachman of Breslov in that connection because it was the publication of one of Rabbi Nachman's most important and unusual works, the Sipurei Ma'asiot, which we'll talk about tonight. I thought, well, why don't we talk about Rabbi Nachman tonight, as it were, to kind of get the side of where Joseph Pearl was coming from in his critique. And you can evaluate for yourself. We try to avoid moral judgments in this room, but we'll try and give you the historical outline of his life, and you can decide exactly how you want to go on that controversy between the two of them. So Rabbi Nachman of Breslov, definitely one of the most unconventional, creative, seminal thinkers of the Hasidic movement, highly criticized in his lifetime and beyond, and yet with the probable exception of the Chabad Lubavitch movement, undoubtedly the best known of movement, amazingly has continued to hold its own. They are known to their detractors in the Hasidic world as der Toter Hasidim, the dead Hasidim, because they don't follow a living Rebbe. And nevertheless, they show tremendous creativity, effervescence, and novelty that indicate that their trajectory is still on the way up. So we're going to spend a little bit of time thinking about who was this particular individual, what were his contributions, what were some of the reasons for which he was so bitterly criticized during his lifetime, and maybe we'll spend a little bit of time thinking about the specific nature of his spiritual creativity that caused such inspiration in the Jewish world in the early 19th century and for the last 200 years. Okay, so he has impeccable Hasidic yichus, impeccable Hasidic lineage. His grandfather was the Baal Shem Tov himself through the Baal Shem Tov's daughter, and on the other side, he was the grandchild of one of the Baal Shem Tov's primary disciples as well. So he has like really tremendous standing within the movement, and more than that, he was born and raised in Medjugorje. I'll give you this map here. This is going to cover most of his life, so I'm putting all these places here. Medjugorje is the current Ukrainian pronunciation. You may have seen the Polish pronunciation, Medjugorje. This is a small shtetl over here in the Ternopil region of western Ukraine. This is eastern Galicia, a region where Jews are exceptionally poor compared to the rest of Europe, poor both in terms of their per capita income. This is one of those areas of Europe where Jews were much more involved in manual labor and even in farming, which is highly unusual for Jews, than in the rest of Europe. At the time, it was not part of Ukraine, as shown here. At the time, it was part of the Polish-Lithuanian Commonwealth. Later, it would become briefly part of Austrian Galicia and so on. And then after World War I, it would be part of Poland, Ukraine. I don't want to do the whole history. Anyways, here's Medjugorje over here. He spent some time in the Kiev region, in the region of Podil, and in a neighboring town as well. And then he made his fame, really in the town known as Bratslav, not to be confused with Bratislava, and it's usually pronounced in Yiddish as Breslov. The Nurm Breslov is just a Yiddish, there are many of these. One of the hardest things about figuring out the geography of Eastern Europe, and my own teacher, Professor Paul Robert Magachi of Toronto, he wrote an atlas of Eastern Europe, and he described to me how incredibly difficult it is because just about whenever a place gets conquered by a people, they change the name of the place. And sometimes the name change is really quite distinct. Like, for example, if you take this town here, which is written in this map as Lviv, that's the Ukrainian pronunciation, because this is a map of Ukraine. It would be Lviv in the local dialect. It was known as Lvov to Poles and Lemberg as to Germans. And so Jews would choose whichever one they wanted. Lemberg is often used because of the affinity with Germany, but these place names change tremendously. So Bratslav is one of those examples where the Jews would simply elide the terms to say Breslov. If you look at the letters in Hebrew, it forms an anagram for Lev Basar, heart of flesh, as opposed to a Lev Even, a heart of stone, which is an allusion to a passage in the Bible in Isaiah where God says, I will take out this heart of stone and I will give you a heart of flesh, a heart of Lev Basar. So Breslov, Lev Basar, that's who we're talking about. Spent a lot of time in Bratslav, and that's where he gathered most of his disciples. And then his last days were spent in Uman, where he chose to die and be buried. So the pilgrimages, if you heard of them, are associated with Uman, not with the other locations there. So his Hasidic lineage, to underline the point we started with, is not only from his actual family members, he's in the third generation after the Baal Shem Tov, who passed away about 1760. The Rabbi Nachman was born 12 years later. But he actually grew up in the very heartland of Hasidic world in Medjugorje, the place where the Baal Shem Tov himself was active. Okay, so you get a sense of where he exists in the panoply of figures. Yeah, typical for the time, very early engagement. Again, he was like Hasidic royalty, so he would have been very sought after. He was engaged at 13, and in kind of like a Talmudic precedent, which was not so unusual in the 19th century or this late 18th century, he was married 1 year later to the daughter of a fairly wealthy man from the Kiev region. He moved in with his father-in-law, and this is incidentally one of the reasons why there's a huge population explosion among Jews in Eastern Europe in the 19th century, far outstripping the non-Jewish population in the area. Is two things. First of all, the development of the smallpox vaccinations, which Catherine the Great began to disseminate in the late 18th century, and secondly, an institution known as Kest, which was a way in which young married couples, and we're talking about really young, we're talking about 14, 13 years old, where they would live for extended periods of time in their in-laws' homes with an extended family that has cousins, aunts, sister-in-laws, and mother-in-laws, and so on, to care for children during these very tender years when the husband and wife are really children themselves. So he lived in this kind of environment for the first few years of his married life. It turned out later, though, that his father-in-law became a widower, and his second wife and Rabbi Nachman did not get along all that well. So at this point, Rabbi Nachman took his wife and his growing family. He ultimately had 6 children, 4 girls and 2 boys. The boys did not survive infancy, but his 4 daughters did. So they moved nearby. In this area, though, in these formative years of his early marriage, it's when you see some of the characteristic elements of his thought begin to emerge. He followed what he felt was an extremely unique path in Hasidic thought, and certainly when he began his literary oeuvre, you can see that he's plowing completely new paths in the fields of Jewish mysticism. At the same time, he was following a very traditional path of going out into the forests alone. He became quite an oarsman. He went on the Dnipro River, which is shown here, and he would, row himself up and down the river and set the boat ashore, and then he would go off for an afternoon and simply meditate on nature and existence in the world. And this is the roots of a spiritual practice that was associated with Breslov forever after, called hitbodedut. This comes from the word boded or bad, which means to be alone. Hitbodedut means to make oneself alone. And one of the main areas of Breslov spiritual exercises is to spend a good chunk of time. When you read some of their literature, they say, just take an hour to yourself. That's all it takes, an hour a day, which, for the rest of us non-Breslov Hasidim, it's a huge amount of time, especially for a Litvak, a whole hour doing this. And basically be alone, talk to yourself, talk to God, talk to the walls, talk to your future, talk to your past. Just spend an hour in internal meditation. That may be, by the way, to jump ahead to the end of this lecture, one of the reasons why in the 1970s Breslov Hasidus became so popular is because the whole meditative tradition, which they had been developing for several hundred years, was so well aligned with the age of Aquarius, with EST. You recall all those kinds of unusual New Age practices that were popular in America at the time. So definitely there was a kind of a congruity of practice and thought between hitbodedut and modern meditative techniques. So he moved to a nearby region, and at this point in his late teens and early 20s, he began to attract disciples. Jumping ahead also, we should note that the entire span of his life was only a short 38 years, and yet compressed within this very short lifetime, he managed to create a tremendous body of written work, very creative and unusual and original, and attract many totally devoted disciples who would remain with him not only during his lifetime, but even after his death, which was shrouded with tremendous controversy, and would pursue the development of the movement past that. So these are all very, very young people. We're talking about people in their teens and early 20s when they are at their peak of creativity. The controversies. So he was, we have to put ourselves within the context of the times. And you recall that the Hasidic movement heads into a period which historians might call a thermidor, which is a reference to a month in the brief-lived French revolutionary calendar. Basically, when you have a revolution of any sort, there's a period of tremendous excitement and exuberance and dramatic change, like the pendulum is pulled all the way in one direction. And then as people get kind of fed up with the ridiculous pace of change, then the pendulum swings back the other way, but often goes into the opposite direction. And if you look at any, this is kind of like a well-known pattern, cycle of history. If you look at, let's say, the Russian Revolution, it may start with all these bright ideas of Druzhba Narodov, the friendship of peoples, and of a neo-messianic era, and then it eventually swings back and falls into high Stalinism, which is the thermidor, as it were, of the Soviet Revolution. So the Hasidic movement had much of the same. The 18th century was a tremendous period of criticism of the old way of doing things, a period of great innovation. And then by the time you get to the 19th century, some of the excesses that the Hasidic movement had been created to react against began to reassert themselves and even infiltrate the Hasidic movement himself. For example, one of the aspects of the Hasidic movement that was so powerful in the 18th century was the tremendously democratizing element of following a charismatic leader as opposed to an appointed figure that had the approval of the community and the lord of a particular region. You would have a person who, just had a beautiful smile and a beautiful way of expressing things and a kind heart, and he would become the Rebbe, obviously with tremendous talents and learning and pastoral skills and so on. But by the time you get to the mid-19th century, the Hasidic system was criticized for being excessively rigid, of being just another hierarchy where people gather their courts around them on a hereditary basis and so on. So this is a period when the Hasidic movement is just beginning to kind of lose that populist edge and descend into a dark and reified period, which again they would emerge from at the end of the 20th century, but that's not for us today. So Rabbi Nachman was at this period when it's quite a bit of time. It's 40, 50 years after the death of the founder of the movement, and you have established figures. You have Hasidic leaders who are elderly typically and have followed the same kind of pattern of establishing courts and of rituals such as the pidyonos, of bringing certain types of donations to the Hasidic leaders and so on. And Rabbi Nachman will just have none of this. He is a huge critic of the existing Admorim, as the leaders of the Hasidic movement were called, and he openly criticized their mystical pronouncements. So, for example, some of the Admorim, some of the leaders would say that they had gotten a glimpse of Elijah's chariot. That's referred to in the Bible, and it's an allusion to this mystical vision of the Godhead in the universe. And Rabbi Nachman would say, I don't know how these people can say they've seen the chariot and they describe it this way, because I know myself, it looks totally different than the way they're talking about it. So open criticism of his peers and his seniors. In fact, one of the most what's the right word? One of the most acrimonious disputes he had was with a figure known as the Spoler Zaydi, the elder of the city of Spole. And Rabbi Nachman moved to that city without first getting permission from the Spoler Zaydi. And originally, the Spoler Zaydi was open to the idea of Rabbi Nachman. Here is a creative, young Hasidic thinker, but to move your court into the existing region of an authorized and well-known figure was like it's an infringement on his chazakah. It's an infringement on his, his known territory, right? Like salesmen, as it were. You can't go and walk into someone else's territory and then take it over. And the Spoler Zaydi was really quite angry with him for simply showing up without, doing a proper petition and the proper arrangements and things like that. So he had a lot of fights of this nature with the authorized figures. He was known for erratic behavior in a lot of ways. In 1798, he decided to take a trip to Israel, and he decided to take only his closest disciple and to travel in secret, like in disguise, not letting anyone know who he was as a Hasidic leader, the grandson of the Baal Shem Tov. And on this trip, he would make fun of the other Hasidim that he met on the boat. He would engage in, wild, erratic behavior, dancing, singing, things like this. And in fact, Breslovers today are known for their unusual displays of energy during prayer, clapping, stamping their feet, things like that, which are not typically seen in your regular Orthodox synagogue, where the disturbances are mainly limited to cell phone conversations and things like that. Yeah. So he ended up having to sort of move to his own space, which he did in 1802. That's when he moved to Breslov. At this point, he had a significant enough following that he could establish a court he would retain there basically till the end of his life. He would only move to Oman in the last couple of years when he was suffering from tuberculosis. And it's at this time that he began to work on his literary creations in earnest. His literature, some of which were written by his own hand, some of which were recorded by his disciples, were very unusual and highly creative and unique books that had no precedent in the Hasidic canon in so many ways, and I'll give you a couple of examples right now. But prior to that, I'll just say that the corpus of the Breslov literature that we have today is deeply impoverished by the fact that Nachman burned many of his books. He composed quite a few, and then after a while he felt, for whatever reason, he never really divulged it, perhaps that they contained too much mystical information. He ordered them burnt. This was a tremendous inspiration to a 20th century Jewish writer who read of Rabbi Nachman's work with tremendous enthusiasm and interest, none other than Franz Kafka, who I think I'd like to talk about in a few weeks, the famous and very disturbed Czech Jewish writer who wrote, you may recall, The Metamorphosis, a story about a man who wakes up and discovers he's a massive cockroach and what that means. Another story called The Trial, where a man wakes up and learns that he's on trial in a capital offense, and he has no idea what exactly his crime was, or when the trial is going to take place, or who's his defense attorney, and this whole nightmarish situation where he's trying to figure out really the meaning of his life, and there are only hints and clues, and he doesn't see any rhyme or reason. Kafka also ordered his closest friend to destroy all of his brilliant manuscripts, and then he promptly killed himself. For the benefit of world literature, his friend decided the manuscripts were simply too valuable, and he did not burn them, and they ended up becoming published and become classics. But the connection is very clear. Kafka read a lot of Rabbi Nachman, was fascinated with the same kinds of stories that Rabbi Nachman will write, and was deeply influenced by them. Yes. Oh, one last point, two last points I should make on this slide, excuse me. I forgot to mention that perhaps the most controversial aspect of Rabbi Nachman's activity was his messianic pretensions, which are rarely stated in an outright fashion, but it's clear that he harbored notions of tremendously exalted status of himself within the end of days. It may have been that he regarded himself as an Elijah-like figure, perhaps the harbinger of the Messiah. He certainly felt that one of his infant sons, again, who died in infancy, would be the Messiah, and he placed great hopes on him. And these kinds of things, which are not completely unknown in the Hasidic movement. It's hard to find too many Hasidic movements that have not had a close brush with the idea that their Rebbe may be the Messiah. But Rabbi Nachman was unusually vocal about it and attracted a lot of criticism, like a lightning rod, because of his pronouncements. There was only one Rebbe who was a strong advocate of Rabbi Nachman, and he held to his position right to his very end. He died 1 year before Rabbi Nachman, and that was the great Rabbi Levi Yitzchak of Berdichev. You may have heard of Rabbi Levi Yitzchak. He is known as the defense attorney of the Jewish people, the Sneger Shel Yisrael, because he basically finds the good in everyone throughout his life. In fact, there's a lot to say about Rabbi Levi Yitzchak. There's a famous passage in which he even once called God himself to a din Torah to answer for the treatment of the Jewish people. That's a whole episode in itself. Anyway, so quite a bit of writing at this time, but I haven't told you too much about what those writings say. As I mentioned 17 times already, highly original writings. To be sure, he wrote a lot of traditional ma'amarim that are, comparable to the regular kind of Hasidic discourse, with, references and with standard scholarly apparatus and so on. And those are perhaps less remarkable. what makes him stand out, and which also perhaps gives him much larger audience to draw from, is his stories. His Sipuri Masiot. And there are two really salient differences between his stories and those that are associated with other Hasidic courts. The first one is that they are original literary creations by Rabbi Nachman himself. In other Hasidic courts, you have lots of Hasidic stories, usually highly hagiographical in nature, meaning, amazing stories about what this Rebbe did or what this Rebbe said, things like that. But they're always created and circulated by the self, sets to pen, to page, these stories on his own. They are like novels, as it were. I mean, they're not structured like novels at all. They're stories. They're short, few pages long, and they're collected, though he published them all in one volume, and then there are a few that are scattered throughout. But that's really an unusual thing for a Rebbe to write stories as opposed to making these, scholarly lectures, and then his followers create the stories about him. That's one unusual factor of Rabbi Nachman. The other, and his stories, the other really unusual factor is that the stories hardly ever deal with Jewish topics head on. They read more like fairy tales. Complex parables about kings and princesses and captured princesses and pirates, and you can very easily read them as somewhat twisted children's stories. I mean, they don't have the kind of satisfying endings that you would like to see in a typical bedtime story, but they are highly imaginative, and they spur one's thought to, oh my gosh, what are the possible implications? And they're quite enigmatic, very Kafkaesque, to use the term anachronistically. He's really writing like Kafka, because Kafka would later be writing like Rabbi Nachman. I'll give you an example, but first I have to tell you a joke, because this one jumped into my head. And I apologize for those of you who come to my lectures every week. I know you've heard this joke before, but it's therapeutic for me to tell you these jokes, so it goes like this. So there are 3 college students in a dorm, and they're talking about their spiritual leaders, about how great they are. And one student says, my guru, he is totally amazing. The powers he has, you can't imagine. Once we were walking in the forest, and there was a raging river, and we saw in the middle of the river, there was a little kitten who was like trapped on a floating branch. And so my guru, he stretched out his hands, and for 6 feet around him, the water stopped flowing. He walked out on the dry riverbed, and he rescued the kitten, brought him to safety. The other student says, oh, that's nothing. My Swami, you wouldn't believe what he's like. Once we were walking past a rushing highway, moving so fast, it was definitely not I-95. The cars were just going fast at 60, 70 miles an hour. And we saw that in the median, separating the lanes, there was a little puppy. And so my Swami, he got up from the lotus position, and he stretched out his hands, and then for 6 feet around him, the car simply stopped moving. And he calmly walked out to the median, he picked up the puppy and brought him to safety. And the Jewish kid says, that's nothing. My rabbi, once we were walking on the street on Shabbos, and we saw a $20 bill, he stretched out his hands, and for 6 feet around us, it was Tuesday. That's slightly anti-Semitic. I probably shouldn't tell that, but that's transvaluing the thing. It was Tuesday, right? Okay. I'm sorry, Denise Malka, that you had to hear that, but there you go. Anyways, so let me give you an example. Perhaps the most famous of the Sipuri Masiot is the story of the sometimes translated Rooster Prince, sometimes translated Turkey Prince. And by the way, also very unusual, he had them published simultaneously in a bilingual edition. The original version of Sipuri Masiot was published with Yiddish on top, which was the vernacular, what the common person could read, men and women, uneducated, whatever. And then on the bottom, there was a rabbinic Hebrew translation of the Yiddish tale, which at once made this a plebeian document that was accessible to everyone,
even to a mother reading these stories to her children in bed at night. And at the same time, it was a Hasidic learned discourse in the high language of literary Hebrew. I shouldn't say the high language of literary Hebrew because, the Hebrew was not completely accurate. That was grammatically, that's one of the main criticisms of the form of the Sipurei Maaseh that Joseph Pearl would bring up. He would say, look how foolish these Hasidim are. Look how badly they write in Hebrew. But nevertheless, Rabbi Nachman, insisting that his teachings be delivered in both the vernacular, ensured their wide circulation, and by writing them in Hebrew, which unfortunately was prescient because the vast majority of Yiddish speakers would be killed in the Holocaust, it meant that his books had an enduring presence that would make them popular with the resurgence in Israel after the Six-Day War, which we'll talk about towards the end of this lecture. So the text actually exists in a dual language edition right from the very beginning. This is one of my favorite stories of the Sipurei Maaseh. There was once a king whose son goes mad. Madness figures in quite a few of the stories, by the way. People who lose their sensibility. And the prince insisted that he refused to sit at the table and eat like a prince. He insisted the only thing he would eat is like crumbs and kernels of corn and things like that were scattered under the table. And so the king was totally at his wit's end. What could he do with his mentally unbalanced son? He went to all of the doctors, all of the sages. The rabbis themselves can't deal with this particular problem until finally, from far off, a sage came and said that he had the solution, and that the king, if the king would give him permission, he would cure his son, but he had to tolerate whatever strange measures he would use to cure him. The king, of course, with no alternative, says, please, cure my son. So right away, the sage takes off all of his clothes and gets under the table with the prince. The prince says to the sage, what are you doing? And the sage says, what do you mean, what am I doing? I'm sitting under the table, eating some kernels of corn off the floor, just like you. And he says, well, why are you doing it? He says, well, because I'm a turkey, just like you. And the prince says, oh, okay. So they're naked under the table, eating kernels of corn off the floor. And this goes on for a while. And then the sage signals to his attendant, and the attendant throws him in a pair of pants. And the sage puts on his pants. And the prince says to him, what are you doing? Turkeys don't wear pants. And the prince says, the sage says, what do you mean turkeys don't wear pants? Look at me. I'm wearing pants. Turkeys can wear pants, no problem. So the prince thinks about it for a little while. He signals and gets a pair of pants. The sage then gets a shirt and then gets a jacket and then sits on a chair at the table. And incrementally, every time they have this dialogue, the prince is saying, what are you doing? What kind of turkey are you? He says, you think a turkey can't eat at the table? I can eat at the table. And so this goes on until ultimately the prince is cured. And that, enigmatically and characteristically, is the end of the story. And you wonder, what was that all about? What is the meaning of that? And much ink has been spilled on these kinds of, bizarre and seemingly non sequitur stories. One of the interpretations that I happen to find appealing is the notion that, and again, I'm not a Breslov expert by any means, but this happens to be an approach that I think makes sense in this particular story, is that we live ultimately in a world in which we are deeply uncertain as to our own identity. We're not totally convinced that we are human beings. We may be turkeys. We're not totally convinced that we are angelic in our capabilities. We could be animals, like the fowl of the sky and the fish of the sea. We could be just, walking bits of meat. And the only way that we can be cured of this is by, did I lose the image? The only way that we can be cured of this is by imitating a human being, imitating a higher level creature. So in the analogy here, the nimshal to the mashal is that, we may not think of ourselves as highly accomplished spiritual beings, but that is within our nature. If only we, as one of my friends used to say, fake it till we make it.
We just keep going on, thinking of ourselves as princes, trying to act as princes. We deep down think we're turkeys, but we're still going to try and imitate the prince, and hopefully one day we will be cured. Now that's, I've given you kind of like an overarching structure to understand the story, but Rabbi Nachman doesn't. Rabbi Nachman just leaves you with the story, and then you turn the page, there's a new story all of a sudden. And a lot of them are like this. The princess who's captured, the whole country that is driven insane by a scourge on the wheat, and the sage decides to eat it himself so that he will still fit in with the insanity of the country. All these kinds of stories really are a spur to the mind and to the imagination, and they carry great literary impact upon the Jewish tradition. Okay, another example of his very powerful impact is he either authored or popularized a lot of epigrammatic statements, meaning like one sentence, very pithy encapsulations of Jewish philosophy that continue to have their impact on the Jewish mind today. I'm sure you've heard, as I have in the picture here, Kol ha'olam kulo gesher ktsar me'od. The entire world is but a narrow bridge. V'ha'ikar lo lefached klal. And the essential point is, don't be afraid. All right? That's a line of Rabbi Nachman, just this idea that, you know, we're traversing this narrow, scary chasm on a tiny little unbalanced rope bridge, and you got to get to the other side. And the main thing is no fear. Just keep moving forward. And this is a beautiful, beautiful thing that, again, he wrote it in literary Hebrew, which meant that it survived the linguistic challenge of the 20th century. And in Israel, of course, it became a folk song. You know, I would sing it for you, but I think you would regret that. Many of his statements, in fact, became folk songs. Mitzvah gedola liot b'simcha tamid. It is a great commandment to be happy always. I'm not sure there is a commandment to be happy. There is a commandment to be happy on Yom Tov, specifically, v'samachta v'chagecha, right? Be happy on holiday. By the way, the Vilna Gaon, he was once asked, this is a typical characteristic difference between Hasidim and Misnagdim. He was once asked, what's the most difficult mitzvah for you to perform? And he said, definitely v'samachta b'chagecha, to be happy for 8 days in a row. That's tough, right? So anyways, Rabbi Nachman, though, mitzvah gedola liot b'simcha tamid, it is a great mitzvah to be happy always. I think I told you 2 weeks ago about that incident at the Kiev yeshiva that I experienced. Maybe not. It'd be great if you totally forgot, because then I can tell it again. And it goes like, we were sitting having a Friday night meal, and a yeshiva bacher bursts into the room. He's kind of disheveled, and they say, what's wrong with you? And he says, I was accosted on the way here. They wanted to take my money, and I said, I'm an observant Jew. I don't have any money, so they let me go. And so then all the guys in the yeshiva start singing in Russian, Ochin Shasleviya Patamusha Yayevre. I am very fortunate to be a Jew, which went straight into, in Hebrew, Mitzvah Gedola Liot B'Simcha Tamid. And those two lines in Russian, I am so fortunate to be a Jew. It is a great mitzvah to be happy always. We sang that for maybe 40 minutes. It was a really intense spiritual experience. I was terrified, but I can't forget that moment. Okay, so he wrote a lot of these epigrams. You may have heard the saying, when I saw it associated with Rabbi Nachman, I actually couldn't believe it. I said, no way, this comes from somewhere else. And it may be true, perhaps we have some very erudite members in the room, some of whom have taken a vow of silence because they don't want to ask any too hard questions. But apparently it was Rabbi Nachman who said, God never gives us a challenge that we cannot overcome. That's like, is that really Rabbi Nachman? That seems so central to Jewish thought. But I saw it associated with the sun. So these kinds of like amazing stories, these very powerful epigrams, you hear it once and it sticks in your brain. These are the kinds of things that he contributed. He also created a wide variety of spiritual practices or exercises called tikkunim, which is a Kabbalistic term meaning repairs. If you damage the world or yourself through a particular sin of one type or another, then these are the repairs. This is how you affect a positive change to what you've done wrong. the Tikkun Klali. There's, he has a list of what kinds of things you should do for what kinds of sins. Typically, they involve the recitation of certain psalms and things like that. The most famous of the Tikkunim, however, was towards the end of his life. He promised his followers that if they would come and say a particular tikkun on his grave at Rosh Hashanah, then no matter what they have done in their life, Rabbi Nachman will take them by their peyot, by their forelocks, and drag them out of hell itself, if necessary. So these tikkunim have had tremendous, popularity, and they continue to inspire tens of thousands of people, even today, who go to Uman to be at the grave of Rabbi Nachman, many of whom are not at all Breslov Hasidim, but are moved by that concept of the Tikkun. So let's move on to this Uman itself. As I mentioned, his main activity was in Bratslav, but there was a fire at one point that destroyed his home, and he was left temporarily homeless. He could have simply relocated to another building in that city, but for several years he had very positive relationship with several notorious maskilim in Uman. So what is going on here? First of all, what is Uman? It's an old city. Jews had been living there for several hundred years, and it is most noted in the Jewish chronology as the site of a terrible massacre in 1768. This was the Honta or Gonta massacre, also known as the Haidamak massacre, when peasants revolted and slaughtered Jews as they had done 100 years before in the Khmelnytsky massacre. It's a whole social, political, economic mess, but the bottom line is that quite a large number of Jews were killed in a very short period of time in that year, and there was a cemetery that was expanded to contain all of the graves. Rabbi Nachman remarked towards the end of his life that this would be a good place to die and be buried, and he was, of course, predicting his own end, because at that point he had contracted tuberculosis, an illness that was still quite widespread. If I'm not mistaken, it claimed his wife the year before, and he lasted 3 years with this illness before he finally succumbed. He moved to Uman, and there he significantly developed his relationship with maskilim. Maskilim, you'll recall from last week's lecture on Joseph Pearl, these are adherents of the Haskalah, the Jewish Enlightenment, who in Western Europe tended to jettison their Jewish practices, kashrut and Shabbat and so on. In Eastern Europe, less so, but they definitely were antinomian, changed their dress usually for upper-class Polish dress at this time, studied the sciences, studied Polish language, things like that, and were generally considered, in the context of that time, assimilated Jews. They were certainly not assimilated by Western European standards, which reminds me of one more joke. I can't help it, but we're almost done. The joke, did I tell you the joke about the guy who wants to become a member of the Flaming Crosses Country Club? So there's this restricted country club. I'm so glad none of you remember my jokes. He wants to be a member, a Jewish guy wants to become a member of a restricted country club, where they don't admit Jews, Gentile clientele only. And so he goes to the management office and says, listen, I've been very successful in business. I have several yachts that are right now lined up at the boat show and all kinds of annuities and what have you, and I'd really like to be a member. I can certainly pay the dues. And in fact, I can sponsor a few other members if you like. And the manager says, I'm very sorry, Mr. Goldstein, but we have a restricted clientele. And we don't accept new members unless, for example, you have a sponsorship from an existing member. So he says, oh, that's great. I'll just find a Jew who's already a member. I'll go to him. He'll sponsor me, and I'm in. So he says, can I see your membership list? He says, of course. Shows him the list, looks down, and he sees the name Goldfarb. Oh, that's it. So he goes to Goldfarb's home, knocks on the door. Goldfarb opens the door. Goldstein says, Shalom Aleichem Reb Yid, my name's Goldstein, and I was really hoping to become a member of the Flaming Crosses Country Club. Would you please sponsor me? Goldfarb looks him in the eye and says to him, listen to me very carefully, Mr. Goldfarb, is it? I forget Goldstein. Listen to me very carefully, Mr. Goldstein. I am a Presbyterian, and my father is a Presbyterian. And my grandfather, Olav Shalom, was also a Presbyterian. Right? So these are the kind of maskilim that might visit that. Now, there's a lot of discussion because this is, you have to realize, within the context for Rabbi Nachman to be associating with heretical Jews was highly controversial. It was like, again, in the thermidor of Hasidic thought at that time, to be messing around with the ordinary people. Maybe it's a little bit like the sage who gets under the table naked. That's, highly unusual. Some say that perhaps he was trying to be makar of them, to bring them closer to Judaism and so on. It's not clear. We know that they played a lot of chess together, things like that. He ultimately passed away at the age of 38 of tuberculosis and was buried in that city. But the story, of course, does not end with his death. His legacy is really very much alive. As I mentioned at the beginning of this lecture, since he had such strong messianic statements, and he had made such a central figure of himself, and never preparing anything like a successor, with perhaps the exception of his child that died before he was 2 years old, there would be no question that nobody could take Rabbi Nachman's place. And so, unlike all the other Hasidic groups, they simply continued without a Rebbe at the helm. Perhaps with some thoughts that the Rabbi Nachman would later play a role in the unfolding Messianic era, it's not clear. Multiple centers of Breslov Hasidus developed, especially after the Second World War. And it's basically two types. There are a few schools that are led by charismatic students of Breslov, mainly around Mea Sharim, a highly traditional neighborhood in Jerusalem. And also there are centers in New York City, for example. But the core constituency remains kind of like old Hasidim that can trace their lineage back for decades, even centuries. But the large numbers of followers are really Baalei Tshuva, are people who come to Judaism later in life. In fact, many Sephardim are attracted to Breslov or Hasidut. They have no connection ethnically with these teachings. Why is this so? Well, we've already discussed some of the tremendously infectious aspects of Rabbi Nachman's thought and teachings. There's also this resurgence of interest in Judaism as a whole after 1967. If you recall those days, it's hard for me to. I was just a child at that time, but as I'm sure all of you were just children at that time too. But what my elders tell me is that people were just getting used to the idea that we made it through the Holocaust. We survived the Holocaust. We're beginning to pull things together. We even have a state of our own. And then, look, we're about to lose that state. We're going to be pushed into the sea. And then, almost beyond imagination, the Jews the Israelis manage to turn the tide and not only defend the nation, but to expand the borders beyond belief, completely beyond belief. There's a Russian joke that was popular when I was there that said, Russia was thinking of attacking China, the rivalry between the two communist nations. And someone in a military academy asked one of the generals, Tovarich, how can we possibly defeat China? China has a massive army, millions of soldiers larger than our army. And the general says, that's no problem. You can always win with a smaller army. The Jews with 6 million soldiers or 6 million Jews were able to take over armies with 40 million Arabs. So we can do it too. And the Russian soldier says, yeah, but where are we going to get 6 million Jews? Somewhat ethic. Anyways, some of the Breslov movements, the relations between the movements are sometimes acrimonious. I forgot my train of thought, but we'll go to this here. There's one particular leader who passed away about 20 years ago who was called Baal HaPetek, the master of the note, like the document, because he claimed to have received a note, some kind of mystical note that was Rabbi Nachman communicating with him, saying how to bring about the Messiah, and it involved the chanting of a particular clause, Nachman Me'uman. It's hard to translate this. The na really isn't a word in Hebrew. It might be read as please. Nach means rest. Nachma is related to the word for console. Nachman is his name. And Me'uman means from the city of Uman. Meaning you say, please rest, console Nachman of Uman. And so this is a slogan that's worn by this particular group, a very large group. You may see it, it's very popular to wear large white knitted yarmulkes with this phrase, handwritten around or crocheted around the side. But there are many of these groups. And as I mentioned earlier, the tikkun associated with Rabbi Nachman in Rosh Hashanah is incredibly popular. You can get, you can book a tour to Uman for Rosh Hashanah, very popular. I have many friends who have done it. And you can participate in this movement, which is 200 years old and still quite vibrant and growing. So with that, I want to thank you so much for your attention and your endurance over the last hour, and I hope you have an excellent week. All right, welcome everyone. Why don't we get started? We've got a really important topic tonight. We're going to study the life of the Rambam, the Nesher Hagadol, the great eagle, one of the most important and influential figures in Jewish history, someone who cast such a long shadow that the famous statement was, from Moses until Moses, there was no one like Moses, meaning from Moses of the Torah until Moses Maimonides, there was nothing like him. And in fact, since Moses until today, there's no one really like Moses as well. Let me begin with a little joke. I apologize for those of you who were at Charlotte Shudis. You heard this. I think Mr. Steve, you're probably the only one. But the joke goes like this. A woman gets onto a bus, an elderly woman gets onto a bus, and as she gets on, the bus driver is very friendly to her. So she asks him, would you like some peanuts, young man? And he says, well, thank you. I think I would like some peanuts. And so she gives him a few peanuts. It's nice to see you. Welcome back. Welcome back to Florida. So then she sits down. Then a few minutes later, they're driving along, and she gets up again, and she says, excuse me, young man, would you like some more peanuts? And he says, that would be really nice. I enjoyed those peanuts. So she gives him some more peanuts. And this goes on several times until finally he says to her, listen, it's really very kind of you, but why do you keep offering me so many peanuts? And she says, well, I only really like the chocolate. Okay, so I'm hoping that this presentation, I'm going to give you all the chocolate and I'll hang on to the peanuts. But the truth is, there's so much to say about Maimonides, and we actually started a couple minutes late today, so I'm going to try and speak a little faster just to make up the time. But we're just going to touch on the life of this truly incredible man and his impact on Jewish history. This lecture is sponsored by the Young Israel of Bal Harbor, Surfside. We're very grateful for the shul to provide us with heat and light, or AC and light, and a place to meet. We are looking for sponsorships for future lectures, so if you're interested, please contact me or contact the shul office. The shul likes $200 to offset the costs, and all the profits, of course, go into producing that wonderful edifice that we are creating just a block away. So let's go straight to the material. Rabbi Moshe ben Maimon, the acronym of his name in Hebrew is, of course, Rambam, and that's how he is known to many of his students today, known in Latin as Maimonides. The IDES suffix means son of Maimon. His first name was Moshe, his father's name was Maimon, hence Maimonides, or Rabbi Moshe ben Maimon. His years are 1135 to 1204, born in Cordoba, Spain, and died in Fostat, Egypt. There's some debate over where exactly he is buried. His grave is usually associated with a place near Tiberia, Israel, where they have a special tomb, but the Jews of Cairo believe that he is in fact still buried there in Cairo in the courtyard of the yeshiva where he studied in a small suburb of that town. He was a physician, a philosopher, a popular leader with tremendous courage and conviction. His opinions were highly controversial, as we shall see His books were even consigned to the flames by other Jews. But at the same time, he maintained steadfast in his point of view, and it continues to be studied today, even though there are many, many areas where the rabbinic consensus differs from Maimonides' point of view. Nevertheless, he is the primary interlocutor for the dominant opinion and remains very significant to this day. So what I'd like to do is talk a little bit about his life, and then I would like to talk about his literary works, and specifically the Jewish literary works, divide them into two basic categories, and that'll be it for the night. Okay, any questions or arguments before we begin? No hard questions allowed, just easy ones? Okay, good. We'll save the hard questions for later when we don't have the camera running. So his family was of distinguished rabbinic lineage. His father was a dayan, or a judge, in Cordoba. In his commentary to the Mishnah Torah, Maimonides lists 8 successive generations of dayanim that preceded him. And in fact, after his death, he was appointed the Nagid of Egypt, meaning the leading Jewish political figure in Egypt, and that title was held by members of his family for another 200 years after his death. So clearly a very illustrious family with tremendous rabbinic yichus, or lineage. One of the exceptional positions that Maimonides held that makes this even more amazing is the fact that he held that dayanim and also rabbis should not be paid for their services. They should have other occupations. He, of course, was originally a merchant and then later became a famous physician, and they should only earn their keep from their regular livelihoods, and whatever they do as judges or as rabbis should be completely pro bono for the benefit of the community as a whole. This is probably one of the reasons why he was so controversial, especially among Ashkenazi rabbis who took a contrary position, believing that, in fact, rabbis should have a decent, livable salary, and that is a controversy that continues to this day. So he came from this long line of rabbis and of judges, and he never took a penny for his work as a judge in the Jewish community. He was born here, you can see, in Cordoba, in Spain, at the very end of the Spanish Golden Age. We're actually going to go a little bit back in time next week and look at a more central period of the Spanish Golden Age, but for now we're going to concentrate on the 12th century. At the time, the Almohads took over Spain, as you can see, as well as a section of North Africa. The Almohads were known as the monotheists, and they were very strict interpreters of Sharia, meaning they believed that Muslim law should be interpreted with a minimum of divergence for variant opinions. In one area that affected the Jews in particular, the Almohads removed their dhimmi status, meaning Jews since the Pact of Umar in at least the 9th century, according to Muslim tradition, perhaps even earlier than that, Jews and Christians were given special protected status, or dhimmi status. They had to pay a little extra in tax, but they were allowed to practice their own religion without fear of persecution. They were allowed to maintain their synagogues and so on. The Almohads removed this leniency for Christians and Jews, particularly in the tricultural state of Spain, where the conflict between Jews, Muslims, and Christians was perhaps the fiercest in all of Europe. And this meant that it became increasingly intolerable for the Maimonides family to remain in that the Iberian Peninsula. So they departed from Cordoba and spent many years first in Fez, Morocco, where Maimonides simultaneously studied Jewish law in a yeshiva there, as well as medicine in the Al-Qayran University. He then spent 9 additional years going from there with his family across the coast of North Africa, ending up in Israel. In fact, I can show you some pictures. Why don't I show you some pictures? Here's a picture of Cordoba, Spain. This is where the Alhambra Mosque, the Alhambra Palace is located. We'll talk a lot more about that next week when we look at Shmuel ibn Ogrela. And then he moved here to Fez, Morocco. Beautiful Moorish architecture. And then he made his way all the way over to the old city of Jerusalem, where he lived briefly. It's not known exactly why he left Israel. He clearly found that it was the high point in his personal career, and he wrote of his time in Israel as a personal, peak in his life. And in fact, he wrote about his ultimately decision or his fate to move back to Egypt with a considerable amount of regret. In some cases, there are letters where he refers to himself as someone who sins every single day, without any specific reference as to which sin it is. Many scholars believe it was the idea of returning to Egypt, which some feel is a transgression in the Torah. But at any rate, he left Israel after a very short sojourn, and he spent the rest of his life in Fustat, Egypt. This is where he made his career and his fame, particularly first as being a jewel merchant, and then later as a physician. Now, in Fustat, even though he did not have a position of tremendous authority at the time, there was a situation in which the Jews and Christians were in tremendous conflict. There was a huge geopolitical conflict that had gone on since the Crusades at the end of the 11th century, and one of the smaller battles between those two religious groups was that a Christian king had taken captive an entire city in northern Egypt, and that held a significant Jewish population. Maimonides took a leadership role from Fustat, and he arranged for a huge collection of cash from the Jewish communities of Egypt, and was able to secure the release of the Jews who were taken captive. For this, he received tremendous prestige and respect, as well as significant remuneration, because he was called upon to serve in many different capacities as a communal leader. And ultimately, he chose to invest his funds in a gem business that his younger brother David would run. Maimonides had told his brother that he should specifically pick up his merchandise at one particular location. I believe it was somewhere in Arabia. But when David went, so he gave him a huge pile of money to go and make this purchase, which he then would bring back, and of course they would live off that. As it happened, David traveled to this location, the name of which escapes me right now, and he found that the merchandise was not up to...
How are you, W.T. Helly? How's your day going?
I'm good. How about you?
I'm kicking ass, taking names. Every day's a holiday, every meal's a feast. How'd you find out about me?
Good. You got my clip, bro?
Oh, I clipped you. Very cool, man. Well, welcome.
Yeah.
I'm glad that you're here.
I'm just wondering if why did you clip me?
You really want to know?
Yeah.
Because I think you're amazing, and I wanted you to come in here and talk with me.
Really? No.
Yeah, 100%, big dog.
Okay.
What's your favorite thing to stream?
I play Grand Theft Auto.
Right, exactly. That's right. Okay, so that's what I wanted to talk to you about, my friend. Did you know that it is 318 days, 18 hours, 51 minutes, and 42 seconds until Grand Theft Auto 6 launches?
Yeah.
Are you excited for it?
I mean, I don't have PS5 yet.
That's all right. I'll buy you a PS5 by then, hopefully.
Do you have PS5?
Nope. But I'll get one. I'll get a bunch of them.
Really?
Oh, 100%, my friend. Do you mind if I tell you about myself?
Okay.
I'm Rabbi Rothschild. I stream my life 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, 365 days a year for world peace. I've been streaming since the pandemic, more than 3.5 years. Data is Earth's #1 resource, according to The Economist magazine. In 2018, The Economist magazine stated that data had overtaken petroleum as Earth's #1 resource. And I have more data archived on the internet than any person ever, which may make me a very influential person. And when that happens, I'm going to make sure to take care of you, your friends, your family. I'm going to make sure that you're financially independent if you're not already. I want to make sure that I'm able to make you have generational wealth. And most importantly, I want to be able to give you the money that you need to start charities and philanthropic organizations of your own. And on top of all of that, I'm going to buy you a PS5. How's that sound?
Oh, that sounds amazing.
Absolutely. So I don't want anything from you, but I do just want you to know that I care about you. I think you're a really great streamer. And when the time comes and I'm able to, I'm going to make all your dreams come true. Sound like a plan?
Yeah,
Excellent.
sounds good.
I'm live on 22 different YouTube streams right now. So this is archived for the future so that when you get a nice gift from me you'll be able to buy 100 PS5s. You'll be able to buy a PS. You're going to have more money than what you know what to do just because you took the time to look at your clips and see what I was doing and talk with me. And I really appreciate that.
Huh?
You should know that I talk about other things that are going to help the world, like ending world hunger through the use of
Then, how did you find me?
on Kick. There's a website known as kickdatabase.com, and it just goes to random streamers and anybody I like. I'll clip their channels if they're doing something cool. Have you ever been to kickdatabase.com?
No.
You were featured.
I'm gonna do something, bro.
Go for it, big dog.
Okay.
Who are you?
To Par, and so he elected to go on a much longer voyage to India, where rumor had it there was much more fine merchandise to be had. Unfortunately, his boat sank sometime in the year 1169 or 1170, and he never returned, and the family fortune was lost. This was a cause of tremendous grief to Maimonides. He describes how he fell into a deep depression for about a year. He was inconsolable because this younger brother was, he raised him on his knee, and he was his student as well. He left behind a wife and a young daughter, and Maimonides was quite crushed by it, and he describes still mourning for him even 9 years later. But at any rate, the reversal in family fortunes meant that he had to find a new career. And so he had been taking quite a bit of medical training in Fez and also in Cordoba before they even left. So he decided to turn his hand to medicine, and he turned out to be extremely successful at this, eventually becoming the court physician to the Grand Vizier and ultimately to none other than Sultan Saladin himself. There are even some interesting sources that argue that Richard the Lionheart, the Crusader king, wanted to bring Maimonides into his own employ, but there's no real significant basis for that. There is an interesting citation that's bruited about that Maimonides even converted to Islam in the course of his wanderings before he became Nagid. I'm just walking back a little bit now chronologically. But there's a lot, I should just dispense with it right now. The consensus of scholarly opinion is that likely that it is not at all correct, because the Muslims of the medieval period were a little bit like the Mormons of the 20th century, in baptizing dead Jews who were killed in the Holocaust in order that they should get posthumous life in the world to come. And so there was something of a tendency among some Muslim historians to posthumously grant conversion to famous non-Muslims in history, and Maimonides was principal among them. There are some scholars, though, who believe that, in fact, he did go through a pro forma conversion, perhaps in the context of the persecution of that era, but that conversion was nullified once he was able to reach safety. There's a lot of texts in Rambrand's own writings, however, that indicates that he had significant sympathy for people who were forced to convert. He has a tremendous amount of space devoted in his writings to urging communities to be tolerant with those Jews who were forced into conversion, either to Christianity or to Islam, and saying that they should be accepted back without any kind of probation. He also wrote that Jews should not live in places where forced conversion is likely to occur. So the preponderance of evidence indicates he probably never converted, but at any rate, he did certainly have a great amount of sympathy for those who did. Yes, please.
You mentioned Saladin. So was Maimonides affected by the Crusades? Because he also knew Richard the Lionheart. I mean, Jews were peripheral to the Crusades, but they weren't. But where did he figure that?
So the question, which I should repeat for our internet audience in the Philippines, the question is, how was Maimonides affected by the Crusades? I don't know. I simply don't know the answer to it. I've never seen anything that Maimonides has written on that topic. As you correctly point out, the Jews were basically peripheral to the Crusades, especially later on in the 12th century. The massacres of Jews during the Crusades occurred primarily in the Rhineland, in Germany. The Jews who are not in the region of Israel, of Jerusalem itself, would probably never have even seen a crusader. So I don't know exactly. I've never seen anything Rambam wrote on the topic. Certainly it was part of the larger geopolitical factors involved in the day. It's doubtful that he ever met Richard the Lionheart, but as we read history backwards and we look at famous figures and we try to draw lines between them, that's probably where that came about. But there's no question that he was highly sought after as a physician in Cairo, and his service to the Grand Vizier and then to the Sultan is well known. Okay, excellent observation. So, as I mentioned, he had to turn to medicine as a career. I mentioned all these things. Okay, so I said there's an interesting kind of picture of Maimonides. There's so many pictures of Maimonides, I could have spent the entire class just looking at them. But this is, by the way, the head of a statue that was erected near Maimonides' home in Cordoba, in Spain. In terms of his medical studies, now this is an area that is not well studied by Jews, but he produced a phenomenal amount of medical literature written by and large in Arabic. He followed basically the thought of Galen, with the idea of the humors, the bile and good humor and various things like that. But he also was given over to experimentation as well. He didn't rely simply on a theoretical knowledge of medicine. He was very much into observation. Now, this is well before the scientific method was developed, but nevertheless, it was something important to him. He also contributed to the literature a multilingual guide to pharmaceuticals, which represented various herbs and spices and other medicinal ingredients that were used and listed them in a quadrilingual format. I believe the four languages were Hebrew, Arabic, Greek, and Latin, which was a phenomenal service to the medical community because it meant that the terminology could be standardized and that what people said in Latin text could then be correlated with what was written in Arabic text and so on. He wrote treatises on a wide variety of topics, often it was commissioned. Wealthy Arabs would commission him to write essentially a manual of how they were supposed to treat their condition. Asthma, for example, depression. He wrote a medical treatise on depression, which is fascinating for the 12th century. A lot on marital issues. Sexuality was something that people wanted to know about, and they would often ask him how to deal with their various sexual problems, even a treatise on hemorrhoids. And so all things, writings of Rambam. I looked in all the yeshivas here in Miami, no one could find Maimonides' treatise on hemorrhoids. I was looking for it, but no luck. I'd have to try Wikipedia or something like that to find it. But nevertheless, for the context of the 12th century, tremendous amount of medical writings really at the top of his field. It's especially amazing when you think about the intensity of his day, which I believe is the next slide here, right? His day, which he writes about in many of his letters, was an incredibly busy day. First of all, Fostat was a bedroom community to Cairo, and he would have a daily commute of about an hour by donkey, which is probably about 15 minutes by car, maybe a little less than that, but nevertheless an hour ride on a donkey to get to Cairo, where he would then spend the entire day taking care of the Sultan and his extended family, the children, the whole harem. These were all his patients, and his whole day would be taken up with this kind of thing. Then he would return home, once again stuck on the freeway on his donkey for another hour. There's no daf yomi on the donkeys at all, and he makes it all the way back, and then he returns home, and his home is filled with local Fostat individuals, both Jews and Gentiles, who have come to him for medical advice. He would spend his evening writing out prescriptions and diagnoses and so on, and then only late at night would he have a little bit of time to study Torah. And somehow, with that small amount of time at night, he wrote these phenomenal works in Jewish thought and philosophy and halakha, really mind-boggling in their complexity, it's really hard to imagine how one person could have accomplished all of this in a single lifetime of only 69 years. On Shabbos, he spent the entire day giving people halakhic instruction in Jewish law. So he lived an incredibly busy life, and yet his work was phenomenally prolific at the same time. Okay, pause for questions or arguments, discussions, debates.
Did he ever sleep?
Did he ever sleep? Good question. He wrote a lot about how to sleep. So perhaps he wrote that when he was insomniac. But no, the Rambam's concept of Jewish law was so all-encompassing that even sleep was included in it. I'll get to that when we talk about his literary oeuvre. Very significant in terms. So, look, it is right here. This is what. Ms. Abramson, please ask a good question. Not too hard. Yes, he had a wife, and he had one surviving son named Avraham, who left a certain amount of writings as well. I do not believe he had other children. I think he had daughters that did not survive infancy, if I remember correctly, but I'm not positive about that. And of course, he was raising the widow and orphan daughter of his brother as well. So he had, several people in his household that he was responsible for. Okay, so what's perhaps most significant for us in trying to understand Maimonides is his Jewish works, his Jewish written works. This is, by the way, a manuscript copy found in the Geniza in the Maimonides' own handwriting. It is Hebrew and Arabic letters, or Arabic and Hebrew letters, excuse me. So it's Judeo-Arabic that he's writing with.
Is it the first that Geniza we read?
The Ben Sira Geniza, I think it is the one in Fostat. Yes, I think so. Quite right. Okay, so he wrote two basic kinds of works. He wrote popular halachic works, and he wrote advanced philosophic works. And this gives you a real sense of the dichotomy of his personality and the sort of trajectory of his thought. So let's deal with the first category. His popular halachic works were written in very simple Hebrew. I mean, remarkably easy Hebrew. Intermediate, really like middle school level Hebrew. And they were designed to give a large swath of the Jewish population access, sophisticated and thorough and comprehensive access to the entire corpus of Jewish law. We should remember that one of the huge lacunae in Jewish thought at this time was that there were very few codes in existence. What do I mean by that? The way that Jewish law is organized is that basically it's all found within the Talmud and in successive responsa literature, which we spoke about a few weeks ago when we were talking about the Geonim. The Talmud is not at all organized in a format that we would recognize in the modern world. Basically, the Talmud is like this long